I woke up to find myself transformed into a 5-year-old child from the 1970s. He also unexpectedly bound himself to the divine level, Fate Doodle Book. This magical little book can not only predict with 100% accuracy the upcoming plot about to unfold around me, it allows me to slightly alter the course of fate. Starting off by relying on spoilers and acting cute. Successfully wheedled 2 extra pieces of fragrant rabbit meat from mother, avoiding the tragic fate of only having potato soup for dinner. Immediately after, I foresaw that the family's prized hen was about to be stolen. My sister and I were about to get a taste of Dad's oil-soaked flat bamboo stick. I immediately mobilized my sister to launch the Kunkan defense battle, successfully protecting the family property, with our butts taking a beating but the damage reset to 0. Now, I'm figuring out how to use this overpowered golden finger, leading the whole family from subsistence to happiness. But this sketchbook seems to hide even deeper secrets. Chapter 1, The Doodle Book of Fate. So fragrant, incredibly fragrant. Lee Gooden lay sprawled across the threshold of the kitchen, his tiny nose twitching vigorously as he sniffed, drool nearly dripping from the corner of his mouth onto his patched, earth-yellow little jacket. Today was a rare feast day for the production team. A wild rabbit left behind by passing cadres during their recent visit was stewing in the big pot. The aroma of meat mingled with the scents of scallions and potatoes was enough to bewitch the soul of this 5-year-old boy. His mother, Wang Shufan, was stirring the pot with a large iron ladle without turning her head, her voice tinged with amusement. Gooden, wipe your drool. Dinner's almost ready, no peeking, or the greedy bugs will crawl into your belly and tickle you. Lee Gooden chuckled, his short legs kicking as he slid off the threshold. Dusting off his pants, he was about to say something when his feet slipped. With a yelp, his little body went tumbling straight for the pile of firewood by the stove. Thud! A dull sound rang out as Lee Gooden's forehead smacked hard against a stiff piece of wood. Stars danced before his eyes, and his ears buzzed. Gooden! Wang Shufan was startled, immediately putting down the ladle and rushing over. My son, where did you hit yourself? Does it hurt? Lee Gooden felt dizzy, his forehead burning with pain. Rubbing his eyes, he waited for his vision to clear slightly, only to discover something the size of a palm floating before him. It looked like a picture book. The cover of the small book was dusty gray, with a crudely drawn child about his age, grimacing and clutching his forehead. Mom, what is this? Lee Gooden stretched out his chubby little hand, pointing at the small picture book floating midair, his voice tinged with the dazed confusion of someone who had just been startled. Wang Shufan followed his pointing finger but saw nothing, assuming her child was just disoriented from the fall. Heart aching, she picked him up. What is it, Gooden? Are you seeing things? Let me check if you're hurt. Lee Gooden blinked, but the picture book remained, and it seemed only he could see it. Instinctively extending his hand, the book floated lightly onto his palm, its texture like the smoothest parchment yet weightless as air. Ha! Lee Gooden curiously opened the first page. On the paper, a simple stick figure was sketched, unmistakably depicting himself drooling on the doorstep, accompanied by a few crooked, large characters. So fragrant, so delicious. Lee Gooden lay on the kitchen doorstep, drooling with craving. Lee Gooden's little mouth formed an O shape. Wasn't this exactly what had just happened? He quickly turned to the second page. Gooden, wipe your drool. Wang Shufan was stirring the rabbit meat stew with potatoes, scolding her son without turning her head. Turn the page again. Ouch. Lee Gooden's feet slipped, his forehead hit the firewood, and stars danced before his eyes. Lee Gooden's little hands trembled slightly. How could this comic book have drawn exactly what he just experienced, with captions and all? He swallowed hard, a strange excitement and a hint of tiny fear intertwining in his heart. He cautiously turned to the next page and found it blank, but fresh ink was slowly emerging on the empty paper as if alive. First came a small figure, depicting his mother Wang Shufan holding a large chipped porcelain bowl, with steaming chunks of meat inside. Then, words began to appear beside it. Wang Shufan, heart aching for her son, specially scooped an extra spoonful of meaty potatoes for Lee Gooden. Lee Gooden's eyes lit up. There's meat to eat, and even an extra spoonful. He was happily fantasizing when suddenly the emerging images and text abruptly froze, as if pressed by an invisible pause button. Then, the half-emerged character meat and the tempting image of rabbit meat in the bowl began to fade and disappear bit by bit, as if being erased by a rubber. Instead, there were only a few lonely pieces of potato left in the bowl, and the text beside them quickly changed to, Wang Shufan remembered that the team leader's wife hadn't gotten her share of meat yet. She sighed and scooped back the extra spoonful of meat she had intended to give Lee Gooden, leaving him with just a bowl of potato soup. Ah! Lee Gooden's little face instantly fell, his pout so pronounced it could have hung an oil bottle. No way! His rabbit meat! His extra spoonful! He scratched his head in frustration, staring at the tragic scene in the picture book representing no meat to eat, his little brain working frantically. No! He wanted to eat meat. Mom! Mom! Lee Gooden suddenly broke free from Wang Shufan's embrace, threw his arms around her leg, and wailed with all his might in a childish voice. Mom! Gooden has a headache. Gooden is dying. Gooden wants to eat meat. Wah! He howled while secretly glancing sideways at the picture book from the corner of his eye. The page suddenly displayed new content as if being corrected, appearing beside that lonely bowl of potato soup. Li Guden clung to Wang Shufan's leg, throwing a tantrum and rolling on the ground, wailing at the top of his lungs. Wang Shufan was both exasperated and amused, but most of all, her heart ached for the child. Remembering how he just knocked his head, she gritted her teeth and secretly fished out 2 small meaty bones from the bottom of the pot for him. "Be good and stop crying, just these 2 pieces, don't tell anyone," Wang Shufan whispered. It worked. Li Guden's tears turned to laughter, even blowing a snot bubble from sheer joy. He hastily wiped his face with his sleeve, lifted his head, and looked at his mother with bright, teary eyes. "Mom, Godan doesn't hurt anymore. Godan wants to eat 2 big pieces of meat." Wang Shufan was amused by his expression and lovingly tapped his little nose. "You little rascal, wait, I'll serve you a big portion." Li Godan nodded vigorously, his heart bursting with joy. He looked down at the picture book in his hands and saw that the page had now fixed itself, depicting him holding a fragrant rabbit bone, gnawing on it with oil dripping from his mouth. Beside it was written, "Li Guden successfully ate 2 pieces of rabbit meat, satisfaction level +5. Initial fate successfully altered, obtained the skill card acting cute and throwing a tantrum, fake, but satisfaction level?" Li Guden tilted his little head. Though it seemed he knew how to pronounce the words, he still didn't quite understand their meaning, but he clearly grasped the +5 and the accompanying illustration. This picture book not only depicted events that had already happened, but it also seemed to show what was about to occur next. If he acted differently from what the book showed, would the upcoming events change too? Just like when he asked his mother for extra meat? As he pondered this, suddenly, the picture book automatically turned to the next page. This page takes a dramatic turn in style. The illustration depicted their family's old hen, Spotted Neck, clucking away as a shifty-eyed, blurry figure stealthily appeared by the chicken coop. Immediately, the figure picked up Spotted Neck and ran off, while at the bottom of the picture, his father Li Dashan, with a dark expression, was holding a carrying pole ready to beat him and his sister Li Xiaodi. The small text beside it quickly appeared. In the evening, the neighborhood ruffian Zhao Sango came to steal chickens, coinciding with Li Guden and Li Xiaodi playing in the yard, who failed to notice in time. Chapter 2, The Chicken Chasing, Dog Barking Defense Battle. Li Dashan lost his only egg-laying hen and was furious. He vented his anger on Li Guden and Li Xiaodi for their negligence and supervision, giving each of them 3 strikes with a flat stick. Family harmony -10, Li Guden's but blooming level plus max. Li Guden's little face turned pale with fright. Stealing chickens? Getting beaten? A spanked bottom? No way. His father's carrying pole had been soaked in tung oil. 1 hit would hurt for 3 whole days. He glanced up at the sky. The sun had just begun to tilt westward, still some time before evening. No, he absolutely couldn't let Spotted Neck get stolen, and he definitely couldn't take that beating. Li Guden clenched his small fist, glanced at the Doodle Book of Destiny in his hand, then at the leisurely strutting Spotted Neck in the yard. In an instant, his tiny body brimmed with fighting spirit. He, Li Guden, a 5-year-old boy, found a magical picture book today, not only successfully getting to eat rabbit meat but also vowing to save their family's heroic hen Flower Neck. Sis. Li Guden kicked his short little legs into gear, clattering his way across the threshing ground toward his sister Li Xiaodi, who was playing with mud. Something's wrong. Someone's trying to steal our Flower Neck. The small figure raced through the 1970s countryside with an unstoppable momentum. And that book of fate doodles, visible only to him, lay quietly in his small inner pocket, emitting a faint, almost imperceptible ancient glow. From this chaotic, chicken-scattering afternoon onward, the gears of destiny began to turn anew. At the threshing ground, the yellow earth was slightly warmed by the afternoon sun, and 7-year-old Li Xiaodi was playing energetically with some half-grown children from the neighborhood. They were molding various little figurines out of mud, occasionally bursting into crisp laughter. Li Xiaodi had just finished shaping a mud bowl and was proudly showing it off to her playmates when suddenly, a small, cannonball-like figure came rushing toward them. Sis, something bad happened. Li Guden was panting heavily, his little face flushed bright red from running too fast, beads of sweat glistening at his temples. Li Xiaodi was startled by him, the mud bowl in her hands falling to the ground with a loud clatter, shattering into pieces. Instantly irritated, she arched her willow leaf eyebrows and scolded. Guden, why are you so reckless? Look, my bowl. Ah, sis, what's a bowl compared to this? Li Guden stomped his feet in frustration, his chubby little fists clenched tight as he whispered mysteriously in a hushed tone. Sis, someone's gonna steal our Spotted Neck. What? Li Xiaodi froze for a second before bursting into giggles. She reached out with her mud-stained finger and tapped Li Guden's forehead. What nonsense is brewing in that little head of yours? The day before yesterday you were eyeing Auntie Zhao's sweet potato chips, yesterday you claimed Butcher Wang was hiding tasty treats, and today you're making up stories about our Spotted Neck? Craving chicken but again, aren't you? The little friends around also joined in with laughter. Guden is talking nonsense again. Exactly, Flower Neck lays eggs in the yard every day. Who would dare steal her? Li Guden was so anxious that his eyes turned red. It's true, I'm not lying. This evening, Zhao Sango from the neighboring village. He's coming to steal our chickens. If that happens, we'll both get beaten. Dad's carrying pole. Whoa. As he spoke, the terrifying words buttocks blooming to max level from the comic book flashed in his mind, and the phantom pain of the pole striking his body seemed to arrive prematurely. Overwhelmed by both grievance and fear, his voice genuinely cracked with sobs. Li Xiaodi saw her younger brother on the verge of tears from anxiety, and it didn't seem like mere mischief, especially when she heard the name Zhao Sangu. The smile on her face faded slightly. Zhao Sangu was the notorious loafer of the neighboring village, gluttonous and lazy, with sticky fingers to boot. Stealing chickens and dogs was practically his pastime. Zhao Sangu? Li Xiaodi looked at her younger brother with a mix of belief and doubt. How do you know it's him? And how do you know it's in the evening? I just know. Li Gooden couldn't very well say he had a magical picture book, could he? A clever idea struck him. His eyes rolled around as he pointed to his forehead and said in a tearful voice, I just bumped my head, and then it was like I saw it. Hazily, I saw Zhao Sangu's shifty-eyed face. Dad even grabbed the carrying pole to beat us. Sis, don't you remember how he whipped us last time when we broke Mom's pickled vegetable jar? Whoa, that oil-soaked pole left our bottoms burning for 3 whole days. We couldn't even sit on stools. If Wabozi goes missing this time, our backsides will definitely bloom with bruises twice over. Li Xiaodi shivered involuntarily as her brother vividly described the scene, especially at the words carrying pole and blooming bottoms, her little face turning several shades paler. She knew her father's temper all too well. Wabozi was the family's prized laying hen, producing an egg daily, their crucial hope for better meals and household income. If it really got lost, their parents would definitely not let them off the hook. What should we do then? Li Xiaodi's voice also became a bit shaky. Although she still thought her younger brother's words sounded a bit far-fetched, she believed it was better to be safe than sorry. What if it turned out to be true? That beating with the shoulder pole was no joke. Seeing that his sister finally had a sense of urgency, Li Gooden felt slightly reassured. He wiped his face like a little adult and whispered in a small voice. Sis, we have to hide Flower Neck somewhere. Somewhere Zhao Sangu can't find. Hide it? Li Xiaodi frowned. Where? The yard is just this small. Li Gooden's eyes lit up with an idea. Hide it in our room. Cover it with our old baskets and then pile some straw on top. Alright, let's do it. Li Xiaodi was a woman of action too. With her bottom at stake, she couldn't afford to play with mud anymore. Grabbing Li Godan's hand, she dashed home with him. The two of them bolted back to their own yard in no time. Huabozi was stretching her neck, leisurely pecking at something at the base of the wall, occasionally letting out a few clucks, completely unaware that she was about to face a kidnapping crisis. Huabozi! Li Gooden lowered his voice, fished out half a cornbread bun he'd hidden that morning from his pocket, broke off a small piece, and carefully lured it forward. Huabozi's eyes lit up at the sight of food, and he trotted over eagerly. Li Xiaodi deftly dragged out a worn-out large bamboo basket from the corner of the woodshed and gathered a small bundle of dry straw. Hurry, lure it into the house, Li Xiaodi urged. Li Gooden pinched the crumbs of the steamed cornbread and slowly lured them into the low adobe house. Huabozi, the chicken, cooperated, clucking all the way as it followed the food indoors. Inside, the dim light mingled with a faint mix of mildew and sweat. Li Gooden moved swiftly. The moment Huabozi stepped inside, he and Li Xiaodi quickly covered it with a large bamboo basket. Cluck cluck, cluck cluck. Huabozi suddenly found itself trapped and was startled, flapping wildly inside the bamboo basket, causing it to thump loudly. Shoo, keep quiet, be good, Huabozi, don't make a sound. Li Gooden and Li Xiaodi nervously pressed down on the bamboo basket, then frantically piled straw over it in an attempt to hide it from sight. After quite a struggle, Huabozi, perhaps exhausted or resigned to its fate, finally quieted down, only occasionally letting out a low grumble of discontent. Chapter 3, Successfully Protecting the Little Bottom. The siblings exchanged a glance, each seeing nervousness and a hint of small triumph in the other's eyes. Li Xiaodi wiped her brow and whispered, Godan, do you think this will work? Li Godan patted his chest, though deep down he wasn't sure either. But the comic book's prophecy weighed on him like a mountain. He forced himself to sound calm. Of course it will. As long as Zhao Sangun can't find the flowered scarf, we'll be fine. He secretly pulled out the Book of Destiny from his pocket and flipped to the page predicting the theft of Flower Neck. The illustration and text remained unchanged, still showing Zhao Sangun successfully stealing the chicken and the tragic scene of him and his sister being beaten with a bamboo pole. Godan's heart sank. Had all their efforts been in vain? Or was it simply not yet time for the judgment? He recalled the rabbit meat incident earlier. The comic's content had only changed after he took decisive action. Perhaps it was because evening hadn't yet fallen and Zhao Sango hadn't arrived yet, so the plot hadn't been altered. Sis, we'll stay right here and guard this spot. We're not going anywhere. Li Godan clasped Li Xiaodi's hand, his small face set with determination. Time ticked by, the sun slowly sinking toward the west, the light inside the house growing dimmer by the minute. The siblings held their breath, ears pricked like rabbits, listening intently for any sound in the courtyard. Growl growl. Before long, Li Godan's stomach growled uncontrollably. He hadn't eaten his fill at noon, and after being on edge for hours, his little tummy was starving. Li Xiaodi swallowed hard and whispered softly to comfort him. Just hang in there a little longer. Everything will be fine once Mom and Dad come back. Just then, faint, stealthy footsteps sounded outside the courtyard gate. The siblings' hearts skipped a beat as they peered through the door crack. A tall, thin figure peered into the courtyard with a sly look. The man wore a faded, worn-out undershirt, his hair disheveled, and his small eyes darted around restlessly. It was Zhao Sangun from the neighboring village. Li Gudan's heart leapt into his throat. He's here. He's really here. Just like the pictures in the comic books. Zhao Sango tiptoed into the yard, his eyes fixed on the chicken coop in the corner. It was empty. Ha! Zhao Sango murmured in slight confusion, then began pacing the yard, muttering under his breath. Strange. Where's that fat hen from Li Dashan's place? Doesn't she usually wander around the yard? His shifty eyes scanned the woodshed and kitchen before finally settling on the doorway of the room where Li Gudan and his sister were staying. Li Gudan and Li Zhaodi held their breath in terror, their hearts pounding so hard they felt like they might leap from their chests. Li Zhaodi clutched Li Gudan's hand tightly, her palm drenched in sweat. Zhao Sangan hesitated, as if considering pushing open the door to investigate. Just as the tension reached its peak, Li Dashan's cheerful voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard gate. Shufan, the brigade gave us an extra 2 pounds of sweet potatoes today. We'll roast them for the kids tonight. It was their parents returning. The moment Zhao Sango heard Li Dashan's voice, he shuddered in terror, abandoning his search for the chicken. He spun around in panic, darting through the gap in the courtyard wall like a startled rat, fleeing faster than a rabbit. Phew! Inside the house, the brother and sister both let out a long sigh of relief. Their legs went weak, and they nearly collapsed to the ground. Li Gudan quickly pulled out the Book of Destiny sketches. The page depicting Zhao Sandog stealing chickens and them getting beaten, both the images and text faded rapidly as if washed away by water, vanishing completely. Immediately, new simple drawings and text appeared. At dusk, Zhao Sandog, a ne'er-do-well from the neighboring village, attempted to steal chickens. Thanks to Li Gudan's early warning and Li Zhaodi's assistance, the hen flower neck was successfully hidden. Zhao Sandog searched in vain, only to flee in panic upon encountering the returning Li Dashan and his wife. Victory in the flower neck defense. Li Gudan and Li Zhaodi avoided the punishment of the bamboo pole. Family harmony remains intact, and Li Gudan's buttocks have been spared. Ding! Successfully protected vital family property. Contentment plus 10. Ding! Demonstrated rudimentary leadership and crisis management skills, earning the title Little Guardian Fake. Ding! Unlocked reading between the lines skill fragment 1-3. Collect all 3 fragments to synthesize the full skill card pseudo. This is fantastic. Li Gudan nearly jumped for joy. Though he didn't understand most of the words, he recognized key phrases like victory, avoided a beating, but spanking count reset, and plus 10. And that Little Guardian title? It sounded so impressive. Li Zhaodi crowded closer. Even though she couldn't read the picture book, seeing her brother's beaming, relieved expression made her grin like an idiot too. Gudan, you're amazing. Zhao Sangun really came. She was utterly in awe of her brother now, any lingering doubts long blown away. Of course. I'm Li Gudan. Li Gudan lifted his little chin proudly, his tail practically wagging in the air. Squeak! The door creaked open as Wang Shufan and Li Dashan entered. Ha! Gudan, Zhaodi, why are you two inside? Didn't you light the kerosene lamp? Hey, what's under that basket? Wang Shufan immediately spotted the large bamboo basket in the corner and the faint glimpse of chicken feathers peeking out from beneath it. Just as Li Zhaodi was about to explain, Li Gudan piped up first in his babyish voice. Mom! We're playing hide and seek with Flower Neck. Wang Shufan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She walked over and lifted the bamboo basket. Inside, Huabizi sat slumped with his head drooping. Seeing the light, he flapped his wings and scrambled out, running into the yard to catch his breath. You two, always up to mischief. Wang Shufan scolded gently, not thinking much of it. Li Dashan, hoisting his hoe, grinned and called out, all right, come on out. Dad's roasting sweet potatoes for you. Yay! Roasted sweet potatoes. Li Gudan and Li Zhaodi cheered, their earlier tension and exhaustion instantly vanishing. They scampered after their parents, their little feet paddling along. As he ran, Li Gudan secretly touched the magical Destiny sketchbook in his pocket. A delighted smile spread across his little face. This little picture book was truly a treasure. With it, he could not only eat more meat and get beaten less, but maybe even accomplish even greater things. He glanced up at their humble mud brick cottage, then at his parents and sister bustling about the courtyard. A silent vow formed in his heart. He would make good use of this little book and bring prosperity to his entire family. And that Book of Destiny sketches, tucked away in his small pocket, seemed to emit a faint yet warm glow once more. The little figure on its cover, with a slight upturn at the corners of its mouth, appeared to be anticipating even more thrilling storylines to come. Chapter 4, Sweet Potato Fragrance Night. The sweet aroma of roasting sweet potatoes mingled with the earthy scent of soil, filling the low-ceilinged mud brick house of the Li family. Under the dim kerosene lamp, the family gathered around a low-legged square table. Li Dashan tossed the sweet potatoes he'd just pulled from the stove onto a coarse cloth. He blew away the dust, broke one open, and the piping hot yellow flesh steamed, releasing an enticing sweet aroma. Here, Zhaodi, go Dan, eat while they're hot. Wang Shufen smiled as she handed each child a piece of the split sweet potato. Thanks, Mom. Li Zhaodi took hers, blowing on it carefully. Li Godan couldn't wait. Despite the heat making him grimace, he already had his little mouth sunk into it. So sweet. Sweeter than honey from a jar. He mumbled, making his parents chuckle softly. The tension from the earlier flower neck defense battle had long since dissipated. At that moment, Li Godan felt a deep sense of contentment radiating from within. This wasn't just because of the sweetness in his mouth, but also because of the magical destiny sketchbook in his pocket. It was like a secret weapon, allowing him, at such a young age, to taste for the first time the sweetness of controlling his own little destiny. After listening to Li Zhaodi and Li Godan chatter away, recounting how Zhao Sangun had come to their house earlier trying to steal chickens, Li Dashan mumbled with his mouth full of sweet potato. Thanks to Zhaodi and Gooden's quick thinking today, otherwise if that Zhao Sangun really stole Hua Bok, we wouldn't have had any eggs to count on for days. Wang Shufen shot him a glare. You're telling me? We need to patch up that gap in the back wall right away. And you should pay more attention to what the kids say instead of being so careless all the time. Though her words carried reproach, her gaze toward her children brimmed with affection. Like Li Dashan, she found the children's story about playing hide-and-seek with Hua Bok a bit fishy. But since the children were safe and no chickens were missing, she didn't want to pursue it further, dismissing it as mere luck. Li Zhaodi's cheeks flushed slightly as she stole a glance at her brother, inwardly amazed by Gooden's premonition. Li Godan chuckled, his little chest puffing out even more proudly. He licked the sweet potato crumbs from his lips, his mind buzzing with delight. That satisfaction plus 10 and the title Little Guardian sounded so impressive. He just wondered what that reading between the lines skill fragment 1-3 was for. Night deepened, with only the occasional chirp of insects outside the window. After a long day's work, Li Dashan and his wife soon fell into a steady snore. Li Zhaodi also slept soundly on her small bed. But Li Godan felt no sleepiness. He quietly slipped his hand under the covers and pulled out the palm-sized book of destiny sketches. By the faint moonlight seeping through the window cracks, he opened the little picture book. On the cover, the simple sketch of a little man representing him seemed to have a slightly higher curve at the corners of his mouth than before. A faint, almost imperceptible halo seemed to shimmer around the tiny figure. He noticed a crooked, miniature shield pattern had appeared on the little figure's chest, as if drawn with charcoal. Beneath the shield were 3 equally crooked characters, Guardian. Hey, it really has changed. Li Godan chuckled inwardly. He flipped to the page recording the victory in the flower neck defense battle and studied the rewards carefully. Ding! Successfully protected vital family assets. Contentment plus 10. Ding! Demonstrated preliminary leadership and crisis management skills. Awarded the title Little Guardian Fake. Ding! Unlocked reading between the lines skill fragment 1-3. Collect all 3 fragments to synthesize a complete skill card fake. My satisfaction level is now at 10 points. Li Godan counted on his fingers. What's this thing even good for? Can I trade it for meat buns? He swallowed hard, then his attention was drawn back to the reading between the lines skill fragment. What does reading between the lines even mean? He muttered under his breath. He didn't recognize all 4 characters, but he roughly understood read and expressions. He focused intently on the line of text, silently chanting. Little picture book, tell me what this wonderful thing is. Something magical happened. Beside the text reading between the lines skill fragment 1-3, a new stick figure slowly materialized. A large eye, its pupil flickering once. Beside it, a line of smaller, scribbled text resembling a note appeared. Though crooked, Li Godan could barely make out the words. Look closely, listen carefully, and you'll know a little bit about what others are thinking. Wow! Li Gooden covered his mouth in surprise, afraid of waking his family. This little picture book could actually explain things to him. Know a little bit about what others are thinking? Isn't that like having super hearing and supervision? No, wait, it's like having the divine power to see through people's hearts. He suddenly felt incredibly powerful, itching to find someone to test this superpower right away. But his parents and sister were all asleep, he couldn't very well wake them up, could he? Early the next morning, as the rooster crowed its first call, Wang Shufen rose to prepare breakfast. As usual, it was thin porridge with pickled vegetables, occasionally supplemented by a small piece of cornbread. Li Zhaodi looked gloomy at breakfast, her little mouth pouting as she idly stirred the porridge in her bowl. What's wrong, Zhaodi? Didn't sleep well? Wang Shufen asked casually. No, Li Zhaodi shook her head inside. Mother, is the traveling peddler from town coming to the village in a few days? Probably soon. Why? Is there something you want to buy? Li Zhaodi's eyes dimmed slightly as she whispered, nothing, just wondering. In truth, she was thinking about the red hair ribbons in the peddler's basket. Several girls in the village wore bright red hair ties, while she and a few others still used faded old cloth strips. Every time the peddler came, the red hair ties were always snapped up quickly. She was too slow and never managed to get one. Li Godan listened intently from the side. Seeing his sister's disappointed expression, an idea struck him. This was his chance. Time to test his reading between the lines. He immediately tried to mimic the illustrations in his comic books, straining his eyes wide open to scrutinize Li Xiaodi intently. He noticed her brows slightly furrowed, the corners of her mouth turned down, and her eyes darting toward the window now and then, as if expecting something yet tinged with timidity. Look closely, listen carefully. Li Guodan silently repeated to himself. Suddenly, in his mind or rather, through some inexplicable channel of the Book of Destiny's sketches, a faint thought flashed through him, more like a fleeting image. Li Xiaodi wore a brand new red hair tie atop her head, smiling shyly yet joyfully at her reflection in the water vat. Red hair ribbon. Li Guodan blurted out. Ha! Li Xiaodi and Wang Shufen both looked at him in surprise. Chapter 5, Cleverly Acquiring the Red Hair Ribbon. Li Guodan froze for a moment, surprised he blurted it out. Scratching his head, he quickly improvised. Sis, you want a red hair tie, right? Li Xiaodi's face flushed crimson. She nodded shyly. Well, yes, but I never managed to grab one. That iron girl runs faster than a rabbit and has arms thicker than mine. She was referring to the neighbor's eldest daughter, 2 years older than Xiaodi and notoriously feisty. Iron girl. Li Guodan recognized the name. She was the neighborhood bully, always picking on younger kids. Just then, the Book of Destiny in Li Guodan's pocket stirred slightly. He quickly made an excuse to dash to the woodshed, where he secretly pulled it out to peek inside. The little picture book automatically turned a page, revealing new simple drawings and text. Scene, under the large locust tree at the village entrance, beside the peddler's basket. Scene, the peddler appears carrying his basket, and a crowd of children swarms around him. Iron Girl, with her 2 pigtails, dashes forward like a whirlwind, snatching several red hair ties from the peddler's hand and beaming with pride. Li Xiaodi trails behind, watching longingly. By the time she reaches, all the red hair ties are gone. Frustrated to the point of tears, her little shoulders shake up and down. Text annotation, peddler approaches, red ribbons in high demand. Iron Girl fierce, Xiaodi tearful. Little wish, dashed once more. Alerts, sister's disappointment +5, family harmony 1, mother irritated by sister's crying tantrum, Li Guodan's little guardian title dims, failing to protect sister's wish. What? Dimming? That won't do. Li Guodan panicked upon reading the last line. This little guardian title was hard-earned, how could he let it fade? Besides, if his sister cried, mother would be in a bad mood, and he might end up getting punished too. No way. I have to help my sister snatch that red hair ribbon. Li Guodan clenched his little fists. He studied the scene carefully. Iron Girl really was fast and strong, stealing it by force was out of the question. What to do? He remembered his reading between the lines skill. Though it was only a fragment, hadn't he just guessed his sister's thoughts correctly? Right. Use reading between the lines to see if Iron Girl has any weaknesses. With his mind made up, Li Guodan wandered around the village and soon found Iron Girl playing a game of siege with a group of older kids. True to form, Iron Maiden was fierce. She held her own against several boys, swinging a branch like a sword, shouting commands with imposing authority. Li Guodan hid nearby, quietly activating his reading between the lines mode. He stared intently at Iron Maiden, focusing his mind. At first, he thought she was just loud and boisterous, nothing special. But gradually, he noticed that despite her fierceness, every time she snatched spoils from her playmates like a pretty pebble or a wildflower, she would instinctively glance toward Auntie Zhao, who was sewing chaussals, her face lighting up with a hint of pride and a look that begged for praise. Moreover, whenever Auntie Zhao called her home for meals or chores, she'd dash off faster than anyone, terrified of being scolded. Heh, so Iron Girl is just a paper tiger afraid of her mom after all. Li Guodan's eyes lit up as an idea formed in his mind. He also noticed Iron Maiden particularly loved the scallion pancakes Auntie Zhao made for her, always eating them until her mouth dripped with oil. As evening fell, the village loudspeaker blared an announcement: the traveling peddler would arrive tomorrow morning, and every household should prepare items to trade. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaodi felt both excited and nervous. She whispered to Li Guodan, "Guodan, do you think I'll be able to snatch one tomorrow?" Li Guodan gave a mysterious smile and patted his little chest. "Sis, don't worry. I've got a plan. Just follow my lead tomorrow." Early the next morning, Li Guodan tucked away a boiled egg his mother had given him. An extra reward for the accidental good deed he and his sister had done, and dragged Li Xiaodi to wait early at the village entrance under the big locust tree. Soon, the peddler's familiar rattle grew louder as he approached. "He's coming! He's coming!" Like a signal had been given, the village children poured out of their homes, with Iron Maiden still leading the pack. Li Guodan, unhurried, whispered a few words to Li Xiaodi. Li Xiaodi was skeptical but nodded in agreement. As the peddler neared the large locust tree, Iron Maiden was already rubbing her hands together, ready to be the first to rush forward. Just then, Li Guodan suddenly pulled a steaming hot-boiled egg from his bosom. He peeled off a small piece, and the rich aroma of egg immediately wafted through the air. He deliberately positioned himself upwind and shouted toward Iron Maiden. "Oh my, this freshly made scallion pancake is so fragrant. Paired with my mom's pickled sour beans, yum, absolutely delicious. As he spoke, he pretended to pull another scallion pancake from his pocket, but in reality, he stuffed a bite of the boiled egg into his mouth and savored it with relish. Iron Maiden had been staring intently at the peddler's basket when suddenly she caught a faint whiff of egg aroma. Hearing words like scallion pancakes and pickled yard-long beans, her absolute favorites, especially paired with Li Godan's exaggerated eating mannerisms, she instinctively swallowed hard and turned her head toward him. Li Godan, where'd you get that scallion pancake? Iron Maiden asked suspiciously, her footsteps slowing involuntarily. Hee, sacred. Li Godan waved the eggs in his hand triumphantly. Smell good? Want some? In that split second when Iron Maiden was distracted, Li Xiaodi, following Li Godan's instructions, had quietly slipped around to the other side of the peddler's cart. The moment the peddler set down his basket, Li Xiaodi swiftly pointed at a bundle of bright red hair ribbons and said in a clear voice, Uncle, I want this red hair ribbon. I'll trade you my egg for it. She fished a warm boiled egg from her pocket. In the 1970s, eggs were hard currency. Seeing the fresh boiled egg, the peddler cheerfully took down the prettiest red hair ribbon and handed it to Li Xiaodi. Alright. You're a pretty little thing, and this red ribbon will suit you even better. By the time Iron Girl realized she'd been tricked by Li Godan and stormed over in a rage, Li Xiaodi had already snatched the red ribbon and dashed away under Li Godan's cover. Li Godan! Stop right there! Iron Girl screamed angrily from behind. Li Godan pulled his sister along, dashing home in a flash. Only after slamming the courtyard gate shut did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Li Xiaodi gazed at the bright red hair ribbon in her hand, then looked at her breathless yet triumphant brother. Her eyes sparkled with surprise and gratitude. Godan! You're amazing! Thank you! She held the ribbon up to the end of her braid, her little face breaking into a wide smile. Li Godan quickly pulled out the Book of Destiny sketches. Chapter 6, The Divine Eye Reveals Its Power. On the page, the earlier scene of Xiaodi in tears had vanished, replaced by a new scene. Scene, Li Xiaodi holds the red ribbon, beaming like a flower. Li Godan stands beside her, hands on hips, looking triumphant. In the distance, Tai Yadiao stamps her feet, fuming with anger. Text annotation, a clever plan lured the tiger away from the mountain, the red ribbon finally in hand. Sister's face lit up with joy. Doggy, the wise star. Ding! Successfully helped sister Li Xiaodi obtain her coveted red hair ribbon. Satisfaction +5. Sister Li Xiaodi's happiness +10, trust in you greatly increased. The little guardian title glows brighter, radiating a subtle brilliance. Ding! Reading between the lines skill shows initial results, earning skill fragment 2-3. Proficiency slightly increased. Yay! Another fragment. Li Godan nearly jumped for joy. Just one more to complete the synthesis. Will I be able to read everyone's thoughts then? Seeing his sister's happy expression, his heart felt warm and sweet. This destiny sketchbook not only let him eat well, drink well, and get beaten less, but it also brought joy to his family. That feeling was sweeter than eating 10 roasted sweet potatoes. Little Li Godan clutched the faintly glowing little book, feeling for the first time that his seemingly insignificant power could truly, bit by bit, shift the course of his family's destiny and perhaps even more in the future. The magical little book seemed to resonate with him even more deeply. The simple sketch of a little person on the cover wore a smile that felt more real than ever, brimming with anticipation for the next chapter of the story. Ever since helping his sister Li Xiaodi trade eggs for that bright red hair ribbon, Li Godan's standing at home had skyrocketed. Li Xiaodi treasured that red hair ribbon, readying it at the end of her braid several times each day. She would gaze at her blurry reflection in the water jar, her smile brighter than the wildflowers blooming along the field ridges. This joy had rubbed off on Li Godan too. He kept the increasingly mysterious destiny sketchbook tucked in his pocket, his little mouth barely closing these past few days. Especially when he thought about how he'd already collected 2/3 of the reading between the lines skill fragment, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. If he gathered all 3 pieces, wouldn't he, Li Godan, become the most powerful little god in the village? Whoever hid tasty treats, whoever harbored secret schemes, wouldn't he see right through them all? Just as the sun climbed over the eastern hilltop, the quiet of the Li family courtyard was shattered by a clamor of shouting. Damn it! Who the hell stole my old pipe? The furious cry, a mix of grief and rage, exploded like a muffled thunderclap, making Li Godan's ears ring. He jolted awake from his makeshift bed of sorghum stalks, scrambled out of bed, and scrambled to the courtyard gate in his father's homemade sandals made from old tires. Under the old locust tree at the eastern edge of the village, a small crowd had already gathered. At the center of the crowd stood none other than Old Man Lu, a respected elder in the village known as Lu Lao Tu. Old Lu, who usually sat with a cheerful smile, eyes half closed, puffing on his pipe, was now red-faced with rage. His beard twitched as he cursed heaven and earth, spittle flying everywhere. That pipe was passed down from my father. Ebony shaft, brass bowl used for decades, polished to a mirror shine. I tucked it in my coat pocket last night, but when I woke up this morning, it was gone. Some sticky-fingered little brat must have swiped it. Wang Shufeng came out upon hearing the commotion, holding Li Godan's small hand and whispering a warning. Godan, don't crowd forward. Be careful not to bump into Grandpa Lu. The villagers began chattering in a flurry of voices. Grandpa Lu, why don't you look again? Maybe you left it somewhere? Yeah, who'd be so low as to steal a pipe? It's not even worth much. Hard to say. Some of those half-grown brats have itchy fingers. A woman shot a pointed glance at several half-grown kids peering around nearby. Among them was Iron Girl, who had been tricked by Lee Doggy just days ago with his egg pretending to be scallion oil cake scheme. Hearing this, she immediately grew indignant, planting her hands on her hips and shouting, "What are you looking at us for? We don't care about that old pipe anyway." Old Lu, however, seemed convinced of something. His eyes reddened as he glared at the group of children. "If it wasn't you, then who? You little rascals are the most mischievous bunch in the village. Spill it, did you take it to play with? Hand it over now, and I might let you off. Otherwise, I'll have your parents whip your bottoms with broomsticks." As a miscarriage of justice threatened to unfold, some children were on the verge of tears, while others stubbornly stuck out their chins. Chaos erupted. Li Godan watched Old Man Lu's furious expression, then glanced at the wrongly accused children. His mind began racing with calculations. He quietly touched the Book of Destiny in his pocket, and a strong premonition surged through him. He quickly made up an excuse to go pee, dashed behind his own outhouse, and furtively pulled out the little comic book. Sure enough, the pages turned by themselves, revealing new simple drawings and text. Scene, under the old locust tree at the eastern edge of the village, Old Man Lu rages, finger pointed at a group of children. Close up, Old Lu's ebony pipe lay quietly nestled in the lowest crevice of the firewood pile outside Zhang the carpenter's pigsty at the western edge of the village. A sleek, glossy black dog, the village chief's big black, sneaked away guiltily, tail wagging, from beside the woodpile. A speck of tobacco dust seemed to cling to its snout. Beside the pipe, a mud-covered piglet with mottled gray and white fur curiously nudges the exposed brass bowl with its wet snout. Text annotation, Old Lu loses his pipe, rage burns the youth. The real culprit isn't the mischievous child, it's the greedy big black who snatched it. The clumsy pig stirs the pot the treasure hides by the woodpile. Warning, neighborly discord breeds misunderstanding. If Old Lu takes his anger out on the innocent child, it will cause neighborly harmony 3, significantly dim the little guardian title's luster, and carry a chance to trigger the chain negative event, the brat's revenge. Whoa! Lee Gooden sucked in a sharp breath. This naughty kid's revenge sounded like trouble. And the title's luster fading? That's unacceptable. He'd worked so hard to make that little shield shine brightly. Big Black snatched it? And it got trampled by pigs? Lee Godan blinked his eyes, finding the whole thing a bit absurd, but mostly feeling relieved it wasn't stolen by someone that would have been trouble. I gotta figure out a solution fast. His little brain spun furiously. If he just ran out and said the pipe was in the woodpile next to Zhang the carpenter's pigsty, no one would believe him. Old Man Lu might even mistake him for one of those kids and give him a good thrashing too. His eyes darted around, and an idea struck him. Chapter 7, The Little Kid Solves a Mystery. First, he casually emerged from behind the outhouse and strolled leisurely to the edge of the crowd. At that moment, Old Man Lu was still there, interrogating the half-grown children at the top of his lungs, spittle nearly flying onto Iron Girl's face. Lee Godan cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound innocent and curious. Pointing toward the western edge of the village, he called out loudly. "Hey!" The village chief's big black dog just picked up some long, black, stringy thing and bolted toward Zhang the carpenter's house. He was running like the wind. His words instantly quieted the previously noisy crowd. All eyes instantly turned to the little runt who'd suddenly appeared. Old Lu, who had been ranting until his throat was parched, froze upon hearing this. He stared suspiciously at Lee Gooden. "Little doggy? What did you see? Don't go making things up." A gossipy woman nearby sneered. "What could a kid like him possibly see? He's probably just joining in the commotion, stirring up trouble." "I'm not making it up. I saw it just now behind the outhouse." Lee Gooden puffed out his little chest, looking rather wronged. Big Black was running so fast, with something in his mouth all black and shiny, kinda like Grandpa Lu's pipe. As he spoke, he gestured with his small hand to indicate the length of the pipe. He secretly launched his unfinished reading between the lines exercise. Though only fragments, he focused intently on Old Lu, his mind seeming to catch a fleeting glimpse. Old Lu, pipe clenched between his teeth, playing with Big Black at the village chief's doorstep, the pipe accidentally dropping to the ground. The village chief's Big Black? Old Lu's eyes flickered, the anger on his face fading slightly, replaced by a hint of confusion and recollection. He vaguely recalled taking a stroll after dinner last night and teasing Big Black a few times near the village chief's door. At the time, the pipe had been tucked in his coat pocket. Could it be? That beast Dahe loves to pick things up and hide them, someone chimed in immediately. Everyone in the village knew that the village chief's big black dog was clever, but it had a nasty habit of picking things up and hiding them everywhere. "Let's go. Head over to Zhang the carpenter's place." Old Lu didn't bother questioning the children any further. He took off running toward the western edge of the village. A crowd of people followed in a flurry, all eager to see what was going on. Lee Godan, squeezed in the crowd, flashed a barely perceptible smirk of satisfaction across his little face. Carpenter Zhang's house sat at the western edge of the village, with his pigsty and a large woodpile behind the courtyard. As soon as they arrived, they saw Zhang the carpenter's wife waving a bamboo pole near the pigsty, while several piglets squealed and rolled around in the mud. "Auntie, have you seen the village chief's big black dog?" Old man Lu asked, panting. "Big black? He seemed to be running that way just now." Zhang's wife pointed behind the woodpile. Li Guden, sharp-eyed, spotted a speckled piglet at the base of the woodpile. It was sticking its rear end up, snorting and rooting at something with its snout. "Oh, a little spotted pig. Look what it's rooting for." Li Guden once again leveraged his childlike candor advantage, pointing at the piglet and calling out. "Its snout is all black. Did it rub against ink?" Everyone followed his pointing finger and saw that the tip of the little piglet's snout was indeed smeared with some dark brown oil stains, like soot. And where it was eagerly rooting, a small, gleaming yellow metal tip could be faintly seen peeking through the cracks in the firewood. "My pipe." Old Lu's eyes widened in shock. He lunged forward in a single bound, disregarding the filth, and began digging frantically beneath the woodpile. After some effort, he finally pulled out an ebony pipe stem, caked with mud and pig saliva. It looked a bit battered, but that familiar brass bowl, no mistake. "Oh my! It really is my old pipe. Found it! Found it!" Old Lu was so overcome with emotion that tears streamed down his face. He turned the pipe over and over in his hands, wiping it repeatedly with his sleeve as if it were a precious treasure. The tense atmosphere that had hung in the air moments before vanished instantly. The wrongfully accused children breathed a sigh of relief. Iron Maiden even gave Li Godan a knowing wink, her eyes flashing with admiration. The villagers all murmured in amazement. "Well, Doggy sure was right about that. That kid has sharp eyes." Even the adults didn't notice. "Exactly. First Big Black snatched it away, then the piglet pushed it out. It's all connected, just like a storyteller's tale. Old Li's doggy is a real lucky charm. So sharp." Wang Shufan and Li Dashan, who had just rushed over upon hearing the news, watched their son being praised by the crowd. Their faces glowed with pride, yet a hint of confusion lingered. Something felt off about their boy lately. He seemed a bit too supernatural. Old Lu, clutching his recovered tobacco pipe, approached Li Godan. His weathered face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat. "Hey, doggy boy, we owe you big time today. If not for you, I'd have lost this old pipe. Ah, I even blamed those rascals wrongly. Grandpa Lu thanks you." He fumbled in his pocket for a moment before pulling out 2 shriveled fruit candies and pressing them into Li Guden's hand. "Here, Grandpa Lu treats you to candy." Li Guden accepted them without hesitation, replying sweetly, "Thanks, Grandpa Lu." But inside, he was secretly anticipating another prize. Sure enough, the moment he tucked the candies into his pocket, the Book of Destiny grew faintly warm in his pocket. Ding! Successfully assisted neighbor Old Man Lu in retrieving his cherished tobacco pipe, skillfully resolving a neighborhood misunderstanding and preserving village harmony. Contentment +8. Neighborly harmony +3. Current village-wide harmony is excellent. The little guardian title glows brighter. New effect activated. When moving within the village, you more easily gain initial goodwill and basic trust from unfamiliar villagers, reducing the chance of misunderstanding and malicious speculation. Ding! Skill reading between the lines is becoming increasingly proficient. Successfully captured key clues, earning skill fragments 3-3. Congratulations! You've collected all skill fragments and successfully synthesized the skill card reading between the lines fake. Would you like to view the details of the skill card reading between the lines fake LV1 immediately? View it! View it now! Li Godan shouted excitedly in his mind. A line of fresh text and symbols appeared clearly within his consciousness, or rather, his Doodle Book projection. Skill card, reading between the lines fake. Level, LV10 proficiency. Effect, you can relatively clearly perceive the surface emotional fluctuations of a single target within a 5-meter radius who makes active eye contact with you. These include emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, urgency, fear, and doubt. Additionally, there is a 10% chance to capture core keywords or brief images lasting 0.5 seconds triggered by the target's intense emotions and related to the current event. Note 1, this is a pseudo-skill card, formed through the special power of the sketchbook. Its effects are slightly weaker than genuine skills. Perception is significantly reduced or even nullified against targets with unwavering resolve or mental strength far surpassing your own. Note 2, proficiency can be increased through repeated use, successfully deciphering others' thoughts, or completing specific events. Upon reaching maximum proficiency, advancement may be attempted. Current cost, each active D-probe consumes a minimal amount of mental energy equivalent to the fatigue of blinking a few extra times for you. Chapter 8, Discerning the Cunning. Holy crap! Li Guden's eyes widened in amazement. This reading between the lines skill was just too cool. Though only 5 years old and not yet fully literate, as the Book of Destiny upgraded, the comic book seemed to directly imprint its contents into his mind, allowing him to grasp the skill's meaning. Now he knew that even though it was only a fake skill at LV1, being able to see what others were thinking even just a little bit was nothing short of divine. Li Guden stole a glance at the villagers still buzzing with discussion nearby, then looked toward Old Man Lu in the distance, who was marveling at the little spotted pig that had done such a great job. His tiny chest swelled with unprecedented ambition and determination. With this reading between the lines skill, anyone trying to play tricks on him, Lee Gooden, would have a tough time. Who knows? Maybe he could even use this skill to bring home more treats, letting his parents and sister live a better life. Lee Gooden tucked the 2 candies old man Lou had given him into his pocket and trotted home, his heart sweeter than honey. The colorful wrappers glistened in the sunlight, far prettier than his father's blackened tobacco pipe. What thrilled him most was finally possessing his first proper skill reading between the lines fake. He scrambled into their tiny mud brick hut and bolted the door shut from the inside. Wang Shufan was hanging freshly washed clothes in the courtyard, and Li Dashan was shouldering his hoe, ready to head to the fields. No one noticed the little guy's sneaky movements. Haha, let me try out this godlike ability. Lee Gooden sat cross-legged on the heated bed, pulling the Destiny sketchbook from his bosom. The page now permanently recorded the incident with Old Man Lou's pipe, flanked by a small, glowing card icon, the emblem of reading between the lines fake. Closing his eyes, he mimicked the gestures of immortals channeling energy in storybooks, silently chanting, read between the lines, activate. Then he snapped his eyes open, fixing his gaze on a large-bellied spider diligently weaving its web in the corner of the Kong. Target, large-bellied black widow non-human creature, simple emotions. Surface emotions, focused, hungry. Core keywords visuals, none targets thought process too simplistic. Ugh. Lee Gooden's little face fell. So this skill actually picks its targets? It's useless against spiders. He'd been hoping to see if the spider was thinking, how many fat mosquitoes can I catch today? His gaze drifted back to the window. His sister, Li Xiaodi, sat on a small stool helping Wang Shufan sort wild greens. She hummed a tune off-key, the red hair tie at the end of her braid swaying back and forth, looking quite lovely. Right, tested on my sister. Lee Gooden grinned slyly, focusing his attention and locking his gaze on Li Xiaodi. Target, Li Xiaodi human, relationship, sister. Surface emotions, pleasure, contentment, a hint of future anticipation. Core keywords visuals 10% chance trigger, joy from the red ribbon, new clothes, a fleeting thought. New clothes? Lee Gooden blinked his eyes. So just because his sister wore a new hair tie, she was already thinking about new clothes? Girls' minds are full of surprises. But man, seeing all this? This skill is just too awesome. Even if it's just a fake one, it's enough to let Lee Gooden strut around the village like a big shot, quietly strut around. He was already gleefully scheming about how to use this skill to gain advantages for himself. Like checking if his dad had stashed away any secret stashes of cash, or if his mom had secretly cooked him something delicious. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard, punctuated by muffled sobs. Something happened? Lee Gooden perked up his ears, quickly stuffed the fate sketchbook back into his chest, and shuffled out in his slippers. Just as he reached the courtyard gate, he saw his neighbor, Auntie Zhang, wiping away tears as several neighbors supported her. Beside her stood her husband, Li Daxiang, a man renowned in the village for his honesty. This uncle, whose name resembled Lee Gooden's father's but belonged to a different clan, was red-faced, arguing fiercely with Wang Erdu, the production team's scorekeeper. Wang Erdu. How dare you deduct 5 labor points from me? I worked from dawn till dusk yesterday without a single break. Everyone else got 10 points, why only 5 for me? Li Daxiang was shaking with rage, pointing at the scorebook in Wang Erdu's hand, his voice hoarse with anger. This Wang Erdu, barely out of his teens, had leveraged his limited literacy to become the production team's scorekeeper. He was notoriously slippery and always looking to take advantage of minor opportunities. Now he squinted, looking disinterested. Li Daxiang, what are you yelling about? I record how much work you do. You slack off, so how could I give you full points? You're making false accusations. Li Daxiang fumed. Everyone saw it. Ask them if I was slacking off. The surrounding villagers murmured among themselves. Some sympathized with Li Daxiang, while others, mindful that Wang Erdu was the points recorder, dared not speak up. These days, work points were like lifelines. Everyone knew exactly how much grain a single point could buy. Losing 5 labor points for no reason felt like cutting flesh from Li Daxiang's family. Wang Shufan approached, frowning as she whispered to Li Dashan, who had just arrived. Father, Daxiang's family is in trouble. That Wang Erdu boy has never been honest. Li Dashan sighed and shook his head. Unless they had concrete evidence, it would be hard to prove anything. Lee Gooden watched the scene unfold, his own little brow furrowing. Though young, he understood the importance of work points. His mother often reminded him that if his father didn't earn extra points each day, their family would barely have enough cornbread to eat. That Wang Erdu, he's clearly no good. Lee Gooden muttered to himself. Suddenly, he remembered his new skill, and his eyes lit up. Right. I can use reading between the lines to see if this Wang Erdu is lying. He quietly squeezed his way into the crowd, finding a spot neither too close nor too far from Wang Erdu. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind, his big, dark eyes fixed intently on Wang Erdu's face. Observation fake activate. Almost instantly, Lee Gooden felt a slight twitch at his temples, like the mild fatigue from blinking too rapidly. Immediately afterward, Wang Erdu's image seemed to be enveloped in a faint, imperceptible halo within his field of vision. Target, Wang Erdu human, production team scorekeeper. Surface emotions, smugness, contempt, a slight, hard to detect tension. Core keywords visuals 10% chance trigger, activation successful. Captured core keywords, fudge, no one dares mess with me, put his share on my dad's tab. Captured brief visual, Wang Erdu lightly scraping away a stroke beside a name in the scorebook with his fingernail, then adding a few strokes back, while secretly drawing several extra correct marks under another name. Chapter 9, The Labor Point Storm. Whoa! Li Gudan's mouth fell open, nearly letting out a gasp. This Wang Erdu was downright wicked. Not only had he skimmed off Uncle Li Daqiang's labor points, but he'd added the stolen points to his own father's tally. No wonder his father, Old Wang, who barely ever worked the fields, always received a generous share of grain. Beside the comic's illustration of the tobacco pipe incident, the reading between the lines fake card icon flickered faintly, as if responding to his activation. No way! I won't let that scoundrel get away with it. Li Gudan clenched his little fist. Though he was a glutton and sometimes resorted to petty tricks to gain small advantages, deep down he was a righteous kid. Besides, little Yadwan from Uncle Li Daqiang's family often shared her precious roasted beans with him. But he was just a kid. If he charged right up and accused Wang Erdu, would anyone believe him? Wang Erdu might even turn it around and accuse him of being a lying brat. Li Gudan's eyes darted around as his little brain worked at full speed. Got it. He suddenly pushed through the crowd, ran to Auntie Zhang who was wiping her tears, tugged at her sleeve, and in a voice that was both innocent and slightly aggrieved, called out in a babyish tone. Auntie Zhang, don't cry. I know why Uncle Li Daqiang's work points were deducted. His clear, loud voice instantly captured everyone's attention. Li Daqiang and Wang Erdu, who had been arguing, both stopped and turned to look at this tiny figure who had suddenly appeared. Auntie Zhang froze, lowering her gaze to the child barely as tall as her thigh. Her voice choked with emotion as she said, "Good boy, Go Dan. This is grown-up talk. What could a little kid like you possibly understand?" Wang Erdu snorted derisively, sneering contemptuously. "Go on, go play in the mud, you little brat. This isn't your business." Though Li Gudan's words had made his heart skip a beat, he showed no sign of it on his face, instead growing even more arrogant. Li Gudan ignored him, instead puffing out his little chest and pointing at the scorebook in Wang Ergo's hand, shouting, "I saw it! When Uncle Wang Erdu was recording the work points just now, he wrote the wrong character. And he scraped off half the 10 next to Uncle Li Daqiang's name, turning it into a 5. I also saw him sneakily add extra strokes to the correct in his dad's name, Wan Lanyaner." The accusation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Wang Erdu's face drained of color in an instant, as if he'd seen a ghost. Pointing at Li Gudan, he snapped. "You're talking nonsense. You little brat, dare say another word and I'll tear your mouth off." He instinctively tucked the scorebook closer to his chest. "I'm not lying." Li Gudan burst into tears with a wail. Tears streamed down his cheeks like beans, and he sobbed uncontrollably. I was just standing there watching. Uncle Wang Erdu even glared at me with such a fierce look, telling me not to say anything. Wah." His pitiful expression, as if he'd suffered the greatest injustice, instantly stirred sympathy among many villagers. Especially the mothers among them, their hearts ached for him. "Oh dear, doggy, don't cry. Auntie is here, you have nothing to fear. Wang Erdu, you're an adult. What kind of man scares little kids like that?" "Exactly. Doggy's always been such a good boy, he never lies." Hearing this, Li Daqiang's rage flared even more. He lunged to snatch the scorebook from Wang Erdu's arms. "Wang Erdu! Hand over that notebook. Let everyone see who's lying." Wang Erdu clutched the notebook tightly, backing away. "Li Daqiang, what are you doing? You dare snatch the production team's scorebook? This is rebellion." Chaos erupted instantly. Just then, a stern cough echoed through the air. What kind of behavior is this, shouting and bickering so early in the morning? Everyone turned to see village chief Sun Lianqing approaching with a grim expression. In his 50s, Sun Lianqing commanded great respect in the village for his fairness and strictness. "Village chief, you must stand up for me." Li Daqiang saw the village chief as if he'd found a savior. He quickly recounted the incident, then pointed at Li Gudan and said, "Chief, Gudan saw everything. Wang Ergo." Sun Lianqing listened, his brow furrowing into a knot. He glanced at Li Gudan, who was sobbing uncontrollably, then at Wang Erdu, whose face was pale and eyes darting nervously. His voice grew stern. "Wang Erdu, hand over the scorebook." Wang Erdu tried to protest. "Village chief, this little brat is lying. I said give me the book." Sun Lianqing's voice dropped, commanding respect without raising his voice. Wang Erdu shuddered, no longer daring to resist. Reluctantly, he handed over the scorebook. Sun Lianqing took the book, flipped to the page recording Li Daqiang's work points, then to the page recording Wang Lanyaner's work points, and began examining them meticulously. He moved slowly, deliberately squinting at the numbers against the sunlight. The air around them seemed to freeze. The villagers held their breath, waiting for the village chief's verdict. Li Gudan also stopped his crying, secretly wiping away the few tears that weren't really there with his sleeve, watching nervously. He knew that reading between the lines revealed the truth, but whether the village chief could see it was another matter. If the village chief failed to notice, then he would be the one falsely accused. After a long moment, Sun Lianqing lifted his head, his face ashen. He slammed the scorebook into Wang Erdu's face and roared. Wang Erdu! How dare you! Do you think everyone here is blind? Pointing to the 5 next to Li Daqiang's name in the book, he addressed the crowd. Look at this! The character Wu clearly shows signs of tampering. The ink is uneven in depth and there are faint scratches beside it. Now look at the labor points under Wang Lanyan's name. The final stroke of these characters is clearly newer than the preceding ones, and the ink is much darker. What else could this be but a last-minute addition? The truth is out. Wang Erdu collapsed onto the ground with a thud, his face ashen. He never imagined that despite his careful concealment, a mere kid would expose him. And he certainly didn't expect the village chief to scrutinize the details so meticulously. Village chief, I was just momentarily confused. Wang Erdu tried to plead for mercy. Foolish? Sun Lianqing sneered coldly. I see you're blinded by greed. Every single labor point Li Daqiang is owed must be restored. As for you, Wang Erdu, starting today, you're no longer the scorekeeper. And the extra labor points your father Wang Lanyan claimed? They'll be deducted from your family's monthly grain ration. If this happens again, I'll report you directly to the commune. Chapter 10, The Little Lucky Star's Reward. Li Daqiang and An Zhang were moved to tears, repeatedly thanking the village chief before turning their grateful gaze toward Li Guden. Godan, thank you so much. You're truly a great benefactor to our family. An Zhang clutched Li Godan's hand, too overcome with emotion to speak. The surrounding villagers murmured in astonishment, their gazes fixed on Li Guden with wonder and admiration. Goodness gracious, that little Li Guden has eyes like a hawk. Yeah, even the adults didn't notice, but this little kid spotted it. This kid is so sharp he's practically a little prodigy. He was the one who found old Lu's pipe last time too. The Li family is on the rise now, raising such a sharp kid. Wang Shufan and Li Daqiang stood at the back of the crowd, listening to the praise. Their faces showed both pride and a touch of disbelief. Their son really seemed different now, growing more and more sharp-witted. Li Godan blushed slightly, embarrassed by all the praise. But inside, he was overjoyed, for the Book of Destiny in his pocket had begun to heat up again. Ding! Successfully exposed Wang Erdu, the production team's scorekeeper, for embezzlement and abuse of power. Uphold the legitimate rights of villager Li Daqiang and uphold justice. Contentment plus 15. Village resident affection Li Daqiang's family greatly increased. Current status, deeply grateful. Little guardian title effect enhanced. You'll more easily earn elders' affection and peers' respect within the village. Ding! Your reading between the lines pseudo skill grows increasingly adept, successfully uncovering critical flaws. Proficiency plus 10. Current proficiency LV 110-100. Special reward, Flicker of Righteousness Faint Fortune Boost 24H. During this period, you gain a slight increase in luck during evil cannot overcome good events. Wow! An extra reward. Li Godan's eyes widened. Flicker of Justice? Sounds pretty awesome. He rubbed the scorching little comic book, feeling utterly delighted. Seems like this reading between the lines skill not only helps him see through people's hearts but also lets him stand up for justice and snag some perks for himself along the way. Hee, awesome. He looked up to see Wang Erdu being escorted away by 2 militia members, head hanging low. Uncle Li Daqiang's family gathered around him, showering him with warm concern and endless gratitude. The uncles and aunts around them all looked at him with the kind of gaze reserved for a little hero. Li Godan puffed out his little chest, feeling the sun shine especially bright today. Once everyone dispersed, Li Godan tucked away his lofty ambitions, his short legs scurrying like lightning as he dashed back to his own courtyard. He reasoned that since Uncle Li Daqiang's family had suffered such a great misfortune and he had provided significant help, Aunt Zhang should at least offer some token of appreciation. Just as he was about to dash inside to brag to his sister Li Zhaodi about his achievement and subtly hint to his mother about the thank you gift, hurried footsteps echoed at the courtyard gate. Go Dan! Go Dan! My little lucky charm! The voice preceded the person. Aunt Zhang's signature booming voice was now filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. Li Godan turned around just in time to see Auntie Zhang and Uncle Li Daqiang, accompanied by their daughter Xia Dan 2 years older than Godan, with pigtails rushing into the yard. Little Yadong carefully cradled a small earthenware jar in her hands, covered with a clean cloth. Oh my, it's brother Daqiang and sister-in-law. Come inside, come inside. Wang Shufan had just emerged from the kitchen, her hands still dusted with wood ash. Seeing them, she greeted them warmly. Li Daqiang also came out from the house to greet them, smiling warmly. Brother Daqiang, it's good that everything's been resolved. From now on, we'll have to keep a closer eye on those points. Li Daqiang's dark face was now filled with gratitude and a hint of embarrassment. Rubbing his hands together, he looked at Li Godan, opened his mouth, but after a long pause, could only manage. Gooden. Uncle. I don't even know what to say. Here he was, a grown man, nearly ruined by that scoundrel Wang Erdu, left with nothing but the wind to eat. Now, with his wrongs righted and his work points restored, his heart was filled with a tangled mix of emotions. And all this had been brought about by this little kid standing before him, not even as tall as his leg. Aunt Zhang, however, had no such reservations. She grabbed Li Gooden, pulled him into her arms, and planted several kisses on his little head. "My dear doggy, you're truly our family savior. If not for you, we wouldn't have known how to get through this year." Li Goodan was startled by Auntie Zhang's sudden warmth. His little face squished out of shape as he caught the scent of soapberries mixed with sweat. But he knew this was her most sincere gratitude, so he cracked a silly grin. "No need to thank me, Mrs. Zhang, no need. It was nothing, ha." He tried to mimic the tone of a heroic knight from storybooks, but his voice came out babyishly soft, drawing a round of good-natured laughter from the crowd. "A mere trifle indeed." Aunt Zhang playfully tapped his little nose. "What's going on in that little head of yours? Such a subtle alteration even the village chief didn't notice it at first, but you spotted it right away. You're amazing." As she spoke, she nudged her daughter, little Yadong, forward. "Yadong, hurry up and bring out the thank you gift we prepared for Doggy." Xiao Yadong pursed her lips, looking shy but mostly filled with admiration as she gazed at Li Goodan. She carefully handed over the earthenware jar she held. "Doggy brother, here. Mother told me to give this to you." Li Goodan's eyes lit up. He thought. Here it comes. The thank you gift. Could it be a chicken drumstick? Or maybe a steaming meat bun? He reached out his small hand to take it, but Wang Shufan intercepted it first. "Dachang's family, what are you doing? Doggy's just a kid, it's only right he helps out. We're neighbors, no need for thanks. Take it back. Sister-in-law Shufan, you're being too formal." Aunt Zhang pressed the earthenware jar firmly into Wang Shufan's hands. "This isn't just a token of thanks, it's our whole family's heartfelt gratitude. If it weren't for Godan, our Dachang would have lost more than just those 5 labor points, who knows how many more they'd dock him in the production brigade." Aunt Zhang pressed down on Wang Shufan's protesting hand. "Besides, who knows? Other families might suffer this injustice too. This child is truly our village's lucky star." Li Daxiang chimed in with his deep, resonant voice. "That's right, brother Dashan, sister Shufan, please accept it. It's not much, just a few eggs from our own chickens to help Doggy build up his strength. This kid's sharp as a tack. He's bound for great things someday." Eggs. Li Goodan's eyes lit up even brighter. In those days, eggs were precious. They only dared to eat 1 or 2 during festivals. His mother hoarded every egg they had at home. She'd either boil one for him when his father was doing heavy labor, or take them to the supply and marketing cooperative to trade for salt and soy sauce. Wang Shufan couldn't refuse and accepted them. She weighed the small earthenware jar in her hands. It felt heavy, and her heart warmed. She unwrapped the cloth to find 7 or 8 golden yellow eggs neatly arranged inside, each one quite large. "Oh my, this is far too many." Wang Shufan felt a bit guilty. "Not at all." Aunt Zhang waved her hands repeatedly. "Compared to what Gooden does for us, this is nothing. From now on, Gooden is our own nephew. Just give us a shout whenever you need anything." Chapter 11, A New Crisis. Neighbors who had gathered upon hearing the commotion chimed in with their own comments. "Wow, Doggy from the Li family is something else." "You bet. He was the one who found old Lu's pipe last time, and now he helped Dachang's family catch Wang Erdu. That kid's a miracle worker. I say, Doggy's a blessing sent from heaven, here to bring good fortune to our village. The Li family's ancestral graves must be smoking green smoke to have produced such a golden treasure." Li Gooden listened to the praise, his little chest puffing out even higher. He felt the halo of child prodigies self-proclaimed above his head seemed to glow even brighter. And the Book of Destiny nestled in his arms felt warm and cozy, like carrying a little portable heater. The Li Daxiang family expressed their gratitude profusely once more before reluctantly taking their leave. Wang Shufan happily stowed away the eggs. She looked at her son, her eyes brimming with pride and a hint of inquiry. "Godan, tell your mother the truth, how did you figure out there was something wrong with Wang Ergo's notebook?" Li Goodan's eyes darted around as he spread his little hands wide, speaking with feigned maturity. "Mom, it's called Heaven's Net is Wide, yet nothing escapes it. Bad people who do bad things always leave clues behind. I've got sharp eyes, I spotted it right away." He dared not mention his Destiny sketchbook or his reading people's expressions skills, so he simply credited his sharp eyes. Wang Shufan remained skeptical, yet her son's string of miraculous displays left her no choice but to believe him a little. She ruffled Li Goodan's hair and laughed. "Good, good. My son has eyes like a hawk. Tonight, Mother will steam you some egg custard." "Yay! You're the best, Mom." At the mention of egg custard, Li Goodan instantly forgot all about chivalry and righteousness, nearly drooling with excitement. After sending off the excited Li Goodan, Wang Shufan and Li Dashan exchanged glances. Both saw a hint of gravity and astonishment in each other's eyes. "Honey, don't you think Doggy's acting a bit strange?" Wang Shufan whispered. Li Dashan fell silent for a moment, took a drag from his pipe, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. "Who cares if he's strange or not? As long as he's our son and doesn't do anything bad, that's all that matters. I think this kid has a good heart." "That's true." Wang Shufan nodded, a relieved smile spreading across her face. Li Go-dan had no idea what his parents were saying about him behind his back. He was currently hiding behind a haystack in his latest secret base, the woodshed, secretly pulling out his picture book. The pages turned automatically, revealing a clear account of the exposing Wang Erdu incident. Event: exposing Wang Erdu's tampering with work points. Location: Li Village threshing floor. Characters: Li Go-dan, Wang Ergo, Li Dachang, Sun Lianchang. Villagers. Cause: Wang Erdu withheld Li Dachang's labor points and transferred them to his father. Development: Li Go-dan employed reading between the lines fake to uncover the truth. Using his childlike innocence, he cleverly pointed out the evidence, prompting village chief Sun Lianchang to launch a thorough investigation. Wang Ergo's crimes were exposed. Outcome: Li Dachang's labor points are restored. Wang Erdu is dismissed and punished, while his father Wang Lanyan's excess points are recovered. Rewards: satisfaction plus 15, significantly increased villager goodwill Li Dachang's family. Enhanced effect of the Little Guardian title. Reading between the lines fake, skill proficiency plus 10. Weak flicker of justice fortune boost lasts 24 hours. Beside this text record, a new stick figure sketch appeared. In the drawing, a grimacing little figure Wang Erdu was being escorted by two matchstick men militia with hands on hips, looking utterly dejected. Another little figure Li Gooden was surrounded by a group of smiling stick figures, holding a clay pot with a circle drawn on it, an egg. The faint spark of destiny, symbolizing the flame of justice, now flickered like a tiny red flame icon in the corner of the page, emitting a warm glow. Haha, this picture book is getting more and more interesting. Li Go-dan read with relish. He extended his little finger and tapped the flickering flame icon. Flicker of righteousness, faint fortune. When performing righteous acts, there's a small chance to trigger good fortune or make your righteous deeds more likely to gain recognition and assistance from others. Duration remaining, 23 hours 15 minutes. So that's how it works. Li Go-dan nodded thoughtfully. He felt that today's smooth egg delivery to Li Dachang's house might just be thanks to this little flame. As he basked in the satisfaction of his achievement, the image on the page suddenly flickered. Without warning, a new preview plot appeared. It was a simple sketch. A large hen with drooping wings, looking utterly listless. Beside her were several crooked crosses, seemingly representing illness or danger. Beside the hen, crooked letters spelled out, "Meritorious hen, in peril?" Below was a line of small explanatory text. Preview: the family's pillar, the egg-laying hero old hen, has suddenly fallen ill. Suspected avian influenza. Without immediate treatment, certain death within 3 days. What will you choose? Li Go-dan shot upright, his face turning ashen in an instant. The old hen? Foul plague? He sucked in a sharp breath. His family kept only 2 chickens, and this one was the egg-laying hero. This old hen was the apple of his mother Wang Shufan's eye. She laid eggs most frequently and was the largest of the pair, providing the family's main source of eggs. If this hen died, his mother would be heartbroken. Getting egg custard in the future would become even harder. Not to mention the words foul plague in the countryside, they were enough to make people tremble with fear. If chicken plague struck, it wouldn't just kill one chicken, it could wipe out an entire brood and even spread to other households' flocks, causing massive losses. No. Absolutely not. Li Go-dan clenched his little fists tightly. This old hen was his family's vital source of income, his mother's hope for better meals, and the guarantee of countless future egg drop soups for him, Li Gooden. He immediately snapped shut the Book of Destiny, stuffed it into his chest, and sprinted toward the chicken coop. Their chicken coop was built in the corner of the yard, a simple enclosure made of a few wooden planks and some broken bamboo strips. Li Go-dan stood on tiptoe, peering inside over the edge of the coop. 2 chickens were leisurely pecking away inside. The rooster was full of vigor, its feathers glossy and sleek, crowing cock-a-doodle-doo from its throat. The other one, however, was his family's most prolific layer, a large speckled hen. She looked rather listless at that moment. Her feathers were ruffled, her wings drooped slightly, and her eyes were dull and vacant, unlike her usual alertness when she'd perk up at the sight of people. Li Go-dan's heart skipped a beat. Could the warning in the comic book be true? He studied the speckled hen closely. It just stood there, occasionally stretching its neck, but unlike the other rooster, it didn't jump around energetically to snatch grain husks from the ground. Cluck, cluck. The speckled hen let out 2 weak, listless clucks. Something definitely sounded off. Li Go-dan was so anxious he scratched his ears and cheeks. Chapter 12, Operation Rescue the Meritorious Hen. Foul plague. This was serious trouble. But what could a kid like him possibly do? Even if he knew the chicken was getting sick, he didn't know how to treat it. What to do? What to do? He paced anxiously in circles. Suddenly, he remembered the Destiny Doodle Book. Right. If the comic book can predict the future, maybe it can also offer a solution. His eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled the book out again. He flipped to the page with the earlier prediction, staring at the simple sketch of the sickly hen. Silently, he pleaded. Little picture book, you must help me. If this hen dies, my mother will be heartbroken, and I won't get to eat delicious egg custard anymore. As if sensing his urgency, the image on the page flickered slightly. Beside the chicken sketch, a few new words slowly appeared. Option 1, leave it to fate. Consequences, the prized hen dies, the family suffers heavy losses, your mother is heartbroken, and you won't have egg custard for a long time. Contentment 10. Option 2, attempt treatment. Hint, the old village veterinarian Zhao the half-immortal at the eastern edge of town might have a solution. However, he has an eccentric personality, charges steep fees, and requires a special introduction along with sufficient sincerity. Option 3, scribble a minor alteration. Cost, 5 satisfaction points. Effect, slightly delays the onset of the illness, buying a sliver of hope. Zhao Banxian? Li Gooden blinked his eyes. He'd heard the name. Villagers said the man had some skill treating livestock ailments, but as the books described, he was indeed eccentric. Getting him to intervene wouldn't be easy. Special recommendation method? Sufficient sincerity? What did that even mean? Li Godan stared at option 3, sketch modification. He hadn't used this feature before, but his current satisfaction points, 30 points from the old loose pipe incident and the Wang Erdo incident combined, were ample. If it cost 25 points, he felt he could accept it if it meant saving his prized chicken. Delay the illness, fight for a glimmer of hope. Li Gooden pondered, propping up his large head. If he went straight to Master Zhao the fortune teller, what if the man refused to come or demanded an exorbitant fee his family couldn't afford? Got it. Li Gooden's little brain whirred, and a plan formed. He looked at the speckled hen and whispered, "Chicken, chicken, you must hold on." Then, taking a deep breath, he extended his little finger and gently tapped the simple sketch of the sick chicken in the picture book. Simultaneously, he concentrated his thoughts, silently urging, "Make it better, perk up, don't die." As his focus intensified, he felt a slight tingling at his fingertip, as if a faint warm current flowed from his finger into the pages of the book. In the comic book, the number representing contentment level flickered from 30 to 5. At the same time, the simple sketch of the sickly hen on the page seemed to perk up just a little. Her once drooping wings appeared to lift slightly, and a glimmer of light returned to her eyes. It worked! Li Gooden felt a surge of joy. He hurried back to the chicken coop and carefully observed the large speckled hen. A miracle had occurred. The hen that had been listless moments ago now actually shook her head, stretched her neck, and let out a loud, resonant cluck. Though still not quite as lively as the other healthy hen, she was clearly much more spirited than before. This is incredible. This little comic book is nothing short of a magical treasure. Li Gooden was so excited he nearly jumped up. Though it only delayed the inevitable rather than curing the problem, it had bought him precious time. Now, it's time to find that fortune teller Zhao. Li Godan clenched his little fist. As for the special introduction method and sufficient sincerity, his eyes darted around, and a sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He, Li Godan, possessed the divine skill of reading people's expressions. Come the time, would he really be afraid of not figuring out the Zhao half-immortal's temperament? A grand operation to rescue the meritorious mother hen was about to commence, directed by Li Godan himself. Armed with his divine sword of reading people, Li Godan's small face bore a depth of thought far beyond his years. He knew that this special introduction and the necessary sincerity wouldn't be secured with mere flattery or money. Weirdos need weird tactics. His little brain spun rapidly. There was Zhao the veterinarian at the eastern edge of the village, known as Zhao the half-immortal. Rumor had it he used to be an itinerant herbalist who knew a thing or two about veterinary medicine. Though he mostly treated people's bruises and sprains, it was said he used to mutter incantations to ward off evil spirits and misfortune, but he stopped doing that later. But he had a peculiar temperament, drank like a fish, and charged outrageously. Unless you were an acquaintance or offered something that truly caught his interest, he was nearly impossible to persuade. Recommendation, sincerity. Li Gooden muttered under his breath. What did that even mean? His chubby little hands unconsciously rubbed his chin, making him look like a little old man. His mother, Wang Shufan, watched him with a mix of exasperation and amusement. You little rascal, what mischief are you scheming now? Mom, I'm not. Li Godan gestured, but his mind was still scheming. He knew the comic books were only a temporary fix, not a real solution. The 3-day deadline still hung over his head. Li Godan's eyes darted about as a plan formed in his mind. He knew the village's most well-connected spot was beneath the century-old locust tree at the village entrance. There, a group of old men and women gathered year-round to bask in the sun, so shoe soles, and gossip. Mom, I'm going to the village entrance to hang out with Huzi and the others for a bit. Li Godan made up an excuse and dashed out in a flash. It was the most pleasant time of day under the sun, and also the liveliest time under the old locust tree. A few old friends were chatting animatedly, spittle flying, punctuated by bursts of hearty laughter. Li Godan shuffled over on his stubby legs. He didn't join the conversation, just crouched nearby, propping his chin on his hand and pricking up his ears to listen. His big, dark eyes darted around. He appeared to be daydreaming, but in reality, his skill of reading the room fake had quietly activated. He noticed the conversation centered on none other than village chief Sun Lianqing and Zhao the fortune teller. Carpenter Shang's booming voice bellowed. If you ask me, old Zhao's craftsmanship is top-notch, but he's just too greedy. Last time my old ox got sick, I called him over. Man, he insisted on having that jar of monkey wine from the village chief's house, refused to budge otherwise. You bet, chimed in Old Man Lu, puffing on his pipe. That jar of monkey wine from the village chief? They say he found it by accident in an old monkey den while hunting in the mountains years ago. Treasure it like gold. Zhao the half-immortal getting a sip? That's like burning incense to the gods. So what happened? Did the cow get better? Someone asked curiously. Cured. After Master Zhao drank the wine, his energy surged. He fixed the ox in no time. He said the beast had been poisoned by mountain miasma and needed his special pills. Li Dan's eyes lit up at this. Monkey wine. The village chief. Zhao the fortune teller. The clues were connecting. Chapter 13, cleverly summoning the strange doctor with ingenious tricks. Could this special recommendation and sincerity be tied to the monkey wine? He recalled that among the rewards for the Wang Erdu incident in the Fate sketchbook, one was significantly increased villager goodwill Li Daqiang's family, and another was enhanced effect of the little guardian title. Though the village chief didn't hold nearly as much goodwill toward him as the Li Daqiang family did, he had helped root out corruption in the village. As the village chief, he surely regarded him differently now. Plus, he was now blessed with the spark of justice fortune. Maybe today is his lucky day. With that thought, Li Guden hesitated no longer and dashed straight to village chief Sun Lianqing's house. Sun Lianqing's house sat at the western edge of the village. Its blue brick walls and tiled roof made it one of the most imposing structures in the area. As soon as Li Dan reached the gate, he spotted Sun Lianqing squatting in the courtyard, puffing away on his pipe with a slight frown, seemingly troubled by something. Li Guden took a deep breath, trotted into the courtyard, and called out in a babyish voice, "Grandpa Sun." "Grandpa Sun." Sun Lianqing looked up at the sound and recognized Li Dan. The worry on his face melted away a bit, replaced by a faint smile. "Well, if it isn't our village's little lucky charm, Dan. What brings you to Grandpa's place? Did you discover something new again?" Ever since the Wang Erdu incident, Sun Lianqing had grown increasingly fond of Li Dan, convinced the boy was exceptionally sharp and destined for greatness. Li Dan's little face wore a serious expression as he spoke in a childishly solemn tone. "Grandpa Sun, I've come to ask for your help." "Oh? Asking me for help?" Sun Lianqing chuckled. "You little rascal, what could you possibly need help with? Tell me about it. If it's something Grandpa can manage, I'll definitely help you out." "Grandpa Sun, it's like this." Li Dan gathered his thoughts, his small hands nervously clutching the hem of his shirt. "My best egg-laying hen, that big speckled one, seems sick. She's all limp and listless. I heard Grandpa Zhao at the east end of the village is really good at diagnosing animal illnesses. I was wondering if I could ask him to take a look at my chicken." Sun Lianqing's smile faded slightly as his brow furrowed. "Old Zhao? Him?" He clicked his tongue, his expression turning troubled. Dan, it's not that Grandpa won't help you, but old Zhao's temperament is, well, a bit peculiar. Plus, his fees are steep. Most folks can't afford to hire him." "I know." Li Dan immediately chimed in, his little face brimming with an I-get-it expression. "I heard Grandpa Zhao loves a particularly delicious liquor," he said, stealing a glance upward to observe Sun Lianqing's expression with his pseudo-reading between the lines skill. Sun Lianqing froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. "You little rascal, you're well informed. You even know about old Zhao's little hobby. To be honest, I've been fretting about this very thing today. That old ox we use for plowing in the brigade hasn't been acting right lately, just no energy at all." After laughing, Sun Lianqing sighed. "Spring plowing is just around the corner. If we delay, it'll be a major problem. I was thinking of asking old Zhao to take a look, but he..." Sun Lianqing pointed toward the inner room and lowered his voice. "He's always eyeing my monkey wine. That's my treasure, I'm not about to part with it lightly." Li Dan's heart stirred. Opportunity. He batted his big eyes innocently and asked with eager anticipation. "Grandpa Sun, isn't that monkey wine incredibly fragrant? If Grandpa Zhao the half-immortal drinks it, won't he feel exceptionally cheerful and become even more skilled at diagnosing illnesses?" "Of course it is." Sun Lianqing's face lit up with pride as he mentioned the monkey wine. "That liquor? Its aroma drifts for miles. Rich and mellow, a single sip makes you feel like a living immortal. If old Zhao could get his hands on it, forget about treating patients, he'd even dare to climb the mountain and hunt tigers." Li Dan seized the moment, tugging gently at Sun Lianqing's sleeve with his small hand, his voice soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of pleading. "Grandpa Sun, look, my chickens are sick, and the team's oxen are sick too. These are serious matters. If Grandpa Zhao the half-immortal drank your monkey wine and cured everyone's illnesses, you'd be the greatest hero in our whole village." He paused, then added. "Plus, once Grandpa Zhao the half-immortal cures the chickens and cows, he'll surely remember your kindness. If anything else comes up later, he might be more willing to help." Sun Lianqing listened to Li Dan's logical analysis and couldn't help but be taken aback. This kid had laid out the stakes so clearly in just a few words. Great contributor, this easy to talk to in the future, but what a comfortable fit these flattering titles are. He looked down at Li Dan's clear eyes, tinged with a hint of mischief, and thought to himself. This kid is a real little rascal. 3 years old shows what he'll be like when he's grown, 7 years old shows what he'll be like when he's old. This doggy is definitely no ordinary fish in the pond. Besides, doggy had been a huge help with that Wang Urdu business. Not only did he root out the village's parasite, but he also made this village chief look good in front of the villagers, boosting his prestige considerably. Such a favor must be repaid. With that thought, Sun Lianqing slapped his thigh. Alright. Doggy, you've got a point. For the team's oxen and for your family's meritorious chicken, Grandpa will splurge today. He stood up and strode purposefully into the inner room. Moments later, he emerged, carefully cradling a small wine jar. The jar was about the size of a palm, made of black pottery, with its mouth sealed by a red cloth. Here you go, this is monkey wine. Take this and go find Zhao the half-immortal. Sun Lianqing handed the jar to Li Godan, his face showing a hint of reluctance, but more of a generous spirit. Tell him I, Sun Lianqing, sent you. Make sure he cures both my ox and my little Lucky Star's chickens. Li Godan took the small wine jar with both hands. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, and a faint, elusive fragrance wafted out from the jar's opening, invigorating his senses. Thank you, Grandpa Sun. You're such a kind soul. Li Godan beamed, his words dripping with sweetness. Go on, go on. Sun Lianqing waved him off, but inwardly he mused. This kid is a real sharp one. He might just be destined for high office someday. Li Godan clutched the wine jar barely smaller than his own head and trotted straight to the home of Zhao Banxian at the eastern edge of the village. Zhao Banxian's dwelling was less a home than a dilapidated thatched hut. Weeds choked the yard, where several ragged, patched garments hung to dry, their original colors long faded. A pungent herbal scent mingled with the faint, lingering aroma of fermented rice wafted from the house. Grandpa Zhao. Grandpa Zhao, are you home? Li Godan stood at the gate, shouting at the top of his lungs. Who's there? What's all this racket in the middle of the day? Can't you see I'm sleeping? A hoarse, impatient voice came from inside. Immediately after, the door creaked open. A gaunt old man with messy hair, a scruffy beard, sunken eyes, and a greasy jacket emerged, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Chapter 14, The Little One Guides the Way to Seek Immortal Herbs. He narrowed his triangular eyes, sizing up Li Godan from head to toe with a mix of scrutiny and disdain. Whose brat is this? What do you want? Medicine or exorcism? Just so you know, my house call fee isn't cheap. Zhao the half-immortal yawned, his breath reeking of alcohol. Li Godan remained calm, holding out the small wine flask in his arms and saying in a clear voice. Grandpa Zhao, my name is Li Godan. Grandpa Sun Lianqing sent me. He said you're the most skilled healer for miles around and wants you to treat the old workhorse in his team. Oh, and also my prized chicken that's fallen ill. Zhao Banxian had been wearing an impatient expression, but when he saw the small black pottery flask in Li Godan's hand, especially when he caught the familiar, soul-stirring aroma wafting from its opening, his cloudy, triangular eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp gleam. Monkey wine? His voice trembled as he snatched the jar from Li Godan's hands. He pressed it to his nose and inhaled deeply, his face immediately contorting into an expression of ecstatic rapture. That's right. It's old Sun Zaham, it's the monkey wine the village chief kept hidden away. Zhao Banxian's eyes shone brightly as he carefully stroked the jar, as if it were some priceless treasure. He looked up at Li Godan, his gaze completely transformed from earlier disdain and scrutiny to sheer astonishment. You brat, did Sun Lianqing send you? Would he really part with this treasure? Zhao Banxian still found it hard to believe. Li Godan puffed out his little chest, beaming with pride. Of course. Grandpa Sun said that the oxen in the brigade and the chickens at my house could only be saved by a divine healer like you, Grandpa Zhao. This wine is our token of gratitude. Good. Good lad. Zhao Banxian slapped his thigh, his wrinkled face breaking into a wide grin. With this jar of monkey wine, I wouldn't just cure cows and chickens, I'd dare to pull a dragon down from the heavens and treat it. He eagerly pulled the red cloth from the jar's mouth. An intense, mellow aroma instantly filled the air, making everyone's mouth water. Without bothering for a cup, Zhao Banxian tilted his head back and gulped down a large mouthful. Ah, exquisite. Truly exquisite. He let out a long sigh of satisfaction, his cheeks flushed with color and his spirits lifted considerably. Youngster, you're Li Godan, right? Zhao Banxian set down the jar, his gaze growing ever more kind as he looked at Li Godan. Come on, let's go check out your chickens first. To get Sun Lianqing to pull out monkey wine to beg for mercy, you're no ordinary kid, are you? Li Godan felt a surge of secret delight, it worked. He led Zhao Banxian back to his own courtyard. Wang Shufan and Li Dashan were stunned to see Li Godan bringing home the famously eccentric Zhao Banxian. Seeing Zhao Banxian carrying a wine jar and looking flushed with good health, they were both stunned speechless. Zhao half-immortal, how did you end up here? Wang Shufan stammered, flustered. To see the chickens. Zhao waved her hand dismissively and strode straight to the chicken coop. He glanced at the large speckled hen, reached out to touch its comb, lifted its eyelids to examine it, and his expression darkened. This hen is seriously ill. Master Zhao said gravely. It's likely caught foul plague. This disease strikes fast, kills quickly, and spreads easily. Your other chickens, and those in other households around the village, are all at risk. What? At the words foul plague, Wang Shufan turned pale with fear and nearly collapsed to the ground. Li Dashan's expression also turned grave. Though Li Guden had anticipated this, hearing Zhao Banxian confirm it made his heart sink. Grandpa Zhao, is there any hope? Li Guden asked urgently, his small face filled with anxiety. Zhao the half-immortal stroked his disheveled beard and pondered for a moment. Difficult. But not entirely hopeless. Years ago, I came across a folk remedy specifically for this kind of livestock plague. The problem is, the ingredients are hard to find. One key herb is called seven-star grass, which grows only on sheer cliffs. Ordinary people simply can't harvest it. Seven-star grass? Li Godan tilted his little head. Just then, the Book of Destiny in his arms grew faintly warm. In his mind's eye, beside the simple sketch of the sickly hen on the page, the outline of a small plant began to emerge. Its leaves bore 7 tiny dots, and beside it seemed to be a blurred background, perhaps a stone tablet engraved with characters? I know where to find it. Li Godan blurted out, struck by sudden inspiration. Everyone gasped in shock. Zhao the half-immortal's eyes widened in disbelief. You know? Kid, this 7-star grass isn't commonplace. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Li Godan, however, was unusually certain. Pointing toward the back mountain of the village, he spoke in a childish voice yet with an air of absolute certainty. It's on that rocky slope behind the mountain. Remember when Grandpa Zhang and the others were building terraced fields? Didn't they put up a stone tablet called Mountain Opening Record? I remember. Not far behind that stele, in a crevice, there grew a little grass with 7 dots on its leaves just like the one you described. Zhao Banxian's triangular eyes, usually cloudy from years of drinking, suddenly widened into bulging circles, staring fixedly at Li Godan's youthful yet resolute face. His Adam's apple bobbed as he croaked. Kid, you're not pulling my leg, are you? I know that mountain opening record stele. That rocky slope on the back mountain is crawling with snakes, insects, rats, and ants. What's a little kid like you doing out there? And what do you know about 7-star grass? Li Dashan frowned too. Though he doted on his son, he knew the boy had been acting a bit weird lately. But matters of herbs were life and death serious, well, chicken life serious, but equally important. He dared not speak lightly. He said sternly. Godan, don't talk nonsense. I've been near that stone tablet too, passed by while chopping wood. It's just common weeds, nothing special. Wang Shufan was sweating nervously. She grabbed Li Godan's arm, her voice tinged with urgency. That's right, Godan. This isn't a game. Master Zhao is lenient with you because you're young, but don't delay the important matter. The man with the swollen neck is counting on this to save his life. She was terrified that her son's unreliable words might anger the strange doctor they'd managed to invite with such difficulty. Father. Mother. Grandpa Zhao. I'm not lying. I really saw it. It's true. Last time, when I went with Huji and Urju to the back mountain to raid bird nests, I accidentally wandered into the pile of rocks behind that stone monument. Li Godan's little face flushed red as he stamped his feet in frustration, gesturing wildly with his small hands. I remember it clearly. It was bright green, hidden in the crevices of the rocks. The leaves were pointed, and there were exactly 7 little white dots on them, just like little stars in the sky. It was so beautiful. I thought it was some kind of cool wild plant and wanted to pull one up, but Huzi wouldn't let me. He said that place was spooky and there might be snakes. His account was vivid and detailed: who he went with, why they went, what the grass looked like, its distinctive features, all described with crystal clarity. It didn't sound like a made-up story. Especially the description of 7 little white dots on the leaves, like little stars in the sky. It perfectly matched the characteristics of this 7-star grass mentioned by Master Zhao. Chapter 15. The strange doctor stares in awe at the miraculous encounter. Zhao Banxian's eyes flickered. The slight interest stirred by the monkey wine was now fully ignited by Li Godan's words. Having practiced medicine for years, he knew well that many rare herbs grew in notoriously harsh and obscure environments, hidden in places seldom visited by humans. Could this kid have stumbled upon something by sheer luck? Boy, are you telling the truth? Zhao Banxian narrowed his eyes, his tone tinged with barely perceptible excitement and scrutiny. If you dare lie to me and waste my drinking time, just wait till I get my hands on you. Absolutely true. Grandpa Zhao, I'll take you there. If it's not real, you can punish me by forbidding me from eating meat for 3 days. Li Godan pounded his little chest, swearing solemnly. For him, the allure of meat was immense. That he'd stake a bet on it showed just how confident he was. Good lad. That's gutsy. Zhao the fortune teller was amused by his spirit. With the lingering effects of the monkey wine gently rising, a surge of boldness filled him. Brotherly, sisterly, since this lad is so certain, why not give it a try? If we really find the 7-star grass and save your chickens, old Zhao will enjoy this monkey wine even more. Li Dashan and Wang Shufan exchanged a glance. At this point, they had no choice but to trust their son once more. After all, this was their most productive, egg-laying champion hen. Then we'll put our trust in you, Master Zhao. Li Dashan gritted his teeth and said. Without delay, Zhao the half-immortal hoisted his medicine chest. Li Dashan shouldered a woodcutter's knife just in case, and Wang Shufan, uneasy, trailed behind. Li Guden charged ahead like a little cannonball, leading the way. The path through the back mountain was rugged and uneven to begin with, let alone the rocky slope leading to the mountain clearing chronicles steel. Overgrown with weeds and littered with loose stones, it was rarely trodden by human feet. Even the two adults, Li Dashan and Zhao Banxian, struggled to make headway, frequently having to push aside thorns blocking their path. In contrast, Li Godan's small figure darted left and right ahead, nimble as a little monkey. His short legs moved swiftly, as if he knew the path like the back of his hand. He kept turning back, urging in his babyish voice. Dad, Mom, Grandpa Zhao, hurry up. It's just ahead. Zhao Banxian grew increasingly alarmed with every step. This child not only described the characteristics of the seven-star grass but also knew this remote, difficult path so well. Could he truly be a reincarnated mountain spirit? He recalled the villager's nickname for Li Guden Fuwawa and found himself growing more convinced. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they passed through a thicket of dense shrubs, and the scene suddenly opened up before them. A weathered stone stele, over 6 feet tall and covered in moss, stood silently ahead. The 3 bold characters mountain opening record carved upon it, though blurred, still radiated an air of profound antiquity. We're here. This is the place. Li Godan pointed at the stele, his small face flushed red with excitement and exertion, tiny beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Zhao Banxian and Li Dashan hurried to catch up, circling around to the back of the stele. Sure enough, as Li Godan had said, behind the stele lay a jumble of rocks of varying sizes, some covered in thick layers of dead leaves and moss. Godan, where's the grass? Wang Shufan asked breathlessly, her eyes brimming with hope. Li Guden didn't answer immediately. Instead, his little brow furrowed slightly as his head turned from side to side, as if struggling to recall something. In truth, the faint warmth emanating from the Book of Destiny nestled in his arms was growing stronger. In his mind, beside the simple sketch of the seven-star grass, an arrow pointed clearly beneath a large blue stone about 3 or 4 paces to the left rear of the stele. Li Godan pretended to ponder for a moment, then suddenly pointed with his small hand. Over there. Under that big rock, near the innermost crevice. The group followed his pointing direction. There lay a dark blue-black rock, as large as a millstone, half buried in the earth and half exposed. A narrow crevice formed between the rock's base and the ground, its interior dark and indistinct. Zhao Banxian's eyes narrowed. He strode forward, disregarding the mud and fallen leaves on the ground, and immediately dropped to his hands and knees, leaning close to the crevice. He fished a firelighter from his robe, blew it into a hissing flame, and the faint light illuminated the depths of the crevice. This. Zhao Banxian's voice suddenly trembled. He abruptly brought the fire closer. In the dark, damp recesses of the crevice, several tufts of small grass, about 3 inches tall and entirely emerald green, were quietly growing. Their leaves were oval-shaped, edged with fine serrations. But what caught the eye most were the 7 milky white dots clearly dotted across the surface of each leaf. As if meticulously inlaid by a skilled artisan, these dots shimmered with a lustrous glow in the flickering light. 7-star grass. It really is 7-star grass. Zhao Banxian shot upright, his voice cracking with excitement. He snatched the woodcutter's knife from Li Dashan's hand and carefully pushed aside the loose rocks and decaying leaves around the crevice, his movements as gentle as if handling a priceless treasure. He gently pinched a leaf from the 7-star grass between his fingertips and brought it to his nose. A faint, earthy fragrance, rich with the scent of soil, filled his senses. He examined the 7 white dots on the leaf more closely, neither too many nor too few, arranged in perfect order, exactly as described in ancient medical texts. No mistake. Absolutely no mistake. This quality, this age, it's at least a decade-old wild 7-star grass. An unusual flush spread across Zhao Banxian's face. He suddenly turned, and the look in his eyes as he gazed at Li Godan was no longer one of surprise, but thick with utter disbelief. Young man. You're nothing short of my lucky star. No. You're a divine child sent down from heaven. Zhao the half-immortal excitedly grabbed Li Guden's shoulders, his grip so tight it made Li Guden wince. Li Dashan and Wang Shufan crowded closer to see. Though they knew nothing of herbal medicine, witnessing Zhao Banxian's uncharacteristic demeanor made it clear this herb was no ordinary thing and their son had truly found it. The couple exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes a mix of disbelief, shock, and wild joy. Zhao Banxian carefully dug up the 7-star grasses, roots and all, wrapped them meticulously in clean hempcloth, and placed them in his medicine chest. Young man, this 7-star grass grows in extremely secluded places and demands a very specific environment. Ordinary people wouldn't even know where to look for it, let alone have heard of it. He stood up, exhaling a long, heavy breath, his gaze toward Li Godan filled with complexity. I've spent most of my life practicing medicine and gathering herbs, yet I only had the fortune to see it once in my youth, and that was on a sheer cliff in a deep, ancient forest. How on earth did you know it was here? Zhao Banxian couldn't contain his bewilderment any longer. Li Godan scratched the back of his head, flashing an innocent smile as his big eyes twinkled. I don't know either. I just remember seeing it once when I came here to play with Tiger and the others before. Grandpa Zhao, can this herb save my family's sick chicken? He skillfully sidestepped the core question, steering the conversation back to the chicken. Chapter 16, the sketchbook unleashes its power. It can. Absolutely. Zhao the half-immortal pounded his chest in assurance. At this moment, he harbored not a shred of doubt about Li Gudan's words. With this aged 7-star grass as the main ingredient, I'm confident I can cure not just one chicken, but even 10 or 8. Come on. Hurry back. Saving the chickens is urgent. The group returned to the village with light steps, their hearts filled with excitement. Upon reaching Li Gudan's home, Zhao Banxian immediately began preparing the herbs. He selected a single 7-star grass plant, combined it with several other herbs he'd brought, and after a long while of preparation, finally produced a small bowl of dark green medicinal liquid. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, Zhao Banxian personally pried open the beak of the flower-necked chicken and slowly poured the liquid inside. Strangely enough, barely a cup of tea's time had passed since the liquid was administered when the flower neck, which had been lying listlessly in the coop, too weak even to lift its eyelids, suddenly fluttered its wings slightly. It then shook its head with great effort. Immediately after, its tightly shut eyes slowly opened a tiny slit. It's moving! It's moving! Flower neck is moving! Wang Shufan was the first to cry out in surprise, tears of joy streaming down her face. A moment later, the flower neck flapped its wings and staggered to its feet. Though still weak, its spirit and vitality were noticeably stronger than before. It even lowered its head and symbolically pecked at the rice bran on the ground twice. Miraculous! Truly miraculous! Li Dashan stared in utter amazement, utterly bowled over by Zhao Banxian's medical skills and utterly astounded by his son's stroke of genius. Zhao Banxian stroked his beard, a hint of satisfaction flickering across his face, though it was overshadowed by his admiration for Li Gudan. This 7-star herb is exceptionally potent. For livestock afflicted with plague, it can bring the dying back to life. This chicken wasn't meant to die. Of course, the real credit goes to your lucky child. He glanced at Li Gudan, his eyes brimming with approval. Li Gudan's heart swelled with joy. He could feel the little sun symbol representing his contentment level on the Book of Destiny grow brighter, seeming to shimmer with a faint golden glow. After curing the chickens, Master Zhao wasted no time following Li Gudan and Li Dashan, carrying the remaining monkey wine, to visit village chief Sun Liancheng's home. Sun Liancheng led them to see the village's old ox, which now lay listlessly in the barn, white foam still clinging to its mouth. After a thorough examination and a sniff inside the ox's mouth, Master Zhao mused. Village chief, this ox consumed unclean fodder and was poisoned by the toxic vapors from the mountains. Combined with some indigestion, it's not a major issue, but it shouldn't be delayed. He instructed Sun Liancheng to fetch some fresh wood ash, then retrieved several medicinal herbs from his kit and administered them to the old ox. Then he took out a silver needle and pricked several acupuncture points on the ox. After this treatment, which took less than half an hour, the old ox let out a long, loud snort. To everyone's surprise, it staggered to its feet on its own and bellowed twice, its voice sounding much stronger and more resonant. Sun Liancheng watched with a mix of surprise and delight, showering Zhao Banxian with thanks and praising Li Gudan to the skies. Gudan, you're truly the treasure of our entire village. Zhao Banxian waved his hand, accepting several boiled eggs and a packet of brown sugar that Sun Liancheng insisted on giving him. His mood greatly improved. Village chief, you're too kind. This call has truly broadened old Zhao's horizons. From now on, whenever any livestock in the village falls ill, as long as you have this monkey wine ahem as long as you can afford it, old Zhao here will be more than happy to help. After seeing off the thoroughly satisfied Zhao Banxian, Sun Liancheng slapped Li Gudan on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Good lad. Your parents raised a fine son. Whenever the village has any good fortune, you'll be the first I think of. This was more than just praise, it carried a hint of recruitment. Li Gudan grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth, feeling utterly delighted inside. He knew that after today's events, his reputation as the village's lucky charm was now firmly established. And all of this was thanks to that magical Book of Destiny sketches. He quietly touched the little comic book tucked in his chest. It seemed to have grown a bit thicker. As night deepened, Li Gudan lay on his small earthen bed, clutching the increasingly heavy Book of Destiny close to his chest. He could distinctly feel that since curing the flower neck disease and the village's old ox, this little comic book seemed to have become more alive. Opening the book, he found a neat line of small characters had appeared beside the page documenting the flower neck chicken plague incident. Incident resolved successfully. Reward points, plus 10. Current total points, 15. On the newest page of the notebook, a new simple sketch appeared. A grinning child with a large drumstick-shaped cloud floating above their head, accompanied by several wriggling little fish and shrimp. Below it, a small note read. Food is as essential as iron, and a full belly keeps the heart at ease. Host, keep an eye on culinary desires. Lately a small surprise awaits. Appetite? Surprise? Li Gudan smacked his lips, already imagining the aroma of meat. Though he'd gained fame in the village lately because of his goiter, his family's meals still consisted mainly of thin porridge and wild greens. Occasional coarse grain cakes were considered a treat. His growing belly had long since begun rumbling in protest. Early the next morning, Wang Shufan sighed at the half-empty rice jar. Sigh, spring's here, but it's that lean time between harvests. Even the wild greens in the fields are getting scarce now. The other day I wandered around the back mountain but couldn't find many tender ones. Either they'd been picked clean or they'd grown too tough to chew. Li Dashan, crouched on the doorstep weaving a winnowing basket, frowned at her words. Yeah, the grain rationed by the commune is almost gone. Times are tight. Li Xiaodi, feeding chickens in the yard, heard her parents' conversation. She puckered her lips and murmured softly. Mom, I want to eat white flour buns. Wang Shufan shot her a stern look. What are you thinking? White flour is precious, we're saving it for the new year. Though she said this, a flicker of pity crossed her eyes. Who wouldn't feel for their own child? Li Godan's eyes darted around his chance. He scrambled off the Kong, ran to Wang Shufan's side, tugged at her skirt hem, and said in a babyish voice. Mom, I'll go dig for wild greens. I know where there are tender ones in abundance. Wang Shufan paused, then chuckled softly, ruffling his little head. Good boy, Godan. Mama knows you're thoughtful, but these wild greens are hard to find. Auntie Wang from the east end of the village went yesterday too, and she said there wasn't much worth picking. Mother, just let me try. Li Godan grew impatient, pounding his little chest with a thump-thump. I promise I'll find good ones. Better than what Aunt Wang and the others dug up. He was confident the tips in his comic books never lied. Chapter 17, Hua was clever hunt for dinner. Li Dashan was skeptical too, but seeing his son's unwavering confidence and recalling his miraculous feat just days ago, he relented. Shufan, let Godan give it a shot. The boy's been on a lucky streak lately, maybe he really has a knack for this. I'll go with him and keep an eye on him. Seeing her husband had spoken, Wang Shufan nodded reluctantly and cautioned. Then you must keep a close eye on him. Don't let him wander off, there are plenty of snakes and insects up on the mountain. She handed Li Godan a small basket and a shovel. Li Godan took them excitedly and grinned at Li Dashan. Dad, let's go. Father and son walked out the door, one ahead of the other. Li Dashan expected his son to head toward the usual hillside plots, but to his surprise, Li Godan led him through twists and turns deep into a rarely visited rocky outcrop. Godan, is there any wild greens in this place? Li Dashan was skeptical. The rocky outcrop was covered in stones with little soil, looking barren at first glance. Li Godan didn't answer, just kept charging forward with his head down. The little comic book in his arms radiated a faint warmth, its simple sketch clearly pointing the way. Behind a large green boulder shaped like a reclining ox, clusters of lush, thick-leaved wild greens were drawn, accompanied by a smiling face with drool. After winding through twists and turns, they finally reached the ox-shaped boulder. Li Dashan scanned the area. Beyond some withered weeds, not a single green sprout was in sight. Just as he was about to suggest that Godan might have misremembered, Li Godan let out a cheer and darted behind the boulder like a little rabbit. Dad! Come quick! There's so much! Li Dashan followed skeptically, peered around the boulder, and froze in astonishment. In the damp crevices of the shaded side of the boulder, a dense patch of fresh, vibrant green wild greens had sprouted. These wild greens had thick leaves with fine downy hairs along the edges, glistening with moisture, clearly top-quality specimens. Locals called this variety water spinach. With its sweet, crisp, and smooth texture, it was considered a delicacy among wild greens. However, due to its unique habitat, it was extremely difficult to find. This really is water spinach. And there's so much of it. Li Dashan was both surprised and delighted. In his entire life, he had never seen such a lush patch of wild water spinach. He crouched down, carefully plucked a leaf, and popped it into his mouth. Chewing, his eyes lit up. Sweet. So tender. Li Godan lifted his little face triumphantly. Dad, I told you so. You were absolutely right. You were absolutely right. My son is amazing. Li Dashan roared with laughter, his lingering doubts long since blown away. He rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a small shovel, and joined the wild vegetable digging. Father and son worked swiftly, soon filling a large basket with water spinach. Its weight made Li Dashan grin from ear to ear. Come on. Let's take these home for your mother to see. We'll have a feast for lunch today. Back home, Wang Shufan stared speechless at the basket brimming with fresh, juicy water spinach. She took the basket, examined it from every angle, then plucked a leaf to taste it before finally believing her eyes. Good heavens! Godan, where on earth did you find these? Water spinach this good? I've hardly seen it in all my years. Wang Shufan excitedly grabbed Li Godan's small hand, examining him from every angle as if he were a little god. Li Xiaodi joined them, staring at the emerald greens until her mouth watered. Little brother, you're so amazing. Li Godan felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. He scratched his head and gave a silly grin. I just saw it once before when we were playing around, and it stuck with me. He trotted out that ever-reliable excuse again. Thanks to this large plate of stir-fried water spinach, lunch felt especially abundant. The fresh, earthy aroma of wild greens filled the entire mud brick house. The family ate with relish, their mouths full of tender, delicious greens, praising them endlessly. Wang Shufan even served Li Godan several extra servings, filling his little belly until it was round as a ball. After eating his fill, Li Godan's thoughts drifted back to the little fish and shrimp in his picture books. At noon, the village children loved to play by the small river at the village entrance, where they could splash in the water without getting too hot. The water was shallow and crystal clear, occasionally revealing small fish and shrimp darting among the aquatic plants. But the fish and shrimp in the river had been caught by the children so many times that they were very clever. They didn't easily get hooked, nor were they easy to catch. Li Go-dan followed the crowd to the riverbank. Tiger and Second Pillar, along with a few other older kids, were splashing around in the river with their shirts off, their laughter echoing in bursts. Yet their small buckets remained perpetually empty. "Go-dan, you here to catch fish too?" Huzi grinned widely when he spotted Li Gooden. "The fish in this river are too clever. We've been catching for ages and haven't even seen a shadow of one." The other kids chimed in with teasing remarks. In their eyes, it was absurd to think that little Li Go-dan could catch any fish. Li Go-dan didn't get angry. He just gave a mysterious smile. He ducked behind a tree and quietly pulled out a picture book to glance at it. Inside, a simple sketch depicted a small river. Beneath a particularly lush patch of water plants in one bend of the river, several plump little fish and a few shrimp waving their large claws were drawn. Beside them, a shiny arrow pointed directly at them. "Oomph, just you wait," Li Go-dan thought to himself. He took off his shoes and socks, rolled up his pants, and waded into the river. Unlike the other kids who splashed and fumbled around noisily, he headed straight for the bend indicated in the picture book. The water plants there grew taller than a person, obscuring most of the water's surface and giving the place a deep, mysterious look. "Go-dan, be careful of water snakes in that thicket," Erju warned kindly. Li Go-dan shook his head. "It's fine, I'm not afraid." He carefully parted the water plants and dipped his small hand into the water. Following the instructions in his comic book, he gently felt beneath a rock hidden by the water plants something slimy and slippery flapped in his palm. "Got it!" Li Go-dan cried out in delight, quickly pulling his hand out of the water. There, wriggling and struggling in his grasp, was a carp about the length of his palm. In the sunlight, its scales shimmered and sparkled. "Wow! Doggy really caught a fish!" A sharp-eyed little girl immediately shouted. Huzi and Erju rushed over too, their eyes widening at the fish in Li Gooden's grasp. "Hey! You're one lucky kid," Huzi said with a touch of envy. Li Go-dan grinned, tossed the fish into the small bucket by the shore, and reached under the same rock again. Before long, another one. Then a third. In just a few moments, Li Gooden's bucket was filled with 5 or 6 lively crushing carp, plus a few wriggling little river shrimp. Now all the other kids were stunned. They'd been fishing for ages without catching a single fish, yet this little guy, Li Go-dan, seemed to be pulling them out one after another like magic. "Go-dan, how did you know there were fish there?" Erju couldn't help but ask, his voice brimming with disbelief. Li Gooden blinked his eyes innocently and said, "I don't know either. I just felt like there had to be fish here, so I reached out to feel around, and they just swam right into my hands." Chapter 18, The Slingshot Incident. Who would believe that? But now the evidence was right before their eyes, leaving them no choice but to believe. Huzi leaned close to Li Go-dan, grinning ingratiatingly. "Gooden, bro, teach me how you caught those fish." Yeah, just like that." Li Gooden mimicked the adults, gesturing with feigned solemnity. The other kids crowded around, all chattering at once, begging Li Gooden to share his secret. Li Gooden, unable to shake them off, could only give a vague answer. He just felt it, and told them to feel it with your heart. But these kids couldn't possibly feel anything, and they still came up empty-handed. Watching the fish and shrimp pile up in Li Gooden's bucket, their eyes grew red with envy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Go-dan followed his sister who had come to pick him up. Carrying a small bucket brimming with fish and shrimp, he strode home triumphantly under the envious, jealous, and resentful stares of the other children. Li Dashan and Wang Shufen were overjoyed when they saw the spoils their son and daughter brought home. "Goodness gracious! So many fish and shrimp! Gooden, you're amazing!" Wang Shufen hugged Li Go-dan and planted a big kiss on his cheek. Li Dashan silently took the bucket, his gaze complex as he watched the lively fish and shrimp wriggle inside. He was increasingly convinced that his son must be blessed by some divine power. At the dinner table, a large platter overflowed with fragrant braised crushing carp and steamed river shrimp. The fish was tender and succulent, the shrimp plump and springy. The family ate with great relish. Wang Shufen served Li Zhaodi the largest piece of fish belly and scooped a spoonful of shrimp for Li Dashan. When it came to Li Gooden, she paused deliberately. Li Go-dan was staring longingly at the fish platter, his little mouth practically watering. Suddenly recalling the tip about asking for more food from his comic books, he quickly thought of a plan. Instantly, he flashed a sickeningly sweet smile and stretched out his baby voice. Mama, your fish is the most delicious in the whole world. Even tastier than what the emperor eats. You've worked so hard, Mama." Wang Shufen was utterly charmed by his sudden flattery. Her face crinkled with laughter as she playfully scolded him. "You little rascal, always so smooth-talking." As she spoke, she piled his small bowl high with food, placing the largest piece of fish and the plumpest river shrimp right into his bowl. Li Zhaodi watched from the side, amused, and mimicked Li Gooden's words. "Mom, your cooking is the best." He too received several extra pieces of meat. Li Dashan watched this warm and harmonious scene, a rare, contented smile spreading across his face. Life at home was truly getting better, bit by bit. Late into the quiet night, Li Go-dan opened the Destiny sketchbook once more. Discovered premium wild vegetable water spinach, improved family meals. Reward points +3. Successfully caught a large quantity of fish and shrimp, significantly improving the family's diet and attracting attention. Reward points +5. Skillfully used words to secure extra food rations, slightly increased family harmony. Reward points +2. Current total points, 25. Watching the steadily rising points and the new pattern outline on the final page becoming clearer, a satisfied smile spread across Lee Gooden's little face. He knew that with this magical picture book, better days were still ahead for his family. And his reputation as a lucky charm, after these incidents of digging wild vegetables and catching fish and shrimp, would likely become even more renowned throughout the village. Another night of sound sleep ended when Lee Gooden was awakened by the chattering of sparrows outside his window. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he instinctively reached beneath his pillow. The Book of Destiny still radiated a faint warmth, like a faithful companion silently guarding him. He quietly opened the notebook. Beneath the pages recording his recent activities foraging for wild vegetables, catching fish and shrimp, and using clever words to get food, several lines of neat, delicate handwriting had indeed been added. Seeing the words current total points, 25, Lee Gooden felt a surge of delight, like drinking a bowl of rock sugar water on the hottest day of summer, refreshing from head to toe. He eagerly flipped to the latest page, eager to see what surprise awaited him today. But what met his eyes was no longer images of chicken legs, fish, or shrimp. Instead, there was a peculiar stick figure drawing. A crooked Y-shaped tree branch held a rubber band, with a few small stones drawn beside it. Beneath the branch sat a chubby baby wailing loudly, tears streaming down like two little rivers. The subtitle below has also changed its style. Neighborly disputes arise, petty things stir trouble. Fortune and misfortune hang by a thread, help others, and you help yourself. A slingshot? Lee Gooden instantly recognized what the simple sketch depicted. This thing was the standard weapon for boys in the village. Everyone had one. The good ones could shoot birds, while the cheaper ones could at least scare chickens and ducks. But the crying face and the neighborly dispute left him scratching his head. Had someone lost their slingshot and was looking for a fight? With these questions swirling in his mind, Lee Gooden slipped on his patched jacket, shuffled his feet into his shoes, and dashed out of the courtyard. Morning smoke curled gently over Lee's hollow, carrying the distinctive, clean scent of wood smoke. He had barely reached the large locust tree at the village entrance when he heard a commotion. A circle of preteens had gathered around the tree. From the center came a shrill wail and an angry, breathless shout. "It was you! Skinny kid! You stole my slingshot! Give it back now! Or I'll have my brother beat you up!" A chubby little boy with a round, fierce face, his cheeks flushed crimson and veins bulging on his neck, pointed an accusing finger at a tall, skinny boy across from him. Tears and snot smeared his face. This chubby boy was Wang Taiju, the third son of old Wang from the eastern part of the village, nicknamed Iron Egg. Backed by his two older brothers, he was a little bully among the village children. The lanky boy he pointed at was Lu Sanhwa, nicknamed Skinny Kid because of his thin build. Skinny Kid now wore a look of equal hurt and fury, his neck stiff as he shouted. "Wang Taiju, don't make false accusations. When did I ever steal your slingshot? You lost it yourself and are pinning it on me. Bull. I used it yesterday afternoon to knock tiles off your roof, and this morning it was gone." Wang Taiju wouldn't let it go, spittle nearly flying onto the skinny monkey's face. "If it wasn't you who stole it, then who did? You're the only one with sticky fingers around here. You're lying." Skinny Kid's face turned pale with anger. "Keep talking like that, and I'll fight you." He struck a fighting stance. "Come on then. Who's afraid of who?" Wang Taiju wasn't about to back down either. The two preteens glared at each other, ready to come to blows. The surrounding kids split into two factions, some cheering for Wang Taiju, others defending the Skinny Kid. The place erupted into a noisy, chaotic scene. "Taiju, stop wasting your breath on him. Just beat him up and he'll learn his lesson." A kid who was friends with Wang Taiju egged him on. "Skinny Kid, don't be scared. He's just bullying you because he's got more friends." Another supporter of the Skinny Kid chimed in, refusing to be outdone. Lee Gooden pushed his way through the crowd. Seeing the tense standoff, his heart sank. This was just like the saying in those comic books, neighborly disputes arise, and petty things cause trouble. And that petty thing must surely refer to Wang Tieju's slingshot. Chapter 19, Lucky Boy's Clever Escape. Lee Gooden's eyes darted around. He quietly pulled out the comic book from his chest, pretending to squat down and tie his shoelaces while quickly glancing at it. Beside the simple sketch of the slingshot, a tiny arrowhead had mysteriously appeared. The arrow pointed to a dark, square object with several curved lines on it. Could it be the fence of a pigsty? A pig pen? Lee Gooden's mind raced. Wang Tieju's family kept several fat pigs, and their pen was right behind their courtyard. By now, Wang Taiju couldn't hold back any longer. With a roar, he lunged at the Skinny Kid. "I'll beat you to death, you little thief." Skinny Kid didn't dodge either, charging straight at him. "Oh my, they're fighting! They're fighting!" The surrounding children shouted excitedly, and some even began placing bets on who would win. "Stop it!" Lee Gooden suddenly stood up and shouted in a high-pitched voice. His voice wasn't loud, but it rang out clearly amidst the chaos. Wang Taizhu and Shua, locked in a struggle, both froze, halting their movements as they turned to look at him. The other children also quieted down, curiously eyeing this little guy who was a full head shorter than them. Li Godan had gained a bit of fame among the village kids these past few days for digging wild vegetables and catching fish and shrimp. Everyone knew he was lucky and knew the tricks, so when he spoke up, he actually managed to calm the situation. Wang Taizhu, panting heavily, glared viciously at Shua before turning impatiently to Li Godan. "Godan, what are you yelling about? Can't you see I'm dealing with a thief?" Li Godan blinked his wide, innocent eyes and drawled slowly. "Brother Taizhu, is that slingshot of yours the one with the rosewood handle and cowhide rubber band? The one your dad specially bought for you at the market last month?" Wang Taizhu froze, nodding instinctively. "Yeah, how'd you know?" That slingshot was his prized possession, brand new, with a sleek, polished wooden handle and a rubber band more powerful than anyone else's. He usually wouldn't let anyone touch it. "I think I dreamed about it." Li Godan scratched his head, looking like he was straining to remember. "I dreamt your slingshot fell into a stinky place, with pigs grunting nearby." "A stinky place? Grunting pigs?" Wang Taizhu frowned, utterly baffled. The other kids looked at each other, confused by Li Godan's rambling. "Godan, did you sleep wrong?" Huzi couldn't help but laugh beside him. Li Godan ignored them, continuing in his characteristic slow, deliberate tone. "Brother Taizhu, did you go play near your pigsty yesterday?" Wang Tiezhu's eyes suddenly widened at the reminder, as if remembering something. He slapped his thigh. "Oh my gosh. I remember now. When I was feeding the pigs yesterday afternoon, I think I casually stuck my slingshot into a crack in the wall outside the pigsty. Then my mom called me in for dinner and I completely forgot about it." "Ha? This time it was Skinny Kid and the surrounding children who were dumbfounded." "Then hurry up and go look for it," Li Godan promptly reminded him. Wang Taizhu snapped out of his daze, no longer bothered with his quarrel with Skinny Kid. He took off running toward the back of his yard. A crowd of kids followed in a flurry, eager to see if Li Godan was telling the truth. Li Godan blended into the crowd, trailing behind at a leisurely pace. He smirked inwardly. "Wow, those comic books really are magical." Wang Tiezhu's pigsty was built against the courtyard wall, cobbled together with a few wooden planks and mud plaster. It hadn't been cleaned in ages, and the pungent stench could be smelled from a distance. Wang Taizhu ran to the outer wall of the pigsty. Without batting an eye at the filth, he squatted down and started digging at the base of the wall. "Nothing here, nothing there," he muttered as he searched, his face once again showing signs of anxiety. The other kids helped search nearby, but they came up empty-handed. "Godan, did you get it wrong? There's no slingshot here," one child said disappointedly. Wang Taizhu also felt deflated, turning to look at Li Godan with a skeptical expression. Li Godan, however, remained calm. He carefully recalled the direction of the arrow in the comic book and studied the structure of the pigsty. He pointed to a gap in the pigsty, hastily patched with a broken plank and straw, and said, "Brother Taizhu, look over there. Behind that plank, isn't something stuck?" The gap was inconspicuous, hidden by a pile of tangled weeds. Wang Taizhu approached skeptically, parting the weeds and laboriously shifting the loose, broken plank aside. "Oh my gosh! My slingshot!" Wang Taizhu suddenly let out a delighted shriek. There, in the gap behind the plank, lay a slingshot with a redwood handle, still clinging to a few pig hairs and bits of dry grass. It really was a slingshot. And it matched Wang Tiezhu's description perfectly. All his friends were stunned, their jaws practically hitting the ground. They all turned to look at Li Godan, their eyes filled with disbelief and awe. "Godan, how did you know? You're amazing." Huzi stammered, staring at Li Godan as if he were a temple statue. Yeah. "Godan, do you have X-ray vision or something? Brother Godan, you're incredible." Wang Taizhu, clutching his recovered slingshot, was so excited his face flushed red. He rushed to Li Godan, grabbed his hand, and thanked him repeatedly. "Godan! Thank you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I'd have lost my slingshot for real. And I even blamed Manhwa for it." As he spoke, he glanced sheepishly at the equally stunned Lu Manhwa standing nearby, scratched his head, and mumbled in a muffled voice. "Manhwa, I'm sorry. I wrongly accused you. I shouldn't have called you a thief." Skinny Lu Manhwa had been holding a grudge, but seeing the slingshot actually found and realizing it wasn't his fault, a huge weight lifted from his heart. He looked at Wang Taizhu, then at Li Godan, and stammered, It's nothing." What had seemed like an imminent childhood brawl was easily diffused by Li Godan's few words. Wang Tiezhu's mother, Auntie Sun, heard the commotion and came out of the house. After hearing the whole story, she grabbed Li Godan, planted a big kiss on his chubby little face, and praised him. "Oh my goodness, Godan. If it weren't for you, my good-for-nothing son Taizhu would have gotten into all sorts of trouble." Without waiting for a response, Auntie Sun pulled 2 pieces of malt sugar from her pocket and pressed them into Li Godan's hands. "Here you go, doggy, these are from your auntie. Come play at my place more often." Li Godan clutched the sweet malt sugar, his heart bursting with joy. This feeling of helping others brings joy was pretty great. The other children were utterly in awe of Li Gooden. Chapter 20, Shadows Cast by the Oil Lamp. Before, when he found wild vegetables and fish, everyone just thought he was lucky or had some secret trick. But this time, he actually dreamed of the slingshot's location that was downright mystical. Brother Godan, are you some kind of little god sent by the earth god? A little girl tilted her head back, eyes brimming with admiration. Godan, we're all following you from now on. Huzi declared outright, acting as if he intended to make Li Godan their leader. Surrounded by the crowd, Li Godan listened to their chattering compliments and amazement, his tiny ego feeling immensely satisfied. He waved his hand with feigned solemnity, mimicking the tone of the village storyteller. It's nothing, really. Nothing at all. His performance had the whole group of kids roaring with laughter. Once the commotion died down, the children scattered to play again. Wang Taiju and the skinny kid Lu Sanhua even saw their relationship improve because of this incident. They ended up slinging their arms around each other's shoulders as they went off together to investigate the newly discovered bird's nest. Li Gooden, clutching his malt sugar, skipped and hopped his way home. He quietly pulled out his destiny sketchbook and flipped to the latest page. Beneath the simple sketch of the slingshot and the crying face doll, a neat line of small characters had appeared. Successfully defused the slingshot theft-triggered childhood brawl crisis, preventing bloodshed and preserving peace and stability among the children of Li Jiao. Reward points, +8. Current total points, 33. Hee, another 8 points in the bank. Li Godan felt elated inside. He noticed that the reward points from this comic book seemed tied to the scale of an event's impact. Previously, improving his family's meals only affected his own household, so the points were low. This time, preventing a major conflict among the children and maintaining peace and stability earned him significantly more points. Looks like I'll have to meddle in more other people's business from now on. Li Godan smacked his lips, licked his malt sugar candy, and began scheming about his next little goal. The sun gradually sank toward the west, painting half the sky crimson with evening glow. Li Godan tucked the 2 pieces of malt sugar, sweet to the core, into his pocket. He sucked on them little by little, walking home with a blissful smile. The slingshot incident not only netted him a tidy profit of 8 fate points, but more importantly, it cemented his status as the undisputed little Zhuge among the kids in Li Jiao. Even Wang Taiju, that usually bully of a chubby kid, now looked at him with a hint of respect in his eyes. Dog egg brother. Dog egg brother. Just as he reached his own courtyard gate, a chorus of calls rang out behind him, tinged with flattery and urgency. Li Godan turned to see Huzi, Erden, and several other boys who usually fawned over Wang Taiju trotting toward him with fawning smiles plastered on their faces, looking like a pack of tail-wagging little lapdogs. Brother Godan, you're truly amazing. Your foresight is uncanny. You even predicted that Iron Pillar's slingshot, hidden so carefully in the pigsty wall, would end up there. Huzi patted him repeatedly as soon as he arrived, his tone practically lifting Li Godan to the heavens. Exactly. Doggy, from now on we'll follow your every command. If you tell us to go east, we won't go west. If you tell us to chase dogs, we won't catch chickens. Another kid quickly swore allegiance, spit flying from his mouth as he spoke. Though Wang Taiju hadn't personally come along out of pride, these underlings clearly regarded him as their new spiritual leader, hoping to bask in the glory of this lucky charm. Li Godan felt so smug his tail was practically wagging to the heavens, yet he deliberately kept his face stern and solemn. Adopting the tone of a village storyteller, he waved his hand slowly. Ahem, ahem. Modesty, modesty. These are secrets of heaven, not to be revealed. It's all luck, pure luck. The more he played the mysterious sage, the more those kids saw him as unfathomable, their eyes practically glowing with adoration. After fending off this group of little fans who were practically ready to prostrate themselves in worship, Li Gooden dashed home, his steps lightening noticeably. After dinner, Li Godan tucked away the 2 pieces of malt sugar Auntie Sun had given him, licking them bit by bit. The sweetness spread from his tongue all the way to his heart. He had truly stolen the show today. Not only had he helped Wang Taiju recover his slingshot, but he'd also accidentally earned 8 bonus points, bringing his total to 33. This achievement made him walk with a spring in his step. Back home, his sister Li Zhaodi was hunched over her homework under the dim kerosene lamp, her brow deeply furrowed. The wick of the kerosene lamp had burned down to a stub, its flame flickering erratically. It cast Zhaodi's shadow across the mud wall, distorted and crooked, like a little demon with claws and fangs. Wang Shufan entered carrying a basin of foot washing water. Seeing her daughter like this, she sighed with concern. Zhaodi, the light is so dim you'll strain your eyes. Why don't we have your father go to town tomorrow to buy a few ounces of kerosene? Li Dashan, who was weaving a basket by the bed, paused his work and replied in a muffled voice. 2 ounces of kerosene costs several cents. The brigade hasn't calculated this month's work points yet. How could we have any spare money at home? His brow furrowed, the wrinkles on his face appearing deeper in the dim light. Besides, this wick is almost spent. Replacing it would be another expense. Hearing this, Wang Shufan felt a pang of frustration, and her voice rose involuntarily. Money, 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 all you ever think about is money. What's more important, our daughter's eyes or your money? Besides, it's pitch black in here. How's she supposed to see her way when she gets up at night? What if she trips and falls? I'm trying to figure something out. Lee Dashin felt his own temper rising. We've got barely enough to get by. If we don't watch every penny, are we supposed to eat air? Seeing her parents about to argue again over the oil lamp, Li Xiaodi quickly put down her pencil and said sensibly. Dad, Mom, it's okay. I'll manage. My homework will be done soon anyway. Li Guden watched from the side, feeling anxious for his sister. He knew this kerosene lamp issue wasn't the first time it had caused friction between his parents. When he was younger, he didn't understand, but now that he had the Destiny sketchbook, he felt he might be able to do something. He quietly slipped into the corner where he slept, pretending to tidy his bed while secretly pulling out a comic book from under his pillow. By the faint light filtering in from the main room, he turned to a new page. The page depicted a crooked kerosene lamp with a pitifully small flame, nearly extinguished. Beside it, his parents stood back to back in anger, black smoke billowing from their heads. On the other side of the lamp, however, was drawn a bright candle flame? No, it looked more like a small, forgotten oil can tucked in a corner, with a tiny double happiness symbol drawn beside it. The small inscription beneath read, dust-covered relics dim with age, careful searching eases life's strife. Harmony at home brings prosperity's rise, even children may contribute their share. Chapter 21, Cleverly Resolving Family Warmth. An oil can with a double happiness character? Li Godan's eyes lit up. He vaguely recalled that among his mother's dowry items, there were indeed one or two small objects bearing the character. They were usually tucked away at the bottom of a chest and rarely brought out. Could it be? An idea formed in his mind. His eyes darted around, and he scurried over to Wang Shufan, tugging at her sleeve with a babyish voice. Mother, I remember beneath that redwood chest from your dowry, there was a little red iron can with a double happiness character on it. Did it hold something special? I think I caught a glimpse of it when I helped you look for your sewing basket last time. As he spoke, he gestured at its size, carefully crafting an expression of innocent recollection. Wang Shufan froze at his reminder, then furrowed her brow in thought. Under the rosewood chest? A red iron can with a she character? She slapped her thigh. Oh my! I remember now. That was when I got married. My mother secretly slipped me a small jar of cooking oil, saying it was for emergencies. But as time went on and life got busy, I completely forgot about it. Li Dashin paused his work and looked at Wang Shufan in surprise. You mean this? How come I never heard about it? What would you know, you big oaf? Wang Shufan rolled her eyes at him, too flustered to stay angry, and hurried off to rummage through chests and cabinets. Li Xiaodi also curiously gathered around. Sure enough, beneath a pile of old clothes at the very bottom of the rosewood chest, Wang Shufan pulled out a small red iron can, about the size of a palm. A large double happiness character was painted in gold powder on its surface. Though faded in places, it still radiated festive cheer. Opening it, they found it still contained nearly half a can of clear kerosene. Oh my goodness! It really is here! Wang Shufan exclaimed in delight. This is perfect. This oil looks better than what we usually buy. It'll last us a good while. She happily showed the can to Li Dashin. Li Dashin took the can, his face also lighting up with surprise and relief. He looked at Li Guden, a rare smile spreading across his face, and reached out to pat the boy's little head. Good boy. You've got a sharp memory. You've really helped your parents out this time. Wang Shufan's face also broke into a broad smile, the earlier unpleasantness long since vanished. She deftly refilled the kerosene lamp with fresh oil, carefully adjusted the wick upward, and relit it. With a soft puff, a bright flame rose, instantly illuminating the entire room. The light was more than twice as bright as before, its warm yellow glow bathing everyone's faces, banishing the shadows from the corners of the room and lifting the gloom from the couple's hearts. Li Xiaodi cheered happily. Wow! It's so much brighter now. I'll be able to read and write much more clearly. Wang Shufan looked at her daughter's happy smile, then at Li Dashin's relaxed brow, and felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart. She pulled Li Godan into her arms and kissed his forehead. My dear Godan, you truly are our family's lucky star. Li Dashin chuckled softly, picking up the scissors to trim the wick with a satisfying snip-snip while humming a tune that barely held a note. A family conflict that had seemed poised to escalate was defused by Li Godan's unintentional reminder. Snuggled in his mother's arms, Li Godan stole a glance at the comic book. Beneath the simple sketch of the oil lamp, a line of small text had appeared. Successfully diffused family conflict over oil lamp, prevented escalation, increased family harmony +5, reward points +6. Current total points, 39. Another 6 points. Li Godan's heart swelled with joy. Family harmony could actually earn points? This little comic book was getting more and more interesting. Early the next morning, just after finishing breakfast, Li Guden heard a shrill, piercing shout from outside the courtyard. Shufan! Shufan, are you home? Open up! Wang Shufan was tidying up the dishes when she heard the commotion. She frowned and muttered to Li Dashin. Your cousin is here again. It can't be anything good. Li Dashin looked equally exasperated. The visitor was his cousin Li Hoat, notorious in the nearby village as a stingy miser who wouldn't part with a penny and was always looking to snatch a bargain. Every time she dropped by, she'd be peering here and poking there, always trying to pocket something or score a free meal. But since she was his cousin, Lee Dashin and his wife couldn't exactly turn her away. Lee Go-dan's ears perked up at the mention of Lee Ho-hot, his heart skipping a beat. He knew all too well the fame of this auntie from the Lee family. He quickly pretended to go to the outhouse and secretly flipped open the comic book. The latest page boldly featured a portrait of a woman with a sharp nose and monkey-like cheeks, the very likeness of Lee Ho-hot. Her hand was reaching into a basket filled with golden eggs. Beside it, a line of small print read, "The greedy hand reaches out again, a clever trap protects the family's grain. What goes around comes around, reap what you sow without a sound." Eggs? Lee Go-dan's heart stirred. His mother, Wang Shufan, had been carefully raising an old hen named Flowerneck, which had been laying an egg every day lately. Wang Shufan had been carefully saving them, planning to use them to nourish her children or trade for needles and thread once she had enough. If Lee Ho-hot snatched them, his mother would be heartbroken. With a creak, the courtyard gate swung open. Sure enough, Lee Ho-hot stood at the entrance, her face plastered with a fake smile, her small eyes darting around the yard. "Oh, Brother Dashin, Sister Shufan, busy?" As soon as she entered the yard, Lee Ho-hot strode toward the house with familiar ease, her eyes scanning the surroundings like radar. Wang Shufan forced a smile. "Sister Ho-hot, come on in and sit down." Lee Ho-hot didn't hesitate, plopping down on the edge of the heated bed. Her gaze immediately locked onto the small willow basket filled with eggs tucked in the corner. A tattered rag covered it, yet several plump egg tips peeked through. "My, Shufan, you're living the good life here, saving up eggs like this?" As she spoke, Lee Ho-hot stood up, making a move to take a closer look. Wang Shufan's heart skipped a beat. Just as she opened her mouth to stop her, Lee Go-dan burst out of the outhouse like a little cannonball. Clutching a handful of wet mud, he ran straight toward Lee Ho-hot's feet. "Aunt Ho-hot! Aunt Ho-hot! Look at the mud I made!" Lee Go-dan shouted, then accidentally slipped and fell. Ouch! Splat! Lee Go-dan fell flat on his face, smacking his mouth into the mud. The mud in his hand flew straight and true, landing squarely on Lee Ho-hot's freshly changed cloth shoes. Mud splattered everywhere, with a few splatters even landing on her pant legs. "Ah! My shoes!" Lee Ho-hot shrieked, forgetting all about the eggs. She stared down at the mud splatters on her shoes, her face turning green with anger. "You little brat! Can't you watch where you're going?" Lee Go-dan scrambled to his feet, his face smeared with mud. Blinking his wide, innocent eyes, he looked on the verge of tears. "Aunt Ho-hot, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The ground was so slippery. As he spoke, he sniffled pitifully, tears welling up in his eyes, threatening to spill over. It was enough to melt anyone's heart. Chapter 22, Drought Demon Torments the Village, Crops Suffer. Wang Shufan hurried over to pull Lee Go-dan up, tenderly wiping his face while saying to Lee Guihua, "Sister Ho-hot, don't take it out on the child. He didn't mean it. Quick, let me fetch water to clean you up." Lee Dashin also stepped in to smooth things over. "That's right, Sister Ho-hot. He's just a kid, doesn't know any better. As for your shoes, well, Shufan will scrub them clean for you later." Seeing her beloved new shoes ruined like this, Lee Ho-hot felt her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys ache with fury. But seeing Lee Go-dan's pitiful expression, coupled with Lee Dashin and his wife chiming in unison, she couldn't bring herself to lash out too fiercely. She could only swallow her anger and mutter resentfully, "Forget it. Forget it. What rotten luck." She couldn't care less about the eggs now, all she wanted was to clean those shoes. Wang Shufan eagerly brought over a basin of water and a rag. Lee Ho-hot squatted there scrubbing for ages. While the mud splatters on the shoe surface came off, that dampness and faint earthy smell just wouldn't budge. "These shoes are brand new." Lee Ho-hot grew angrier the more she thought about it. She regretted not checking the almanac before leaving home today. Staying any longer felt pointless, and her appetite for a free meal vanished. She stood up, her face dark. "Enough, enough. I've got things to do at home. I'm leaving." Without waiting for Lee Dashin and his wife to try to stop her, she stormed out, slamming the door behind her as if a dog were chasing her. Watching Lee Ho-hot's furious retreat, Wang Shufan and Lee Dashin exchanged glances. Both saw a hint of suppressed amusement in each other's eyes. Wang Shufan pulled Lee Go-dan close, planted a kiss on his muddy little face, and whispered with a chuckle, "My clever boy, we owe you today. Otherwise, your auntie would have borrowed a few eggs from that basket." Lee Dashin, unusually generous with praise, remarked, "That fall of doggies, well, it was just perfect." Lee Go-dan chuckled, revealing 2 rows of tiny teeth. He knew the comic book tales of cleverly setting a small obstacle to guard the family grain and reaping what you sow without making a fuss had come true. Lee Ho-hot had ended up losing more than she gained this time she dirted her new shoes. Next time she tried to take advantage, she'd surely think twice. He stole a glance at the comic book. Sure enough, beneath the simple sketches of Lee Ho-hot's head and the egg, another line of text had been added. Successfully thwarted a greedy relative's petty theft, safeguarded family assets, made the villain reap what they sowed, and earned parental praise. Reward points, +5. Current total points, 44 points. More reward points. Awesome. Lee Go-dan felt delighted inside. It seemed this fate sketchbook could not only improve the family's meals but also resolve conflicts and deal with those unscrupulous relatives. It was truly amazing. Li Godan clenched his little fist. He knew this was just the beginning, even more exciting adventures lay ahead. After sending off the plague like Li Hoat, the Li family courtyard returned to its usual tranquility. Wang Shufan gazed at the basket of eggs, not a single one missing, and couldn't stop smiling. She kept praising her doggy as a little lucky star sent from heaven, not only clever, but now he even knew how to guard their food. Li Godan felt elated inside. Those 44 reward points made him feel one step closer to becoming a god. He pondered whether accumulating more reward points could boost his fate-altering success rate. Could he pull off something big if he saved up enough? But peaceful days didn't last long. As if the heavens were determined to torment Li Jiao, not a single drop of rain fell for over half a month. At first, people clung to a sliver of hope. After all, in those days, farming depended entirely on the weather. Droughts and floods were common occurrences. But as the wheat seedlings withered day by day, their once lush green leaves turning yellow and curling, the water level in the old well at the eastern edge of the village dropped steadily each day, and the water drawn from it grew increasingly murky. The villagers could no longer hide the anxiety etched on their faces. Li Jiao wasn't exactly prosperous, but with a few old wells and a thin mountain spring, they could barely scrape by. But this year's weather was downright wicked. The mountain spring, usually tinkling with the sound of flowing water, now trickled like a faint thread, seemingly on the verge of drying up. Li Laoxuan, the village production team leader, a seasoned farmer in his 50s, had been so anxious these past few days that blisters had formed at the corners of his mouth. He paced the field ridges all day, hands behind his back, his dark face so deeply furrowed with worry it seemed it could squeeze out water. Heaven help us! This is going to wipe out our Li family valley. Crouching in the parched, cracked earth resembling tortoise shell, old Li Xuan scooped up a handful of scorched, yellow soil. The clump crumbled through his rough fingers, turning to dust. Behind him, several brigade committee members and elderly farmers followed, each with equally furrowed brows. Team leader, if this keeps up, forget this year's harvest. We won't even have enough water for people and livestock. A man's rough voice carried a note of despair. The well at the east end, the water we drew this morning, already had a muddy taste. It probably won't last more than a few days. The one on the west end is even shallower. It'll likely run dry tomorrow. The murmurs rose and fell, suffocating the air. Li Godan had clearly sensed the changes at home these past few days. Meals had grown meager again. Wang Shufan smiled less often, while Li Dashan puffed on his pipe more frequently. At night, the sound of his parents sighing could always be heard. His sister, Li Zhaoti, had returned from school and reported that other villages weren't faring well either. Many riverside villages were already worrying about water shortages. If it doesn't rain soon, the crops in the fields will be ruined. Wang Shufan stared at the shallow layer of water in the jar, her heart heavy with worry. Li Godan watched it all unfold, his own heart racing with anxiety. He knew that if this drought persisted, forget about improving their meals, they might slip back into those days of not knowing where their next meal would come from. This won't do. I have to figure something out. Li Godan's small brow furrowed. He quietly pulled out the book of destiny sketches and flipped to a new page. There, he saw a cracked, parched landscape. The crops were withered and yellow, while the sun blazed like a fiery ball, scorching everything beneath it. A group of tiny figures stood dejected, some kneeling on the ground as if praying for something. In another corner of the scene, a spring gushed forth in vivid colors. Beside the spring stood a strangely shaped boulder, flanked by several crooked willow trees. What caught Li Godan's attention most was the faint golden dots above the spring, forming a winding stream that flowed toward the withered crops. Below, small characters read, "Under the scorching sun, crops wither, all beings yearn for life-giving rain. With keen eyes, the lucky child discerns the spiritual vein with a single finger, clear spring water saves the people." Spiritual vein? Spring? Li Godan stared at the oddly shaped stone and the crooked willow trees, his little mind racing. This place seemed vaguely familiar. West of the village, near the rocky shore at the foot of the back mountain, weren't there several old willow trees? Among them was a large blue stone that resembled a giant turtle lying on its belly. He and his friends often climbed it for fun, calling it Stone Turtle. Could there be water beneath it? Chapter 23, Phua guides the digging of sweet water. Li Godan's heart pounded wildly. This was a matter of vital importance for the entire village's livelihood. He dared not delay. Closing his comic book, he dashed out the door and sprinted straight to the rocky shore at the western edge of the village. At that moment, old Li Xuan was leading several strong laborers, sweating profusely as they hammered away near several dried-up old springs, trying to squeeze more water from the rock crevices. But it was clearly futile. "Team leader, I think we should organize people to fetch water from the Clearwater River 15 miles away. It's farther, but at least it'll tide us over for now." One man wiped his brow and suggested helplessly. Old Li sighed. "A dozen miles round trip would take half a day just to get there and back. How much could we possibly carry? It'd be a drop in the bucket. Besides, the villages near Clearwater River are also short on water. They might not be willing to share." Silence fell over the group once more, the air thick with despair. Just then, Li Gooden came running up, panting heavily, his little face flushed bright red. Grandpa! Grandpa, he shouted from afar. Li Laosuan looked up and frowned slightly upon seeing Li Godan. What trouble is this kid stirring up now? But remembering the boy's recent miraculous displays, he held back from scolding him immediately. Godan, what is it? The sun is scorching. You should hurry home before you get heatstroke. Li Laojun tried to keep his tone as gentle as possible. Li Godan ran up to him, pointing at the stone turtle and several crooked willow trees nearby, gasping for breath as he said, Grandpa, I had a dream last night. I dreamt there was lots and lots of water under that big stone turtle. Sweet and cool. As he spoke, he gestured wildly, trying to look innocent yet mysterious. He knew mentioning the comic book directly wouldn't fly, so he had to use the dream as an excuse. Dream? Old Li paused, then gave a wry smile. Silly boy, you can't take dreams seriously. That place is all rock hard as a rock. How could there be water? The other men nearby also looked skeptical. Exactly, Godan. Stop spouting nonsense. What time is it now? What does a kid like you know? Li Godan grew impatient. He knew the adults didn't believe him, but the picture book's clues couldn't be wrong. He ran to the stone turtle and pointed to a hollow beneath it, shouting, Right here. I saw it clearly in my dream. The water was bubbling out from this spot. And there were little fish and shrimp swimming around inside. His vivid description made it seem as though he'd witnessed it himself. Li Dashan happened to be following the crowd over to see the commotion. Hearing his son's words, his heart skipped a beat. Others might not know, but he had a vague sense that his son had been acting a bit strange lately. From foraging for wild vegetables and catching fish and shrimp, to resolving the oil lamp dispute and outwittingly Hohat, every single incident carried an inexplicable air of coincidence. Could Godan's dream be real? Hesitating for a moment, Li Dashan stepped forward and said to old Li Xuan, Captain, why not give it a try? We've got nothing else to lose. Dig a few holes and see. If it doesn't work, we'll just move on. Li Laosan frowned, looking into Li Godan's clear, determined eyes, then at Li Dashan's earnest expression. His resolve began to waver. Yes, it was a case of grasping at straws. Though the rocky shore was covered in stones, what if there really was a blocked spring beneath? What if? But no one's ever heard of water there before, an old farmer hesitated. Give it a shot, Captain. Li Dashan added. Dog Egg's been on a lucky streak lately. Lucky? Li Laosan chewed on those 3 words. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand decisively. Fine. We'll listen to Doggy. Dig. Even if we don't find water, if we dig up a rock, I'll accept it. With the foreman's order, the burly laborers picked up their hoes and shovels despite their doubts, digging into the hollow beneath the stone turtle as Li Gooden had indicated. Clang! Clang! The hoe struck the stone, sending sparks flying. Nothing but gravel and hard soil down here, how could there be water, a man muttered. Li Godan clenched his small fists nervously, his eyes fixed on the scene without blinking. His heart pounded in his chest. What if the comic book didn't work this time? Time ticked by, the sun growing fiercer, the men digging until sweat drenched their backs. Li Laoxuan's expression grew increasingly grave. He began to regret listening to a child's words. Foreman, I think we should call it quits. We've dug nearly waist deep and haven't found a drop of moisture. One man straightened up and wiped his brow. Just as Li Lashuyan was about to give up, Li Gooden urgently shouted. Dig a little deeper. Just a little more. The water in my dream was huge. He remembered the picture book depicting the spring as being quite deep. Li Dashan chimed in, hang in there. The water might be right below us. Seeing Li Godan's determined little face, Li Laoxuan steeled himself. Dig. Keep digging. I'm not leaving until we get to the bottom of this today. Another clanging and clattering of digging sounds followed. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed. A man swinging his hoe with all his might let out a surprised ha before exclaiming joyfully. Foreman! Wet clay! It's wet down here. His words acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly energizing everyone. Quick! Keep digging! Li Lashuyan's voice trembled with excitement as he rushed to the edge of the pit and peered inside. Sure enough, at the bottom of the deep pit, a patch of dark, damp stains seeped through. A faint earthy scent mingled with a cool breeze drifted upward. Water! There really is water! Dig deeper! The spring must be down there. The men worked with renewed vigor, their tools swinging with renewed energy. The earth was quickly torn away, and the damp area grew larger and larger. Gosh! Suddenly, as a large stone slab was pried loose, a torrent of muddy water gushed forth from beneath it. Then, the muddy water gradually cleared, and a stream of crisp, cool spring water began bubbling up from the pit's bottom. The water level rose visibly before their eyes. Water's coming! Water's coming! No one knew who shouted first, but the entire rocky shore erupted in excitement. Villagers cheered and leaped for joy, some even moved to tears. Old Li Xuan trembled as he scooped up a handful of the clear spring water, brought it to his lips, and tasted it. He then shouted excitedly. Sweet! It's sweet water! Heaven has opened its eyes! Our Li Jiao is saved. He spun around abruptly, grabbing Li Godan's small arm. His old eyes shone with disbelief and deep gratitude. Godan! You're truly our Li Jiao's lucky star. It's miraculous. Absolutely miraculous. Chapter 24, The Lucky Child shows his might and punishes the wicked. Villagers gathered around, their eyes filled with awe and fervor as they stared at Li Godan. This kid Godan, could he be a divine child sent down from heaven? It must be. How else would he know there was water here? This water came just in time. Our crops are saved. Fuowa. Good and truly is our village's Fuowa. Li Dashan and Wang Shufan watched their son, now surrounded by the crowd and looking somewhat overwhelmed, their faces beaming with pride. They were so overcome with emotion they could barely speak. They knew that from this day forward, their son standing in the village would never be the same. Li Godan blushed bright red, embarrassed by all the praise, but inside, he was overjoyed. He stole a glance at the Book of Destiny. On the parched painting, the cracked earth had been nourished by clear springs, withering seedlings stood tall once more, and the little people cheered and danced. Below, the small print declared. Successfully guided villagers to new water sources, resolved the Li family hollow drought crisis, saved the entire village's crops, earned collective gratitude and reverence from villagers, significantly boosted Fuowa reputation, reward points plus 30. Current total points, 74. 30 points. I'm rich. Little Li Godan felt like his inner child was about to leap for joy. This was more than all his previous rewards combined. And Fuowa's reputation greatly enhanced. That sounded incredibly impressive. Surveying the jubilant crowd before him and the gushing life-giving spring water, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment welled up within him. It seems this Book of Destiny's graffiti not only lets me live well, but also lets everyone else live well. Li Godan thought to himself, feeling a powerful force surge within his small frame. Under the setting sun, the newly excavated spring was carefully lined with stones by the villagers. The clear water flowed joyfully, nourishing the parched land and the hearts of every resident in Li Jiao. Li Godan, this tiny figure regarded as a lucky charm, appeared increasingly mysterious and radiant under the villagers' admiring and grateful gazes. His legend had only just begun. Ever since that life-saving spring was unearthed in the rocky wasteland west of the village, Li Jiao had truly come back to life. The clear, sweet spring water gushed through the newly dug channels, splashing its way into the parched fields. The wilted wheat seedlings, like plants revived by long-awaited rain, visibly regained their vitality. Their leaves gradually unfurled, glowing with a pleasing emerald green. The gloom vanished from the villagers' faces, replaced by unrestrained joy and unanimous praise for Li Godan. That kid Godan is truly our village's treasure. You bet. If it weren't for Godan pointing out that spot, we'd have had a total crop failure this year. The Li family must have ancestral blessings coming out of their graves to have such a fortunate son. These past few days, Li Dashan and Wang Shufan walked through the village with their backs straight as arrows, smiles never leaving their faces. Especially Wang Shufan, the way she looked at her doggy was like gazing at a priceless treasure, wishing she could tuck him into her pocket every day. Naturally, their meals had also improved. Wang Shufan put her heart into cooking delicious food for her son: stewed eggs, stir-fried shredded pork, and all sorts of variations. Li Godan was over the moon. With 74 reward points, he felt like he was rolling in riches. He even secretly flipped open his comic book and discovered a small note beside the reward points entry. Reward points can be used to exchange for temporary auxiliary effects or enhance doodle success rates. Below was a small exchange list icon. Li Godan tapped it lightly with his mind, and the list unfolded. Agility plus 5 1-hour duration, 5 points. Persuasion plus 10% 30-minute duration, 8 points. Lucky Strike slightly increases success rate for a single event, 10 points consumed. Li Godan's eyes lit up. These all seemed pretty powerful. Even if they were only temporary effects, they might prove invaluable in critical moments. However, just as Li Godan was basking in the joy of his Fuwa aura and new abilities, some minor troubles from the village quietly came knocking. Among the children of Li Jiao village, there was a notorious king of troublemakers named Zhao Datu. True to his name, Zhao Data had a head a full size larger than other children's. His neck, however, was thin, making his massive head bob unsteadily as if it might fall off at any moment. His father, Zhao Manduo, was the village butcher. Busy slaughtering pigs and sheep day in and day out, he neglected his son's upbringing, fostering in Zhao Datu a fearless and reckless nature. Zhao Data ruled the roost among the village children, commanding a small gang of 3 or 4 little hangers-on. He'd steal melons from one house, pick jujubes from another, and occasionally pull bicycle inner tubes or stuff wet firewood into chimneys, all despicable deeds. In the past, Li Godan was skinny and small, and whenever he saw Zhao Datu, he would take a detour. But things were different now. Ever since Li Godan became the lucky boy, the village children looked at him with a mix of awe and curiosity, which left Zhao Data feeling rather sour. He felt his status as the boss kid had been seriously challenged. Oomph. What kind of lucky charm is that? Just dumb luck, like a blind cat finding a dead mouse. Zhao Data sneered at his 2 henchmen beside him, his face twisted with contempt. His 2 sidekicks, nicknamed Skinny Monkey and Black Charcoal, immediately chimed in. Exactly. Big Head is the toughest guy in Lee's Hollow. That Lee dog egg used to run faster than a rabbit whenever he saw Big Head. Zhao Data listened to the flattery, his chin lifting proudly as a flash of cruelty flickered in his triangular eyes. No way. I've got to figure out a way to show him who's really the boss around here. His eyes darted around, settling on the new spring in the western part of the village. Wasn't that spring water pointed out by him? Everyone says it's a sacred spring, a fountain of blessings. What if we add a little something to it? Ha. A wicked grin spread across Zhao Datu's face. Upon hearing this, Skinny Monkey and Black Charcoal perked up instantly. Big Head, what's the plan? We'll get some good stuff like from the outhouse, or dead rats and rotten toads and dump it in. See how he keeps being the lucky charm then. Zhao Data grew more excited with each word, already envisioning Li Gooden's reputation in tatters as villagers spat curses at him. Brilliant. That's a genius move, Big Head. Skinny Monkey and Black Charcoal quickly flattered him. That afternoon, after eating his fill, Li Godan was about to head to the village entrance to listen to the elders gossip under the big locust tree when he suddenly felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, as if something had stabbed him. He quickly found a secluded corner and pulled out the Book of Destiny sketches. Turning to a fresh page, he saw a vivid illustration of the new spring in the western part of the village, its water crystal clear. But beside the spring's mouth, 3 shadowy figures lurked led by none other than Zhao Bighead. In Zhao Data's hand was a black, bulging sack of rags. Something seemed to be wriggling at the opening, emitting a faint, murky green miasma. Chapter 25, the youngster bows to welcome a new brother. Below the scene, a line of small characters appeared clearly. The mischievous child harbors wicked thoughts, seeking to defile the life-saving spring. Hua's keen eyes foil the scheme, punishing evil and promoting virtue today. Warning, if not stopped, the spring will be severely polluted. Villagers drinking it may fall ill, causing Fua's reputation to plummet and risking the loss of all accumulated reward points. Li Godan's heart sank. This Zhao Bighead, how dare he? This is the lifeblood of the entire village. If he succeeds, the consequences would be unimaginable. And losing all his reward points? That would be the death of him. No way. I have to stop him. Li Godan's face darkened. He immediately thought of the new exchange feature in the comic book. Zhao Datu was big and strong, with 2 helpers a direct confrontation was impossible. Agility +5, lasts 1 hour, costs 5 points. Li Godan stared at the option. Though it stung a bit, compared to the risk of losing all his reward points, spending these 5 points was worth it. Exchange, he thought. Ding. Reward points 5, remaining 69 points. Agility +5 effect activated, lasts 1 hour. A faint warmth instantly spread through his limbs. Li Goodan felt his body grow lighter, his legs brimming with power as if he could leap far into the distance. Alright. Time to meet this Zhao Bighead. A cold smile curled Li Goodan's lips. His form flickered like a nimble little weasel, silently darting toward the rocky shore west of the village. At that moment, the setting sun bathed the rocky shore in a golden glow. Zhao Datu, accompanied by Skinny Monkey and Black Charcoal, crouched low, creeping stealthily toward the spring. Watch carefully. Once I dump this bag of treasure in, you 2 seal the spring's surroundings with rocks, make sure no one spots it easily. Zhao Data lowered his voice, smugly shaking the tattered cloth sack in his hand. Inside the sack, a few half-dead toads and a small dead snake mingled with mud, giving off a nauseating, fishy stench. Don't worry, Big Head. Skinny Monkey and Black Charcoal suppressed their nausea and replied in unison. Zhao Data let out a sinister laugh, about to untie the bag and dump its filthy contents into the clear spring water. Stop! A sharp command rang out like thunder from a clear sky. Zhao Daitu and his 2 accomplices jumped in fright. Turning toward the sound, they saw Li Goodan standing on a large rock not far behind them. He had his hands on his hips and was glaring at them angrily. Li Goodan? Zhao Data froze for a moment, then his face twisted with anger and humiliation. You little brat, you dare meddle in old Zhao's business? Tired of living? With that, he flung the sack to the ground and lunged viciously. I'll beat you to a pulp. Skinny Monkey and Black Charcoal immediately closed in from both sides. Under normal circumstances, Li Goodan would have bolted at the sight of this commotion. But today, Zhao Data's movements seemed as slow as a snail's crawl. Just as Zhao Data's fist, as big as a clay pot, was about to smash into his face, Li Goodan shifted his body slightly. His feet seemed greased as he slid back half a foot, narrowly dodging the punch. Ha! Zhao Data's punch missed, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Before he could react, Li Godan had already deftly circled behind him. Zhao Daitu! What are you trying to pull, throwing filth into the life-saving spring? Li Godan shouted sternly as he dodged the attack. Cut the crap! Today I'll teach you a lesson, you arrogant brat! Zhao Datu, enraged, spun around and swung another punch. Skinny Monkey and Black Charcoal lunged forward, claws outstretched. Li Godan, relying on his agility +5 bonus, weaved between the 3 like a small boat navigating a stormy sea. Though the situation looked perilous, he always managed to dodge their attacks by the narrowest of margins. Zhao Datu and his crew were panting with exhaustion, yet they hadn't even grazed the hem of Li Goodan's clothes. How is this kid so slippery, like an eel? Skinny Monkey clutched his knees, gasping for breath. Black Charcoal was drenched in sweat. This is weird. He never ran this fast before. Zhao Datu was both shocked and furious. He felt like a monkey being toyed with, his face burning with embarrassment. Li Godan saw his chance. Seizing a gap, he suddenly ducked low, slipping through Zhao Data's armpit while somehow hooking his foot. Ouch! Zhao Data stumbled as his foot caught on something, losing his balance. He crashed face first into the mud with a thud. As luck would have it, he landed right next to the torn sack he'd just tossed aside. The bag's opening had never been tied tightly, and with his weight pressing down, the filthy contents immediately spilled out. Several toads croaked as they hopped onto Zhao Data's face and neck, while the little dead snake stuck slimy and cold to his forehead. Ah! What the hell is this? Zhao Datu was terrified out of his wits. He frantically scratched at his face with both hands, pulling away a sticky, foul-smelling mess that made him retch and spit it out with a loud wah. Skinny Monkey and Black Charcoal stared in disbelief, then felt a wave of nausea wash over them, backing away repeatedly. Li Godan stood nearby, watching Zhao Data's pitiful state with a smirk. Yet he spoke with solemn earnestness. Zhao Bighead, see that? That's what you get for your evil deeds. You threw filth into the spring water, and even heaven couldn't stand it. Now you've tasted your own medicine. Zhao Datu had lost every shred of his king of the rascals swagger. His face twisted in misery as he vomited and wiped away tears, looking utterly wretched. Seeing this, Skinny Monkey and Black Charcoal glanced at Li Godan, whose face remained calm yet seemed to carry a certain authority. A chill crept into their hearts. This Li Godan, not only could he predict the spring's location, but he was also incredibly skilled. Even Big Head had been dealt such a crushing blow. Could it be that he really had some divine protection? Doggy brother, no, lucky brother. Skinny Monkey was the first to snap out of it. He dropped to his knees with a thud, his voice choked with tears. We were wrong. We'll never dare again. Please spare us, Brother Fuwa. Black Charcoal's legs went weak with fear, and he knelt beside him. Brother Fuwa, Big Head Zhao made us do it. It's not our fault. Li Godan looked at the two kneeling men, then glanced at Zhao Data still retching on the ground. With a condescending snort, he declared. Fine, I'll let you off. But from now on, you'll do everything I say. Ha! Skinny Monkey and Black Charcoal exchanged bewildered glances. Zhao Data stopped vomiting, lifting his face covered in mud and unidentifiable fluids, staring at Li Godan in disbelief. Li Godan folded his small arms behind his back, strode up to them, and adopted an adult tone. Bullying the weak and causing trouble, that's what good-for-nothings do. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll eat meat, accomplish great things, and become heroes. What do you say? In or out? His words were half enticement, half threat. Skinny Monkey and Black Charcoal exchanged glances. Remembering Li Godan's mysterious powers, his swift moves earlier, and Zhao Bighead's pitiful state now, they dared not utter a single no. We're in. We're in. From now on, we'll follow Brother Fuwa. The two spoke in unison, their voices filled with awe. Chapter 26, Locust Plague Warning. Li Godan nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Zhao Datu. What about you, Zhao Datu? Admit defeat? Zhao Datu had been thoroughly shaken by the toad and the dead snake, and having personally experienced Li Godan's mighty power, the last remnants of his pride had long since been worn away. Staring into Li Godan's clear yet seemingly all-seeing eyes, he felt a chill rise from his feet. He struggled to his feet, wiped his face, and mumbled in a muffled voice, head bowed. I surrender. I admit defeat. From now on, I'll follow your lead. Good. Li Godan grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. Starting today, you're my crew. No more mischief. You'll help me protect the village and the spring. Got it? Got it, the three replied in unison, their voices tinged with an inexplicable excitement. Li Godan clapped his hands in satisfaction. All right, get rid of this filth. Don't actually pollute the spring. The trio, relieved as if granted a pardon, scrambled to toss the bag of filth far into the mountain ravine. As the sun set, Li Godan watched his three former little tyrants now serving as his henchmen, his heart bursting with joy. Ding! Successfully thwarted Zhao Data's prank, protected the spring water, subdued the bully king and his gang, boosted positive influence. Reward points plus 15. Current total points, 84. Haha, not only did I not lose out, I gained 10 points. Li Godan felt utterly delighted. Hands tucked behind his back, he led his three dejected yet faintly hopeful new underlings toward the village. From then on, a new king emerged among the children of Li Jiao. And Li Godan's lucky boy legend gained another vivid chapter. Having subdued Zhao Daida's gang, Li Godan had undeniably become the undisputed king of the kids in Li Jiao. The little ones who used to hide at the sight of Zhao Data now looked at Li Godan as if he were a god descended from heaven. Even the adults in the village began to regard Li Godan with growing respect. He was no longer just a lucky charm but increasingly seen as a little whiz kid. Li Dashan and Wang Shufan walked with a spring in their step, grinning broadly whenever they heard praise for their son. Their hearts swelled with pride. Wang Shufan even slipped away to make a wish under the old locust tree at the village entrance, thanking the heavens for blessing them with such a precious son. Li Godan, clutching his 84 reward points, pondered what to do next. The comic book's capabilities kept surprising him. He sensed it was more than just a tool for improving meals or solving minor troubles. Perhaps it could lead him and his family down a completely different path in life. But the peaceful days didn't last long before new troubles quietly crept in. That afternoon, the weather was unusually stifling and hot, with not a breath of wind. The scorching sun beat down fiercely on the earth. In the wheat fields, just revived with new life, the ears of wheat had begun to fill with grain. Heavy with ripeness, they bent low, heralding the hope of another bountiful harvest. Li Godan was leading his 3 new recruits Zhao Daitu, Shouho, and Hei Tan on patrol near the spring. This was the new task he had assigned them, grandly titled Guardians of the Fountain of Life. Now completely obedient to Li Godan, the trio carried out their patrol with great enthusiasm. They busily shooed away wild rabbits seeking water and swept away fallen leaves, thoroughly enjoying their work. Suddenly, Li Godan felt a buzzing sensation in his head, as if a heavy stone pressed against his chest, making him feel stifled. His expression shifted slightly. This sensation had occurred several times since obtaining the comic book, each instance signaling impending events. But this time, it felt far more intense than before. "You guys stay here and keep watch. I'm going to relieve myself." Li Godan made an excuse and dashed behind an unnoticed dirt mound. He hurriedly pulled the yellowed Book of Destiny from his chest. The book seemed to sense something, growing warm in his hands. Li Godan took a deep breath and flipped to a new page. The sight before him made his pupils contract sharply. On the blank page, ink swirled and traced lines like living creatures, moving faster than ever before. Boom! As if an invisible thunderclap exploded within his consciousness, the image on the page rapidly took shape. It was a familiar scene: the wheat fields of Li Jiao. Golden waves of wheat swayed in the wind, their plump ears bending the stalks low. No, wait! Li Godan rubbed his eyes and looked again. The waves in the scene weren't golden at all, they had an ominous, dark sheen. Then, at the edge of the sky, a tiny black speck appeared. The speck rapidly expanded, spreading like ink splashed across the sky, engulfing the heavens. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A dense, spine-tingling buzzing sound seemed to seep out of the painting, piercing straight into Li Godan's ears. Locusts. A swarm of locusts covering the sky. The scene shifted as the locust swarm descended upon the wheat fields like a dark cloud, greedily devouring the nearly ripe ears of grain. The golden fields were ravaged at a visible pace, leaving only a desolate field of stubble. Villagers wailed and ran along the ridges, but it was all in vain. At the bottom of the screen, a line of blood-red text flashes with alarming urgency. Natural disaster imminent. Locusts darken the sky. Within 3 days, unless countermeasures are taken, crops will be utterly destroyed, and famine will return. Warning: this incident carries severe consequences. Failure to respond will result in the complete disappearance of the Fua aura, all reward points reset to 0, and the graffiti book permanently sealed. Li Godan sucked in a sharp breath, his little face turning instantly pale. Locust plague. This was a natural disaster. Though young, he'd heard the village elders speak of locust plague's terror. Once those creatures arrived, crops would be utterly destroyed. Then, forget about meat, even wild vegetable roots would be gone. People would starve to death. Even worse, his reward points would be reset to 0, and his comic book permanently sealed. This was worse than death itself. No! Absolutely not! Li Godan clenched his teeth, his tiny fists balled so tightly they hurt. He forced himself to calm down, his gaze fixed intently on the comic book. Where's the hint? Where's the solution? He silently pleaded. Sure enough, beneath the line of blood-red characters, a slightly smaller line of black text slowly appeared. Solution: gather mugwort, light beacon fires. Use pungent flavors to drive them away, dense smoke to obscure them. Only with united resolve will there be a glimmer of hope. Mugwort? Signal smoke? Li Godan's eyes lit up. He knew mugwort. It grew abundantly on the hillsides surrounding the village. During the Dragon Boat Festival, every household would gather it to hang on their doors, believing it could ward off evil spirits and repel insects. Burning mugwort produced thick smoke with a pungent, choking odor. I must tell everyone immediately. Li Godan tucked away his comic book, not even bothering to say goodbye to Zhao Datu and the others, and took off running toward the village committee office. The committee was housed in a large tiled roof building at the eastern edge of the village, also the home of old Li Laojian, the village party secretary and head of the production brigade. Chapter 27, Hua's plan decides the outcome. Li Godan reached the entrance of Lao Zhen's house, gasping for breath as he shouted. Old man Lao Zhen! Old man Lao Zhen! Trouble! Big trouble! Li Laojian, puffing on his pipe while discussing the autumn harvest with several brigade cadres, frowned at the news. Godan? You brat, what's all this commotion about? What's the big deal? One of the team cadres chuckled. Godan, did you find something tasty again? Li Godan's face flushed bright red as he exclaimed urgently. It's not food. It's locusts. A swarm of locusts is coming. They're going to eat our wheat. Locusts? Li Laojian, the village party secretary and brigade leader of Li Jiao village, set down his tobacco pipe, paused for a moment, then chuckled. You little rascal, where'd you pick up such nonsense? Out of the blue, locusts? Where would they come from? The other brigade cadres shook their heads in unison. That's right, doggy. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. We haven't seen a locust plague like this in decades. Kids, mind your own business and stop meddling in grown-ups' affairs. Li Godan stamped his feet in frustration. It's true. I wouldn't lie to you. The locusts will be here in 3 days at most. They'll cover the sky. If we don't prepare, our week will be ruined. He wanted to say he had a plan, but seeing the adults' skeptical looks, he knew telling them outright would only make them doubt him more. Li Laojin saw how seriously Godan looked. It didn't seem like he was joking. He recalled the boy's previous uncanny displays and couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Godan, how do you know this? Old Li asked cautiously. Li Godan's eyes darted around. He couldn't reveal the comic books, so he could only give a vague answer. I just know. I can sense it. Just like when I found the spring last time. Grandpa Laojin, you have to believe me. His childish voice trembled slightly, yet his eyes held an unusual steadfastness. These words left the adults present speechless. Everyone in the village knew about Li Godan finding the spring. Back then, even seasoned farmers couldn't find water, yet this kid dug up a life-saving spring with just a single point. Could this child truly possess extraordinary abilities? Li Laojin took a deep drag on his pipe. Through the swirling smoke, his weathered face wore a look of deep contemplation. Godan, are you telling the truth? As true as gold. Li Godan puffed out his little chest. Then what about the locusts? Is there a way to deal with them? Old Li pressed. Li Godan nodded eagerly. Yes. Burn mugwort. Use the smoke to smoke them out. Locusts hate that smell. Burning mugwort? The team cadres exchanged puzzled glances. They had heard of this method before. It had indeed been used to smoke out insects during minor infestations. But could it really work against a large-scale locust plague? Li Laojin pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Whether it works or not, we have to try. That kid Godan is pretty wild. We can't ignore what he says. If it turns out to be true, we'll regret it too late. He turned to the other team leaders. Pass on my orders, mobilize everyone immediately, men, women, and children, to head up the mountain and cut mugwort. The more the better. Also gather some dry firewood. We'll pile it on the field ridges and light it on my command. Uncle Laojin, will this really work? What if there are no locusts? Won't we be wasting our time? One cadre hesitated. Old Li's eyes widened in disbelief. A wasted effort is still better than watching our wheat get devoured. Godan found the spring for us, saving the whole village's crops. Can't we even give him this much trust? With that, the others fell silent. All right. I'll go notify them right away. I'll go too. Several brigade cadres immediately split up to carry out the task. Old Li turned to look at Li Godan, his expression complex. Gooden, if this turns out to be true, you'll have done us a huge favor again. But Li Godan couldn't muster any joy. His small face was filled with gravity. Grandpa Laojin, we must hurry. The locusts are coming fast. The news spread like wildfire through Li's Hollow. What? A locust plague is coming? Godan said it? Then it's probably true. Quick, go cut mugwort. Though skeptical, the villagers heeded Li Godan's reputation as the lucky boy in Grandpa Li's direct order, sending most into action. In no time, men, women, and children from Li Jiao, armed with sickles and carrying baskets, poured toward the nearby hillsides. Wang Shufan and Li Dashan heard the news and were startled. Wang Shufan grabbed Li Godan by the arm. Son, are you telling the truth? Don't you dare make this up. Li Godan nodded vigorously. Mother, it's true. Hurry and go help father cut the mugwort. Without a word, Li Dashan grabbed his sickle and headed out. Woman, whether it's true or not, listening to our son is always the right call. Our Godan is a lucky charm. Zhao Dedu, Skinny Monkey, and Black Charcoal rushed over, looking anxious. Doggy, what should we do? Li Godan waved his small hand. Follow me. We're going to cut mugwort too, and we'll be in charge of stacking it on the field ridges. A race against time erupted with great fanfare in Li Jiao. For 2 full days, the villagers of Li Jiao barely slept. Patch after patch of mugwort was cut from the hillsides, hauled to the edges of the wheat fields, and piled into small mounds. Some skeptics or slackers muttered under their breath. That Li doggy, is he pulling our leg? The sun's been shining bright these past 2 days. Doesn't look like a locust plague's coming. But by the afternoon of the 3rd day, the air grew stiflingly hot and oppressive. Suddenly, Li Laojin, keeping watch by the field, widened his eyes in shock. Pointing toward the western sky, his voice cracked. What is that? Everyone followed his gaze and saw a small dark shadow rapidly spreading across the western horizon. Like ink dripping into clear water, it swiftly darkened half the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heart-stopping sound of flapping wings grew louder and closer, clearer and denser. Locusts. They really are locusts. Good heavens. So many. The color drained from the villagers' faces, replaced by boundless fear and despair. The swarm of locusts, dark as a cloud, surged forward, heading straight for the golden waves of wheat. Light the fires. Quick, light the fires. Old Li Jian bellowed hoarsely, his voice cracking with tears. The villagers, already prepared, frantically lit the piles of mugwort, damp brushwood, straw, weeds, and even cow dung stacked along the field ridges. In an instant, thick plumes of smoke shot skyward, the pungent, acrid scent of mugwort spreading rapidly and forming a barrier of smoke above the wheat fields. Go Dan! Look! Wang Shufan clutched Li Godan tightly, her trembling finger pointing skyward. Li Godan's little face was flushed from the smoke and fire, but his eyes were determined. Mother, don't be afraid. This will work. The vanguard of the swarming locusts had already reached the edge of the wheat field. They seemed to sense the choking smoke and pungent odor, their relentless momentum momentarily faltering. Some locusts attempted to push through the smokescreen, but were quickly choked and disoriented, falling to the ground. Others who hadn't been tending the fire used brooms, sheets, sacks, and even their own clothes to swat and scoop at the insects. More locusts hovered hesitantly at the edge of the smoke, daring not to venture in. It works! It really works! Heaven bless us! Hua bless us! Seeing this, the villagers were both shocked and delighted. They frantically added mugwort and wet firewood to the bonfire, making the smoke thicker and denser. Chapter 28, The Divine Scrolls New Chapter. Li Godan directed Zhao Datu and the others, moving mugwort wherever the smoke grew thin. The entire Li village was enveloped in a thick haze. The locust swarm circled the wheat fields for a long time, seemingly reluctant to depart. Several times they attempted to break through where the smoke was thinner, only to be promptly repelled by the villagers with even denser smoke. This battle between man and locusts raged for over 2 full hours. Finally, the dark, oppressive swarm seemed to exhaust its patience. It turned direction, bypassing the wheat fields of Li's Hollow, and flew off into the distance. As the last locust vanished over the horizon and the thick smoke gradually dispersed, the villagers gazed upon their wheat field smoky and disheveled, yet largely intact, and erupted in deafening cheers. Saved! Our wheat is saved! Woohoo, thanks to Doggy! Many women wept with joy, and some old men were moved to tears. Old Li stepped before Li Godan, bowed deeply, and choked out. Godan, no fuwa! You've saved our entire village once again. I thank you on behalf of everyone here. Fuwa! Thank you, Fuwa! Villagers gathered around, shouting from the heart, their eyes filled with fervor. Li Dashan and Wang Shufan were too overcome with emotion to speak, simply clutching their son tightly as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. Zhao Datu, Skinny Monkey, Blackie, and the other village children were utterly in awe of Li Godan. The way they looked at him was as if they were gazing upon a deity. Surrounded by so many people expressing gratitude, Li Godan's little face flushed slightly, but deep inside, he felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. He quietly sensed the picture book with his mind. Ding! Successfully warned of locust plague, proposed strategy to repel locusts, safeguarded village harvest, averted famine. Reputation reached peak. Reward points plus 100. Current total points, 184. Notice, due to the host's outstanding performance, certain functions of the sketchbook have been enhanced. The exchange list has been updated, please review it yourself. 100 points. Li Gooden was overjoyed. This was the largest reward he'd ever received. And the exchange list was updated? He resisted the urge to check immediately and flashed the villagers a bright smile. No need to thank me, folks. It's all thanks to the heavens and our united efforts. In the setting sun, Li Godan's small figure appeared towering in the villagers' eyes. On this day, the legend of Li Jiao's lucky boy was elevated to a true miracle. After the locust plague, the bustle and joy in Li Jiao lasted for days. Every household's dinner table featured a few rare meat dishes not usually seen. Particularly nimble-fingered women sewed new shoe pads and baked fragrant wild vegetable cakes, all delivered to Li Godan's home. Wang Shufan beamed with delight, yet she knew her son had truly manifested divine power at this time. Unable to refuse, she accepted some gifts while murmuring, "That boy is such a worry. We must let him rest more from now on." At the production team meeting, Li Laojian publicly praised Li Dashan, declaring he had raised an exceptional son who was a great asset to Li Jiao. In that moment, Li Dashan felt his chest swell higher than ever before, and even the dark creases on his face seemed to glow. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Li Godan, was basking in the treatment reserved for a little hero. Zhao Datu, Skinny Monkey, and Black Charcoal had become his staunchest supporters, never leaving his side. Where they once feared Zhao Datu, they now revered Li Gooden, their eyes pure as if gazing upon a Buddha. "Brother Godan, my mom made scallion pancakes and saved the biggest one for you." Skinny Monkey pulled a greasy paper-wrapped parcel from his chest like a treasure. "Brother Gooden, my dad fished for snails in the water yesterday. I had my mom stir-fry a big plateful that smells amazing. I brought you half a bowl." Black Charcoal held out a chipped bowl. Big Head Zhao was the most direct, handing over a string of grass rope-skewered roasted grasshoppers. "Doggy brother, these are tasty and good for your health." Li Godan looked at these 3 little rascals, torn between laughter and tears. He knew that this locust plague had elevated his status in the kid's eyes to an unprecedented level. All right, I appreciate your kindness." Li Go-dan waved his hand dismissively, though his heart felt warm inside. This feeling of being relied upon and admired greatly satisfied his little vanity. Late into the night, as the world fell silent, Li Go-dan lay in his small bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He quietly pulled the yellow book of destiny sketches from under his pillow. Current total points, 184. Notice, due to the host's outstanding performance, certain functions of the Doodle Book have been enhanced. The exchange list has been updated, please review it yourself. Functional enhancements? Updated exchange list? Li Go-dan's heart pounded wildly, his nerves more frayed than when he'd commanded villagers to exterminate locusts that very afternoon. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and flipped to a page in the little picture book where the exchangeable items were usually displayed. Sure enough, the once sparse list had grown considerably. Physical enhancement. Agility plus 5 consumes 5 points already redeemed. Strength plus 5 consumes 10 points. Stamina plus 5 consumes 10 points. Perception plus 3 consumes 8 points. Li Go-dan smacked his lips. Strength and constitution, these were good stuff. Perception? He wasn't quite sure what that meant, but it sounded impressive. He kept reading. Temporary skills. Silver Tongue Basic consumes 10 points. For 1 hour after use, temporarily increases persuasion by 20% and grants a faint aura of charm. Light as a Sparrow Basic consumes 20 points. Temporarily increases agility by 10 points for 30 minutes after use, with a slight boost to jumping ability. Photographic Memory Trial consumes 30 points. For 2 hours after use, memory is greatly enhanced, achieving near photographic recall of text and visual information. Wow! Li Go-dan nearly gasped aloud. Silver Tongue. Wasn't this exactly what he'd been thinking about? If he'd had this earlier, persuading old Root and the others would have been much easier. Light as a feather. This is great. Climbing trees to raid bird nests and diving into rivers to catch fish and shrimp will be so much easier. A photographic memory. Li Go-dan scratched his head. For him right now, this seemed kinda useless. He wasn't exactly aiming to be a top scholar. But if his sister Jowdy could use it, she'd definitely learn faster and better. Suppressing his excitement, he turned his gaze to the final category. Special items. Fortune Candy Beans Single Use consumes 50 points. After consumption, slightly enhances personal luck for the next 12 hours, making minor good fortune more likely and minor misfortune less likely. Note, not omnipotent does not alter major events, only enhances minor daily occurrences. Bad Luck Sticker Single Use consumes 50 points. Apply to a designated target requires physical contact. For 12 hours, slightly increases their chance of encountering minor misfortunes. Note, non-lethal, non-disabling purely prank level. Stamina Recovery Pill Low Grade consumes 5 points. Upon ingestion, rapidly restores partial stamina and dispels minor fatigue. Chapter 29, Lucky Candy Beans Work Their Magic. Li Go-dan's eyes widened in disbelief. Lucky Beans. The name alone sounded auspicious. And they could even boost one's fortune? Even if it was just a little bit of luck, it was enough to catch his interest. Bad luck stickers? Li Go-dan's mouth twitched. This stuff, kinda mean. Still, using them on those annoying people might feel pretty satisfying. Like that gossipy widow Zhang from the east end of the village? Or our doozy from the neighboring village who always picks on Zayayadan? Energy recovery pills, now that's practical. Every time the comic book gave a hint or he pulled some sneaky stunt himself, it drained his energy. With this, he could recover faster. 184 points. Li Go-dan calculated. Lucky Beans cost 50 points, a bit pricey. The bad luck sticker is too. He pondered for a moment. Right now, there didn't seem to be any particular need for either good luck or bad luck. Silver Tongue and Light as a Sparrow were tempting, but both were temporary. Got it. Li Go-dan's eyes lit up. His father, Li Dashan, though hard-working and diligent, was never particularly favored by the production team leader. When it came to evaluating work points, he often got the short end of the stick. If he could just improve his father's luck a bit, maybe. Just swap it for these lucky beans. For my dad. Li Go-dan made up his mind. Though parting with 50 points stung, the thought of helping his old man made it worth every bit. Confirm exchange for Fortune Candy Beans? This will consume 50 reward points. Confirm. With a flicker of light on the comic book, his points instantly dropped from 184 to 134. Immediately, ink slowly gathered on a blank page, outlining a plump, deliciously sweet-looking candy bean. Below the illustration, a line of small text appeared. Fortune Candy Bean unclaimed. Tap the image to claim the physical item. Li Go-dan extended his little finger and gently tapped the candy bean illustration. Something amazing happened. He felt a warm sensation at his fingertip and then poof. A pea-sized, dark red candy bean with a faint sweet aroma materialized in his palm. Amazing! Li Go-dan marveled, bringing the candy bean close to his nose. An indescribably refreshing sweetness filled his senses. Could this thing really bring good luck? He carefully wrapped the candy bean in the greaseproof paper he'd used to wrap his scallion pancake and tucked it into his inner pocket. Tomorrow, I'll find a chance to give this to Dad. Early the next morning, Li Godan rose before dawn. Wang Shufan was busy in the kitchen. Seeing him up, she smiled and said, "Godan, you're awake? Why not sleep a little longer? You must be exhausted from yesterday." "Mother, I'm not tired," Li Godan said, his eyes darting around as he searched for Li Dashan's figure. "Your father left before dawn with the team to clear silt from the riverbank. He said the recent rains have clogged the channel, affecting the autumn irrigation," Wang Shufan said, setting a steaming bowl of corn porridge before him. "Oh." Li Godan felt a pang of disappointment. "Looks like no chance this morning." After breakfast, Li Godan tucked the Lucky Bean candy into his pocket and led the trio of Zhao Datu and the others on a stroll through the village. He had to figure out a way to slip the candy bean into his father's mouth without him noticing or getting suspicious. Handing it directly to his father was out of the question. He'd refuse and start asking questions. "Godan, where should we go play today?" Skinny Monkey asked. "Let's go check out the riverbank." Li Godan's heart stirred. His father was working by the river, maybe there'd be an opportunity. The group arrived at the small river outside the village and indeed saw Li Dashan and a dozen strong laborers busily digging up silt from the riverbed. Li Dashan worked the hardest of all, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, his bronze muscles gleaming in the sunlight. "Dad!" Li Godan called out. Li Dashan straightened up, wiped his brow, and gave his son a simple, honest smile. "Godan's here? The sun's strong over here. Go play under the shade of the trees. Dad, take a break and have some water." Li Godan pulled out his small water skin from his pocket filled with cool boiled water, then fished out the oil paper wrapped sugar bean. He said casually, "Dad, Mom gave me this candy this morning. It's so sweet. Want to try some?" Li Dashan laughed heartily. "You silly boy. Your old man's working, no candy for me. Keep it for yourself." "Oh, Dad, just have one. It's so delicious." Li Godan started whining, pushing the candy bean toward Li Dashan's mouth. The other men working nearby all laughed. "Dashan, your Goodan sure is a filial boy." "Exactly. Since the kid offered, just take it. It'll sweeten your mouth." Li Dashan couldn't resist his son's pleading, especially with everyone else chiming in. He opened his mouth. Li Godan acted swiftly, quickly slipping the dark red candy bean into Li Dashan's mouth. It really is sweet." Li Dashan smacked his lips, not thinking much of it, assuming it was just ordinary malt sugar or fruit candy. Little did he know that this tiny candy bean was about to bring him an unexpected surprise. Seeing his father swallow the candy bean, Li Godan breathed a sigh of relief and secretly made a yeah gesture. "Dad, you work here while we go play over there. Go ahead, go ahead. Just don't wander too far." Li Dashan waved his hand dismissively before bending over to resume clearing the silt. Li Godan led Zhao Datu and the others to the nearby riverbank to play skipping stones. Time passed slowly as the sun climbed higher in the sky. Suddenly, a cry of surprise echoed from the riverbank. "Whoa! What's that? Look! Dashan! What did you dig up?" Li Godan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the lucky candy beans working? He hurriedly pulled Zhao Datu and the others over. There stood Li Dashan, knee-deep in the river, struggling to drag a dark, shapeless object. Most of it was still buried in the mud, only a round edge peeking out. "Dad, what is it?" Li Godan asked curiously. Li Dashan looked just as puzzled. "I don't know either. Just now, when I swung my hoe down, it felt off rock hard. When I dug it out, it looked like a jar." A villager named Li Ermazi, nicknamed Potmark Li, came over to gawk. He sneered. "Ha, I thought it was some treasure. It's just a broken pot. Probably some jerk tossed it in the river." Li Dashan ignored him and kept digging with all his might. "Everyone, lend a hand." Li Laojian, the village party secretary, had heard the commotion and rushed over. Naturally, he had to check on such matters. Several strong men pulled together, heave-ho, and finally dragged the dark, muddy jar out of the silt. The jar wasn't particularly large, only about half a person's height. Made of clay, it was caked in black mud, its original appearance obscured. Its mouth was covered by a stone slab, sealed with yellow mud. "This jar looks like it's been around for ages," an old farmer remarked as he examined it. Li Ermazi scoffed. "What good is age? It could just be a jar of stinking water inside." But Li Godan's heart raced. He had a strong premonition this jar was definitely no ordinary thing. Fortune beans truly lived up to their reputation. Chapter 30, The Comic Book's Ingenious Plan. Old Li had someone fetch a bucket of water to wash away the mud coating the jar's surface. The jar's body revealed an antique dark brown hue, seemingly adorned with faint, indistinct patterns. "Should we open it?" someone suggested. Old Li nodded. "Dashan, you dug this up. You open it." Li Dashan rubbed his hands together, feeling a surge of excitement. He found a stone and carefully chipped away the yellow clay sealing the jar's mouth before heaving the stone lid off. A peculiar scent wafted from the jar's opening, a strange mixture of earth and some kind of metal. Everyone craned their necks to peer inside. Good heavens! These are copper coins? Inside the jar, they saw it was filled to the brim with dark, greenish copper coins. Though many were rusted and stuck together, the sheer quantity was staggering. Lee Maisie's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. How is this possible? He had just claimed it was filled with foul water. Lee Dashin was stunned too. He never dreamed that simply clearing some ordinary silt would lead him to unearth a jar of ancient coins. Old Lee sucked in a sharp breath. In all his years, he'd never seen so many copper coins. Quickly carry the jar to the village committee. Old Lee was the quickest to react. This was no small matter, it had to be handled properly. Several men scrambled to lift the jar. Its weight in their hands confirmed the substantial amount of coins inside. Lee Gooden trailed behind the group, a smug grin spreading across his little face. Lucky candy beans, awesome. He silently gave the little picture book a huge thumbs up in his mind. Zhao Bighead, Skinny Monkey, and Black Charcoal swarmed around Lee Gooden, chattering excitedly. Doggy, your dad's a legend. Digging up treasure like this. It must be Doggy Brothers' good fortune. Lee Godan merely smiled mysteriously, keeping his achievements and fame to himself. This time, Lee Dashin's reputation in the village was bound to soar even higher. And it all stemmed from that tiny Lucky Bean candy. Lee Godan patted his now empty pockets, wondering what else he could do with the remaining 134 reward points. This little comic book was getting more and more interesting. News of Lee Dashin unearthing the ancient coin jar swept through every corner of Lee Jiao like a whirlwind. Now, Lee Dashin, once just an honest, strong but quiet farmer, was seen by the villagers as having struck gold, as if his ancestors had blessed him with extraordinary luck. Did you hear? Dashin dug up treasure in the river. You bet. A whole jar full of copper coins, they say it weighs hundreds of pounds. Wow, this Lee Dashin, how come we never saw this kind of luck in him before? It's all thanks to his son, Godan. Ever since Godan got rid of those locusts last time, look at all the good fortune rolling in for the Lee family. Exactly. That kid Godan is a real lucky charm. Wang Shufan's face had been practically beaming like a flower these past few days, and she walked with a spring in her step. Back in the village, she always thought her husband was too dull and tongue-tied, earning fewer work points than those smooth-talking chatterboxes. But now, who didn't give her husband Dashin a thumbs up when they saw him? Lee Dashin himself was feeling a bit giddy. Though he still muttered his usual blind luck, the satisfaction in his eyes and the way he held his head high were impossible to hide. When he went to work, those who used to barely acknowledge him now eagerly approached, offering cigarettes and chatting about family matters, calling him Brother Dashin with unmistakable warmth. The happiest of all was the village party secretary, Old Lee. The team had struck such a windfall. Though the coins were ultimately turned over to the authorities, it greatly enhanced Lee Jiao's reputation. Officials even came down from the county to investigate and commended the village for its efforts in preserving cultural relics. Li Laojin hummed tunes as he walked, finding Lee Dashin increasingly likable. Meanwhile, the unsung hero behind it all, Lee Godan, sat on his doorstep, his small hands propping up his cheeks. Watching his father bask in the spotlight, he felt a quiet satisfaction. 134 points, what else could I possibly do? He muttered under his breath, his thoughts sinking into the Destiny sketchbook. Physical enhancement, temporary skills, special items. His father had gained fame, but the production team's work points still depended on tangible contributions. Watching the wheat in the fields swell fuller each day, he knew the harvest would begin in 10 days or so. This was a crucial event affecting the entire team's annual grain supply and year-end dividends. If Dad could earn another merit during the wheat harvest, Lee Godan mused, the team leader would surely hold him in higher regard, and he'd get more work points. But what kind of merit could one possibly earn during the wheat harvest? Wasn't it just cutting wheat, threshing, and winnowing? Suddenly, he remembered a feature in the updated comic book app that seemed related to seeing things. Right. Photographic memory trial version. That costs 30 points and lasts 2 hours, but it doesn't seem useful for what I need now. Lee Godan furrowed his little brow and kept flipping through the comic book. Suddenly, an option he'd overlooked before, or perhaps a new, inconspicuous addition, caught his attention. Information Assistance category. Event Simulation Comic Book Mode consumes 20 points. The host may specify a specific upcoming event related to themselves or a designated close person. The sketchbook will vaguely depict one or multiple possible evolutions of this event in comic book form, potentially highlighting key turning points or potential risks opportunities. Note, information is ambiguous and requires the host's interpretation. Highly time-sensitive. Comic book mode? Lee Godan's eyes lit up. Isn't that just like reading comic books? He loved comic books. If he could see the wheat harvest as a comic, he might just discover some tricks. That's it. His father, Lee Dashin, was one of his closest confidants, and the wheat harvest was a major upcoming event. Confirming consumption of 20 points to activate Event Simulation Picture Book Mode for the designated event, the Lee Family Hollow production team's wheat harvest and Lee Dashin's performance within it. Confirmed. 134 points instantly became 114 points. On the comic book pages, blank surfaces shimmered with light as ink flowed like living creatures. Soon, palm-sized, comic-like illustrations began to emerge. First illustration, a golden wheat field. Li Dashan and many villagers bent over, harvesting wheat under the scorching sun, drenched in sweat. Nearby, old Li Laojian directed the work. Second picture, on the threshing floor, a stone roller crushed the spread out wheat ears, sending dust flying. Li Dashan was vigorously lifting the straw with a wooden pitchfork. Third scene, the view shifts to a corner of the field near the riverbank. The wheat ears here appear less plump than elsewhere, with some stalks showing darkened roots. Tiny, nearly invisible black insects crawl furtively along the stalks. Fourth painting, under old Li's direction, Li Dashan prepares to lead his team to harvest wheat in other sections first, leaving the infested plot for later. Fifth painting, days later, much of the wheat in that field had lodged, the ears shriveled and blackened, resulting in severe yield loss. Li Laojian beat his chest in frustration, while Li Dashan wore a look of deep regret. Sixth scene, in the image, Li Dashan, though working diligently, seemed to have his contributions overshadowed because he hadn't identified the problem in time. His expression was one of deep frown during the year-end workpoint evaluation. Chapter 31, Golden Waves of Wheat. Li Godan watched with bated breath. Good heavens! So there were pests in that field. And neither my father nor the team leader noticed. He stared intently at the tiny black bugs in the third painting. Though small, their stealthy gnawing on the wheat stalks made him instinctively feel they weren't good news. No way! I have to warn Dad. But how could he warn them? Just blurt out he saw the picture book? That would either scare his parents to death or make them think he was a monster. Li Godan scratched his head in frustration. Wait! He could pretend to discover it by accident. He carefully hid the comic book again and dashed over to Li Dashan, who was weaving a basket in the courtyard. Dad! Dad! Gooden, what is it? Li Dashan looked up, his calloused hands still clutching damp willow branches. Dad, our wheat must be almost ripe, right? Li Godan tilted his little face up, blinking his big eyes. Yes, in about 10 days it'll be time to start harvesting. The rain's been decent this year, and the wheat's grown well. Hopefully we'll have a good harvest. Li Dashan smiled wistfully. Dad, yesterday I went to the riverbank with Zhao Datu and the others. I saw that wheat field near the water, the one next to the biggest willow tree. Some of the wheat tips looked a bit yellow, different from the rest. Li Godan casually mentioned this, his little finger pointing toward the eastern edge of the village. He remembered from the comic books that a large willow tree stood beside that problematic wheat field, serving as a reference point. Li Dashan frowned slightly upon hearing this. The field by the river? That plot always yields well every year. It's low-lying with plenty of moisture. He didn't think much of it. What could a child possibly notice? But I think I saw little bugs crawling on the wheat stalks, dark and tiny. Li Godan strained to recall the details from the comic book, his little face full of earnestness. Bugs? Li Dashan paused his work, his expression growing somber. Farmers feared nothing more than pests and diseases. With the locust plague still fresh in their minds, the word insects made everyone jumpy. Gooden, are you sure? What kind of bugs are they? Yeah, they're really tiny, smaller than ants, all black. They seem to be biting the roots of the wheat stalks. Li Godan gestured with all his might, his little face flushed red as he tried to describe it clearly. Wang Shufan emerged from the house upon hearing the commotion and asked, "What are you two talking about?" Godan says there might be bugs in the wheat field by the river, Li Dashan replied. Wang Shufan grew tense upon hearing this. Are you serious? Don't be making things up. If something goes wrong with that field, we'll lose so much grain. Li Gooden grew frantic. Mother, I'm not making this up. I really saw it. He knew adults sometimes didn't believe children's words. Li Dashan pondered for a moment, then stood up. Come on, Gooden. Lead your father to take a look. Regardless of whether his son was telling the truth, matters concerning the fields couldn't be taken lightly. Especially right before harvest, even a minor issue could lead to major losses. All right. Li Godan perked up immediately, thrilled that his father believed him. Father and son walked one behind the other toward the wheat field by the river at the eastern edge of the village. Zhao Datu, Skinny Monkey, and Black Charcoal appeared out of nowhere, trotting along behind them. It was mid-afternoon now. Though the sun still beat down fiercely, a gentle breeze had begun to stir along the ridges. Golden waves of wheat rippled in the breeze, filling the air with the fragrance of ripening grain. Dad, it's right by that big willow tree. Li Godan pointed to a patch of wheat field not far away. Li Dashan parted the thick wheat stalks, walked to the edge of the field, and crouched down to examine it closely. At first, he saw nothing unusual. Though the ears weren't as plump and heavy as those in higher-lying fields, they still looked decent enough. Godan, nothing there? Li Dashan stood up, puzzled. Li Gooden grew impatient, squeezing into the wheat field himself. He began parting the stalks, following the position illustrated in the comic book. Dad, look closer at the base of the stalks, near the roots. Li Dashan, half convinced, crouched down again, this time examining more closely. He parted the leaves at the base of several stalks and leaned in closer. Ha! Li Dashan let out a soft gasp. Sure enough, near the soil at the base of several stalks, tiny black specks the size of pinheads clung to the stems. Without a closer look, one might mistake them for dirt. But when he pinched one between his fingers, the tiny speck actually moved. There really are bugs. Li Dashan's expression darkened, his voice growing heavy. He checked several more spots and found this wasn't an isolated case. At least a third of the wheat roots in this field near the river had these tiny black bugs. Moreover, the bases of some stalks had turned slightly black, clearly gnawed away by the insects. These are wheat stem fly larvae, also known as wheat leaf miners. Li Dashan sucked in a sharp breath. He'd heard of these pests. They specialized in boring into the base of wheat stalks, cutting off the plant's nutrient supply. At best, this led to reduced yields. At worst, the wheat would wither, die, and collapse. Because these insects are tiny and their damage is hidden, they're hard to detect early on. By the time they erupt on a large scale, it's usually too late to do anything about it. Dad, are these bugs dangerous? Li Godan asked innocently. Deadly? If we'd found them later, losing half this wheat crop would have been the least of our worries. Beads of sweat formed on Li Dashan's forehead, a mix of lingering fear and relief. Zhao Datu and the other two men gathered around to look. Though they didn't understand the situation, seeing Li Dashan's grave expression, they knew it wasn't good news. Uncle Dashan, what should we do? Zhao Datu began to panic. Li Dashan sprang to his feet. Let's go! Straight to the team leader. He scooped up Li Godan, hoisting him onto his shoulders, and strode purposefully toward the brigade committee office, shouting as he ran. Godan! You're truly your father's lucky star. Without you this time, our brigade would have suffered huge losses. Li Godan giggled as his father jostled him, but inside he was overjoyed. The lucky candy beans led Dad to the treasure, and the comic book helped him spot the pest infestation. This Destiny Doodle Book is seriously awesome. Li Laojian was discussing pre-harvest preparations with several brigade cadres at the committee office when he heard Li Dashan's hurried footsteps and shouts. He froze in surprise. Dashan, what's all the fuss? Did the sky fall? Old Li set down his tobacco pipe. Team leader. Trouble. Wheat stalk flies have infested the field by the river. Li Dashan set Li Godan down, panting, and blurted out urgently. What? Lao Zhenli sprang to his feet, and the other team leaders looked equally shocked. Straw flies, these seasoned farmers had heard of them. Once they appeared, it was no laughing matter. Dashan, are you sure? Don't make things up. Li Laogan's expression instantly turned grave. Team leader, I saw it with my own eyes, it's absolutely true. It was Godan who first noticed something was wrong and brought me over to see. Those bugs are pitch black and they're biting right into the roots of the wheat stalks. Li Dashan said urgently. At this, all eyes turned to Li Godan. That kid again? Li Godan felt a bit embarrassed under the scrutiny and ducked back behind Li Dashan. Old Li took a deep breath and made a decisive call. Let's go! Everyone follow me to the field. Dashan, lead the way. The group marched in a steady stream toward the wheat fields by the river. After a thorough inspection, everyone's heart sank. Chapter 32, Mother's Side Hustle. Li Dashan was right, it was indeed wheat stalk flies. And judging by their density, they were already spreading. Good heavens! What are we to do? A brigade cadre stamped his foot in frustration. This field covers at least a dozen acres. If it's all ruined, how much grain will we lose? It's not the worst yet, there's still hope. Li Laojian, having weathered many storms, quickly regained his composure. Before the insects swarm upward in full force, quickly organize the team. Mix wood ash with a small amount of pesticide powder and spread it around the wheat roots. This will kill some of the pests and halt their spread. Though pesticides were scarce in those days, the commune still had some emergency reserves. Additionally, we must immediately organize people to harvest this field ahead of schedule. Li Laojian declared with unwavering resolve, save whatever you can. Delay, and it's all lost. He turned to Li Dashan, his gaze complex filled with both lingering fear and admiration. Dashan, this time we owe it all to you and Godan. If we'd waited until the wheat was severely damaged before discovering this, it would have been too late. Your keen observation skills are impressive. His gaze then fell on Li Godan, brimming with astonishment and admiration. Godan, you've got sharp eyes. Better than us old-timers. How did you spot it? Li Godan scratched his head and gave a simple, honest smile. I was just walking by and saw those wheat tips looking a bit yellow, different from the rest. Plus, there were little black dots crawling around. So I told my dad. Good. Good use of different. Old Li gave Li Dashan a hearty pat on the shoulder. Dashan, you've raised a fine son. Not only is he a lucky charm, but he's also our brigade's little sentry. The team cadres and villagers who had rushed over upon hearing the news no longer looked at Li Godan with mere affection. Their gazes now held a distinct tinge of awe and admiration. This doggy is truly amazing. Yeah, first he helped wipe out the locusts, and now he spotted the pest outbreak early. This kid's got a bright future ahead. Listening to the praise, Li Dashan stood even straighter, his dark face glowing with pride. He knew all this was thanks to his son. Thanks to the timely discovery and proper handling, the damage to the wheat field by the river was kept to a minimum. While there was some yield reduction, it was a tremendous stroke of luck compared to the anticipated total crop failure across vast areas. During the subsequent wheat harvest, Li Dashan was singled out for praise by Old Li at the brigade meeting for his early detection of the pest infestation, which had prevented major losses. He also received significantly more work points than in previous years. Li Godan watched his father's genuine smile and touched the little picture book in his pocket, visible only to him, thinking to himself, 114 points. Next, I should plan something for mother. This picture book was truly priceless. The clamor and joy of the wheat harvest gradually subsided, and Li Jiahao returned to its usual tranquility. Yet beneath this surface calm, a deeper current of awe and curiosity toward Li Godan, the lucky child, swirled. As the womenfolk of every household mended shoe soles and chatted, Li Godan was the topic of every third sentence. Hey, what do you think? Could Gooden be the incarnation of Wenkuxing? I think so. How else could he know how to exterminate locusts and tree pests? That's not something just any child could do. You bet. The Dashin family must have burned some seriously good joss sticks to get such a treasure of a son. And Shufan's no slouch either. People used to call her husband a silent blockhead, but now look. Dashin's got talent, and their son's practically a little god. Wang Shufan listened to these words, her heart sweeter than honey. Her husband, Li Dashin, now held more sway in the brigade and earned more work points, and their household was visibly improving. Yet seeing her husband and son so capable, while she remained much the same, earning work points in the fields and tending to household chores, she began to wonder if she could contribute more to the family. She was dexterous with her hands. In her youth, she had learned a variety of weaving skills from her grandmother. Whether it was sewing shoe soles, embroidering patterns, or weaving small baskets and trays from willow branches and wheat straw, she could do it all with skill and precision. But over the years, consumed by farm work and providing for her family, these skills had nearly fallen into disuse. Occasionally she would weave something for personal use or to give to neighbors, never once considering selling them. Li Godan had some free time these past few days. He noticed his mother, Wang Shufan, often sitting on the heated bed, staring blankly into space. She'd hold her needlework, make gestures with it, then sigh and put it down. Mom, why are you so sad? Li Godan climbed onto the Kong, pressing his little head close to Wang Shufan's. Wang Shufan stroked her son's cheek and smiled. Mother isn't unhappy. I'm just thinking, since your father has made something of himself now, and you've been such a great help to our family, I want to do more for our household too. Li Godan's eyes twinkled as an idea formed in his mind. His father's business was temporarily stable. It was time to help his mother plan for the future too. 114 reward points. Mother's side hustle. He silently recited the numbers as his thoughts sank into the Destiny sketchbook. Last time he helped Dad spot the pest infestation, he used event simulation comic book mode. That feature was genuinely useful. I'll use this to see what side hustle could earn Mom some money. Confirming consumption of 20 points to activate event simulation comic book mode for designated event, Wang Shufan's side business development and household income improvement. Confirm. 114 points instantly became 94 points. Ink swirled across the picture book once more. First illustration, Wang Shufan sat on the heated bed, sewing layered sole cloth shoes with fine, tight stitches. Yet beside the image was a small comma signifying this path was either blocked or yielded minimal profit. Too many women in the village could sew shoe soles. It wasn't rare. Second illustration, Wang Shufan weaving an ordinary willow basket in the courtyard. She worked swiftly, but the basket was plain. A small copper coin beside it signified it could fetch some money, but not much. Third illustration, the scene shifts. Wang Shufan holds brightly colored, processed bamboo strips and silk threads, weaving a uniquely shaped miniature basket. Simple floral and bird patterns are embroidered on it with silk thread. A small arrow points to the supply and marketing cooperative counter, displaying a string of shiny coins and even a small paper bill. Fourth painting, Wang Shufan beams with joy as she counts the money, surrounded by the smiling figures of Li Dashin, Li Godan, and Li Zhaodi. Fifth painting, neighbors' wives came to seek advice from Wang Shufan. She generously shared her techniques, but the intricate color combinations and patterns of her special baskets proved difficult for others to master quickly. Li Godan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow! That basket is gorgeous. And it sells for so much money. He carefully memorized the basket's design, color scheme, and the embroidered floral and bird patterns adorning it. The bamboo strips seemed finer and more resilient than ordinary willow, with brighter hues. Mom! Mom! Li Godan jumped off the Kong and grabbed Wang Shufan's hand. I remember now. I saw a really beautiful little basket like this in town a few days ago. To make his inspiration seem more authentic, he decided to transform the content from his picture books into his own eyewitness account. What kind of basket? Wang Shufan chuckled at her son's sudden excitement. They're woven from those thin, smooth bamboo strips, with colorful threads twisted into flowers and little birds on top. So pretty. Much more delicate than the baskets we usually make. Li Godan gestured as he spoke, straining to recall the illustration's details. Chapter 33, The Art of Weaving Delicate Flower Baskets. Wang Shufan listened, her hands pausing as she fell deep in thought. Woven from thin bamboo strips? With patterns too? In her youth, she had indeed seen finely woven bamboo items, but the craftsmanship was complex and the material hard to come by. Common willow branches and wheat straw were everywhere, but bamboo had to be cut from the mountains, and processing bamboo strips was far more troublesome than working with willow. Yes, yes. Li Godan nodded eagerly, sensing his mother seemed to recall something. I also heard shoppers say those little baskets are popular with city folks, they fetch a pretty penny each. He deliberately exaggerated to make it sound more tempting. Wang Shufan felt tempted but also hesitant. Godan, that bamboo splint is hard to come by, and weaving it takes a lot of time. Will we really be able to sell them? Of course we can. Li Godan patted his little chest in assurance. Mom, with your skill, you'll definitely be able to weave them. When the time comes, I'll take them to the supply and marketing cooperative to ask around. Li Dashan walked in from outside, overhearing their conversation, and grew curious. Shufan, what's this wonderful thing Godan's talking about? Wang Shufan described the small wicker basket Li Godan had mentioned. Li Dashan's eyes lit up at the mention. Oh, you mean those fine bamboo baskets? I've seen them in the county town before. They're really exquisite. The supply and marketing cooperative sells them as rare items. If we could really weave one, it'd sell like hotcakes. He now believed his son's words wholeheartedly. If Doggy says it can be done, it's 80% likely to work. Dad, do we have that kind of thin bamboo on our back mountain? Li Godan asked. Li Dashan thought for a moment. Deep in the back mountain, there seemed to be a few patches of arrow bamboo groves. That bamboo is indeed slender and tough. It's just that the path isn't easy to traverse. Dad, go cut some down for Mom to try. Li Godan tugged at Li Dashan's arm, pleading. All right. Tomorrow I'll head up the mountain and cut some back for your mother. Persuaded by his son's plea and thinking this might be a good way to supplement the household income, Li Dashan agreed immediately. The next day, Li Dashan indeed returned from the back mountain with a bundle of fresh green arrow bamboo. Wang Shufan looked at the bamboo, her years of craftsmanship awakening in her mind, her gaze growing focused. Following Li Godan's description and adding her own insights. Whenever she had a moment, she began experimenting with processing the bamboo strips, splitting them, scraping off the green skin, dyeing them. Though the steps were tedious, she worked methodically. Li Godan stood nearby offering his expert advice. One moment he'd say, Mother, wrap a red thread around this spot to form a small peach blossom. Then he'd add, Mom, use double strands of thin bamboo strips for that handle, it'll be sturdier. Of course, all his suggestions were the best solutions he'd seen in his picture books. At first, Wang Shufan thought her son was just a child giving orders, but after trying it out, she found the results surprisingly good. Under her skilled hands, combined with Li Godan's stroke of genius guidance, the outline of an exquisitely elegant small wicker basket adorned with delicate floral and bird patterns gradually took shape. When Li Zhaodi came home from school and saw the new basket her mother had woven, her eyes widened in amazement. Mom! This basket is so beautiful. It's prettier than the one sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. Wang Shufan beamed with pride at her daughter's praise, her hands working with renewed vigor. A few days later, the first finished piece was finally complete. It was a palm-sized basket designed to be worn on the wrist. The main body was made of pale yellow bamboo strips, with the edges finished in delicate green dyed thin strips. On either side of the basket, a pair of vividly embroidered birds were stitched in red and pink silk thread. The handle was thoughtfully wrapped with matching silk thread, both beautiful and slip-resistant. It's so beautiful. Wang Shufan couldn't take her eyes off it. Mom, let's take it to the supply and marketing cooperative to sell. Li Godan was brimming with confidence. Early the next morning, Wang Shufan, her heart a mix of trepidation and anticipation, set off for the town supply and marketing cooperative with Li Godan in tow, carrying the little basket. The saleswoman at the supply and marketing cooperative was a plump woman in her 40s named Lu. She usually gave the villagers who came to sell scattered mountain goods and eggs a cold shoulder. Sister Lu, I was wondering if you'd take this? Wang Shufan nervously handed over the small basket. Without even lifting her eyelids, the saleswoman waved her hand impatiently. Bringing junk like this to the supply and marketing cooperative? No, no. Get out of the way, don't waste my time. Before she could finish, the corner of her eye caught sight of the small basket. Her voice cut off abruptly, her eyes suddenly fixed on it. She'd seen plenty of baskets woven by village women, mostly rough and crude, but this one was exquisitely crafted. Just as salesperson Lu stood there dumbfounded, Li Godan spoke up. He silently communicated with the comic book via telepathy. Use Silver Tongue. Temporary skill, Silver Tongue beginner activated. Lasts 1 hour. Consumes 10 reward points. Remaining reward points, 84. A strange sensation washed over Li Godan. His thoughts felt crystal clear, and his words seemed to carry a special magic. Hello, ma'am. Li Godan spoke sweetly, his voice clear and pleasant. This is a magpie's perching on plum blossoms basket my mother wove by hand. Look at the craftsmanship, the bamboo strips are split as thin as hair. And the magpie embroidery, it looks so lifelike, it seems like it might chirp any moment. It took my mother several sleepless nights to weave just one of these. City girls adore these delicate little things, perfect for holding jewelry or handkerchiefs. So elegant. See how cheerfully the colors are paired? Perfect for gifting during festivals, truly impressive. Li Godan rattled off his sales pitch with lightning speed and smooth delivery. His clear, childlike voice, paired with his harmless, adorable appearance, made people feel at ease and unconsciously believe him more. Saleswoman Lu had initially kept her distance, but flattered by Lee Gooden's smooth talk, a smile instantly spread across her face. She picked up the little basket and examined it closely, growing more and more fond of it. My, this boy sure knows how to talk. This basket, it's really quite well made. She weighed it in her hands. The craftsmanship is finer than the goods we get from the county factory. Wang Shufan stood by, utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined her own son could be so eloquent he could make the dead come alive. Aunt Lu, my mom said she wants to show this first basket to the supply and marketing cooperative. If you like it, my mom can weave more designs in the future. Like carp leaping the dragon gate or mandarin ducks playing in the water. I guarantee everyone will be beautiful. Lee Gooden continued his sales pitch. All right. We'll take this basket. Saleswoman Lu made the decision on the spot. The design is truly novel, and the craftsmanship is excellent. How about this? I'll give you 1 yuan 50 for this basket. What do you say? 1 yuan 50. Wang Shufan gasped in shock. Usually, when she wove a large wicker basket, working hard all day, she was lucky to get 2 or 3 cents for it. This small basket, though it took several days to make, could fetch 1 yuan 50? That was practically a fortune. Yes. Yes. Wang Shufan's voice trembled with excitement. Saleswoman Lu paid promptly and added. Young lady, your craftsmanship is superb. If you ever weave another basket this intricate, bring it right to me. I'll take as many as you have. But next time, make sure to weave a few more designs. Yes, yes. Thank you, Sister Lu. We'll definitely bring more varieties next time. Wang Shufan thanked her repeatedly. Chapter 34, Recognizing Talent. With the 1 yuan and 50 fun in hand, mother and son stepped out of the supply and marketing cooperative. Wang Shufan felt light as a feather beneath her feet, as if she were dreaming. Go Dan, how did you come up with that? She couldn't help asking. Lee Go Dan chuckled. I just think the baskets you weave are the best. I'm just telling the truth. He dared not reveal the secret behind his silver tongue. Wang Shufan used this fortune to buy Go Dan and Zhao Di each a new pencil, plus half a pound of meat, and returned home beaming. When Li Dashin heard about it, he was both surprised and delighted. He hugged Li Go Dan and planted a big kiss on him. My son's amazing. Just like me. News of Wang Shufan's delicate bamboo baskets becoming an instant hit at the supply and marketing cooperative quickly spread throughout Li Jiao. Did you hear? Shufan's little baskets are selling for 1 yuan 50 each. Good heavens. 1 yuan 50? That's practically robbing people. What robbery? The salespeople at the supply and marketing cooperative are scrambling to buy them. They say they're better than the goods from the county craft factory. This Shufan she never showed off before, but she's got this hidden talent? It's all thanks to Go Dan. Word is he taught her how to weave them. And it was Go Dan who talked to the supply and marketing cooperative so that chubby Lu agreed to buy them. That doggy, he's a miracle worker. Turning stones into gold, that's what he does. Before long, Wang Shufan's doorstep was nearly worn out from constant foot traffic. Many skilled women came to seek Wang Shufan's expertise, eager to learn the art of weaving fine bamboo baskets. Wang Shufan was an honest soul. She generously shared all the weaving techniques with everyone, except for a few key color combinations and pattern secrets that Doggy had exclusively provided and she didn't elaborate on. Even though others learned the techniques, Wang Shufan's baskets remained the most popular because the material preparation and that unique design sense were hard to replicate. By her calculations, this craft brought in over 10 to 20 yuan a month, significantly easing her family's financial strain. Her face lit up with more smiles, her confidence soared, and she walked with a spring in her step. Now, among the women of the village, Wang Shufan truly held her head high. Li Go Dan watched it all unfold, feeling utterly delighted. 10 reward points well spent. Ever since Wang Shufan's bamboo baskets became hot sellers at the supply and marketing cooperative, the Li family's doorstep was practically worn out from constant foot traffic. Envious visitors, those seeking advice, and those trying to curry favor came in an unending stream. Wang Shufan's smile grew more frequent, her posture straighter, and as a result, Li Dashin himself gained increasing respect within the production team. Wang Shufan's bamboo basket business was like a golden bean tossed into the once still waters of Li Jiao. It sent ripples through their own lives and enlivened the entire village. Whereas before, when the women gathered, their talk was always about this family or that family. Now, conversations invariably turned to Wang Shufan's deft hands and Li Go Dan's brilliant foresight. Look at Sister Shufan now, she walks with such a spring in her step, her complexion rosy like a young maiden. You bet. With money coming in, how could she not be happy? I heard she made nearly 20 bucks last month just selling those little baskets. Good heavens. 20 yuan. That's more than half a month's worth of labor points for a strong laborer. They say the Li family's ancestral graves are smoking with good fortune, but I say it's good and that boy's a blessing sent straight from heaven. Envy aside, the villagers of Li Jiao were simple folk, and they mostly shared in the Li family's joy. Li Dashin grew increasingly respected within the production team, while Wang Shufan became the envy and go-to advisor among the womenfolk. Even Li Xiaodi felt her shoulders straighten with pride at school. The improvement in their family's meals was undeniable. Meat, once a rare treat, now graced their table every few days. Little Li Gooden's picky palate had grown more refined, but he knew better than to waste food. That evening after dinner, beneath the dim kerosene lamp, Wang Shufen happily sewed shoe soles while Li Dashan puffed away on his pipe. Amid the swirling smoke, his face bore a rare look of ease. Li Gaudan lay sprawled on the Kong table, a tattered arithmetic textbook spread before him, an advanced grade book he'd coaxed from teacher Zhang at the village school. His older sister, Li Xiaodi, held a brand new Xinhua dictionary, engrossed in its pages. Wang Shufen had used the money from selling her basket to specifically ask salesperson Lu at the supply and marketing cooperative to bring it back from the county. It cost 1 yuan and 20 cents, a considerable expense for the family. Li Xiaodi cherished it dearly, turning the pages with the utmost care. She was now in 2nd grade and consistently ranked among the top students in her class. However, the village school had limited resources, and the teacher's abilities varied greatly. To continue her education beyond that, she would have to go to the town or even the county seat to attend middle school. For the children of Li Jiao, that was a dream as distant as the stars. Li Gooden tilted his little head, watching his sister. Under the lamp, Li Xiaodi's profile was serene and beautiful, her long lashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyelids. She would furrow her brow in thought, then scribble calculations on scrap paper with a new pencil. Occasionally, a faint smile would flicker across her lips, a reward for mastering a new character or solving a tricky problem. "Sister," Li Gaudan asked in his babyish voice, "do you really like reading so much?" Lifting her head from the dictionary, Li Xiaodi smiled gently at her brother. "Yes, I do. Books hold so many things we don't know." She paused, a fleeting, almost imperceptible longing flickering in her eyes. "If only I could keep reading forever, all the way to middle school in the county seat, or even higher. That would be wonderful." Wang Shufen paused her shoe soling work and sighed. "Silly girl, getting into the county middle school isn't that easy. I hear there are very few spots, and you have to take an exam. In our village, over the years, only a handful have made it to study at the county level." Li Dashan chimed in. "Yeah, Xiaodi, just finishing elementary school, learning to read and do math, that's already pretty good. After all, a girl will marry someday." These words poured cold water over the light in Li Xiaodi's eyes. She lowered her head, fell silent, and scribbled away in her notebook. Li Gaudan watched her, feeling a pang of unease. He knew his sister truly loved learning. "Destiny's sketchbook," he thought. "My sister loves reading so much, this can't just be the end." He silently vowed. "There are still 84 reward points left. Could you help me see if there's any turning point in my sister's path of learning?" With a flicker of thought, Li Gaudan quietly communicated with the Destiny sketchbook. "I'll use event simulation comic book mode to examine my sister Li Xiaodi's academic prospects, especially any upcoming opportunities. Confirming consumption of 20 reward points to activate event simulation comic book mode for designated event, Li Xiaodi's academic development and critical opportunities. Confirm." 84 points instantly became 64 points. Chapter 35, The Underdog's Path to Triumph. Ink lines swiftly sketched across the doodle pad. First illustration, Li Xiaodi sat under a dim lamp, studying a tattered textbook with furrowed brows. A small question mark beside her signified uncertainty about her path ahead. Second illustration, the scene shifted to teacher Zhang at the village school, holding a red paper notice. Blurred words like County Key Elementary School and Selection Exam were written on it. A small exclamation mark beside the notice hinted at important news. Third scene, upon hearing the news, Li Xiaodi feels both excited and anxious. She studies even harder under the lamp, but several difficult problems she can't solve appear beside her, leaving her so frustrated she's close to tears. Fourth illustration, Li Gaudan appeared, pointing to a spread-open workbook that happened to show the solution steps for similar problems. Li Xiaodi had an epiphany, her eyes sparkling brightly. Fifth illustration, the exam scene. Li Xiaodi writes furiously, a confident smile on her face. Sixth picture, holding her acceptance letter, Li Xiaodi wept with joy and laughter. Li Dashan and Wang Shufen stood beside her, their faces radiant with pride and happiness. Seventh picture, Li Xiaodi, backpack in tow, strides toward the county elementary school, brimming with enthusiasm. County Key Elementary School Selection Exam. Li Gaudan's eyes lit up. This was like finding a pillow when you're sleepy. He carefully noted the style of the notice held by teacher Zhang in the scene, the types of challenging problems Li Xiaodi encountered, especially a variation of the chicken and rabbit in the same cage problem and a picture-based composition topic. Perfect. My sister has a chance. Early the next morning, Li Gaudan hurried to the village school with a plan brewing in his mind. He had to figure out a way to make the news about this selection exam appear naturally. Before he even reached the school, he spotted teacher Zhang hurrying out of the village committee office, a document folder tucked under his arm, a look of gravity on his face. Li Gaudan's eyes darted around, and a plan formed in his mind. He casually approached teacher Zhang, tilted his little face upward, and asked curiously, "Teacher Zhang, are you rushing off to a meeting in town?" Recognizing Li Gaudan, teacher Zhang's face softened into a smile. "Oh, it's Gaudan. I just came back from the village committee. The county has issued a notice. They want to select several outstanding elementary students from our commune to attend the county's key elementary school directly. As he spoke, he pulled a red notice from his document folder. It was the very same announcement Li Godan had seen in his picture book. There are very few spots, only 3 or 5 for the entire town. If our village school can get 2 students recommended to take the exam, that would be quite good. Teacher Zhang sighed. This is tough. Li Godan's heart leapt with joy, but he feigned surprise. Wow! The county's top elementary school. Isn't that a really prestigious school? Yes, Teacher Zhang nodded. That's why the selection process is so strict. I've been pondering who our school should recommend for this selection exam. Li Godan immediately piped up. Teacher Zhang, my sister Li Xiaodi is such a good student. She always gets first place on every test. Teacher Zhang gave him an approving look. Xiaodi is indeed a promising student, diligent, eager to learn, and excels academically. She's the first person who comes to mind. He patted Li Godan on the head. Alright, go play now. I need to report this to the principal right away and notify the relevant students' parents. Li Godan dashed home and shared this huge news with his parents and sister. Upon hearing it, Li Xiaodi's eyes lit up instantly, brighter than the lamp's glow the night before. But they dimmed just as quickly. Father, mother, can I really do it? The county exam must be incredibly difficult. Wang Shufan also looked worried. Yes, even Godan's teacher Zhang said it's difficult. Our Xiaodi. But Li Dashan slapped his thigh and boomed. What's there to fear? Our Xiaodi is smart and willing to work hard. Besides, we've got Doggy here to bring us luck. He turned to Li Godan and winked. Son, what do you think? Will your sister pass this time? Li Godan puffed out his little chest and declared with unwavering certainty. Yes. My sister will definitely pass. His words carried an undeniable magic, bolstering Li Dashan's confidence and giving Wang Shufan and Li Xiaodi a newfound sense of assurance. That very afternoon, Teacher Zhang personally visited the Li household to formally notify them the school had decided to recommend Li Xiaodi for the selection exam for the county's key high school. The exam was in just 2 weeks' time was tight. Though Wang Shufan still harbored worries, seeing her daughter's eager eyes and the unwavering resolve of her husband and son, she gritted her teeth and declared. She'll take it. Our Xiaodi will take it. If she gets in, we'll sell everything we own to send her. Li Xiaodi's eyes welled up with emotion as she nodded vigorously. Father, mother, Teacher Zhang, I will work my hardest. In the days that followed, Li Xiaodi plunged into intense exam preparation. She pulled out all her textbooks and workbooks, reviewing them over and over. Li Godan became his sister's little study buddy. He couldn't directly give her exam questions, but the pictures in his doodle book provided endless inspiration. For instance, when he noticed his sister struggling with problems like chickens and rabbits in a cage, he casually flipped through the advanced arithmetic book Teacher Zhang had given them, found a similar example, and pointed to it, asking, Sis, this problem about counting legs in a cage with chicks and rabbits is so interesting. Can you solve it? Teacher Zhang said it's really tough. Li Xiaodi recognized it as one of her weak points and began studying it earnestly. Li Godan would occasionally offer his childishly candid advice. I heard Teacher Zhang say that for problems like this, drawing a picture makes it easier to understand. Or, just imagine they're all chickens, or all rabbits, then it's easy to figure out. These hints were precisely the key insights that helped Li Xiaodi solve the problem in the comic book. As for the picture-based composition, Li Godan had an even better solution. He gathered some old magazines, cut out pictures of people and scenes, then dragged his sister into a game of making up stories. Sis, look at this picture. A kid fell down, and there's an old lady nearby. What do you think they'd say? In this picture, ducks are swimming by the river, and birds are flying in the sky. How beautiful. How can we describe it with nice words? Through this back and forth, Li Xiaodi's observation skills and language organization abilities were honed without her even realizing it. To make his sister's review sessions more efficient, Li Godan secretly used his reward points. Sketchbook, I want to exchange for a temporary skill that can help my sister study. Recommended temporary skill, Academic Genius Aura Tutoring Mode, consumes 15 reward points, lasts 15 days. Upon activation, the host can keenly identify knowledge gaps in the designated learner and provide heuristic guidance in the most accessible manner. This is perfect. Confirm exchange. 64 points became 49 points. A cool sensation washed over his mind, and Li Godan instantly felt his thoughts grow crystal clear. Chapter 36, Pre-Exam Divine Assistance. Over the next few days, whenever he saw his sister studying, he would just happen to spot areas where her understanding was lacking. He'd then use the simplest analogies or questions to guide her to figure things out for herself. That day, Aunt Lu from the village came to visit with her son, Tiniu. Tiniu was in the same grade as Xiaodi and had decent grades, so he had also been recommended for the selection exam. As soon as Aunt Lu walked in, she started chattering away. Oh my, Shufan, how's your daughter Xiaodi doing with her studies? My Tiniu has practically worn his textbooks to shreds. I even had someone bring him a set of practice exams from the county. Besides, girls just don't have the same drive as boys. As she spoke, she shot a smug glance at Li Xiaodi. Then she noticed Li Godan idly playing nearby, and her lips curled in disapproval. Wang Shufan merely smiled. As long as Zhaodi does her best. Li Godan, however, took his sister's hand and said like a little adult. Sis, don't listen to her. We'll just go at our own pace. If Iron Ox can do it, you can too. And even if Iron Ox can't, you still can. Mom said you always get first place on every exam. You're smarter than everyone else. This made everyone laugh, but Adlu felt a bit uncomfortable, sensing the little brat was taking a dig at her son. Half a month flew by, and the day of the exam arrived. Li Dashan specially borrowed the team's oxcart, personally taking Wang Shufan and Li Godan to escort Li Zhaodi to the town's exam site. Wang Shufan boiled 2 eggs with brown sugar for Zhaodi, hoping they'd give her energy for the journey. Outside the exam hall, a crowd of parents and examinees had already gathered, each looking tense. Li Zhaodi took a deep breath and glanced back at her family. Li Dashan patted her shoulder. Don't be afraid, girl. Just do your best. Wang Shufan's eyes were slightly reddened. Zhaodi, you got this. Li Godan pulled a big white rabbit milk candy from his pocket and pressed it into his sister's hand. Sis, have a candy. Sweeten your mouth, the exam will go smoothly. He whispered softly in her ear. Especially the big math problems at the end and the essay, you'll totally nail them. My sister's the best. His words echoed the 2 areas where Li Zhaodi excelled most in the comic book. Li Zhaodi felt a wave of warmth wash over her. All her nerves seemed to melt away at her brother's confident words. She nodded firmly, clutching the candy tightly in her hand, then turned and walked into the exam hall. Li Godan watched his sister's confident figure disappear, a faint smile playing on his lips. 49 bonus points should be enough, right? He began to ponder. Once his sister passed the exam, the household expenses would surely increase. Mother's bamboo basket business was thriving, but it was still too small in scale. Father's work points at the production team had also hit a ceiling. Looks like I'll have to top up my destiny sketchbook again. He touched his pocket, as if a magical notebook were tucked inside. What he didn't know was that outside the exam hall, several pairs of eyes had already fallen, intentionally or not, upon this lucky charm. Those gazes held curiosity and a hint of faint, unspoken hope. Would the Li family's good fortune continue? Days later, the admission list was released. Li Zhaodi's name stood out prominently on the list. She got in. My Zhaodi got into the County Central Elementary School. Wang Shufan held the notice, her voice trembling with excitement as tears welled in her eyes. Li Dashan grinned from ear to ear, rubbing his hands together incessantly, his dark face glowing with excitement. Li Zhaodi was so overjoyed she burst into tears, hugging Li Godan as she jumped up and down. Godan! I got in. Thank you. She knew that without her brother's stroke of genius, encouragement and advice, she might have missed this opportunity due to nerves. Li Godan was nearly choked by his sister's embrace, but his heart felt sweeter than honey. Ding! Host successfully assisted relative Li Zhaodi in securing a significant development opportunity. Family reputation increased. Reward points plus 60. Current remaining reward points, 49 plus 60 is equal to 109 points. Wow! An unexpected bonus. Li Godan's heart was bursting with joy. The news that Li Zhaodi had been admitted to the County Central Elementary School spread like wildfire throughout Li Jiao. Did you hear? Li Dashan's daughter got into the county school. Goodness! That's the County Central Elementary School. How many years has it been since our village produced a student like that? It's all thanks to Li Godan's good fortune. Ever since he helped exterminate locusts and discovered the wheat pest infestation, his family seems to have hit the jackpot. Good things keep coming one after another. You're absolutely right. I used to wonder why Li Dashan suddenly struck gold and achieved such great things. Now it's clear it all stems from his precious son. That Li Godan is truly our Li Jiao's little lucky star. Any family that could rub off some of his luck would be blessed beyond measure. The villagers buzzed with discussion, their gazes toward Li Godan now tinged with genuine envy alongside their previous affection and wonder. Some families even began to ponder whether they should encourage their children to spend more time with Li Godan just in case some of that luck might rub off. Li Godan sensed the shift in attitudes around him, his mind already racing with calculations. 109 reward points, that'll get a lot done. Next, maybe I should plan something for our production team to solidify Dad's position even more? He squinted at the distant rolling green hills. His small figure cast a long shadow in the fading sunset, as if foretelling an extraordinary future. Little picture books, you're truly a wonderful thing. Li Godan murmured silently to himself. Little did he know that due to Li Zhaodi's outstanding performance in ranking first on this exam, the county's education assistant had specifically inquired about her with teacher Zhang, leaving a deep impression of this young girl from Li Jiao. A seed of hope had quietly begun to sprout in a wider world. And it all began with Li Godan's simple doodle and his pure, unconditional love for his sister. Li Godan looked up and saw his mother, Wang Shufan, sitting under a tree in the courtyard with his sister, Li Zhaodi. In the sunlight, they threaded colorful silk strands through bamboo strips, which seemed to come alive in their hands as they wove intricate patterns. Father Li Dashan stood nearby, silently whittling new arrow bamboo, his eyes brimming with contentment and pride. Warm sunlight filled the small courtyard, bathing Li Godan's youthful face still bearing a hint of mysterious smile. He knew that better days were yet to come. Wang Shufan's bamboo basket business was booming. Although Li Dashan helped cut bamboo and split the strips, the rest of the work was increasingly difficult for her to handle alone. She rose before dawn to dye the bamboo strips, then worked by kerosene lamp into the night, weaving and embroidering. Now, every day, Wang Shufan's nimble hands spun like a top, her eyes bloodshot from exhaustion, her shoulders aching terribly. Chapter 37, Fuwa calls for help. That noon, Wang Shufan emerged from the house rubbing her shoulders, her face looking pale. Li Dashan was squatting in the yard sharpening his sickle. Seeing her, his brow furrowed deeply. Shufan, maybe we should take on less work? Money is never ending, but your health comes first. Wang Shufan sighed, rubbing her wrists. The supply and marketing cooperative is pressing us hard, saying they'll take whatever we can deliver. This sales channel took so much effort to establish. If we lose it now, it'll be hard to get it back. Besides, things are just starting to get a little easier at home. Zhaodi is about to go to school in the county and will have to board there. There's money to be spent everywhere. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. Li Godan, crouched in the corner watching ants carry their nest, had sharp ears. He tossed aside the twig he was holding and scampered over to Wang Shufan, tilting his little face up. Mom, does your hand hurt? Godan will blow on it for you. He grabbed Wang Shufan's hands, covered in calluses and splinters from weaving bamboo, puffing out his cheeks and blowing whoosh, whoosh. Wang Shufan chuckled at her son's antics, her worries fading a little. I'm fine, Godan. You're such a good boy. But Li Godan wouldn't let it go. He pulled Wang Shufan's hand back and forth, examining it closely, his little brow furrowed tightly. He remembered a picture book mentioning reward points that could enhance the fate-altering effect. Could he use those points to find a way to help his mother? Mom, it's too hard for you to do everything alone. Can we find someone to help? Li Godan asked, tilting his head. Wang Shufan paused, then smiled bitterly. Silly boy, this craft is the foundation of our family. How could we just teach it to outsiders? Besides, hiring someone doesn't cost money? But Grandma Zhang from the east end of the village, she used to weave baskets too, and she's incredibly skilled. And Auntie Lanhua at the western edge of the village, the shawls she stitches have patterns even prettier than the ones at the supply and marketing cooperative. Li Godan counted on his fingers. Their families are short on cash too, they'd definitely be willing to help. Wang Shufan and Li Dashan exchanged surprised glances. The people Godan mentioned were indeed skilled and honest villagers who were struggling financially. Grandma Zhang's husband had passed away 2 years prior. Her son and daughter-in-law lived far away, leaving her alone as a widow caring for her young grandson. Aunt Lanua's husband had mobility issues, leaving her to shoulder the entire household burden alone. Well, Wang Shufan hesitated. It wasn't that she was stingy, she feared that teaching her apprentices would leave her without a livelihood. Besides, she hadn't fully mastered the bamboo splitting, dyeing, and special weaving techniques herself yet. Seeing his mother hesitate, Li Godan knew he had a chance. He quickly pressed his advantage. Mom, just let them do the simplest tasks. Have Dad prepare the bamboo and let others handle the rest. For example, Grandma Zhang is strong, she can help split the bamboo into thin strips. If she gets too busy, Dad can keep working on it. Aunt Orchid has good eyesight, let her thread colored yarn through the strips and embroider simple patterns. You know the other aunts and mothers best assign whatever tasks suit them. The hardest part, weaving the basket and finishing the edges, should still be done by you, Mother. This speech was so well organized and clearly divided the tasks it was hard to believe it came from a 5-year-old. Wang Shufan and Li Dashan stared at their son in astonishment once more. How on earth did this boy's brain develop? Of course, Li Godan hadn't just pulled this out of thin air. Just moments ago, seeing his mother troubled, he silently prayed, little picture books, help my mother. Then, the invisible book in his mind grew slightly warm, and these words flowed out naturally, as if someone were whispering in his ear. He hadn't even used any reward points. This idea. Wang Shufan's eyes lit up. It seems like it might work. Li Dashan slapped his thigh. Right. That way, you won't be so exhausted, and you can make more. Those families could get some help too. They're all neighbors and relatives, they should be trustworthy. Li Godan chuckled to himself. These comic books are getting more and more useful. Is it because I've helped more people that it's gotten smarter? And so it was settled. Wang Shufan took Li Godan first to Grandma Zhang's house. Grandma Zhang was so moved by the chance to earn money splitting bamboo strips that tears nearly welled up in her eyes. Clutching Wang Shufan's hand, she kept saying, Shufan, you're truly a great benefactor to our family. This kid, Gooden, is a golden boy who brings good fortune. Aunt Orchid and the other women chosen for the task reacted much the same way. They were all hard-working souls. When they received benefits, they naturally worked diligently. Wang Shufan assigned the most basic, time-consuming tasks that didn't involve core skills to the others, while she focused on the critical steps and final quality control. Soon, the sound of splitting bamboo strips and threading colorful threads filled the Lee family courtyard in several neighboring households they knew well. An invisible production chain quietly took shape, all thanks to Lee Godan's unintended consequence. Word of this naturally reached the ears of others in the village. Did you hear? Wang Shufen's delegated the basket weaving to old Zhang and the others. Really? Would she really share? That's her signature craft. Nah, it wasn't her idea. Heard it was that kid Godan's plan. He suggested they handle the scraps and earn a little extra cash, while Wang Shufen keeps the main profits for herself. An old woman with inside information whispered mysteriously, lowering her voice. Wow, that Lee Gooden is something else. So young, yet such a sharp mind and kind heart. Not only does he look out for his own family, but he also knows how to help his neighbors. You bet. Look at those wrinkles on old lady Zhang's face, they've practically split open from all the smiling these past few days. Of course, there were also those who were envious. The wife of Lu San next door was one of them. She was quite skilled with her hands, but her habit of always trying to get the upper hand meant she wasn't well liked. Seeing how old lady Zhang and the others were making money off Wang Shufen made her feel a bit resentful. That day, she wobbled into the Li family courtyard carrying an empty bowl, just as she spotted Wang Shufen inspecting the freshly delivered semi-finished goods. Well, Sister Shufen, your business has really taken off. You've become the shopkeeper now. Lu San's wife said with a forced smile. Look, I'm pretty skilled with my hands. Could you give me some work too? Pay is negotiable, I just want to learn the craft. Wang Shufen replied sternly. Third sister-in-law, it's unfortunate, but we're fully staffed right now. Besides, these are just odd jobs that don't pay much. It'd be a waste of your time. She knew Lu San's wife's intention, she was just trying to sneakily learn the trade. Lu San's wife's eyes darted around. Spotting Li Godan coming out of the house with a half-eaten cornbread in his hand, she immediately put on a smile and approached him. Oh, it's Godan. Let Auntie hold you. You're the smartest boy around. Tell Auntie any tricks to carrying this basket? If I learn, I'll buy you candy. Li Godan blinked his big eyes, glancing at Lu San's wife then at his mother's slightly wary gaze. He stuffed a cornbread into his mouth and mumbled. Secret? The secret is putting your heart into it. My mom says things made with heart turn out beautiful and sturdy. Chapter 38, Skillful Hands Weave a Path to Prosperity. He pointed to the stack of bamboo strips Wang Shufen was sorting. Look at these strips, they need to be scraped smooth, dyed evenly, and woven tightly. And these colored threads must be matched beautifully, with embroidered flowers that look lifelike. Lu San's wife listened, her mind going blank. Didn't she understand these principles? But what she craved was that one-point understanding secret, not these commonplace, tedious techniques everyone knew. Godan, isn't there a simpler way? Lu San's wife refused to give up. Li Godan finished his cornbread, licked his fingers, and said with solemn earnestness. Sure. Auntie, just face the sun 3 times a day and say, I want to get rich, I want to be clever and skilled. Maybe the sun will be in a good mood and teach you too. Ha! A young woman helping thread needles nearby couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu San's wife's face flushed red then drained white. She knew the little rascal was teasing her, but she couldn't very well scold a 5-year-old. She gave an awkward chuckle. You're such a funny little rascal, Godan. Well, I'd better be going now. With that, she slunk away. Wang Shufen watched her son's retreating figure, both amused and heartened. This child was truly a little rascal. Little did she know that half of what Li Godan had just said was pure fabrication, while the other half was a vague impression fed to him by the comic books. For those with dishonest intentions or who sought shortcuts, the comic books seemed to actively block out crucial information, instead offering misleading, disruptive advice. But for the women Li Godan had singled out, those with sincere hearts and diligent hands, Wang Shufen always seemed to have divine inspiration when guiding them. She could pinpoint the most crucial points instantly, helping them grasp the techniques quickly and steadily improve their craftsmanship. As a result, Wang Shufen not only avoided burnout, but the production and quality of the bamboo baskets steadily improved. She paid the assisting women monthly wages ranging from 7 or 8 to over 10 yuan, a substantial income by today's standards. Every household was deeply grateful to the Li family, and Li Gooden's reputation as a divine blessing incarnate and a toucher of stones into gold grew ever more legendary. Li Dashan walked with even greater confidence in the production team. Whereas before he had relied on his wife's skillful hands, now he owed much more to his son's miraculous reputation. Even the team leader treated him with extra courtesy, subtly probing for the inside story whenever possible. Li Gooden gazed at the bustling scene in his small courtyard. His mother smiled more often, his sister studied with greater peace of mind, and several other families in the village had also seen improvements in their lives. His heart was filled with pure joy. He stole a glance at his small hands, then touched his chest. The Destiny sketchbook radiated a gentle warmth. Reward points, 64. Unchanged. Li Godan felt a little smug. This time, helping others hadn't cost him any points. It seemed the little book recognized his good deeds and wisdom. Just as Li Jiao buzzed with talk about Li Godan's brilliant move, and every household radiated a festive cheer, a brand new 28-inch bicycle pulled up at the village entrance. A bespectacled, scholarly-looking man rode it, asking for directions along the way. "Excuse me, is this Li Jiao? I'm looking for a classmate named Li Xiaodi and her younger brother, Li Godan." The man pushed his glasses up and asked in a gentle tone. An old man turning over grain on the threshing field at the village entrance paused, sizing up the visitor. Dressed in a polyester shirt and sporting a Shanghai brand wristwatch, he clearly looked like a government official. He was looking for Xiaodi and Godan? Had those two kids gotten into some earth-shattering trouble again? The old man at the village entrance was named Lao Nian. Usually quiet and reserved, he was startled by the question from this bespectacled comrade cadre. He set down his wooden rake and squinted through his reading glasses to scrutinize the visitor. The polyester shirt shimmered softly in the sunlight. The Shanghai watch on his wrist sparkled, and his bicycle gleamed like new. Clearly, this was no ordinary man. "Lee's Hollow?" "Yes, this is Lee's Hollow." Old Lee nodded eagerly, his voice rising a few notches. "Comrade, are you looking for that girl Xiaodi and that boy Godan? They're from Li Dashan's family. It's at the far end of the village, the one with a row of sunflowers growing along the wall, and kids always running in and out the gate." "Thanks, fellow villager." The gentleman smiled gently, adjusted his glasses, hopped on his bicycle, and pedaled in the direction Li Lanyan had pointed. Amidst the villagers' curious and somewhat reverent gazes, he pedaled toward Li Dashan's home. Along the way, every villager he passed was drawn in by the air of authority emanating from this comrade official. They stopped to whisper among themselves. "Which unit's leader is this? What brings him to our poor mountain village? Judging by the setup, he's here to see the Dashan family. Could it be that Doggy's boy has gotten himself into some monster trouble again? Wait, no, Godan's a sharp kid. I think it's good news. Haven't you forgotten? Xiaodi just got accepted into the county elementary school a few days ago. Maybe they're here to honor her." This guess was probably pretty close to the mark. At that moment, in the Li family's small courtyard, Wang Shufan was carefully inspecting a batch of bamboo strips embroidered with colorful threads that Aunt Lanhua had just delivered. Li Godan crouched nearby, poking an ant hole with a small stick while muttering to himself, his words indistinct. He glanced up at his mother from time to time, then back at the bamboo strips drying in the yard, his little face wearing a look of feigned maturity. Knock, knock, knock. A soft knock sounded at the door. Wang Shufan assumed it was another person delivering or picking up work, so she called out. "Who is it? The door isn't locked, come right in." The door creaked open, revealing a stranger. The man appeared to be in his 30s, wearing black-rimmed glasses. He had a scholarly demeanor and carried an air of intellectual refinement. He offered a polite smile, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard. Seeing the neatly stacked bamboo strips, half-finished baskets, and several women threading baskets in the corner, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Excuse me, is this the home of Comrade Li Dashan? I'm looking for Comrade Wang Shufan, along with student Li Xiaodi and young Li Godan." Wang Shufan froze, nearly dropping the bamboo strip she held. She hurriedly stood up, nervously wiping her hands on her apron. "I'm Wang Shufan. And you are?" Li Dashan also came out of the house upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the scene, his heart skipped a beat and he hurried forward. "Hello, comrade. I'm Li Dashan. What brings you to our home?" Li Godan lifted his little head, curiously eyeing this unexpected visitor. He sensed something different about this person compared to the villagers, a gentle aura, yet one that carried an indescribable strength. His destiny sketchbook was now faintly warm against his chest, as if foretelling that something significant was about to happen. "Oh, well, it's like this." Chapter 39, Cadre visits Fuwawa in the countryside. "Oh, it's like this." The refined man smiled, pulling a notebook and fountain pen from his canvas bag and handing them to Li Dashan. "My name is Wen Yuan. I'm an official with the County Education Bureau. I'm here primarily because I heard about Li Xiaodi's outstanding performance at school. She's now been admitted to the county's key elementary school with top honors. Few students pass the exam county-wide, so I've come specifically to present a reward to top-ranked student Li Xiaodi. I'm also here for a home visit to understand the situation. Also, I've heard about little Li Godan. He's exceptionally bright and considered the village's lucky charm. I'd like to meet him too." Upon hearing that the visitor was an official from the County Education Bureau, and that he had come specifically for Xiaodi and Godan, Wang Shufan and Li Dashan instantly relaxed. Excitedly wiping his hands, Li Dashan hurriedly took the fountain pen and notebook, a proud smile spreading across his face. The women helping nearby were filled with envy and admiration, showering praise. "Oh my, Dashan's family, your ancestors must be smiling down on you. An official from the county came all the way here to see the kids. That's right. Xiaodi's made something of herself, and Godan's blessed. Your life just keeps getting better." Wang Shufan quickly called out. "Comrade 1, please come inside. Godan, go fetch your sister." Li Godan gave a quick eye and scampered off on his stubby legs to find Li Xiaodi, who was skipping rope with her friends at the village entrance. Wen Yuan was ushered into the main room, where Li Dashan poured him a bowl of cool boiled water and handed it over. The room was simple but kept clean and tidy. When Yuan's gaze fell upon the wall, where certificates of merit were displayed, awards Li Xiaodi had earned with each exam. Beside them hung several crooked masterpieces drawn by Godin using charcoal fragments. Li Xiaodi's certificates, what an honor! When Yuan praised. I heard from her teachers that she made remarkable progress in this exam. Wang Shufan smiled modestly. It's all thanks to the teacher's guidance. The child herself is quite determined too. Before long, Li Xiaodi returned, her little face flushed as Li Godin pulled her hand. Seeing strangers in the house, she shyly hid behind Wang Shufan. Xiaodi, say hello to Uncle Wan. Wang Shufan pulled her daughter forward. Uncle Wan, hello. Li Xiaodi greeted him softly, her big eyes curiously studying Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan smiled kindly. Hello, Li Xiaodi. No need to be nervous. I'm just here for a home visit to discuss your studies. Also, I hear you have a particularly talented younger brother? Li Xiaodi glanced at Li Godin beside her and beamed with pride. Yes. My brother is very smart. Wen Yuan looked at Li Godin with keen interest. Ever since he entered the door, the child had been staring at him with wide, dark eyes, not crying, not fussing, not shy at all, radiating a calmness beyond his years. Little Li Godin. Wen Yuan smiled as he crouched down to meet Godin's gaze. I hear you played a big part in helping your sister get into the county elementary school this time? Li Godin tilted his little head and said in a babyish voice. Sister's just naturally smart. I was just telling my sister that reading is like a little bird drinking water. You have to take it sip by sip, slowly, to quench your thirst and soar high. The metaphor was both novel and apt, and when Yuan's eyes lit up as he listened. Wang Shufan and Li Dashan beside them also looked surprised. When did this kid come up with such a clever line? Little did they know this was another fragment doggy had picked up from a children's comic book, reworked through his childlike wisdom to achieve such an effect. Wen Yuan laughed heartily. Well said. A little bird drinks water, sip by sip, slowly. That's quite the level of wisdom. Looks like you really are a clever little rascal. He stood up and addressed Li Dashan and Wang Shufan. Comrades, both of these children show great promise. Especially Xiaodi, diligent and eager to learn, she'll surely go far. As for Godin, he's brimming with natural talent. The couple beamed with pride at the praise, repeatedly saying, Oh no, Comrade Wan, you're too kind. When Yuan shifted his tone, pausing thoughtfully before adding. But there's one thing, these children's names. Li Dashan and Wang Shufan's smile stiffened slightly. They knew full well that Godin was a crude name, and Zhao Di carried the mark of an old-fashioned, son-preferring era. But in the countryside, they believed that names meant to be derogatory were easier to raise children with, and everyone had grown accustomed to them. Noticing their discomfort, Wen Yuan spoke gently. I mean, no offense. I just feel that such wonderful children deserve names that match their spirit and future prospects. Godin is ultimately just a nickname. When the child grows up and goes to school, it won't be very elegant. The name Xiaodi is common, but times have changed. Girls hold up half the sky now, why keep hoping for a little brother? These words struck a chord with Wang Shufan. Having suffered herself from a lack of education, she naturally hoped her daughter would have a bright future, free from the shackles of such outdated notions. Li Dashan agreed it made sense, but changing a name was a big deal, and he hesitated. Comrade Wen speaks wisely, but this name has been passed down through generations. Changing it lightly. I fear it might. Li Dashan rubbed his hands together, his dark face bearing the characteristic earnestness and hesitation of a farmer. Comrade Wen, this name was given by my parents. It's been passed down for generations. Changing it suddenly might invite gossip from the villagers, and I fear our ancestors might take offense. Wang Shufan also hesitated. Though she agreed with Comrade Wen deep down, ancestral traditions held immense weight in the hearts of rural folk. Seeing this, Wen Yuan didn't press her. He simply took a gentle sip of cool boiled water, his gaze drifting back to the wall where several childish yet imaginative doodles adorned it. He understood that shifting such deeply ingrained beliefs required time and a catalyst. Just then, Li Godin, who had been quietly keeping a low profile, suddenly lifted his little face. With eyes as big and dark as black grapes, he looked at Li Dashan and spoke in a babyish voice. Dad, during the new year, we all wear new clothes to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new, for good luck. If we could get a new, nice-sounding name too, wouldn't it be like putting on new clothes? Wouldn't we walk with more energy and have good fortune follow us? The analogy was simple, yet it hit the nail on the head. Just as new clothes signify a fresh start, wouldn't a good name also bring good fortune? Li Dashan and Wang Shufan both froze, glancing from their son to Wen Yuan. This kid, usually quiet and unassuming, always managed to come up with something surprising when it mattered most. Could it be that this boy truly was a lucky charm, sent by heaven to offer guidance to his own family? After speaking, Li Godin nodded solemnly, as if he had just uttered some profound truth. Of course, he wouldn't admit that half of it came from a vague thought flashed through his mind by the Book of Destiny sketches. A new name brings new fortune. He'd merely expressed it in a way he could understand. Chapter 40, Rightful Name, Rising Sales. Admiration deepened in Wen Yuan's eyes. He smiled at Li Dashan and his wife and said, Comrade Dashan, Comrade Shufan, look, our child sees things more clearly than we do. Bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. How beautifully put. A name is a person's symbol. A beautiful name with profound meaning will subtly shape a child's spirit and vision for the future. He paused, tore a page from his notebook, and pulled a brand new hero fountain pen from his jacket pocket. With an elegant flick of his finger, he unscrewed the cap. On our way here, the mountains were lush and the waters clear, the scenery truly delightful. I'd like to take the liberty of using Mr. Tao's verse, picking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence. I casually gaze upon the southern mountain, to propose new names for your two children. What do you think? As he spoke, he wrote on the paper. For the boy, I propose Dongya Li Dongya. It signifies his simplicity and free-spiritedness, rich with the essence of nature. I also hope he will live with ease and grace in the future, his mind broad and open, unburdened by mundane concerns. The girl shall be named Nanyu Li Nanyu. The name Nanyu comes from leisurely seeing the southern mountains in the poem, subtly echoing the tranquil and gentle spirit within the verse. We also hope she will continually cultivate fine character and knowledge, standing firm like the southern mountains, and possess a bright future. When Yuan handed Li Dashan the paper bearing the three bold characters, Li Nanyu and Li Dongya, Li Dashan couldn't read, but the sheer force emanating from the characters sent a jolt through his heart. Wang Shufan, however, recognized a few characters. Leaning closer, she murmured softly, Nanyu, Dongye. Compared to Dog Egg and Zhaodi, these names were worlds apart. Just hearing them evoked an air of scholarly refinement. Father, mother, Li Zhaodi no, Li Nanyu now. Though still somewhat bewildered, she understood the meaning behind the names after Wen Yuan explained. Especially the phrase, a girl can hold up half the sky, made her little face light up. She tugged at Wang Shufan's sleeve and whispered, I love the name Nanyu. Li Godan nodded in agreement. Dongya, it sounds great. With the children's approval, the last bit of hesitation in Li Dashan's heart vanished completely. He solemnly took the note and bowed deeply to Wen Yuan. Comrade Wen, thank you so much. You're not just a big official in the county, you're a benefactor to our family. We'll change the names. They'll be called Nanyu and Dongyi. Wang Shufan's eyes also welled up with emotion as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. The instant Li Dashan made the decision to change the names, Li Dongya felt another faint wave of warmth surge through the Book of Destiny in his arms. He knew this was the aftereffect of the achievement rightful name beginning to manifest. Though the reward points had already been credited, this intangible boost of fortune seemed to be just beginning to take effect. He discreetly glanced at the notebook's consciousness interface. Sure enough, the 84 reward points sat securely in place, while the achievement badge for rightful name beside them seemed to glow a little brighter. Warmth filled Wen Yuan's heart as he saw the matter settled. He set down his pen, his gaze drifting back to the bamboo strips drying in the courtyard, the finished small baskets, and those still in progress. Comrade Shufan, your family's bamboo baskets are truly exquisite. Wen Yuan picked up a plain basket that had just been woven and hadn't yet been treated with tung oil. It felt smooth to the touch, with tightly woven strands and a delicate, petite shape that exuded a natural elegance. Especially these colorful embroidered flowers, birds, fish, and insects, they're so lifelike, adding so much spirit to the basket. He praised, pointing to a basket embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks playing in the water. Wang Shufan blushed at the praise. Comrade Wen, you flatter me. These are just little crafts made by women to earn some pocket money to supplement the household income. This is no mere craft. Wen Yuan said earnestly. I heard at the village entrance that your baskets sell very well at the supply and marketing cooperative. You've even inspired other women in the village to join in, boosting their incomes significantly. This is truly wonderful news. He turned to Li Dashan. Comrade Dashan, did you personally harvest all the bamboo strips used for these baskets? At this mention, Li Dashan perked up. Having worked with bamboo year-round, he knew every trick of the trade inside out. Yes, Comrade Wen. Li Dashan's voice grew much louder, tinged with pride. The bamboo for weaving these small baskets is particular. It can't be too old, nor too young. Bamboo that's too old becomes stiff and hard, making it difficult to bend and prone to breaking. Bamboo that's too young is too soft, resulting in weaves that lack stiffness and durability. I know every patch of arrow bamboo in the back mountain like the back of my hand. I can tell which ones are just the right age and have the perfect toughness. I could find them with my eyes closed. He gestured as he spoke. Once the bamboo is cut, it must be split into uniform strips consistent in thickness and even in width. That all depends on the skill of the hands. Then comes scraping off the green skin, sun-drying, dyeing, and treating against pests. Not a single step can be rushed. Li Dashan grew more animated as he spoke, as if describing not ordinary bamboo but some rare treasure. He walked over to a pile of prepared bamboo strips, picked up a few, and showed them to Wen Yuan. Look at these strips, even color, supple yet resilient. Only with such material can we weave baskets that last and look beautiful. Wen Yuan nodded repeatedly in agreement. He hadn't expected an ordinary farmer to possess such profound expertise and unique insights within his own field of mastery. Li Dashan wasn't just strong, he was sharp and experienced. Comrade Dashan, your craftsmanship and expertise are invaluable assets. Wen Yuan praised sincerely. From what I've seen, your operation involves division of labor, correct? You handle raw materials and personnel management, Shufan oversees the core processes, and the other women handle splitting bamboo strips and embroidery? Wang Shufan chimed in. Yes, Comrade 1. With more hands on deck, we can keep up with demand. Grandma Zhang from the east side splits bamboo strips quickly and evenly, while Aunt Lanhua from the west excels at embroidery. Each excels in their role, significantly boosting efficiency. When Yuan pondered for a moment, his gaze deepening. Comrade Dashan, Comrade Shufan, have you ever considered expanding this bamboo basket business? Instead of just selling them at the town supply and marketing cooperative, we could even promote them to the county, the region, or even the province? At this suggestion, Li Dashan and Wang Shufan both froze. Expand to the county, the region, even the province? They hadn't even dared to dream of such things. To them, selling baskets to the county supply and marketing cooperative and earning 10 or 20 yuan a month was already a tremendous blessing. Li Donya listened from the sidelines, his heart skipping a beat. Here it comes. The opportunity has arrived. His destiny sketchbook seemed to sense something, the warmth in his chest growing more pronounced than before. Yet no new prompt appeared, only a stronger conviction that everything was under control. He knew Comrade when Yuan's words were no idle talk. Comrade 1, we never even considered that. Chapter 41, The Artful Bamboo Weaver Meets a Kindred Spirit. Li Dashan stammered, his voice trembling with excitement and trepidation. We're just farmers. We're satisfied just selling our goods in the county. How could we dare dream so far ahead? When Yuan smiled. Where there's a will, there's a way. Your products have unique characteristics, excellent quality, and the potential to lift fellow villagers out of poverty. That's a very solid foundation. Our county has recently been exploring ways to develop local handicraft industries, increase collective income, and improve the lives of our members. He patted Li Dashan on the shoulder. Comrade Dashan, your expertise in bamboo cultivation and your management and organizational skills are truly outstanding. Comrade Shufan, your mastery of craftsmanship, you're a true technical backbone. Alright, when Yuan said thoughtfully, after I return, I'll report your situation to the leadership. If feasible, the county might be able to support you. For instance, by providing more stable sales channels, organizing technical training, or even expanding production capacity. He looked at Li Dashan and Wang Shufan, their faces flushed with excitement, and added. Of course, these are just my preliminary thoughts. Specific actions will depend on the county's deliberation and decision. But you must keep making these baskets well, craft them into fine products and build a reputation. Li Dashan trembled with emotion, nodding vigorously. Comrade 1, rest assured. As long as it helps everyone live a better life, I'll do whatever it takes. Shufan and I will keep a close eye on this bamboo weaving work, not a single flaw will slip through. Wang Shufan's eyes also shone brightly, as if she could already envision a prosperous future for their family and the villagers. After offering a few more words of encouragement, when Yuan glanced at the sky and rose to take his leave, Li Dashan and Wang Shufan, accompanied by their 2 children, walked him all the way to the village entrance. Take care, Comrade 1. Come visit us again sometime. Certainly, certainly. Nanyu, Donya, study hard and listen to your parents. Waving goodbye to the children with a smile, when Yuan mounted his bicycle and pedaled away into the fading sunlight. The moment when Yuan left, Li Jiao erupted into a frenzy. Earlier, they had only known that county officials were coming to commend Li Zhaodi and pay a visit to Li Guden. Now, even more sensational news spread. Did you hear? The county officials personally changed the names of Dashan's 2 kids. One is now called Li Nanyu, and the other Li Dongya. They sound so cultured. And that's not all. Comrade Wen said those names are drawn from classical texts and carry profound meaning. These kids have limitless futures ahead. Most importantly, Comrade Wen took a liking to Dashan's bamboo baskets. He said they're top-notch and could be developed into a major industry. He even plans to report it to the county to help them expand production. Good heavens! Is that true? Does that mean we'll get to share in the benefits to earn more work points, no, more money? Of course it's true. Dashan said it himself. Comrade Wen praised him for his bamboo expertise and skills. In no time, Li Dashan's doorstep was swarming with people again. Some came to congratulate him, others to probe for news, while many quick-witted souls were already scheming how to join this bamboo weaving army or curry favor with the Li Dashan household. Surrounded by the crowd, Li Dashan's dark face glowed with pride. Never in his life had he felt so honored. Standing tall, he answered the villagers' questions loudly, his words brimming with hope of the future and gratitude toward Wen Yuan. Wang Shufan smiled and chimed in beside him, occasionally waving off overly enthusiastic neighbors. Li Nanyu held her younger brother Li Dongya's hand, her little face brimming with excitement and pride. To her, everything that had happened today felt like a dream. Li Dongya remained relatively calm, simply gazing up at his father surrounded by the crowd, absorbing the unprecedented confidence and radiance emanating from him. Dad seems to be wearing new clothes too. He murmured softly. He knew this wasn't just a change of name, it marked the beginning of Destiny's gears accelerating. His Destiny sketchbook and the solid 109 reward points would be his first and most crucial lever to ride this surging tide. With a righteous name, the sails are set. Li Dongye clenched his small fist. He was already anticipating what surprises the next graffiti book would bring. Meanwhile, Comrade Wen Yuan's attention to the bamboo basket had undoubtedly boosted Li Dashan's visibility within the production brigade and even before the county leadership. It seemed that spring was finally coming for his father too. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the Li family's small courtyard in a warm golden hue, yet it could not disperse the growing crowd of eager people gathering both inside and outside the yard. No sooner had Comrade Wen Yuan left than the entire Li family's neighbors, like ants drawn to honey, swarmed in. Brother Dashan. Congratulations! Your new names, Dongye and Nanyu, sound like they're destined for good fortune. A distant cousin who rarely visited now pushed his way to the front, his face beaming and his voice booming. That's right. That's right. Comrade Wen personally chose the names, how could they be anything but perfect? These two kids are bound for greatness. Dashan, I hear Comrade Wen is going to help you sell your bamboo baskets all the way to the provincial capital? Oh my, that's like your ancestors' graves spewing green smoke. An old woman's shrill voice rang out, her eyes brimming with envy and a hint of subtle inquiry. Does that mean we can learn basket weaving from Brother Dashan too, and earn more corn? That was what most people were truly concerned about. Li Dashan stood in the center of the courtyard, his dark face glowing with excitement and anticipation. He felt his blood boiling. Having toiled in the soil his entire life, when had he ever received such treatment? He straightened his long bent back, his voice booming louder than usual. Folks, everyone, quiet down. Comrade Wen did say he'd take a good look at our bamboo baskets and report them to the county to seek support. Great! The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Wang Shufen held Li Nanyu with one hand and reached out to take Li Dongye's with the other, only to find her son had quietly slipped to the doorframe. He stood there, tilting his little head back, his dark, bright eyes calmly observing the extraordinary scene unfolding before him. A flicker of emotion stirred within her. Ever since that incident of stealing rabbit meat, her youngest son seemed different, more composed, perhaps even wiser. Li Dongye was indeed observing. He watched his father surrounded by the crowd, his face radiating an unprecedented pride and confidence, a deep-seated sense of ease emanating from his very core. He understood that legitimacy brought more than just two fine names, it signaled a subtle shift in fortune. The long-suppressed gloom that had weighed on his father was now being replaced by a vibrant, youthful energy. Chapter 42, New Names, New Beginnings. This must be the new spirit brought by the new clothes. He thought silently to himself. Just then, the Book of Destiny in his embrace emitted another faint, imperceptible warmth. With a flicker of thought, his consciousness sank into it. The interface of the Fate sketchbook remained as simple as ever. The 109 reward points shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, their alluring glow beckoning him. Below them, a new line of text slowly materialized. Opportunity emerges, Li family bamboo weaving gains sudden fame, drawing widespread attention. Yet, quality varies and hearts are restless. Improper handling may sow hidden dangers. Hint, select the best, utilize talents fully, to strengthen foundations and ride the waves. Below the text, a small option appeared. Consume 4 reward points to obtain preliminary guidance on heart screening? Li Dongye felt a chill run down his spine. This little book wasn't just delivering good news, it was issuing warnings too. Without hesitation, he selected yes. Instantly, 4 reward points were deducted, leaving him with 105 points remaining. A cool stream of consciousness flowed into his mind. Though no concrete images appeared, it granted him a vague perception of the usability of the villagers before him. He could now instinctively gauge who genuinely wanted to learn skills for a better life, who was merely looking for shortcuts and freebies, who was dexterous and detail-oriented, and who was clumsy and inept. In the courtyard, Li Dashan remained surrounded by enthusiastic villagers. Brother Dashan, what do you think of me? I'm quick on my feet and pick things up fast. Let me join the basket weaving too. A man named Li Erdo pushed his way to the front, pounding his chest and shouting. Though notorious for slacking off in the production brigade, he now acted more eager than anyone. Li Dashan felt a bit awkward. They were all villagers who would inevitably cross paths again and again. A direct refusal would be too embarrassing. But he knew Li Ergu all too well, putting him in charge of basket weaving would likely mean the bamboo strips would be ruined. Other villagers chimed in with suggestions. Dashan, my wife's pretty good at embroidery. Could she give it a shot? I'm strong at splitting bamboo. I can learn. Li Dashan was overwhelmed by the clamor, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Though pleased, he had no idea how to organize so many people or ensure quality. His newly ignited ambition was about to be thrown into disarray by this sudden outburst of enthusiasm. Just then, a clear, childish voice rang out. Dad! Last time Uncle Ergo was husking corn in the brigade, he couldn't even go as fast as me. If he weaves baskets, won't he snap all the bamboo? It was Li Dongye. He stepped out from the doorway, his little face radiating childlike innocence and confusion, continuing in his babyish voice. Also, Aunt Lanua's embroidery is so beautiful the little birds look like they're alive. Wouldn't it be great if she could embroider more pretty flowers? Grandma Zhang splits bamboo strips so fast and evenly, if she splits more, we can weave more baskets. The words fell, and the once bustling courtyard fell instantly silent. All eyes turned to the little one who had just been renamed Lee Dongya. Lee Erdu's face flushed crimson up to his neck. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. He couldn't take a kid's words seriously, but they stung like hell. Being slower at husking corn than a child while true felt like a public execution when stated aloud. The other villagers froze, then many wore thoughtful expressions. Yeah, doggy wait, Donya, that kid had a point. Basket weaving is a delicate craft, not just anyone can do it. Only when the right person does the right job can you get quality results. Wang Shufan stared at her son in astonishment, feeling both proud and amused. This kid never fails to surprise me. Yet strangely enough, his words proved more thoughtful than anything an adult could have said. Li Dashin felt as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes. It was like a bolt of lightning striking him. Just moments ago, he'd been fretting over how to allocate labor and how to politely decline those clearly unsuitable for the task, fearing he might offend his fellow villagers. But his son's seemingly innocent words suddenly enlightened him. Right. Donya is absolutely right. Li Dashin slapped his thigh, his voice regaining its firm resolve. His gaze swept over the crowd, radiating an unprecedented authority. Fellow villagers, Comrade Wen said these bamboo baskets must be crafted as premium goods. They're meant for sale in the provincial capital. So the quality must be top-notch. It's not that I, Li Dashin, don't want to help you all prosper, it's just that this craft demands precision. Those with clumsy hands or a hasty temperament simply won't do. If the finished products turn out poorly, it'll ruin Li Jiao's reputation, and we won't be able to explain ourselves to Comrade Wen. He pointed to several women in the crowd. Like Dongya said, Lanhua, your embroidery is superb. You'll lead the intricate embroidery work on the baskets. Auntie Zhang, you're seasoned at splitting bamboo strips fast and precise. You'll oversee the first stage of production. He then turned to several young people who were indeed nimble and quick. You few dexterous and eager to learn will follow my daughter Shulan to learn basket weaving. As for the rest. Li Dashin paused, his tone softening slightly. It's not that there won't be work for you. We can just divide the tasks. Like going up the mountain to cut bamboo and transporting the materials, those tasks still need hands. Once we scale up, every household might even get involved. His words were both reasonable and persuasive, painting a picture of a brighter future. The villagers who had been reluctant to agree found themselves at a loss for words. Especially Li Dongya's childish remarks, they were a stroke of genius, making Li Dashin's arrangements seem perfectly logical and beyond dispute. Li Ergo slunk back into the crowd, too embarrassed to utter another word. Aunt Orchid, Aunt Zhang, and the others, however, beamed with delight, nodding and agreeing enthusiastically. Who wouldn't be happy to do what they were good at and earn more money? Thus, the minor hiring incident was skillfully diffused by Li Dongya's few words. Li Dashin gazed at his son, his heart filled with emotion. This boy truly was a blessing sent by heaven to their family. How had he never noticed such sharpness before? Li Dongya quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, guided by the principle of selecting people by their hearts and shielded by his childlike candor, he had finally passed this first test. He could sense that after this incident, his father's standing among the villagers had risen another notch. He was no longer merely a basket weaver, but a methodical and visionary leader. The crowd gradually dispersed, each carrying their own thoughts. Some felt envy, others jealousy, but most harbored hopes for the future. The Li family had become the embodiment of hope for the future of Li Jiao. Chapter 43, Flawed Bamboo Revealed. Late into the night, the family gathered around the oil lamp. Wang Shufan, sewing shoesoles, couldn't help but laugh. Donya, you really made your father proud today. Those few words you spoke were wiser than an adult's. Li Nanyu felt proud too, taking her brother's hand. Donya, you're amazing. Li Dashin held his coarse porcelain bowl, took a sip of warm water, and looked at his son with eyes brimming with tenderness and pride. Yes, our Donya, he's a wise one. Li Donya blushed at the praise, grinning and flashing a row of pearly white teeth. I just thought it was the right thing to do. But in his mind, he was already strategizing. Today was just the beginning. The real key lay with Comrade Wen Yuan. When would the county's support finally come through? Expanding the bamboo weaving operation meant tackling major challenges: technical training, raw material supply, and sales channels. His gaze drifted back to the object in his embrace. Beside the prompt about opportunity begins to emerge in the Destiny sketchbook, a small annotation had appeared. Preliminary screening complete, initial consensus established. Next phase, technical advancement and quality control. Reward points, 15. He now possessed 120 reward points. Simultaneously, a new, fainter hint spread like inkwash painting. The heart of a master craftsman lies in both tradition and innovation. With the county government's support, perhaps a master craftsman will offer guidance. Master craftsman? Li Dongya's heart stirred. Could it be that the technical training mentioned by Officer Wen Yuan would bring in a highly skilled bamboo weaving master? This would be tremendous news for his family and the entire bamboo weaving industry in Li Jiao. He clenched his small fist, his heart brimming with anticipation. Spring had arrived for his father, and the Li family's better days were just beginning. And he, Lee Dongya, clutching the Destiny sketchbook, would be one of the most steadfast helmsmen steering through the waves of this era. He would ensure these humble bamboo baskets truly left the mountains behind and ventured into wider horizons. And this was merely the first step that Destiny sketchbook had granted him to alter his family's fate. The road ahead stretched long, with greater challenges and opportunities awaiting him. His 120 reward points must be used wisely, safeguarding every step ahead. The night fell like ink, enveloping the Lee family courtyard in profound stillness. Beneath the soft glow of the oil lamp, Lee Dongya's small silhouette was cast upon the paper window. Lying on the heated bed, his eyes shone brightly, utterly sleepless. His mind kept turning over the hint from the Book of Destiny sketches. Perhaps a master teacher will guide you through the maze. What kind of master teacher would it be? What kind of change could they bring to the bamboo weaving of Lee Family Hollow? His heart swelled with quiet anticipation, as if he could already envision those exquisite bamboo baskets leaving the mountains and traveling to distant lands. The next morning, as dawn broke, Lee Jiao stirred to life. The sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking echoed through the air. Plumes of smoke drifted from the chimneys of every household, carrying the unique aroma of wood fire and cooking. Lee Dashin roughly splashed cold water on his face, gulped down a bowl of warm corn porridge, and then energetically began preparing for the bamboo weaving. Following the division of labor suggested by Lee Dongya's childish advice the previous day, skilled bamboo splitters like An Zhang and An Wang had taken their places early. Soon, the courtyard echoed with the crisp crack of bamboo being split and the sharp swish of splitters slicing through the bamboo flesh. However, this orderly rhythm didn't last long. About an hour later, Lee Man-chang, a young man in his early 20s, usually honest but still inexperienced, rushed into the Lee family courtyard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his face showing a mix of anxiety and distress. Uncle Dashin! Uncle Dashin! His voice preceded him. Lee Dashin, who was inspecting the dyed bamboo strips prepared by Wang Shufan and the others, looked up at the sound. Seeing the unusual expression on Lee Man-chang's face, he asked, "Man-chang, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" "Uncle, you must go see for yourself. This morning, the bamboo delivered from Wang Jiatan next door, something about it just doesn't feel right." Lee Man-chang gasped for breath, pointing outside the courtyard. "The color is yellower than usual, and when you tap them, the sound is dull and muffled, not as clear as before. I'm afraid." Lee Dashin furrowed his brow, set down his tools, and strode swiftly after Lee Man-chang to the pile of fresh bamboo outside the courtyard. Several bundles of Nanmu bamboo, thick as arms, appeared fresh and verdant. Yet Lee Dashin's expression darkened at a single glance. He casually picked up a stalk, ran his fingers along the nodes, weighed it in his hand, and snorted coldly. "Oomph! What kind of bamboo is this?" Some of the bamboo had coarse, uneven joints spaced too far apart, clearly the result of rapid growth and insufficient nutrients. Others had unevenly thickened walls, revealing faint mottled spots. Several others, though thick in diameter, felt hollow and flimsy to the touch, clearly immature bamboo that hadn't reached full maturity, lacking the necessary toughness. Which family in Wang Jiatan sent these? Lee Dashin's voice carried a hint of anger. Bamboo like this has loose fibers and poor resilience. Splints split from it will break after just a few uses. Even if we manage to weave them into baskets, they won't last. The moment they get wet or damp, they'll warp and crack. This is clearly a scam. It'll ruin all the hard work we put into dyeing them too." Lee Man-chang shrank back at Lee Dashin's fierce tone and stammered. "It was delivered by Lee San and a few other families. They said we've been taking so much bamboo lately that we've cut down almost all the good stuff on their hills. This is all that's left. They said this bamboo costs 2 cents more per pound than usual." The moment these words were spoken, the villagers who had gathered to watch the commotion erupted into murmurs. "Good heavens, those Wang Jiatan folks are downright shady. This is blatant bullying." "Exactly. Just when our bamboo weaving business is finally picking up, they try to take advantage. Dashin, we absolutely can't take this bamboo. It'll ruin Lee Jiaheo's reputation." Lee Dashin's face turned ashen. He knew full well he couldn't accept it. But Wang Jiatan and Lijiako were separated by only a small river, and there was occasional interaction between the two villages. If he simply sent the bamboo back, it would likely stir up a lot of gossip and trouble. Yet if they kept it, this subpar bamboo could destroy the reputation they'd just begun to build. Lee Dongya, who had been standing silently at the back of the crowd, was now carefully examining the bamboo. The Book of Destiny in his embrace had stirred again upon waking that morning. Beneath the 120 reward points, faint ink-like characters slowly materialized. A towering edifice rises from level ground. Only with a solid foundation can it endure. Premium materials are the soul of craftsmanship, while inferior ones yield half the results with double the effort, a waste of energy. Recent bamboo supplies may be flawed, exercise caution. Below the text, 2 small options flickered faintly. Consume 5 reward points to obtain expertise in identifying inferior materials, 3-day duration, or clue to premium bamboo source, one-time acquisition. He didn't choose immediately, wanting to assess the situation first. Now it seemed the flaws had indeed materialized. Chapter 44, Seeking Fine Materials in the Distant Mountains. He shuffled his short legs through the crowd, reaching the pile of bamboo. Mimicking his father, he picked up a stalk, tapped it, then leaned in to sniff it. Then, lifting his little face, he spoke in a babyish yet remarkably clear voice. Father, this bamboo has a faint sour smell. It's not like the bamboo from the old grove on our back mountain, which has a fresh, fragrant scent. And look, father. He pointed with his little finger at several barely noticeable pinprick-sized holes on the bamboo. There are so many tiny holes here. I remember the wild boars don't like laying eggs under bamboo with these little holes. Mother said it's because it's unclean. He ran over to another bundle of bamboo and pointed to the base of one stalk, where a faint, whitish ring of cut marks was barely visible. And this one didn't Uncle Ergo and the others cut it when it was getting dark and they couldn't see clearly? They cut right into the tender tip of the bamboo shoot. Bamboo like this won't be sturdy, it'll snap at the first gust of wind. Lidonia's words carried such conviction that the once noisy crowd fell instantly silent. All eyes shifted from the inferior bamboo to the little guy, who wasn't even as tall as the bamboo. Li Dashin froze for a moment, then carefully examined the spots his son had pointed out. Sure enough, the bamboo trunks bore tiny, barely visible wormholes imperceptible unless examined up close. And the base of the pointed-out bamboo did indeed bear deep-cut marks that had damaged the tender shoot tissue. These details had even escaped the notice of this seasoned veteran, who had worked with bamboo for years. Dong Yi, how did you find out about all this? Li Dashin's voice brimmed with uncontrollable shock and a hint of disbelief. Li Donya blinked his big, dark eyes, adopting an innocent, bewildered expression as he scratched the back of his head. I learned it from Grandpa Zhang at the village entrance when I was playing around with him. Grandpa Zhang said that to pick good bamboo, you have to listen to the sound, look at the color, smell the fragrance, and weigh it in your hand. And check if the nodes are tight and if there are any insect holes on the stem. He said bamboo with insect holes is like a sick person, all show and no substance. The Grandpa Zhang he spoke of was an old bamboo craftsman from the village who had passed away many years ago. His bamboo weaving skills were once renowned far and wide, but as he grew too old and lost interest in teaching outsiders, the craft gradually faded into obscurity. Li Donya had gleaned this background information from the heart screening function of the Fate sketchbook, and now it served as a convenient shield. Oh, so it was old Zhang who taught you. I knew it. Donya's always been sharp since he was a kid, he must have learned the real deal from old Zhang. Exactly. His observational skills are sharper than any of us adults. The villagers suddenly understood. Their gazes toward Li Donya now held not only their usual affection but also a newfound mix of admiration and astonishment. This kid was nothing short of a prodigy. Li Dashin's heart churned like a stormy sea, his excitement beyond words. This wasn't just sharp, it was downright divine. He took a deep breath to steady his racing heart, then addressed Li Manchang and the surrounding villagers in a clear voice. Donya is right. There's definitely something wrong with this bamboo. The folks from Wangjiatan think they can pull a fast one on us with this subpar stuff? No way. Manchang, take a few men right now and return this bamboo to them. Tell them Li Jiao does business with integrity. We want quality bamboo. We won't take this subpar stuff even if they pay us to take it. Bolstered by Li Donya's expert assessment, Li Dashin's voice carried even greater authority, his words now unquestionably commanding. Li Manchang and the others roared their agreement. They scrambled to rebundle the substandard bamboo and set off in a large convoy back to Li village. A potential crisis was thus defused by Li Donya's few words. However, with the substandard bamboo rejected, a new problem arose. Securing a reliable source of high-quality bamboo became the most urgent task. Without good bamboo, the bamboo weaving business was like water without a source, a tree without roots. Li Dashin paced the courtyard, his brow furrowed. Just then, Li Donya approached again, tugging at his father's sleeve. Dad, I remember when you and Mom took me mushroom picking in the mountains. It was in that deepest valley, I think. You turned onto a path beside that crooked pine tree. After crossing a large, rocky patch that hurt our feet, there seemed to be a huge bamboo forest over there. The bamboo there grew tall and thick. A deep, vibrant green, much better than the ones we usually cut. But the path was rough, no one ever went that way. As he spoke, he pointed with his little finger toward the depths of the mountains, describing the route and landmarks with crystal-clear precision. This was precisely the hazy map and crucial information that had appeared in his mind moments earlier after selecting the high-quality bamboo source clue from the Book of Destiny sketches. This option cost him 5 reward points, leaving him with 115 points remaining. Li Dashin froze upon hearing this, eyeing his son suspiciously. The deepest valley? The crooked pine tree? The rocky beach? I don't recall any of this at all. He racked his brain but couldn't scrape together a single related memory. Wang Shufan chimed in. Yeah, Donya, that place is so remote. When did your dad ever take you there? You must be mistaken, right? But Li Donya was unusually certain, nodding his little head like a bobblehead. No. That's the place. I remember the bamboo leaves there were especially green, and when the wind blew, they rustled so beautifully. Dad, why don't we go look for it? Looking into his son's clear, determined eyes, Li Dashin felt a pang in his heart. Recalling his son's recent series of astonishing displays, he decided to trust him this once. All right. Since Danya says it's there, let's go find it. Juzi, Schwanzi, you two come with me. Half a day later, when Li Dashan returned from the deep mountains with several sturdy men exhausted yet exhilarated, the entire Li village was abuzz. True to Donya's directions, they discovered a vast, untouched grove of premium Nanmu bamboo in a nearly inaccessible mountain hollow. Each bamboo stalk was as thick as a bowl, tall and straight, with evenly spaced joints and a vibrant green hue. When tapped, they produced a clear, resonant sound, perfect material for crafting top-quality bamboo weaving. Good heavens! That Donya boy is nothing short of a miracle worker. He's not just a lucky charm, he's a little god sent by the mountain deity to guide us. From now on, Li Jiao's bamboo crafts will never lack for quality materials. Villagers gathered around Li Donya, their voices rising in waves of admiration and astonishment. Their gazes brimmed with gratitude, reverence, and deep affection. Li Dashan's eyes reddened with emotion. He scooped his son into his arms and planted a firm kiss on his chubby cheek. My son! You truly are your father's the whole village's pride and joy. Thanks to Li Donya's stroke of genius, the raw material problem was solved in an instant. Li Jiao's bamboo weaving industry seemed to have received a shot in the arm, and everyone now looked toward the future with even more fervent anticipation. Chapter 45, The Master's Eye Discerns Quality. Just as Li Jiao was abuzz with excitement over the discovery of new high-quality bamboo sources, the crisp ringing of a bicycle bell echoed from the village entrance. Ring-a-ling, ring-a-ling. The villagers turned to see a slightly worn 28-inch bicycle speeding toward the Li family courtyard. The rider was a young man in a Zhongshan suit, his rear seat laden with a bulging canvas bag and a passenger sitting securely. The bicycle came to a squeaky halt outside the Li family courtyard. The rider was none other than Wen Yuan, an officer from the County Education Bureau. He jumped off, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and greeted Li Dashan, who had come out to meet him, with a warm smile and a loud voice. Brother Dashan. I've brought the person you requested. As Wen Yuan finished speaking, a man in his 50s deftly dismounted from the rear seat. He was lean yet sturdy, wearing a starched white polyester shirt beneath a dark blue khaki jacket. Black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, his sharp gaze radiating an imposing, commanding presence. He carried a leather tool bag polished to a mirror-like shine. The moment his feet touched the ground, his gaze swept over the Li family's small courtyard, the bamboo strips drying in the sun, and the curious villagers watching nearby, like a spotlight scanning its surroundings. Come, let me introduce you. Wen Yuan beamed as he pulled the man forward. This gentleman is Master Kong Lisan, a retired master craftsman from our county's bamboo factory. Master Kong. Master Kong is one of the foremost experts in bamboo weaving in our county. His butterfly-piercing composite weaving technique is truly unmatched. Master Kong, this is Comrade Li Dashan from Li Jiao, whom I've mentioned to you before. These are all the members actively participating in bamboo weaving production. Kong Lisan gave a slight nod in greeting. The moment Master Kong set foot on the ground, his gaze darted like two sharp needles. First, it swept over the simple yet tidy surroundings of the Li family's small courtyard. Then it settled on the colorful bamboo strips drying on the poles, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. Finally, his gaze shifted to Li Dashan, whose face was plastered with a broad smile, and the surrounding villagers who held their breath, their expressions tinged with a mix of reverence and curiosity. His starched, bleached white polyester shirt and dark blue khaki jacket stood out starkly against the mud brick walls of the courtyard. The black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose added an air of intellectual detachment and solemnity. Master Kong, please take a look. These are some small baskets we're currently weaving in Li Jiao, along with these prepared bamboo strips. Li Dashan rubbed his hands nervously as he handed over a freshly woven basket, its edges embroidered with small red flowers by Wang Shufan. Kong Lisan didn't take it immediately. Instead, he first extended 2 fingers to gently pinch the bamboo splint joints of the basket, then scraped his fingernail along the splints. Only then did he lift it, squinting into the light for a closer look. He uttered a non-committal monosyllable through his nose, setting the basket back on the table. His voice was flat yet carried an air of unquestionable authority. The bamboo material is passable, but the weaving is coarse and the dyeing is shallow. As for the embroidery, while it adds some embellishment, it also obscures the inherent simplicity of the bamboo craft. His words made Li Dashan's face flush with embarrassment, and Wang Shufan also lowered her head in shame. The surrounding villagers held their breath, thinking to themselves, "This master from the county truly has a keen eye." Seeing this, Officer Wen Yuan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Master Kong, we're all feeling our way through this. There's bound to be room for improvement in our craftsmanship. That's precisely why we need a master like you to guide us through the maze." Kong Lisan gave no clear response, turning instead to examine the pile of premium Nanmu bamboo stacked in the corner of the courtyard freshly transported from the deep mountains. He then glanced at the nearby bamboo strips, already split and ready for further processing. He paced over, casually picked up a split bamboo strip, and examined it carefully against the light. Then he used his fingers to gauge its flexibility and moisture content. "This bamboo is aged sufficiently, and its texture is fairly fine and dense." Kong Lisan nodded slightly, his tone softening momentarily before shifting abruptly. "However, it seems you've only split and dried the bamboo since bringing it back?" Li Dashan quickly replied. Yes, Master Kong, that's how we've always done it. Is there something wrong with that? Kong Lisan's gaze swept over the group from behind his glasses. Bamboo was the gentleman among woods, possessing both strength and flexibility. To make it pliable for weaving and durable over time, sun drying alone won't suffice. It must undergo processes like boiling, air drying, or even gentle fire baking to tame its wildness and solidify its true nature. With your methods, the strips become brittle and prone to mold when wet. Anything woven this way won't last through a single rainy season before losing its shape. These words poured over the crowd like a bucket of cold water. Li Dashan's forehead broke out in sweat. He had no idea there were so many intricacies involved. The villagers exchanged bewildered glances. Who knew weaving a bamboo basket involved such expertise? Just then, Li Dongye, who had stood quietly in the crowd, arms crossed, tilting his head to observe Kong Lisan, suddenly spoke in a childish voice. Grandpa, my mom says bamboo shoots get mushy and don't taste good if you boil them too long. Is it the same with bamboo? If you boil it too long, does it become useless too? His words stunned everyone. Wang Shufan scolded him playfully, reaching to pull him back, but Li Dashan stopped her with a single glance. Kong Lisan also froze at the words, his sharp gaze focusing for the first time on this little boy who hadn't even reached his waist. He studied Li Dongye, noticing the child's dark, clear eyes that showed no trace of shyness, but rather a serious, inquisitive gaze. Oh! A rare upward twitch appeared at the corner of Kong Lisan's mouth, revealing a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Child, tell me, why do you think that? Li Dongye blinked his eyes and gestured with his small hands. When we cook meat at home, mother says we have to simmer it slowly over low heat. That's how it gets tender and flavorful. If you use high heat, the outside will burn while the inside remains raw. Bamboo is so tough, doesn't it need some special method to make it both pliable and sturdy? The adults present were utterly baffled by this reasoning, dismissing it as mere childish rambling. But Kong Lisan's eyes lit up. He stared deeply at Li Dongye, as if trying to see right through the small figure. Boy, what's your name? My name is Li Dongye. Dong from the east, Yi from the fields. Li Dongye puffed out his little chest and answered loudly. Li Dongye. Kong Lisan repeated the name, nodding. What you say does make a certain amount of sense. Bamboo processing truly demands precision in timing and moderation. Too much heat causes rot, too little leaves it rigid. Sugar removal through boiling, stabilizing properties through air drying, enhancing toughness through fire baking, each step has its own method and cannot be generalized. He paused, then looked at Li Dashan. Your son here is quite something. Chapter 46, The Child Prodigy's insightful words reveal the mystery. Li Dashan's heart was already churning with shock. He had no idea where his son had picked up such knowledge. He could only marvel at how extraordinary his child truly was. Could it be that the late Master Zhan, the bamboo craftsman, had truly sent his spirit to heaven and imparted all his skills to Dongye in a dream? He hastily replied with feigned modesty. Master Kong, you flatter him. The boy's just spouting nonsense, pure nonsense. But Li Dongye wouldn't let it go. He tugged at Kong Lisan's sleeve and pointed to the freshly cut Nanmu bamboo. Grandpa, Dad, and the others worked so hard to find these bamboo yesterday. These bamboo grew deep in the mountain hollows, nourished by spring water. They're much more vibrant than the ones we used before. Feel it, isn't it cool to the touch, with a hint of sweetness? Kong Lisan followed his pointing hand to the pile of fresh bamboo. Bending down, he carefully picked up a stalk. It felt substantial in his hand, with evenly spaced joints and a vibrant, emerald green hue. Tapping it lightly with his knuckles produced a clear, resonant sound like jade chimes. Fine bamboo. A gleam of excitement flashed in Kong Lisan's eyes as he praised it. This is the perfect material for top-quality bamboo weaving. The walls are uniformly thick, the fibers are fine and dense, and the flexibility is exceptional. Where did you find such fine specimens? Just as Li Dashan was about to speak, Li Dongye interjected. I led my father to it. I dreamt the mountain god told me that bamboo over there is the most obedient and loves being woven into beautiful baskets. Childish words, yet they made Kong Lisan look up again. He looked at Li Dongye, then at the pile of premium Nanmu bamboo, and recalled the boy's earlier bizarre theories about timing. A thought crystallized in his mind. Officer Wen Yuan watched in astonishment, his estimation of this child rising even higher. This kid was nothing short of a prodigy. No, a lucky charm. He quickly chimed in with a smile. Master Kong, Dongye is our little lucky star here in Lijiao. He's full of brilliant ideas. Brother Dashan, why don't you tell Master Kong how Dongye discovered this bamboo grove? Li Dashan finally snapped out of his daze and recounted in detail how Li Dongye had pointed them in the right direction yesterday, and how they had found this bamboo grove deep in the mountain hollow. After listening, Kong Lisan remained silent for a long while. His gaze fixed on Li Dongye, his expression complex filled with astonishment, scrutiny, and a hint of indescribable expectation. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. Li Dashan, you have a fine son. Turning to Li Dongye, his tone softened for the first time, genuinely gentle. Young Dongye, would you like to learn bamboo weaving from me? The words sent shockwaves through the entire courtyard. Who was Master Kong? He was one of the top bamboo weaving masters in the county. Countless people longed to apprentice under him but couldn't even find a way in. And now he was offering to take a mere child as his apprentice? Li Dashin was so overcome with emotion his lips trembled. He grabbed Li Dongya's shoulders and urged. Dongya, quick! Kneel and bow to Master Kong. This is a tremendous blessing for you. Wang Shufan was also overjoyed, her eyes reddening. But Li Dongya blinked his big eyes at Kong Lisan and asked. Grandpa, will learning bamboo weaving really feed everyone in our village and give us a good life? Kong Lisan paused, then laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Good lad. You've got ambition. As long as you're willing to learn, put in the effort, and do it with dedication, not only will you have enough to eat, but one day, Li Jiao's bamboo crafts could leave these mountains and be sold in the provincial capital. It's not impossible. Alright. I'll learn. Li Dongya agreed with a crisp nod, then actually started to kneel. But Kong Lisan quickly caught him. No need for such formalities. When taking on apprentices, I value innate talent and character above such formalities. You've got both talents, kid. But mastering the craft is arduous, you must be prepared. I'm not afraid of hardship. Li Dongya patted his small chest in assurance. At that moment, the Book of Destiny sketches in Li Dongya's embrace quietly turned a page. Beneath the 115 reward points, the prompt about master guidance gradually sharpened into clear, solid text. Simultaneously, a new prompt appeared. With a master found, opportunity is yours. Orderly inheritance, worry-free innovation. Spend 20 reward points to activate rapid mastery of master techniques basic for 30% enhanced comprehension and absorption of Kong Lisan's teachings until this session concludes? Li Dongya silently affirmed. Yes. 20 reward points consumed, 95 points remaining. Rapid mastery of master's techniques basic activated. A warm current surged through his body, and his mind felt clearer than ever. Now, he grasped every word Kong Lisan had just spoken and every subtle movement with far greater clarity. Kong Lisan nodded with satisfaction and addressed Li Dashin. Li Dashin, starting tomorrow, gather those in the village who genuinely wish to learn bamboo weaving. I will teach them personally. But let me be clear, I teach with strictness. If anyone slacks off, cuts corners, or proves to be a block of rotten wood beyond carving, I won't hold back. Master Kong, rest assured. We will study diligently. Li Dashin and the surrounding villagers responded in unison, their voices brimming with excitement and anticipation. The raw material problem that had troubled them was solved, and now they had even secured the top master craftsman for technical guidance. Li Jiao's bamboo weaving industry seemed to be on the verge of taking flight. All eyes converged on Li Dongya. To them, this small figure was no longer just a lucky charm. He was the future hope of Li Jiao. Officer Wen Yuan's face was also beaming with joy. Things had gone so smoothly, far exceeding his expectations. He patted Li Dashin on the shoulder. Brother Dashin, we're counting on you to take care of Master Kong. We're also accelerating the county's support plan for the bamboo weaving industry. Don't worry about sales channels, we'll find solutions for everything. Thank you, Officer 1. Thank you, Master Kong. Li Dashin expressed his gratitude repeatedly, overcome with emotion. A grand blueprint for the future of Li Jiao's bamboo weaving industry officially began to unfold the moment Kong Lisan arrived. Meanwhile, Li Dongya, the young helmsman clutching the Book of Destiny, clenched his fist silently. His ambitions extended far beyond merely ensuring the villagers had enough to eat. He would make Li Jiao's bamboo crafts legendary. And it all began with Master Kong's meticulous guidance. The next morning, by the third crow of the rooster, Li Jiao's threshing yard was already packed with people. The air carried the crisp chill of dawn, the faint earthy scent of soil, and an indescribable mix of tension and excitement. Dozens of eyes, old and young, male and female, were all fixed on the center of the courtyard. There stood Kong Lisan, hands clasped behind his back, with several makeshift benches arranged before him. Neatly stacked on the benches were bundles of the high-quality Nanmu bamboo that Li Dongya had discovered the previous day, along with common tools like splitting knives and scraping knives. He wore his usual immaculately laundered polyester shirt and khaki jacket, his expression stern yet commanding without a hint of anger. Chapter 47, The First Lesson in Bamboo Identification. Li Dashin and several strong laborers from the village stood nearby, looking slightly awkward. They felt both reverence for the renowned master and anticipation for the lesson about to begin. Wang Shufan held Li Nanyo's hand, sitting beside Li Dongya, who had been placed on the front row bench by Li Dashin. The little boy wore a relatively clean jacket Wang Shufan had specially dug out for him today, his two short legs dangling freely. His big, dark eyes stared intently at Kong Lisan and the vibrant green bamboo. Ahem, ahem. Kong Lisan cleared his throat, and the room instantly fell silent. Even the children held their breath. Fellow villagers, he began, his voice not loud but clear enough to reach every ear. Thank you for your hospitality and allowing me to stay at Lee's Hollow for a few days. Today marks the first lesson in my bamboo weaving craft. He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. The art of bamboo weaving may seem simple, but it is profound and intricate. From selecting materials, preparing supplies, splitting strips, weaving, to the final finishing touches and preservation, each step follows its own rules, and none can be skipped. Today, we begin with the most fundamental and crucial step: understanding bamboo and deciphering its nature. Kong Lee-sun bent down and picked up a sturdy piece of Manhwa bamboo, its stem a vibrant green with evenly spaced nodes.
This is Manhwa bamboo. Its dense yet resilient nature makes it our premier choice for crafting fine bamboo vessels.
He tapped the bamboo lightly with his splitting knife, producing a dull thud. By the sound, one can roughly gauge its age and whether the interior is hollow.
He then tapped the bamboo wall with his knuckles, listening intently.
Then observed the color: young bamboo is vibrant green, while mature bamboo has a yellowish hue. Yet neither is newer necessarily better, nor older always superior. One must select bamboo that has matured at the right stage, plump and flesh and with the strongest, most resilient fibers. As Kong Lee-sun spoke, he picked up his splitting knife, aimed it at the top of the bamboo, and with a deft flick of his wrist, applied precise force. With a crisp snap, the bamboo split evenly.
He revealed the bamboo's internal structure.
Look at this bamboo flesh, pale greenish-white, uniformly thick, with no insect damage or hidden flaws.
This is top grade. He handed the split section to Lee Dashin. You try it too, starting with selecting the bamboo, then splitting it. Remember, splitting bamboo requires a single, fluid motion. Apply even force without deviation, or else the strips will be uneven in width, rendering them useless. Lee Dashin took a deep breath, accepted a piece of Manhwa bamboo, and mimicked Kong Lee-sun's movements. He tapped it, listened to its resonance, then gripped the splitting knife. Taking another deep breath, he brought it down with a fierce chop. Boom! A loud crack echoed as the bamboo split, but the cut was crooked, unevenly thick on one side and thin on the other, with jagged splinters. Lee Dashin flushed bright red, letting out a nervous chuckle. Seeing this, the other villagers who had been eager to try hesitated. Kong Lee-sun frowned slightly but said nothing, merely remarking, "Practice more. The feel for it comes with practice." Next. The next few villagers tried their turn. Some lacked the strength and struggled for ages without making a dent. Some overdid it, splintering the bamboo into shreds. While others, like Lee Dashin, ended up with uneven splits. For a time, the field echoed with a constant clatter of thud, thud, crack, crack. Amidst the villagers' sighs and groans, Kong Lee-sun occasionally offered deep-voiced guidance. Keep your wrist steady. Power comes from the waist. Aim carefully before striking. The atmosphere grew tense. Wang Shufan watched her husband's clumsy movements and grew anxious for him. Just then, Li Dongye, who had been watching quietly, suddenly jumped off the stool. He ran over to a pile of broken bamboo and picked up a small piece. His little brow furrowed as if deep in thought. Then, he scampered over to Kong Lee-sun, tilted his little face upward, and asked in a babyish voice, "Grandpa Kong, is this bamboo like us humans? Does it have its own temper too?" The question caught everyone off guard. Kong Lee-sun looked down at the little boy, who wasn't even as tall as his thigh, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Yesterday, the child's theory of heat and bamboo-seeking adventure had already left a deep impression on him, and now this question came out of nowhere. "Oh? Little Dongye, tell me, what kind of temper does bamboo have?" Kong Lee-sun asked with keen interest. Li Dongye pointed his little finger at a splintered piece of bamboo. "Look at this. It has a little bump here, like a swelling that forms when someone gets angry. When my dad split it here, it cracked crooked." His small hand reached for another bamboo strip, pointing to a slightly darker spot on the inner wall. "This one here seems a bit troubled. The color's different from the rest, so when you split it open, this part breaks easily." He spoke with utmost seriousness, as if these bamboo stalks truly possessed life and emotions in his eyes. The surrounding villagers listened in utter bewilderment, thinking only that the child possessed a vivid imagination. Lee Dashin's heart sank, fearing his son's rambling might anger Master Kong. However, Kong Lee-sun's expression grew solemn. He crouched down and carefully picked up the two bamboo pieces Li Dongye had pointed out. The first piece, at the small bump Li Dongye had indicated, near an inconspicuous bamboo joint, was indeed the starting point of a slanted crack. The second piece, where Li Dongye had pointed out the unpleasant color, drew Kong Lee-sun's squinted gaze. It was an extremely subtle, nearly imperceptible precursor to mold growth, something only an experienced expert could detect before splitting the bamboo. And the bamboo fibers in this area were indeed more fragile than elsewhere. Kong Lee-sun abruptly lifted his head, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock as he stared intently at Li Dongye. "How did you spot that?" Li Dongye blinked his big eyes, his small hand touching his chest as if sensing something. "I just felt like they were telling me where they were uncomfortable, where they were hurting." The Destiny sketchbook in his arms was now emitting a faint warmth. The effect of rapid mastery of master craftsman techniques beginner didn't just let him understand Kong Lee-sun's words, it seemed to grant him an extraordinary perception of the bamboo's subtle variations. The bamboo's grain, color, density, and even hidden internal flaws appeared magnified countless times in his eyes, crystal clear. To anyone else, these words sounded like nothing more than childish babble. But to Kong Lee-sun, the bamboo weaving master, they struck like thunder from a clear blue sky. Bamboo has its grain. Those who follow it thrive, those who defy it perish.
Bamboo possesses its own character. Only by understanding its nature can one truly harness its potential. Kong Leeson murmured to himself, his eyes growing increasingly bright. The look he gave Lee Dongye had shifted from initial scrutiny and surprise to sheer astonishment.
Excellent. The temperament of bamboo excellent.
How profound is, they tell me. Kong Leeson's voice trembled slightly. Having lived most of his life immersed in bamboo craftsmanship for decades, he prided himself on knowing bamboo inside out, yet he had never heard such a profoundly insightful and spiritually resonant description. He took a deep breath, pointed to a flawless piece of Nanmu bamboo, and addressed Lee Dongye.
Young Dongye, come here. Tell grandfather where is the best place to make the first cut on this bamboo. What's its temperament like?
Lee Dongye walked to the Nanmu bamboo, his small hand gently tracing its length from top to bottom. Closing his eyes, he pressed his little head against the bamboo, as if listening intently. Chapter 48, The Child Prodigy's Insight Breaks Through the Mysteries. Moments later, he opened his eyes and pointed to a spot on the bamboo.
Grandpa Kong, here. This spot is the smoothest.
It seems to say that splitting it here will be the most comfortable and won't cause any cracks. The spot he indicated looked perfectly ordinary, indistinguishable from any other part of the bamboo. Lee Dashin's palms sweated with nervousness, fearing his son might make a fool of himself. But Kong Leeson's eyes sharpened. He picked up the splitting knife, focused intently on the spot Lee Dongye had indicated, and applied force. Swish! A crisp, pleasant sound rang out, completely different from the dull thuds or explosive cracks of the other's attempts.
The bamboo split cleanly, the cut straight and smooth as glass. Not an inch off, not a hair out of place, it was split perfectly in two. Whoosh! A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. Lee Dashin stood dumbfounded, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. Wang Shufan covered her mouth in excitement, her eyes instantly reddening. The other villagers erupted in chaos. Miraculous! Truly miraculous! How did Dongye know that? Could it really be the mountain god teaching him? Good heavens, even Master Kong couldn't have been this accurate.
Kong Leeson held the split bamboo strip in his hand, feeling a faint tingling in his palm, not from exertion, but from sheer excitement. He stared intently at the flawless cut surface, then looked at Lee Dongye, who stood there with a blank expression, as if he'd just done something trivial. His heart was churning like a stormy sea. A prodigy. A true prodigy. This was beyond mere talent. He was born for bamboo, connected to its spirit. The effect of rapid mastery of master craftsman techniques in Lee Dongye was no longer merely about understanding and absorbing. It seemed to ignite an innate, instinctive intuition for the way within him. At that moment, a line of small text silently appeared in Lee Dongye's mind within the Book of Destiny's graffiti. Insight into the essence of bamboo, enlightenment on the mysteries of splitting bamboo. Reward points plus 10. Current remaining reward points, 105. Hint, under the rapid mastery of master techniques basic state, the host's perception and intuition regarding related techniques are greatly enhanced, allowing for continuous potential development. Administrator Wen Yuan had also made a special effort to arrive early today to observe, eager to witness Master Kong's teaching methods firsthand. Standing at the edge of the crowd, he took in every detail, his mind reeling with astonishment. He had assumed Lee Dongye was merely a lucky charm blessed with good fortune and a touch of cleverness. But now it was clear this was no mere lucky charm. This was a young prodigy who had unlocked divine insight. He hurried forward, his voice tinged with barely perceptible excitement. Master Kong, this boy Dongye he. Kong Leeson waved his hand, signaling him to stop talking. He walked over to Lee Dongye, slowly crouched down, and for the first time looked at the boy with an almost equal gaze, his tone filled with solemnity. Dongye, tell Grandpa. When you closed your eyes and pressed against the bamboo, what did you hear? What did you see? Lee Dongye tilted his little head, thought hard for a moment, then replied earnestly. I think I saw shiny, glittering lines inside the bamboo. Some parts were straight and smooth, while others were knotted or dimly colored. I'll find the brightest, straightest thread and show it to you. Shimmering lines? Bamboo's fibrous texture. Knotted? Bamboo joints or internal imperfections. Dark patches? Potential mold or uneven density. Kong Leeson felt a chill run straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. This kid could actually see the internal fiber orientation and minute defects within the bamboo? This was an unheard of talent. He had thought he'd taken on a gifted apprentice, but now it seemed he'd stumbled upon a prodigy capable of revolutionizing the entire bamboo weaving industry. Good. 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 Kong Leeson exclaimed 3 times, his beard trembling with excitement. Lee Dashin. Wang Shufan. You've raised a remarkable son. Know you've given the world of bamboo craftsmen a precious treasure. He grabbed Lee Dongye's small hand and declared to the stunned villagers. From this day forward, Lee Dongye shall be my, Kong Leeson's, final disciple. I shall impart all my knowledge to him without reservation. As for the art of recognizing and understanding bamboo, you may learn from me, but also seek guidance from Dongye. His talent in this field puts me to shame. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Master Kong actually claimed he was outmatched by a mere child in bamboo expertise? It was nothing short of a fairy tale.
But the evidence was undeniable, they had no choice but to believe it. Li Dashan and Wang Shufan were so overcome with emotion they could barely speak, only wiping away tears as they murmured, "Our ancestors protect us, our ancestors protect us." The villagers' gaze toward Li Dongye had shifted from initial affection and astonishment to profound reverence and fervent admiration. Higashino. Our lucky charm. No. He's a little god sent down from heaven. With Dongye here, Li Jiao's bamboo weaving will surely succeed. Shouts rose and fell in waves, the entire threshing yard erupting in excitement. Under the gaze of so many, Li Dongye scratched his head awkwardly, his little face flushed. He simply felt that Grandpa Kong's teachings had clicked instantly, and the bamboo before him now seemed strangely familiar. Little did he know that his seemingly effortless display had already dropped a bombshell in Li Jiao and even in the heart of Kong Lisan, the bamboo weaving master. Kong Lisan took several deep breaths to steady his surging emotions, yet his eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. He knew that the future of Li Jiao, and perhaps the very inheritance and innovation of bamboo weaving craftsmanship itself, might truly rest upon this small figure. In the lessons that followed, Kong Lisan poured every ounce of his energy into teaching. With every key point he explained, he paid special attention to Li Dongye's reaction. And Li Dongye would invariably respond either immediately after his words fell or after a moment's thought, using the simplest language to articulate the most essential insights. He even demonstrated remarkable comprehension, posing questions and offering perspectives that made Kong Lisan's eyes light up. As for the fundamental skills splitting, scraping, and lifting bamboo strips, though Li Dongye was small and lacked strength, each cut he made was terrifyingly precise, as if honed through countless trials. Of course, the 30% boost to comprehension and absorption efficiency from his rapid mastery of master craftsman techniques beginner skill, coupled with his extraordinary perceptiveness, played an indispensable role. By the end of the day's lesson, the other villagers were exhausted, their backs aching and hands blistered, their apprehension toward bamboo weaving growing. Only Li Dongye, though drenched in sweat, his spirit remained high, his eyes sparkling brightly, as if he had unlocked the door to a whole new world. Kong Lisan glanced at the disheartened villagers, then at Li Dongye's expectant face, and sighed inwardly. True talent is rare, while mediocrity abounds. But he didn't lose heart. Instead, it only strengthened his resolve to pass down this craft in Li Jiao. With Li Dongye, this little prodigy, setting such a brilliant example, even if others learned more slowly, as long as they were willing to put in the hard work, they could surely achieve something. Chapter 49, The Secret Within the Nighttime Study. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the day's lessons concluded. Kong Lisan kept Li Dongye behind. Dongye, Kong Lisan's tone softened considerably, have you remembered everything we learned today? Yes. I remember it all. Li Dongye nodded vigorously. Grandpa Kong, bamboo is so much fun. Even more interesting than playing with mud. Kong Lisan smiled faintly, then pulled a bundle wrapped in oil paper from his robe and handed it to Li Dongye. These are notes I made years ago about bamboo properties and processing techniques. Take it home and have your parents read it to you. If anything is unclear, come ask me again tomorrow. This notebook was his most treasured possession, never shown to anyone lightly. Li Dongye accepted it with both hands and said solemnly, "Thank you, Grandpa Kong." He knew this must be something truly valuable. And on his destiny sketchbook, the future blueprint for the bamboo weaving industry in Li Jiao seemed to grow clearer. Everything was just beginning. The setting sun bathed Li Jiao in a warm golden glow. Smoke curled from chimneys, dogs barked, chickens crowed, a scene of perfect tranquility. Li Dashan shouldered his hoe, humming a tune he couldn't quite get right, his steps light as he headed home. Today, he had finally made a name for himself in front of Master Kong. He might not be good at splitting bamboo, but his son was. Dad's home. Wang Shufan emerged from the kitchen carrying a steaming bowl of wild vegetable porridge, her face beaming with unhidden joy. Li Nanyu, ever the thoughtful child, fetched bowls and chopsticks. Li Dongye clutched the oil paper bundle like a precious treasure, sitting on a small stool with sparkling eyes full of curiosity about the unknown. The family gathered around the small square table. Though the dinner was simple, the atmosphere was exceptionally warm. "Dongye, what goodies did Master Kong give you? Open it up so Dad can see." Li Dashan shoveled down a couple spoonfuls of porridge before eagerly urging. Wang Shufan's eyes also sparkled with anticipation. Master Kong said it's his early insights precious indeed. Li Dongye carefully untied the oil paper string and unfolded the yellowed scroll. A faint ink scent mingled with the distinctive aroma of aged paper wafted toward them. The paper was densely covered in characters, interspersed with simple diagrams outlined in vermilion resembling cross-sections of bamboo or the contours of some tool. Li Dashan craned his neck to peer at it for a long while, his brow furrowing deeply. What's drawn here? It looks like gibberish. He couldn't recognize a single character to him, it might as well have been written in hieroglyphics. Wang Shufan took the notebook, holding it close to the dim kerosene lamp as she deciphered each character. She had attended a few literacy classes and recognized some common characters, but Kong Lisan's notes were clearly not so easy to decipher. Bamboo's nature, resilient? This character is resilient, right? Loves warmth, fears cold. This dry character has so many strokes.
Wang Shufan stumbled over the words, her brow furrowing at times, her eyes widening in sudden understanding at others, but mostly she was lost. Li Nanyu leaned in with her little head. As the family's young scholar who had already finished her second-grade textbooks, she now strained to help her mother.
Mother, this is as in split open. This one is as in bamboo strips.
She pointed to several characters, offering quiet reminders. Li Dongye sat on a small stool, his short legs dangling off the ground as he swayed back and forth. He nibbled on half a cornbread roll, his big, shiny eyes fixed intently on the scroll of notes, his little mouth glistening with grease. Having been praised by Grandpa Kong earlier that day, he was still feeling elated. Now, having acquired this treasure, his curiosity was piqued even more.
Li Dongye stared curiously at the characters too.
He didn't recognize a single one, yet the Book of Destiny sketches in his arms began to warm slightly. He felt as though the winding lines and drawings were speaking to him.
Father, mother, sister.
Li Dongye suddenly pointed at a small pot painted in vermilion, with patterns of flames beneath it.
Is Grandpa Kong telling us to burn bamboo with fire? Like burning fire sticks? Nonsense.
Li Dashin glared at him.
Bamboo that's been burned can still be woven? It'd just be firewood.
Wang Shufan, however, seemed deep in thought.
Don't talk nonsense, Dongye.
But this notebook does mention fire and water. Look at this line, when bamboo strips are first formed, they must undergo the refining of boiling water and fire to remove their.
What's this character read as, Nanyu?
Li Nanyu leaned closer, her little face nearly touching the paper.
By the dim light, she counted each stroke.
Mom, this character is too difficult.
I don't recognize it. Why don't I ask Grandpa Zhang tomorrow?
He's the most learned man in the village. Grandpa Zhang, the village's longtime accountant, wore reading glasses and knew his way around characters.
That's fine.
Wang Shufan nodded, though she still felt a twinge of reluctance. If she could understand Master Kong's insights sooner, it would be a tremendous blessing for Dongye, for the whole family, and even for the entire Li Jiao village. Her gaze shifted to another section of the notes, where a drawing of a split bamboo stalk revealed tiny dots inside, accompanied by some annotations.
This is insect damage, I recognize this. Wang Shufan's eyes lit up. Master Kong meant bamboo is prone to insect damage?
Li Dashin slapped his thigh. You bet. Our old bamboo baskets used to get chewed to shreds in no time. Li Dongye listened to his parents' and sister's discussion, his little mind racing. Bugs, chewing. He suddenly remembered how his mother would coat the hemp thread with candle wax to make it stronger when sewing shoe soles. He also recalled how she'd sometimes lay out dried vegetables prone to infestation under the blazing sun.
His small hand lightly brushed over the notebook.
The lingering echoes of that master craftsman's techniques, quick mastery beginner level course still seemed to hang in the air. He pointed to the illustration of a small pot in flames, then gestured toward the text about insect damage beside it, asking in a babyish voice.
Mama, did Grandpa Kong say bamboo is afraid of bugs too?
We have to boil it like sweet potatoes so the bugs won't dare eat it?
Boil sweet potatoes? Wang Shufan and Li Dashin exchanged bewildered glances. This child, why is he bringing up food again?
But Wang Shufan was more observant. She stared at the words refined by boiling water and fire, then looked at the description of worm damage and connected it to her son's boiling sweet potatoes. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her.
Soup means hot water. Fire means heating.
She excitedly grabbed Li Dashin's hand.
Husband. I think I understand.
Master Kong meant that bamboo strips must be boiled in hot water to prevent insect damage.
Li Dashin froze. Boil bamboo in hot water? Will that work?
His family had worked with bamboo for generations, yet he'd never heard of such a method.
Li Nanyo's eyes widened too.
Though her brother's idea seemed childish, their mother's explanation actually made sense.
At that moment, a line of text reappeared in Li Dongye's mind from the Destiny sketchbook.
Unlock the secret to preventing bamboo from insect damage and grasp the core of the boiling method. Reward points plus 15.
Current remaining reward points, 120.
New feature preview. Upon accumulating 500 reward points, unlock the Scribble Bookshop basic to exchange for more practical items or temporary skills.
Li Dongye's eyes lit up. More reward points. And a sketchbook store? That sounds pretty awesome.
He silently resolved to help Grandpa Kong more often, gain more insights, and reach 500 points as soon as possible.
Chapter 50, Childish Words Reveal the Bamboo Weeding Technique. Wang Shufan found the idea increasingly plausible.
Excitedly, she exclaimed.
Master Kong's notes must be right. Tomorrow I'll ask him if this is how it works.
That night, the Li family slept restlessly. Li Dashin and Wang Shufan tossed and turned, pondering the bamboo boiling technique and the bright future of bamboo weaving.
Li Dongye, meanwhile, dreamt of a dazzling marketplace filled with all manner of glowing trinkets. The next day, as dawn broke,
Kong Lisan was already on the threshing floor, guiding villagers in practicing splitting bamboo strips as usual. After witnessing Li Dongye's miraculous technique the previous day, the villagers held Master Kong in even greater awe and applied themselves more diligently to their training.
Of course, the cries of pain and the sound of bamboo splintering under the blows still filled the air. Master Kong.
Wang Shufan pulled Li Dongye along as she hurried over, her face a mix of nervousness and excitement.
Shufan's family, Dongye boy, so early? Master Kong paused his work and asked gently. Master Kong, we looked over the notes you gave us last night.
Wang Shufan rubbed her hands together, looking a bit embarrassed.
There are some parts we didn't quite understand, so we came to ask you about them. Oh? Tell me about it. Kong Lisan asked with interest.
Wang Shufan took a deep breath, pointing to a freshly split bamboo strip with a rough cross-section beside her.
Master Kong, did your notes say that this bamboo strip needs to be boiled in hot water to prevent insect damage and make it last longer?
After speaking, she nervously watched Kong Lisan, afraid she'd misunderstood and made a fool of herself. The villagers listening nearby also looked utterly astonished.
Boiling bamboo? Never heard of such a thing. Shufan, did you get that right? Won't the bamboo just get all soft if you boil it?
Kong Lisan stiffened at the words. He abruptly turned to Wang Shufan, then glanced at Li Dongye beside her, innocent and curious, tugging at a blade of grass. That notebook contained the essence of his decades of experience. The sugar removal, degreasing, and preservation method through boiling bamboo strips was one of its core techniques. It was typically only explained in detail to inner circle disciples, as the process was relatively complex, requiring precise control over heat and timing. He had assumed the Li family would be fortunate to grasp the basics of material selection and bamboo splitting techniques. He never imagined they would grasp such core knowledge.
How did you figure it out?
A barely perceptible tremor ran through Kong Lisan's voice.
Wang Shufan hurriedly explained, I don't know many characters.
It was Dongye who pointed to the pot and fire drawn in your notes. He said, don't we need to boil the bamboo like sweet potatoes so the bugs won't eat it? I thought about it, and it really does make sense.
Boil sweet potatoes? Kong Lisan was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, his chuckles brimming with delight and admiration. It's so like it. Dongye's analogy is absolutely brilliant.
He looked at Li Dongye, his eyes brimming with admiration.
Exactly. Bamboo contains sugars and starches, precisely what bamboo worms crave.
High-temperature steaming effectively removes these components while killing insect eggs and destroying the environment where mold thrives, greatly enhancing the durability of bamboo products. This is the boiled bamboo strips or soup boiling method.
Wow! The surrounding villagers gasped in astonishment. Who knew there was such a trick? We've been using bamboo for generations and never knew it could be boiled. That Dongye kid is a genius. How did he figure this out? Could he even read Master Kong's notes? It must be the mountain god guiding him. How else would a little kid know all this?
Li Dashan listened nearby, his heart bursting with pride. He stood ramrod straight, as if the praise were meant for him.
Kong Lisan fixed Li Dongye with a piercing gaze.
Dongye, tell Grandpa, besides boiling sweet potatoes, what else did you discover in Grandpa's notes? Li Dongye blinked his big eyes, thought for a moment, then gestured with his little hands.
And Grandpa Kong drew the sun-drying bamboo. Does that mean after boiling, it needs to be dried completely?
This was another crucial step.
The boiled bamboo strips must be thoroughly dried, otherwise, they're prone to mold.
Right. And they must be air-dried in a well-ventilated area, never exposed to direct sunlight, or they'll crack.
Kong Lisan grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Li Dashan. Wang Shufan. You two have truly raised a fine son.
No, you've raised a prodigy in bamboo weaving. He took a deep breath and solemnly announced. Today, besides practicing splitting bamboo strips, I'll teach you another crucial step: boiling the strips. Since Dong Yi has revealed the secret, it must be fate's will the bamboo craftsmanship of Li Jiao is destined to reach new heights. The villagers erupted in thunderous cheers upon hearing this.
Wonderful! Master Kong is teaching us real skills. All thanks to Dongye. Dongye is our Li Jiao's lucky star. Administrator Wen Yuan arrived punctually once more today.
After returning yesterday, he found himself increasingly convinced that Li Dongye was no ordinary lad, prompting him to come observe again. Upon arriving at the threshing yard, he overheard Kong Lisan's words and the villagers' cheers. After inquiring about the reason, Officer Wen Yuan felt his understanding had been completely overturned once again. A child barely 5 years old could not only discern the quality of bamboo but also guess the core techniques from a specialized notebook? This was beyond genius, it was nothing short of a prodigy. A child prodigy had descended upon the world. His gaze toward Li Dongye burned with unprecedented fervor. This child, if nurtured properly, could achieve boundless greatness in the future. Perhaps he could become a shining emblem for their county, or even their entire region. Master Kong. Wen Yuan, the official, hurried forward, his voice brimming with excitement.
Dongye is truly remarkable. He's the pride of Li Jiao, and the pride of our entire county. He paused, his eyes fixed with determination as he said, Master Kong, teach us freely. Whatever materials or support you need, the county will fully cooperate. We must ensure this craft thrives and flourishes in Li Jiao. As for Dong Yi, the county will give him special attention. We absolutely cannot let such talent go to waste.
Li Dashan and Wang Shufan were utterly bewildered, only aware that their son had been praised by another important figure.
Their hearts swelled with pride yet trembled with trepidation. Kong Lisan stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. With Comrade Wen's assurance, I can rest easy. Today, we'll start by building a simple bamboo boiling stove. Li Jiao's bamboo weaving industry was about to turn a new page all thanks to a child's accidental guidance and a notebook brimming with artisan wisdom. Meanwhile, Li Dongye's pocket trembled slightly. His destiny sketchbook seemed to whisper that even greater surprises lay ahead. Watching the adults bustle about, their small figures stretched long in the morning light, a smile only he understood touched his lips. Doodle Book Mall, here I come. Chapter 51, Clever Words offer another bamboo splitting method. As dawn broke, the grain-drying field in Li Family Hollow was already bustling with activity. Kong Lisan stood in the center of the field, his voice booming as he gave instructions. Over there. Dig a hole not too deep, just enough to steady the pot. Stones. Gather more flat stones to build the stove base. The villagers' enthusiasm was at an all-time high. After hearing Wang Shufan relay the bamboo boiling method yesterday and receiving Master Kong's personal confirmation, everyone was pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Li Dashan, chest puffed out, bustled about the crowd, directing several strong young men to carry a large iron pot they'd managed to borrow from the village office. This pot was normally reserved for major village events like slaughtering the New Year pig or hosting banquets. Now, for the sake of the bamboo weaving project, it had been specially approved for borrowing by the village party secretary. Wang Shufan, meanwhile, led a group of nimble-fingered women as they sorted through yesterday's split bamboo strips, preparing for the historic first boiling session. As always, Li Dongye was stationed by his mother under a large locust tree at the edge of the threshing yard. Beneath his little bottom lay his father's old straw hat, and in his arms he still clutched that precious notebook. Every so often, he'd pull a sour jujube from his pocket and savor it slowly. He watched the adults busily constructing a makeshift stove, some digging pits, others stacking stones, and still others splitting firewood. The air was filled with the earthy fragrance of soil and the faint scent of bamboo. Dad, Grandpa Kong, are you guys going to cook lots and lots of sweet potatoes? Li Dongye mumbled through a mouthful of jujube. To him, that big pot seemed capable of anything: cooking sweet potatoes, boiling pig feed, and now even simmering bamboo. Kong Lisan turned to glance at this little lucky charm and laughed heartily. Dongye boy is right. We're going to boil out all the bad stuff from this bamboo just like we do with sweet potatoes, making it stronger and resistant to insect damage. The villagers joined in with good-natured laughter. That Dongye kid can't go 3 sentences without mentioning food, That's for sure. Doesn't matter what we're boiling if it helps us earn more cash to buy grain, it's like boiling gold ingots. The stove was quickly set up, a large iron pot securely placed atop it, its base packed with dry firewood. Wang Shufan and several women carefully placed bundles of split bamboo strips into the pot. Water. Add water. Kong Lisan commanded. Several buckets of water poured in, quickly submerging the bamboo strips. Light the fire. With a whoosh, the dry wood in the stove ignited. Flames licked at the bottom of the pot, gradually growing more intense. Li Dongye sat beneath a tree, his small brow slightly furrowed. He observed that as the water in the pot began to bubble, some of the lighter bamboo strips began to float, swaying gently on the surface like little boats, not fully submerged in the hot water. His gaze drifted unconsciously to the notebook in his lap. Yesterday, while flipping through it, the Doodle Book of Destiny had made certain patterns and words appear exceptionally clear to him. Now, the Destiny sketchbook grew faintly warm in his mind once more. A line of blurred characters seemed to flash before his eyes. If the bamboo strips float, their efficacy is halved. Only when weighted down do they reveal their true power. Wait? Li Dongye tilted his little head, murmuring softly. He recalled how his mother would always place a large, clean green stone slab on top of the mustard greens in the pickling jar when making preserved vegetables. She said this forced out the moisture, allowing the flavors to penetrate deeply and ensuring the pickles kept well over time. Mother! Mother! Li Dongye suddenly sprang up from his straw hat, his short legs scurrying to the pot. Pointing at the floating bamboo strips, he exclaimed. Grandpa Kong, Mother! The bamboo is floating. Like little ducklings. Shouldn't we weigh them down with big stones, just like Mother presses the pickles? That way they won't float around and will cook through properly. Weighing down pickles? Kong Lisan and Wang Shufan both froze in surprise. The villagers nearby paused their work and turned curiously toward the child who had once again come up with a brilliant idea. Dongye, stop messing around. Cooking bamboo isn't the same as your mother pressing pickles. Li Dashan stepped forward, trying to pull his son away, afraid he might disturb Master Kong. Kong Lisan waved him off, signaling Li Dashan to calm down. He stared at the bamboo strips in the pot, some of which were indeed floating on the surface, then looked into Li Dongye's clear, determined eyes. His heart stirred once more. The notes on bamboo attack did mention ensuring the bamboo was fully submerged in the boiling liquid, but they didn't detail the exact method. It mostly relied on the craftsman's experience. When processing large quantities, some pieces inevitably floated, leading to uneven heating and uneven penetration of the medicinal solution. This kid, his phrase like pressing pickles seemed like innocent childish talk, yet it instantly pinpointed an easily overlooked critical detail. Dongye is right. Kong Lee Sin slapped his thigh, his eyes flashing with insight. Bamboo strips are light and buoyant. If not fully submerged in the solution, the heat won't penetrate evenly and the medicinal properties won't permeate. We absolutely need to weigh them down. He turned to the villagers, who were staring in astonishment. Quick! Find some clean, large flat stones, wash them thoroughly, and press them down on the bamboo strips. Ha! We really need to weigh them down? Do we have to learn from pickling vegetables to boil bamboo? The villagers were skeptical, but since Master Kong had spoken, they dared not delay. They scrambled to find several stones of suitable size and rinsed them clean by the well. Wang Shufan carefully placed each stone into the pot, pressing down on the bundles of bamboo strips that had risen to the surface. Sure enough, the bamboo strips that had been floating were now firmly pressed into the boiling water. The fire in the stove burned ever brighter, the water in the pot bubbling and boiling, white steam carrying a unique, refreshing scent of bamboo and wood wafting through the air. Li Dongye sniffed contentedly, then retreated back under the large locust tree, feeling utterly delighted. In his mind, the Destiny sketchbook displayed clearly. Guided key details for bamboo steaming, enhancing craftsmanship perfection. Reward points plus 20. Current remaining reward points 140. 360 points remaining to unlock sketchbook shop basic. Yay! Another 20 points. The little figure inside Li Dongye's mind pumped its fist. Only 60 points left, I'll be able to buy something good soon. Time ticked by, the sun climbing higher in the sky. Kong Lee Sin walked over to the pot from time to time, observing the color of the water and the changes in the bamboo strips, occasionally instructing the villager tending the fire to adjust the heat. Turn down the heat a bit. Keep the water just simmering, don't let it boil too fiercely or you'll overcook the bamboo strips. Keep adding wood to the fire, don't let it die out. After about an hour, Kong Lee Sin judged the heat was just right and called out. Stop the fire. Prepare to scoop out the strips. Several strong young villagers donned thick gloves and carefully lifted bundles of bamboo strips from the pot using specially made long-handled bamboo hooks. They laid them on clean straw mats spread out nearby. Splash! As the steaming bamboo strips emerged from the pot, everyone crowded around, craning their necks. Oh my! Look at that color! Wang Shufan was the first to exclaim in surprise. Chapter 52, Iron Horseman's Swift Report shakes the mountain pass. The bamboo strips, once a vibrant green, had undergone a trial by fire and water. Now they glowed with a uniform, waxy yellow hue, their surface radiating a smooth, lustrous sheen. Gone was the rough, unfinished feel of raw bamboo. Kong Lee Sin picked up a boiled strip, gently bent it with his fingers, and watched it curve into a beautiful arc. It was remarkably resilient, refusing to snap easily. He leaned closer to sniff it, nodding with satisfaction. The sugars and astringent odors within the bamboo have mostly been removed, leaving only the natural fragrance of the bamboo itself. This batch of strips is perfect. He turned to the crowd, his face radiating unrestrained joy. Folks, look. This is the power of boiling bamboo strips. After this process, the bamboo strips not only resist insects and mold but also become much more resilient. The woven bamboo goods will last at least several more years and look much better too. Good heavens! It's truly amazing. This color is so much nicer than that dull green we used to have. And it feels smooth to the touch, definitely sturdy. The villagers erupted in thunderous cheers, their faces flushed with excitement. They could already envision how sought after the baskets, winnowing baskets, and bamboo trays woven from these transformed strips would become. Li Dashin grinned from ear to ear, unable to contain his joy. He walked over to his son, scooped up Li Dongye, and planted a big kiss on his sweat-drenched little face. He planted a firm kiss on his son's sweat-dappled little face. Good son. You're truly your father's lucky star. The lucky star of our entirely family hollow. Li Dongye giggled as his father's beard tickled him. Officer Wen Yuan had arrived at the scene unnoticed. Having witnessed the entire bamboo harvesting process, he too felt deeply moved. He strode over to Kong Lee Sin, clasping his hand firmly. Master Kong. Thank you so much. Your craftsmanship is truly a treasure of our county. His gaze then fell upon Li Dongye, cradled in Li Dashin's arms, his eyes brimming with admiration. This kid Dongye keeps surprising us time and again. Pressing pickles? Ha! Who would have thought of that? But it was precisely this analogy that enlightened us all. Kong Lee Sin stroked his beard and chuckled. It's Dongye who possesses innate intelligence and wisdom. This old man merely went with the flow. He paused, his tone turning solemn. Comrade 1, this bamboo steaming method may seem simple, but the heat control, timing, and even the auxiliary ingredients added to the water if available all require careful attention. Today was merely a first attempt. We must continue to refine our approach through constant experimentation to achieve perfection. Administrator Wen Yuan nodded repeatedly. Master Kong speaks wisely. The county will offer its full support. Whatever you need, just ask. His gaze swept over the bamboo strips gleaming with a waxy yellow sheen, then fell upon the excited villagers and the innocent face Li Dongye regarded by all as a child prodigy. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. This bamboo weaving in Li Jiao might truly become a major industry.
And this child, Lee Dongye, his future held boundless potential.
Kong Leeson announced. The boiled bamboo strips must be air-dried in a well-ventilated area, not exposed to direct sunlight. Only after they are completely dry can they be used for weaving. Everyone, spread out these strips and hang them to dry. The villagers sprang into action, carefully laying each precious bamboo strip to dry on the pre-erected racks. Under the sunlight, the rows of wax-yellow bamboo strips seemed to be bathed in a golden glow, foreshadowing the bright future ahead for Lee Jiao. Lee Dongye watched it all unfold, a small sense of satisfaction rising within him. He knew this was only the beginning. His destiny sketchbook held even greater secrets waiting to be uncovered. And what surprises would the soon-to-unlock sketchbook mall bring him? He clenched his small fist. 500 points, it wasn't far off. He would help Grandpa Kong, support his family, and help the villagers live better lives. That day, as everyone continued drying the precious bamboo strips, a commotion erupted at the village entrance. A young man in a polyester shirt rode in on a brand new 28-inch bicycle, shouting as he pedaled. "Village Chief! Village Chief! A call from the commune! Good news! Great news!" That young man in the polyester shirt was Lu Xiaojun, the village messenger, responsible for running errands and delivering messages. His shiny new 28-inch bicycle rattled as if it might fall apart at any moment, its bell ringing sharply and piercingly, as if trying to wake the entire village of Li Jiao. "Village Chief! Party Secretary! The commune called! Great news!" Lu Xiaojun shouted, himself hoarse, veins bulging on his forehead as beads of sweat streamed down his cheeks, too busy to wipe them away. The men, women, and children of Li Jiao were still basking in the joy of the successful bamboo boiling technique and dreaming of a brighter future. This sudden shout exploded like a thunderclap through the crowd. "What? A call from the commune? And it's great news? Xiaojun, slow down, what's this good news?" Villagers nearby swarmed around him, chattering excitedly. Village Chief Sun Lianqing and Party Secretary Li Laozhen, who also served as brigade leader, quickly pushed through the crowd to greet him. Li Dongye was being carried on his father Li Dashan's shoulders. Feeling his father's rough yet warm hands steady him, his little face still held a ticklish smile from the prickly stubble. He craned his little neck curiously, looking at the sweaty lightning legs uncle. Lu Xiaojun slammed on the brakes, his feet skidding half a meter across the ground as he nearly lost his balance. Gripping his handlebars, he gasped for breath, his face flushed crimson. After a long moment, he finally caught his breath and pointed toward the village office, his voice trembling with excitement. "Deputy Director Zhao. Deputy Director Zhao from the commune called personally. He said he's coming to our Li Jiao. He'll be here any minute. He told us to prepare for important instructions." "Deputy Director Zhao is coming?" Li Laogan's expression instantly turned solemn. This Deputy Director Zhao was a powerful figure in the commune, overseeing production and diversified operations. He was as elusive as a dragon seen only by its head, and ordinary production teams couldn't easily summon such a heavyweight. "He mentioned it's good news?" Wang Shufan crowded closer, her face a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Lu Xiaojun nodded vigorously, his eyes wide. "That's right. Deputy Director Zhao said on the phone that our Li Jiao bamboo weaving is doing exceptionally well. Especially that boiled bamboo method, it's incredible. The commune is going to commend us. They'll even share our techniques with the whole commune." Boom! The moment those words left his mouth, the entire threshing yard erupted in an uproar. "What? The commune is going to commend us? And promote our boiled bamboo method? Good heavens! This is truly a stroke of incredible luck." The villagers were flushed with excitement, some unable to believe their ears as they tugged at each other in disbelief. How many years had it been since Li Jiao had seen such glory? Usually, they were singled out as backward examples at commune meetings. When had it ever been their turn to be honored and have their methods promoted? Chapter 53, Gentle Words Test the Fortune Child. Li Dashan was so overcome with emotion his hands trembled. He instinctively tightened his grip on his son's arm, grinning widely with a hearty chuckle, feeling as though every bone in his body had grown 3 tails lighter. He knew all this was thanks to his son, the lucky star. Kong Leeson stroked his beard, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Having devoted his life to bamboo craftsmanship, his greatest wish was to see this art form flourish. Now, seeing Li Jiao gain recognition from the commune because of bamboo weaving, his excitement matched anyone's. He cast a deep, lingering glance at Li Dongye, who was being carried on Li Dashan's shoulders, curiously nibbling his fingers. A flood of emotions welled up within him. This child truly is an extraordinary figure born for this moment. "Hurry! Hurry up!" As the village party secretary who had seen the world, old Li was the first to react. Waving his hand, he commanded in a booming voice. "You old women, hurry up and tidy up the threshing floor. Get it neat and tidy. Young man, go wait at the village entrance. As soon as you see Deputy Director Zhao's car arrive, give us a shout. Dashan, bring Dongye bring Master Kong to the village office too. When Deputy Director Zhao arrives, you two will be the main characters." The villagers sprang into action. The threshing yard, which had been slightly messy from gathering bamboo strips, was tidied up in the blink of an eye. A few quick-witted young women even fetched long benches from their homes and arranged them neatly. Li Dongye was set down by his father.
Wang Shufan quickly wiped his face and straightened his slightly crooked jacket.
Mom, is that Grandpa Zhao coming to give us candy?
Li Dongye blinked his big, dark eyes, asking curiously. In his simple understanding, great news and awards were roughly the same as getting candy during the new year. Wang Shufan chuckled at her son's words and ruffled his hair. You silly boy, Deputy Director Zhao is a big leader in the commune, much more important than candy. If he's happy, our whole village will live well. Li Dongye nodded, half understanding, yet his little hand instinctively reached into his pocket where 2 sour jujubes still lay hidden. Before long, the signal came from the village entrance. He's here. He's here. Deputy Director Zhao has arrived. Old Li Laojian hurried forward with the village cadres, Kong Lisan, Li Dashan, and others to greet him. A slightly worn green jeep chugged to a halt at the village entrance, its door swinging open. First to step out was a young secretary in a Zhongshan suit, who eagerly pulled open the rear door. A middle-aged man with a straight posture, slicked-back hair, black-rimmed glasses, and a stern expression stepped out of the vehicle.
It was Zhao Jiangwo, deputy director of the commune.
Zhao Jiangwo's piercing gaze swept over the villagers who had gathered upon hearing the news, then took in the village's appearance.
He gave a slight nod. Deputy Director Zhao. Welcome. We're honored by your visit.
Li Laojian beamed with a broad smile, extending both hands warmly.
Zhao Jiangwo shook his hand and replied in a steady tone. Comrade Laojian, you're too kind. I'm here today for 2 reasons. First, on behalf of the commune, to acknowledge and congratulate Li Jiao on your initial achievements in the bamboo weaving industry.
Second, I've come to observe firsthand and understand your specific methods, particularly that boiled bamboo strip technique. His gaze shifted to Kong Lisan standing behind Li Laojian, a hint of approval in his eyes.
This must be Master Kong Lisan? I've long admired your reputation, and meeting you today, you truly embody the demeanor of a seasoned master craftsman. Kong Lisan hastily clasped his hands in a bow. Deputy Director Zhao, you flatter me.
I am truly unworthy of such praise.
After the pleasantries, the group surrounded Zhao Jiangwo and walked toward the drying yard.
When they saw the bamboo strips spread out on the racks glowing with an even, waxy yellow luster and emitting a faint, pleasant fragrance, even the well-traveled Zhao Jiangwo couldn't help but flash a barely perceptible look of surprise.
Is this the bamboo processed using the boiled splint method?
He picked up a piece, examined it closely, and tested its flexibility with his fingers.
He couldn't help but nod in admiration. Truly lives up to its reputation. The color is uniform, the toughness is exceptional, it's leagues ahead of the raw or roasted strips I've seen before.
Comrade Laojian, Master Kong, you've done a tremendous service for our commune's bamboo weaving industry. Li Laojian and Kong Lisan both wore proud smiles. This is mainly thanks to Master Kong's superb craftsmanship and the whole village working together. Li Laojian replied modestly, his gaze drifting unconsciously toward Li Dongye, whose small hand was held by Wang Shufan in the crowd. Zhao Jiangwo, ever the shrewd observer, had already heard from Comrade Wen Yuan at the county level about Li Dongye's pivotal role in this boiled bamboo method. Yet, at first, he had been skeptical of the claims coming from a mere 5-year-old child. Now, following Li Laojian's gaze, his eyes met Li Dongye's clear, innocent, and curiously wide ones. Oh? I hear the crucial step in this boiling bamboo strips method was actually suggested by a young comrade? Zhao Jiangwo inquired with keen interest, his tone tinged with scrutiny. All eyes instantly turned to Li Dongye. Under the scrutiny of so many big shots, Li Dongye showed no sign of nervousness. Instead, he flashed a wide grin, revealing 2 sharp little fangs. Wang Shufan nervously squeezed her son's hand, afraid he might say something wrong. Li Dashan stood tall, his chest puffed out with pride. Hello, Grandpa Zhao. Li Dongye called out in his babyish voice, then pointed at the bamboo strips and said earnestly. Grandpa Kong said boiling bamboo is just like boiling sweet potatoes, you have to cook it thoroughly so it tastes good and doesn't get bugs. Those bamboo strips kept trying to float up, so I told Grandpa Kong to weigh them down with big rocks. Just like when my mom pickles vegetables, press them down tight and they'll behave. As he spoke, he mimicked the action of pressing down with his little hands, perfectly capturing the motion. Ha! The villagers nearby couldn't help but burst into laughter at his words. The metaphor was truly vivid and imaginative. Zhao Jiangwo paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Pickled vegetables? Ha! What a perfect analogy. Simple, yet it captures the essence of a profound truth. He turned to Kong Lisan. Master Kong, does this boy's analogy hold any truth? Kong Lisan nodded solemnly. Deputy Director Zhao, though Dong Yi is young, he has enlightened me. Ancient methods for boiling bamboo strips do mention full immersion, but there are no detailed instructions on how to ensure it. I had overlooked this crucial step myself until Dong Ye's remark about pressing like pickling vegetables opened my eyes. It perfected this vital stage of bamboo steaming. If this method succeeds, Dongye deserves the primary credit. These words sent shockwaves through the room. Even Master Kong personally acknowledged Li Dongye as the primary contributor. This carried immense weight. Zhao Jiangwo's smile deepened. He walked over to Li Dongye, crouched down, and looked at him with gentle eyes.
Young man, your name is Li Dongya, correct? You're truly a clever and good child. Tell Grandpa Zhao, what else do you know? His words seemed casual, but they carried a hint of probing. Chapter 54, Golden Words Decide the Fate of the World. A 5-year-old child once could be coincidence, but twice, 3 times? Could that still be coincidence? He was determined to see what made this Fuwa whom the villagers spoke of with such awe truly extraordinary. Li Dongya blinked, tilting his little head as if deep in thought. At that moment, the Book of Destiny in his mind, which had been dormant for a while, began to warm slightly once more. A new line of text slowly materialized. Commune promotion meets favorable opportunity, fortune child's contribution lays foundation. Standardization takes time to achieve, core inheritance requires gradual progress. If asked how to secure the people's hearts, let one family prosper first to unite all minds. The characters were blurred, yet the phrases standardization, core inheritance, and one family prospers first stood out with unusual clarity. Li Dongya naturally didn't understand terms like standardization or core inheritance. Yet within the hazy scene, he glimpsed countless people learning to boil bamboo. Some mastered it well, others fumbled clumsily, while others even fought over the secret recipe. His little brow furrowed slightly. Then he looked up at Zhao Jiangwo and said earnestly, Grandpa Zhao, cooking bamboo is really hard. Grandpa Kong said the fire can't be too big, but it can't be too small either. Not enough water won't work, but too much water won't work either. Our village's stoves and pots are different from everyone else's. If everyone comes to learn, Grandpa Kong will wear himself out. My mom says good things should be shared with your own family first. Only when your own family is strong can you help more people. It's like when my dad hunts wild boar, he always gives us extra meat first. Only when we're well fed do we have the strength to help others with their work. His rambling words sent the adults present into deep thought. The smile on Zhao Jiangwo's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of solemnity and admiration. This kid may speak bluntly, but he's got a point. He had been thinking that since the boiled bamboo method worked so well, it should be rolled out immediately across the entire commune on a large scale, aiming to establish an industrial advantage as quickly as possible. But Li Dongya's words gave him pause. The adoption of any new technology was never an overnight success. Especially for traditional crafts that rely on experience and attention to detail, rushing blindly for speed could easily lead to distortion and loss of authenticity. It could even spark new conflicts due to inadequate skill transfer or uneven resource distribution. Focus on your own people first. Only when your own people excel can you help more. Wasn't this precisely the approach of piloting first, using points to drive the whole, letting some people master core techniques to set benchmarks before gradually expanding? Moreover, our village's stoves and pots are different from others. Doesn't this underscore the importance of craft uniqueness and safeguarding trade secrets? If core techniques were easily leaked, what advantage would Li Jiao have? Well said. Absolutely spot on. Zhao Jiangwo slapped his thigh, leaping to his feet. His gaze toward Li Dongya brimmed with astonished delight and admiration. Comrade Laojian, Master Kong, this young man is nothing short of a little Zhuge Liang. His words are more thorough and far-reaching than anything we old-timers could have thought of. Turning to Li Laojian, his tone grew unusually resolute. Comrade Laojian, the commune will fully support your Li Jiao village in expanding and strengthening the bamboo weaving industry. As for this bamboo steaming method, let's not rush to roll it out everywhere just yet. You must first master and refine this technique within the village, establishing a standardized process. The commune can offer you preferential policies. For instance, we can prioritize supplying certain scarce materials needed for your production. Or offer preferential pricing during product procurement. He then turned to Kong Lisan. Master Kong, the crucial task of passing on this technology and cultivating talent now rests on your shoulders. Kong Lisan nodded with emotion. Rest assured, Deputy Director Zhao, I will impart all my knowledge without holding anything back. Zhao Jiangwo's gaze finally settled on Li Dongya once more, his expression complex yet earnest. Young Li Dongya, you've given Grandpa Zhao a truly vivid lesson today. What reward would you like? If Grandpa Zhao can make it happen, it shall be yours. At these words, the surrounding villagers all cast envious glances. To receive a promise from the commune's deputy director was an immense honor. Wang Shufan and Li Dashan were so thrilled their hearts nearly leapt out of their chests. Their son had actually earned such favor from deputy director Zhao. Li Dongya, however, seemed unaware of the weight of this promise. He licked his lips, his big eyes sparkling as he looked at Zhao Jiangwo. Grandpa Zhao, I want one of those books with lots of little pictures inside and tons of words. Our village school doesn't have many of those. I want to read them. He was talking about picture books. In those days, for a child, picture books were the most precious spiritual nourishment. Zhao Jiangwo burst out laughing upon hearing this. All right. No problem. Grandpa Zhao will get you a few sets of the latest picture books as soon as he gets back. You'll have more than enough to read. But in his heart, he thought. This child, loving books at such a young age and blessed with such fortune, is bound for greatness. Li Jiao no, the entire commune will rely on rising talents like this in the future. In Li Dongya's mind, the Destiny sketchbook displayed clearly once more.
analyzed the pros and cons of the promotion, offered advice to strengthen foundations, and influenced commune decisions.
Reward points, plus 50. Current remaining reward points, 190.
Deputy Director Zhao Jiangwo left Li Jiao with a satisfied smile, leaving behind a sea of excitement.
Did you all hear that? Deputy Director Zhao said he'll give us preferential policies. Our Li Jiao is going to prosper. We might even get to eat meat every meal from now on.
Villagers swarmed around old Li and Sun Lianqing, chattering excitedly, their faces flushed with joy. It was as if they could already see glistening white rice and glistening slices of fatty pork beckoning to them. Li Dashan hoisted his son Li Dongye high above his head, planting several firm kisses on the boy's cheek. The ticklish stubble made the little one giggle uncontrollably.
My son is our family's lucky star. No, he's the lucky star of the whole village.
Wang Shufan watched from the side, her eyes moist but her smile stretching from ear to ear.
Hadn't her greatest hope in life been for her husband to be capable and her child to succeed?
Today, she had seen it all come true. Li Dongye, spinning in circles in his father's arms, had rosy cheeks. He reached into his pocket and felt the few shriveled jujubes inside, then remembered Grandpa Zhao's promise of a comic book. His heart swelled with sweetness. Yet before the warmth of this joy could fully dissipate, a shadow of discord crept in. The very next afternoon after Deputy Director Zhao left, the villagers of Li Jiao were carefully sorting the precious bamboo strips boiled and dried under Kong Lisan's guidance, preparing to store them by category. To them, these bamboo strips were now pure gold. Chapter 55, Trouble Brews While Warmth Lingers. Suddenly, a clamor of footsteps and commotion erupted at the village entrance, sounds distinctly foreign to the locals. Li Dongye, who had been playing with mud by the grain-drying field, flicked his small ears alertly. He looked up to see 7 or 8 burly men surrounding a middle-aged man with a hooked nose and monkey-like features, his eyes darting about restlessly. They strode confidently into the village from the entrance. Li Dongye recognized the leader Wang Maizi, the production team leader from neighboring Wangjiatan. Wangjiatan and Li Jiao were separated by a river, and friction between the two villages over water rights and mountain produce was commonplace.
Well, if it isn't the folks from Li's Hollow. Busy, I see?
Wang Maizi greeted them with a fake smile, his triangular eyes scanning the bamboo strips drying in the sun like searchlights, his greed unmasked. The men behind him were equally slovenly, their eyes ill-willed, looking every bit like a gang of troublemaking ruffians.
Li Laojin and Sun Lianqing exchanged a glance, each seeing a flicker of caution in the other's eyes.
A weasel paying New Year's calls to chickens, no good intentions.
Captain Wang, what brings you here?
Sun Lianqing set down the bamboo strips and asked in a lukewarm tone. Li Dashan frowned, discreetly pulling his son behind him to shield him from Wang Maizi's hostile gaze.
Wang Maizi chuckled, rubbing his hands together as he said,
Village chief's son, you speak too modestly. We're all brothers in the same commune's production team.
Visiting each other and learning from each other's best practices, isn't that only natural?
He leaned forward, pointing at the wax-yellow bamboo strips, and marveled.
I hear you folks in Li Jiao have developed some boiled bamboo slat technique?
That's incredible. Even Deputy Director Zhao from the commune was impressed. That's why we came specially to learn the tricks of the trade, to see exactly how you boil these precious bamboo strips. At these words, the expressions of the Li Jiao villagers shifted noticeably.
Learn? A hot-headed young man couldn't help but mutter under his breath. More like they're here to steal the technique. Though spoken softly, nearly everyone present heard it.
Behind Wang Maizi, a burly man with a face full of fleshy rolls glared and snapped.
Kid, what the hell are you talking about? Captain Wang came here with good intentions to learn. What kind of attitude is this? Advanced techniques should be shared, right?
Wang Maizi waved his hand to silence his subordinate's outburst, still smiling warmly at old Li.
Secretary Li, let's be frank, this bamboo boiling technique can't be kept hidden in your Li family hollow. Didn't Deputy Director Zhao say it should be promoted? Instead of waiting for the commune to issue directives, why don't our two villages get closer first? Teach us your method, and when Wangjiatan's bamboo crafts sell, Li Jiao will get its fair share of the profits. What do you say?
The words sounded noble and righteous, but they were nothing but blatant threats and bribes. Old Li sneered inwardly. Wang the hunchback was notorious for never having enough of a good thing.
Think he'd give up any benefits? Dream on.
Team leader Wang, Deputy Director Zhao did commend us and mentioned expanding the program. Li Laoshuang replied calmly and confidently. But Deputy Director Zhao also instructed us to first master the technology thoroughly at Li Jiao and establish standardized procedures. It's not advisable to roll it out comprehensively just yet.
This is a matter of great importance.
We wouldn't dare make decisions on our own.
Standard procedures? Wang Maizi's eyes darted around. That's simple enough.
Just tell us exactly how you cook it step by step. We folks from Wangjiatan are quick on our feet, we'll pick it up in no time. As he spoke, he reached out to grab a bundle of dried bamboo strips for a closer look.
Hey! Team leader Wang. Li Dashan acted swiftly, grabbing Wang Maizi's wrist and lowering his voice. These bamboo strips are precious. They're not fully processed yet and can't withstand careless handling.
Li Dashan, a seasoned hunter, possessed tremendous strength in his hands.
Wang Mazizi felt a sharp pain in his wrist as Li gripped it tightly, his expression immediately darkening. Li Dashan. What do you mean by that?
The men behind Wang Matzi swarmed around him in a flash, eyes fixed on him menacingly. Seeing this, the young men of Li's Hollow dropped their tools and gathered around. Tensions flared instantly, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder.
Daddy, are they bad people? Li Dongye poked his little head out from behind Li Dashan's legs and asked in a babyish voice. His innocent question brought a subtle shift to the tense atmosphere.
Wang Maizi's eyes lit up, as if he'd found an opening. He shook off Li Dashan's hand, his face breaking into a smile again as he looked at Li Dongye. Young man, you shouldn't speak carelessly.
We're your dad's friends. We're here to help.
Just then, the Book of Destiny in Li Dongye's mind suddenly tingled. A line of crooked characters appeared.
Neighboring villages' wicked guest harbors envy, scheming to seize what's rightfully yours.
Stir the pot with sharp words, leverage the situation to drive back the wolves. Should you send them back empty-handed, 50 bonus points shall be yours.
Pulling the rug out from under them? Leverage the situation to suppress them?
Li Dongye couldn't grasp the meaning of these complex phrases. But from the blurry scene behind the words, he seemed to glimpse Wang the hunchback cursing and leaving empty-handed, along with a pile of shiny candy beans reward points. His little brain whirred rapidly, then he exclaimed.
No way! Grandpa Zhao said this bamboo cooking method is our Li family hollow's treasure. Grandpa Kong is the master craftsman.
Grandpa Zhao told him to teach everyone in our village first before going elsewhere. He paused, then pointed his little finger at Wang Matzi, his voice growing even louder. Grandpa Zhao also said that if anyone dares to sneakily learn it or steal our bamboo, he'll send men in uniforms to arrest them.
Just like catching chicken thieves. The child's clear, ringing voice echoed across the entire threshing yard. Send men in uniform to arrest them? Like catching chicken thieves?
At these words, Wang Maizi and his men all paled. Though they came to seek wisdom, they knew exactly what they were after. If they could get the secret formula without lifting a finger, that would be ideal. But if it alerted the commune authorities or worse, drew in the police, it would be a case of losing more than they gained. Especially since Deputy Director Zhao Jiangwo had visited just yesterday, praising Li Jiao to the skies and specifically instructing them to keep things confidential and get everything sorted internally first. At this critical juncture, if they caused any trouble, Deputy Director Zhao would certainly not let them off the hook.
Li Laojian and Sun Lianqing's eyes lit up. They thought to themselves. This kid is amazing.
Coming from a 5-year-old's mouth, those words carried more weight than 100 statements from grown-ups like them. Little did Wang Matzi know that Li Dongye had simply pieced together Deputy Director Zhao's words from yesterday, blended in his own understanding of bad people, and thrown in hints from the graffiti notebook all jumbled together into a made-up story.
Chapter 56, Villainous Guests from the Neighboring Village. But somehow, this rambling hit the mark, striking right at Wang Maizi and the others' weak spot.
You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting?
Wang Matzi barked, his voice harsh but trembling with fear, his aura noticeably weakened.
One of his henchmen tried to step forward to argue, but Wang Maizi grabbed him by the arm. Wang Maizi's eyes darted about as he forced a dry laugh. Secretary Li, village chief's son, children speak without reservation. Children speak without reservation.
We just came to take a look around, nothing more. Since you're busy now, we'll come another day. Another day.
He cursed inwardly. These Li Jiao folks are like stones in a latrine, stubborn and stinky.
Even a little kid is this troublesome. Looks like getting something for nothing today is out of the question. Grandpa Kong said so.
Seeing them about to leave, Li Dongye added in a sharp tone. To boil bamboo, you must use the old bamboo from the mountain behind our village, and you must use the sweet water from our village well. The cooking pit must be dug 3 feet deep, and only pine branches can be used as fuel.
Not one thing can be omitted.
Otherwise, the bamboo will turn black and get infested with bugs. These words were half truth, half fiction. The old bamboo, sweet well water, hearth pit, and firewood were all things he'd overheard Kong Li Bin mutter about or had pieced together himself.
Yet spoken with such solemn conviction, they carried an air of undeniable authority. Kong Lisan nearly burst out laughing beside him. This kid was a real shrewd one.
These words, seemingly revealing a secret recipe, were actually a complete mystery.
If anyone actually followed them, they'd end up boiling the bamboo into a pot of charcoal.
Wang Matzi and the others listened, dumbfounded, half believing, half doubting.
Sweet water too? There's something special about the stove pit? They had no clue about these convoluted details. Captain Wang, you heard that too.
Sun Lianqing spoke up at just the right moment, his tone tinged with pride. This boiling bamboo method has countless intricacies. It can't be explained in just a few words. Once we've fully mastered it and the commune issues instructions, we'll arrange unified training sessions.
Wang Jiatan won't be left out.
These words served both as explanation and warning, making clear that this technology was being managed at the commune level. Wang Jiatan shouldn't even think about pulling any private maneuvers.
Wang Maizi's face flushed alternately pale and crimson. He knew he wouldn't be getting any more gospel today.
Persisting further risked escalating the matter and alerting the communist situation that would reflect poorly on them.
Oomph. Li Jiao, you really know how to pull one over on us. Wang Mizi stamped his foot in frustration, flung his arm out, and barked, let's go. He and his men slunk away from Li's hollow, tails between their legs. Before leaving, Wang Mozi turned back with a resentful glare at Li Dongye. His gaze seemed to devour the brat who'd ruined his plans. Li Dongye, however, showed no fear. Instead, he stuck out his tongue at him. Put. What a jerk. Thinking he could come take advantage of our village. Exactly. Don't you know who's protecting Li Jiao now? Thanks to Dongye, that kid. He shut them down with just a few words. As Wang Mizi and his crew retreated, the villagers of Li Jiao erupted into a chorus of laughter and chatter. The looks they gave Li Dongye were filled with wonder and affection. This kid is truly our village's treasure. How does his brain work so brilliantly? Li Dashan scooped his son into his arms and laughed heartily. Good lad. You've got your father's spirit. Wang Shufan, still trembling with fear, patted her chest and scolded playfully. You scared the life out of me just now. Don't ever talk to those bad guys like that again. What if they hit you? Li Dongye lifted his little chin proudly. Mom, I'm not afraid. Grandpa Zhao will protect us. Li Laojin and Sun Lianqing exchanged a glance, both sighing in relief, yet their expressions grew grave. Old son, it seems this bamboo steaming technique is truly a hot potato. Li Laojin sighed. Sun Lianqing nodded. Yeah, we got rid of Wang the Hunchback today, but who's to say a Zhang the Hunchback or Lu the Hunchback won't show up tomorrow? We need to figure out how to keep this technique secret and use it wisely. He glanced at Li Dongye, who stood surrounded by the crowd like a little hero, a thoughtful look flickering in his eyes. And Dongye, this boy is truly extraordinary. Deputy Director Zhao holds him in such high regard, and he's just earned another merit today. We must protect him well and pay close attention to his suggestions. In Li Dongye's mind, the Destiny sketchbook flashed with light. The once fuzzy text sharpened into clarity. Successfully repelled the enemy, safeguarded the village's interests, and demonstrated initial strategic brilliance. Reward points plus 100. Current remaining reward points, 290. New tip, misfortune and fortune are intertwined. The neighboring village's covetousness remains unchecked and hidden currents may be stirring. Strengthening yourself is the only lasting solution. Li Dongye squinted with delight at the 100 points reward. So many points he could trade them for so many great things. As for the warning that followed, he only half understood it, but he sensed that Wang the Pockmarked might still come to cause trouble. But he had his sketchbook, he wasn't afraid. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays bathed the Li family's threshing yard and illuminated Li Dongye's youthful face, now glistening with a hint of wisdom. The minor upheaval had temporarily subsided, but the changes wrought upon Li Jiao by the bamboo boiling technique and the chain reaction it would unleash had only just begun. And Li Dongye, this 5-year-old child clutching the Book of Destiny, would gradually write his own legend amidst the tides of the times and the conflicts of the countryside. Wang Mozi and his men slunk away, but the threshing yard of Li Jiao remained restless for a long time. Villagers praised Li Dongye's resourcefulness, while Li Dashan and his wife beamed with pride, their smiles stretching wide. But Li Laojian and Sun Lianqing dared not let their guard down. Old son, Wang Mozi took a beating. He won't let this go easily. Li Laojian puffed on his pipe, his brow furrowed. Moonlight spilled like water across the threshing floor, stretching the shadows of bamboo mats long and thin. Sun Lianqing nodded, his face no longer bearing the ease of daytime. You're right. This boiled bamboo method is the lifeblood of our Li family hollow now. Though we've made arrangements with Deputy Director Zhao, you can guard against everything but betrayal from within and threats from without. He paused, glancing toward where Li Dongye had been carried home to bed by Wang Shufan. That boy Dongye is truly a treasure. But precisely because he showed his face today, I fear Wang the Scarred might hold a grudge against him. He wouldn't dare. Li Dashan happened to emerge from his house just then. Hearing this, his eyes widened and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. If Wang Mizi dares touch a single hair on my son's head, I, Li Dashan, will fight him to the death. Dashan, calm down. Li Laojian urged. Wang the Scarface is a scoundrel, but he's not stupid. What he's really after now is our bamboo steaming technique. We need to step up our guard, especially at night. We should assign more people to patrol. You're right, Sun Lianqing agreed. Starting today, our militia squad will take turns standing night watch. Pay special attention to the threshing floor where bamboo strips are dried and those critical spots Master Kong mentioned. He deliberately lowered his voice, referring to the so-called Sweetwater Well and Old Bamboo Grove that Li Dongye had made up. Chapter 57, Ghostly Shadows Stir in the Dead of Night. Though everyone knew Dongye was making it all up, Wang Mozi believed it. Better safe than sorry. Night deepened. Most villagers in Li's Hollow had drifted off to sleep, save for a handful of men carrying lanterns, hoes, and shoulder poles as they patrolled the village in silence. Li Dongye lay on his Kong, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His little mind was still savoring the joy of today's great victory and the hefty 100-point reward. He counted them, now he had a total of 290 points. Could all these candy beans make him even stronger? Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The neighboring village's covetousness remains unchecked and hidden currents may be stirring. Strengthening oneself is the only lasting solution.
The warning from his sketchbook flashed through his mind once more.
Their covetousness remains unabated.
Li Dongye muttered under his breath.
He wasn't quite sure what covetousness meant, but he understood unrelenting it meant it wasn't over yet.
That Wang the pockmarked would surely hatch more schemes.
Undercurrents swirling. He was even more confused. Were there hidden currents in the river? What did that have to do with bamboo?
Just as he was puzzling over it, a faint warmth suddenly spread through the sketchbook nestled in his arms.
Li Dongye jolted awake and quietly pulled the sketchbook from under the covers.
By the faint moonlight seeping through the window cracks, he saw new, crooked characters appear on its pages, along with a clearer, animated sketch.
Nighttime thieves remain undeterred. Keep watch for their shadowy movements. When darkness and wind aid their treasure hunt, strike at the root to achieve the extraordinary. If you capture the thief and recover the stolen goods as evidence, your reward points will quadruple. Quadruple. Li Dongye's eyes lit up instantly. What would a quadruple of 100 points be? He counted on his fingers for a long time but still couldn't grasp it, only knowing it would be far more than 100 points. He scrutinized the sketch again. Two shadowy figures crouched low, creeping toward a village well in a spot piled high with bamboo. In the picture, a sweet candy symbol was deliberately drawn beside the well, while the character meaning old was drawn next to the bamboo. It's Wang Meizi's men. Li Dongye suddenly understood. They must have believed his nonsense from earlier and were coming to steal the sweet water and old bamboo. Strike at the root cause and create another miracle. Li Dongye tilted his head in thought. Last time it was words, what would it be this time? The last image Xiaohua showed him was those two shadowy figures surrounded by a crowd holding torches, some with ropes in hand, while nearby lay another pile of glistening sugar beans. Catch them. Li Dongye clenched his little fist. He quietly pulled back the quilt and tiptoed off the Kong. Wang Shufan and Li Dashan slept soundly, snoring softly. His sister had already moved to attend elementary school in the county and only returned during holidays. Li Dongye slipped out the door like a little cat. Li Jiao was quiet at night, broken only by the occasional bark of a dog and the distant footsteps of patrolmen. Moonlight cast shadowy figures on the trees, like monsters with claws and fangs. Li Dongye felt a twinge of fear, but the thought of those quadruple reward points made his courage surge. He recalled his father mentioning during a casual chat with his mother that the village chief had specifically instructed them. Special vigilance was needed at the old well at the eastern edge of the village and the bamboo grove at the foot of the back mountain. These were all key locations he, Li Dongye, had pointed out. Holding his breath, he crept silently toward the old well at the eastern edge of the village. Before he got close, he heard faint rustling sounds mixed with muffled voices. Damn it, these Li Jiao folks are weird, boiling bamboo with sweet water? One voice grumbled. Keep your voice down. Captain Wang said that kid's got some serious weirdness going on. Better to believe him than doubt him. If we could really get that sweet water and old bamboo, our Wang Jiatan could boil out golden bamboo strips too. Another voice chimed in. It was them after all. Li Dongye hid behind a large locust tree, peeking out with half his little head. In the moonlight, he clearly saw two dark figures squatting down. One held a bucket by the well, drawing water, while the other brandished a machete, gesturing at a pile of ordinary bamboo clearly cut from somewhere nearby, muttering under his breath. This bamboo doesn't look old enough. Did that kid trick us? Who cares? Let's just take some back and try it. Hurry up, don't let anyone catch us. Li Dongye felt both annoyed and amused. These two clueless thieves actually believed his nonsense. His eyes darted around as an idea formed. Confrontation was out of the question. He had to find a way to alert the patrolling officers. He quietly backed away, picked up a few small pebbles, and suddenly hurled them toward another bamboo grove nearby. Clatter! Clatter! The stones struck the bamboo leaves, creating a considerable commotion. Who? The two dark figures by the well jumped in fright, straightening up warily. Is it the patrol? Quick! Quick, hide! The two hastily abandoned their bucket and machete, scrambling frantically to find cover. Just then, Li Dongye bellowed at the top of his lungs, summoning every ounce of strength. Catch the thieves! Someone's stealing our village's sweet water and old bamboo. His cry, clear and piercing, echoed far into the silent night. Thief! Where? Li Ernio and Zhao Taizhu, patrolling the village, were startled by the shouts. Grabbing their lantern and carrying pole, they rushed toward the source of the commotion. Li Dashan and Wang Shufan were also jolted awake. It's Godan no, Dongye's voice. Li Dashan sprang up from the Kong bed like a carp leaping out of water, snatching a hunting whistle from behind the door as he roared. Who dares bully my son? Wang Shufan hurriedly threw on her clothes and followed him out. In an instant, the entire Li village was roused. Light the lamps. Grab your weapons. Protect the bamboo weaver. Lights flickered on in every household. Men wielding hoes, shovels, and carrying poles rushed out of their homes, and the entire village erupted in chaos. Seeing the situation turn against them, the two thieves tried to flee. But how could they outrun the villagers of Lee's Hollow, who knew the terrain like the back of their hands and were burning with rage? Stop right there. Don't run. Li Ernio and Zhao Taiju were the first to arrive. Armed with a pole each, they knocked one thief attempting to scale the wall back down. The other thief, panicked and desperate, crashed headfirst into Li Dashan, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Li Dashan, broad-shouldered and powerful, instantly pinned the scrawny thief to the ground, grinding his knee into the thief's back. Talk. Who sent you? What were you trying to steal? Li Dashan's voice boomed like a bell as his eyes blazed with fury. Soon, both thieves were bound and dragged to the center of the threshing yard. Villagers surrounded them tightly, holding torches and lanterns. Old Li and Sun Lianqing arrived too, their faces turning ashen as they surveyed the discarded water bucket, machete, and a bundle of ordinary bamboo hacked to pieces on the ground. Well done, Wang Meizi. You old bastard. You got your ass kicked in the daytime, so you send thieves at night. A young villager shouted angrily. Interrogate them. Find out what they're really up to. Chapter 58, Killing a Chicken to Scare the Monkeys, Spreading Malicious Rumors. The two thieves caught were Wang Sandog, a notorious ne'er-do-well, and Wang Jiatan, and his sidekick Lu Rat. The pair were notoriously lazy and idle, spending their days loafing about. Under the villagers' angry shouts and physical welcome, they quickly broke down, spilling everything like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. It was Captain Wang who sent us. Wang Sangun said with a mournful expression. He said the secret recipe for boiling bamboo in Li Jiao requires sweet water from the old well at the east end of the village and old bamboo from the back mountain. Lu Haozi added, trembling. Ha! Someone in the crowd chuckled first, and soon the entire threshing yard erupted in uproarious laughter. Sweet water? Old bamboo? Good heavens! One the Scarface actually believed Doggy's nonsense. Ah, these two dumb thieves. They've been sold out and are still counting the money. Li Dashan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He released his grip on Wang's sandgun, scratched his head, and looked toward his son pushing his way through the crowd. Li Dongye was clutched tightly in Wang Shufan's arms, his little face flushed bright red with excitement and nervousness. Go Dan, you found it again? Sun Lianqing approached Li Dongye, his voice filled with both surprise and relief. Li Dongye nodded vigorously. Yeah. I heard noises outside when I went to the bathroom at night. I looked out and saw bad guys. They were trying to steal our sweet water and old bamboo. He spoke with such earnestness, as if it were absolutely true. The villagers looked at Li Dongye, their eyes filled with astonishment, admiration, and a hint of awe. This kid is amazing. First he figured out the key to bamboo weaving, then scared off Wang Motzi, and now he's caught thieves. He's not just a lucky charm, he's the guardian spirit of Li Jiao. Exactly. With Dongye around, no one will dare bully Li Jiao. Li Laojian watched the scene unfold, drawing a deep breath as a sharp gleam flashed in his cloudy old eyes. He walked up to Li Dongye, ruffled his hair, and said in a deep voice. Dongye, you've done us a great service again. Tell your great uncle what reward you want. Li Dongye's eyes lit up, but after a moment's thought, he shook his head. Grandpa, I don't want a reward. I just want the bad guys to stop stealing our things. What he was really thinking was, the rewards from the graffiti notebook are definitely coming. Sure enough, the Destiny graffiti book in his mind flared brightly once more. Successfully exposed and assisted in capturing the night thief, safeguarding the village's secret pseudo, demonstrating extraordinary foresight and adaptability. Reward points plus 200. Current remaining reward points, 490. New notice, a tree that stands tall attracts the wind. Excessive brilliance may invite new troubles. Hide your sharp edges and play it safe. Biding your time is the wisest course. The Doodle Book's energy shows slight fluctuations. The Doodle Bookstore will soon unlock, requiring more points to accumulate. Wow! 200 points. Li Dongye's heart swelled with joy. He was so close to 500 points. But the new hint puzzled him. What did hide your sharpness and play it safe mean? Did it mean to hide sharp objects? And new feature unlocked. Was his sketchbook about to get more powerful? The night was as dark as ink, yet Li Jiao's threshing yard was lit up like broad daylight. Wang Sangun and Lu Haozi lay sprawled on the ground like two puddles of mud, shivering uncontrollably, barely able to muster the strength to beg for mercy. The villagers' fury blazed like the torches, threatening to consume them whole. Old Li tapped his tobacco pipe on the stone slab, sparks flickering and dimming, casting an eerie light on his deeply lined face, making him look especially imposing. He swept a glance over the two thieves, their faces ashen as death, then looked at the crowd of villagers, their emotions running high. His aged voice carried an unquestionable decisiveness. Hand them over to the commune? That'd be letting them off easy. These petty thieves need to learn a lesson. The bamboo of Lee's Hollow isn't so easily taken. And our sweet water isn't so easy to drink either. The party secretary is right. We can't let these two brats get off easy. Let them spread the shame of stealing from our village back to Wang Jiatan. The villagers echoed his words, seething with righteous indignation. A cold gleam flashed in old Li's eyes as he addressed the militia captain standing beside him, Li Ernio and Zhao Taiju. Ernio, Taiju, go find 2 pieces of scrapwood. Write Wang Jiatan thieves and shame on thieves in big characters on them. Make each of them hang one and parade them around our village 3 times. As they walk, they must shout, "I am a thief, I deserve to die." Then, he paused, his gaze darting like lightning toward Wang Sangun and Lu Haozi. Dump them back at Wang Jiatan's village entrance. And tell Wang Mozi this, if he ever dares to set his sights on our Li Jiao again, next time it won't be as simple as parading him around with a sign. Tell him to wash his neck clean and wait. Got it, secretary. Li Ernio and Zhao Taiju roared their agreement, their faces lit with a satisfied grin. Soon, 2 wooden signs bearing crooked, scrawled characters were hung around the necks of Wang Sangun and Lu Haozi. Led by ropes, the 2 thieves began their parade with heads bowed, enduring the villagers' curses and the children's curious yet slightly contemptuous stares. I'm a thief, I deserve to die. I'll never dare steal from Li's Hollow again. Their feeble confessions, punctuated by the malicious shouts, rang out jarringly in the silent night. Li Dongye, held close by Wang Shufan, watched the scene unfold. The earlier tension had faded from his little face, replaced by a thoughtful expression. He felt these 2 were pitiful, yet they deserved it. After all, they'd listened to that scoundrel Wang Mazizi and come to steal. He stole a glance at the Doodle Book in his mind. Those 490 shiny candy beans still sparkled, filling his heart with delight. Hide your sharpness, keep your clumsiness, and wait quietly for the right moment. He murmured the new hint under his breath. Was Feng referring to a blade's edge? Clumsy as in awkward? Could it mean he should hide the kitchen knife at home and pretend to be clumsy? He couldn't quite figure it out, but he understood the phrase, new mall feature pending activation. More points required. Just like how you could trade grain coupons and fabric coupons for good stuff at the supply and marketing cooperative, the points in this Doodle Book must be able to get him something even cooler. Maybe even a little car that could zip off into the sky? Or maybe a smart pill that would instantly teach him tons of characters? Li Dongye's little mind was filled with wild, imaginative fantasies. The public spectacle of parading them through the streets lasted well into the night. Only as dawn began to break were Wang Sangun and Lu Haozi tossed back to the village entrance of Wang Jiatan like discarded sacks. Though the villagers of Li Jiao had stayed up all night, they were all exhilarated, as if they had won a great victory. Li Dashan, radiant with pride, boasted about his son to everyone he met. See that? My doggy's got real luck. He was born to catch thieves. Wang Shufan playfully smacked him on the arm. Oh, stop it. What nonsense are you spouting? Our Godan is just clever. Yet the smile at the corners of her mouth was impossible to hide. Chapter 59, Fua receives another ingenious plan. Li Laojian and Sun Lianqing weren't so optimistic. Old Sun, after taking such a big hit, Wang the Scarred probably won't let this go easily. Li Laojian sat on his doorstep, puffing away on his pipe, his brow furrowed into a knot. Sun Lianqing squatted beside him, his expression grave. You're right, secretary. Our bamboo steaming method has stirred up a hornet's nest now. Once Wang Sangun and the others report back, Wang Mozi will surely realize he was duped by that Dongye kid. He's the type to hold grudges. He'll likely come back even stronger. You're right, old Li nodded. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. We need to keep our bamboo strips out in the open, and Master Kong should send more people over. But you can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Does that mean you'll have 1,000 days of peace? He sighed. The real crux lies in that secret bamboo boiling method formula. Wang the Hunchback surely knows now that sweet water and old bamboo are fakes. He'll stop at nothing to uncover the real method. Kong Lisan approached. He hadn't slept all night, his eyes ringed with dark circles, but he still seemed alert. Secretary, Captain Sun, I suspect Wang Mozi might send someone even more cunning next time. He might even resort to underhanded tactics, like bribing someone from our village. Or sneak a peek at our bamboo boiling process when we're not looking. At these words, a heavy weight settled in everyone's hearts. Though Li Jiao was known for its simple folk, no one could guarantee that, faced with such enormous stakes, someone wouldn't get greedy. Li Dongye listened to the adults' conversation from the sidelines, growing anxious. If Wang Mozi came again, would his sugar beans be in danger? He had worked so hard to save up all these. Suddenly, the sketchbook in his mind grew faintly warm. A new line of small characters appeared, accompanied by a crude animated illustration. Secret arts easily reveal human greed, truth and falsehood mingle in chaos. Crafty illusions veil the sight, work harder to earn more, count your gains. The animation depicted a figure sneaking a peek into a large pot of boiling contents. Suddenly, several identical pots appeared beside it. Some pots held clear broth, others contained stones. The person grew dizzy from the confusion and ended up seeing nothing at all. Ha! Li Dongye's eyes lit up. So this drawing meant to make multiple pots real and fake so the peeping Tom couldn't tell them apart? He recalled how he'd made up stories about sweet water and old bamboo earlier that day. Hadn't the adults all believed him? Great-grandpa, Grandpa Sun, Grandpa Kong. Li Dongye suddenly called out, his voice clear and sharp. All eyes turned to him. Li Dongye's little face flushed slightly, but he gathered his courage and said, I have an idea. Oh? What's your brilliant idea, doggy? Go on, tell us. Old Li smiled kindly, and the others also looked curious. This kid always had a way of surprising them. Li Dongya pointed to the large iron pot used for boiling bamboo strips on the threshing yard. Wang Matzi and his gang will definitely come peeking again to see how we boil the bamboo. Then maybe we should get more pots? Set them all over the fire, some boiling bamboo, others filled with useless stuff like branches and weeds. So they can't tell which ones are real. He paused, then added. And when we boil the bamboo, we can deliberately make it look complicated. Add this ingredient now, that ingredient later confuse them so much they can't follow, even if they watch. At these words, Li Laojin, Sun Lianqing, and Kong Lisan's eyes all lit up. Ah! That's brilliant! Sun Lianqing slapped his thigh. What's that called? Make the simple seem complex, and the complex seem simple. Even if Wang Maizi's men watch, it'll be for nothing. Even if they learn, it'll be for nothing. Kong Lisan stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. That Dong Yi boy is a real little rascal. This method not only confuses outsiders, but also ensures that each villager involved in the bamboo boiling process only masters a portion of the steps. No one can uncover the complete secret formula. This way, even if someone is bribed, they won't be able to reveal the core secrets. The more he thought about it, the more brilliant the idea seemed. He had been worried about keeping the technique secret, but now this kid had pinpointed the crucial solution in just a few words. Old Li looked at Li Dongya with newfound respect, bursting into laughter. Good. 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 We'll do exactly as Doggy says. This is called the art of deception. That Wang Matzi wants to steal our techniques? Let him steal his fill, let's see what he can make of it. He made the decision on the spot. Starting today, only Master Kong will know the full bamboo boiling technique. Everyone else will have specific roles. One will procure the bamboo, another will cut it, another will tend the fire, and another will monitor the timing. Each will have their specific duty. The critical steps of bamboo boiling will be conducted secretly by Master Kong himself, accompanied only by the most trustworthy few. Additionally, we'll set up several large pots in conspicuous locations and make a show of boiling bamboo daily. Fill them with random scraps, make the smoke thick, and keep the noise loud. I'll be damned if I don't see how much energy and manpower that Wang the Hunchback has to distinguish between real and fake. The villagers listened, murmuring in astonishment. How does Godan's brain work? He's sharper than any of us grown-ups. You bet. With this plan in place, even if Wang the Hunchback grew 3 heads and 6 arms, he'd never steal the sacred scriptures. Our Li village has dog-egg, truly a blessing from our ancestors. In an instant, the praise for Li Dongye reached new heights. Li Dashin and his wife stood tall, their faces beaming with pride they couldn't hide. Li Dongye gave a shy smile, but inside, he was overjoyed. For in his mind, the sketchbook flashed once more. Offered strategic advice, skillfully diffused a Li crisis, and contributed to collective interests. Reward points plus 150. Current remaining reward points, 640. Notice, the sketchbook's energy continues to gather. The sketchbook store is now unlocked. Points can be spent for exchanges. First-time exchanges receive a 50% discount. Wow! 150 points. Li Dongya's heart pounded wildly over 600 points. And the sketchbook store was unlocked. He fought the urge to immediately explore the sketchbook store, knowing now wasn't the time. While Li Jiao was busily setting up the confusion array, Wang Mazizi of Wang Jiatan was raging at the battered and disheveled Wang Sangun and Lu Haozi. Useless! Both of you are useless! Wang Maizi kicked Wang Sangun hard in the rear, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. I sent you out to gather intel and bring back some goods. What did you accomplish? Not only did they make fools of us, but they paraded us through the streets with signs around our necks. You've brought shame upon my entire family. Sweet water? Old bamboo? Put. Wang Maizi's face turned ashen with rage. That bastard from Li's Hollow clearly played us for fools. If I ever believe his bull again, I'll write my surname Wang backwards. Wang Sandog covered his face and wailed mournfully. Captain, that kid's got some serious tricks up his sleeve. He made it sound so convincing, who knew it was all lies? Shut up. Wang Matzi glared at him fiercely. That old bastard Li Laojian daring to send me a message? Tell him to wash his neck clean and wait? Fine. Very well. Chapter 60, Hua acquires a rare treasure from the mall. His eyes darted around, flashing a sinister gleam. Bamboo boiling technique, bamboo boiling technique. If Li's Hollow can master it, why can't my Wang's village? If we can't steal it, then I'll just... He lowered his voice and whispered to a lean man beside him. Monkey, keep a close eye on Li's Hollow these next few days. Especially where they boil the bamboo. I refuse to believe they can hide the secret formula up in the sky. Also, find a way to plant a few our people in Li's Hollow. Money's no object. Once we get our hands on that bamboo boiling technique, Wang Jiatan's guaranteed to win the commune's reward. The man called Monkey gave a sinister chuckle. Don't worry, Captain. I'll make sure it gets done. The open and covert struggles over the bamboo boiling technique between the two villages grew increasingly intense. And Li Dongya, this little Fua, found himself increasingly entangled in the turmoil due to the graffiti in his Book of Destiny.
He had no idea what kind of waves his newly unlocked temporary skill would stir up in this contest. Li Dongye fought to suppress his wild excitement, yet his young face still flushed crimson. 640 points. This was the largest fortune he had ever possessed. Moreover, the long-awaited Doodle Book Mall, which had only appeared in hints before, was finally unlocked. He stole a glance at the adults surrounding old Li Xuan, Sun Lianqing, and Kong Lisan, chattering away about how to set up the bewitching maze. His small frame shifted unobtrusively toward the wall, finding a less conspicuous corner to crouch in. Shop, let me see what treasures await. Li Dongye silently chanted in his mind. In an instant, the destiny sketchbook in his mind flashed brightly once more. Where there had only been text prompts before, a simple diagram resembling a supply store counter now appeared. The counter featured several small compartments drawn with crooked lines. Each compartment held a good, labeled with its name and the required points. Sketchbook Mall Newbie Zone. 1. Heightened Perception Temporary, consumes 100 points. For 24 hours after activation, significantly enhances all 5 senses, allowing you to easily detect subtle changes in your surroundings and perceive others' hidden hostility or scrutiny. 2. Silver Tongue Level 2, consumes 20 points. For 30 minutes after activation, persuasiveness temporarily increases by 35%, making it easier to convince others of your words. Reduced effect on those with strong willpower. 3. Energy Boosters Small, consumes 30 points. Rapidly restores partial stamina and eliminates fatigue upon consumption. 4. Bad Luck Sticker Single Use, consumes 50 points. Apply to a designated target. Requires indirect contact. The target will experience various minor misfortunes over the next 12 hours, none involving life-threatening danger. Note, use with caution may trigger unforeseen consequences. 5. Blank Doodle Page Small, consumes 500 points. Grants one opportunity to actively ask the Doodle Book a question and receive vague guidance. The more complex the question, the fuzzier the guidance and the lower the success rate. 6. Light as a Feather Basic, consumes 20 points. Temporarily increases agility by 10 points and slightly enhances jumping ability for 30 minutes after use. 7. Photographic Memory Basic, consumes 60 points. For 24 hours after use, memory is significantly enhanced, achieving near photographic recall of textual and visual information. 8. Lucky Beans One Time, consumes 50 points. After ingestion, slightly boosts personal fortune for the next 24 hours, making minor luck more likely and minor misfortune less likely. Note, not omnipotent does not alter major trends, only enhances minor daily events. The dazzling array of products left Li Dongye's eyes spinning, his heart pounding wildly. This keen perception seems pretty powerful. He zeroed in on the first one immediately. Detecting others' ill will and prying eyes. Wasn't this tailor-made for dealing with Wang Meizi's spies? Silver Tongue is pretty good too. It'll come in handy for sweet-talking my mom into buying me candy or getting Daju and the others to listen to me. Stamina candy? I don't think I'll need that. I don't do any physical labor. Bad luck sticker? Wow, this is fun. Imagine sticking it on Wang Meizi. Li Dongye felt a rush of satisfaction just imagining it, but seeing the steep 200-point price tag and the warning about unpredictable consequences made him hesitate. This was too expensive, and it seemed a bit too mean. A blank doodle page costs 500 points. That's more than all my points combined. He clicked his tongue. This was out of his budget for now. First-time redemption gets a 50% discount. Li Dongye's eyes lit up. That meant he could get the 100-point keen perception for just 50 points. Buy it. I'll buy this one. He made up his mind without hesitation. With a flicker of his intent, the 640 points in his mind instantly transformed into 590. The icon 4, Keen Perception Temporary, flew off the shop counter, transforming into a faint glow that merged into his consciousness. A small hourglass icon appeared beside it, seemingly indicating its duration. A cool sensation spread from the Baihui acupoint atop his head throughout his entire body. Li Dongye felt his ears grow sharper and his vision clearer. The murmurs of adults discussing matters in the courtyard, distant muffled dog barks, and even the faint rustling of ants moving their nest in the corner all reached his senses with crystal clarity. How amazing! He blinked in delight, resisting the urge to scan his surroundings. At that moment, Old Li and the others had finished their discussion. It's settled. Li Laozhan declared decisively. Master Kong, the crucial step of boiling the bamboo strips will be carried out secretly in that unoccupied old house in our backyard. You'll lead the process with Dashin, Ernio, and the other young, strong men, those with reliable mouths and nimble hands and feet. As for the timing, we'll choose the late-night hours when people are most exhausted. Kong Lisan nodded. Rest assured, Secretary. I understand the gravity of this. He shot Li Dongye an approving glance. This kid was truly a lucky charm. Old Li then turned to Sun Lianqing. Lianqing, you'll lead the team setting up the confusing array around the perimeter. Set up several large pots at prominent spots like the threshing yard and village entrance. Fill them with rotten leaves, stinky roots, muddy water, whatever's most disgusting and smoky. The louder the commotion, the better. Let those thieving brats see just how refined our Li village's secret recipe really is. Got it, Secretary. Sun Lianqing grinned, his face full of mischief. Guaranteed to leave them seeing stars and smelling smoke. Everyone else, get back to work, but keep your mouths shut. If anyone dares to gossip with outsiders and leak the village's secrets, don't blame me for showing no mercy. They'll be punished for profiteering and sabotaging collective production. Chapter 61, The Enchanted Array reveals its first display of power. Old Li's gaze turned stern as he swept it over every villager present. A chill ran through the crowd as they nodded in unison. In those days, speculation and profiteering and sabotaging collective production were heavy charges no one could bear.
At his command, the villagers of Li Jiao sprang into action.
Some headed to the nearby hillsides to chop brushwood and gather firewood. Some went to the riverbank to dig mud and gather water plants. And a few dexterous women even fashioned oddly shaped dummy figures from straw, preparing to place them beside the fake cauldrons for their charms. Li Dongye activated his keen perception, observing all this with fascination. He discovered that with this skill activated, he could clearly capture the fleeting, subtle expressions on each villager's face. He seemed to sense who was genuinely contributing to the village and who was merely going through the motions or watching the spectacle. He also noticed that when Grandpa Kong Lisan was whispering something to his father, Li Dashan, Aunt Li from next door stole several glances in their direction, her eyes carrying a hint of subtle scrutiny.
That second auntie loves gossiping about everyone. Hope she doesn't mess things up.
Li Dongye thought to himself. Soon, 7 or 8 large iron pots were haphazardly set up on the threshing floor in several open spaces near the village entrance. Wet firewood and dry grass were lit beneath the pots, sending thick smoke billowing skyward. Rotten leaves, stinking grass roots, and black mud were dumped into the pots all at once. They bubbled and boiled, releasing an indescribable, foul odor. Several half-grown boys were assigned to tend these makeshift cauldrons. Imitating the adults, they would occasionally add a bundle of wood to the fire or stir the contents haphazardly with a wooden stick. Muttering incantations, they mimicked Kong Lisan's mysterious demeanor when boiling bamboo strips, drawing hearty laughter from the gathered villagers. The entire Li Jiao was enveloped in a haze of smoke and fire, buzzing with extraordinary activity, as if some grand, bizarre ritual were unfolding. Meanwhile, several miles away in Wangjiatan, the lean man nicknamed Monkey Wang Jingui lay concealed in the grass on a hillside, his narrow eyes fixed intently on the direction of Li Jiao.
Damn it, what the hell is going on in Li's village? All that smoke, are they trying to burn a hole in the sky?
The strange smell carried by the wind choked Wang Jingui into a coughing fit as he cursed under his breath. As Wang Mizi's sharpest scout, he'd been dispatched early this morning to keep watch.
Wang Mozi had given a strict order, find out the exact location and method of bamboo steaming in Li Jiao.
He patiently observed for a long time, but all he could see was thick smoke billowing from Li's hollow, shadowy figures bustling everywhere. It was impossible to tell what was real and what was fake. The captain said the bamboo boiling technique must be hidden in the most inconspicuous place, or the one with the tightest security.
Wang Jingui narrowed his eyes, straining to make out the details. The smoke is thickest and the people most numerous at the Li Jiao threshing yard. It looks the most legitimate, but could it be a diversion? He shifted his gaze deeper into Li Jiao village, particularly toward the courtyards near the rear hills. There's smoke coming from a few spots over there too, but it's much lighter and quieter. As Wang Jingui pondered, he suddenly spotted a 5 or 6-year-old child skipping out of a courtyard, clutching a rattledrum and playing all the way toward the threshing yard. Ha! That's Li Dashan's little brat, Li Godan, right? Wang Jingui recognized Li Dongye.
When Wang Sangun and the others returned last time, they had exaggeratedly recounted how they'd been tricked by this little rascal. Wang Mozi had been so furious he'd vowed on the spot to find an opportunity to teach that little scoundrel a lesson. Li Dongye had just activated his keen perception. Though he hadn't directly spotted Wang Jingui, when he reached a makeshift cooking pit near the village entrance, he suddenly sensed a faint, lingering feeling of being watched from the distant hillside. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Someone's watching. His heart skipped a beat, yet his face remained plastered with an innocent, carefree smile as he continued shaking his rattledrum, pretending not to notice a thing. He casually glanced toward the hillside. Though the distance made it impossible to make out any figures, he could sense that the gaze was coming from a patch of grass over there. Wang Mizi's men have arrived after all. Li Dongye sneered inwardly. His eyes darted around, and an idea formed. He dashed over to a makeshift pot where muddy soup was simmering, the one with the least smoke, looking the most half-hearted. Li Erden, the guard assigned to watch it, was yawning boredom. Li Dongye suddenly shouted loudly. Erden! Erden! The fire in this pot is going out. Grandpa Kong said this pot is the most important one. The secret ingredients inside are the most precious. The heat must never be interrupted. Quick, add more dry wood and stoke the fire. His clear, loud voice startled not only Li Erden but also several adults nearby. Li Erden scratched his head. Ha! This pot is the most important? Master Kong never told me that. An auntie nearby, busy bundling firewood, chuckled. Who told you that, doggy? That pot's just boiling rotten grass roots, it's for fooling outsiders. But Li Dongye's little face turned serious. Adopting an adult tone, he solemnly declared. Grandpa Kong told me in secret.
He said it's called repairing the road openly while secretly crossing the river. The more unassuming it looks, the more valuable the treasure hidden within. The heat for this pot is the hardest to control. You have to simmer it slowly over low heat to draw out the oiliness inside the bamboo. He said Wang Mizi and his crew would never guess. His words were half truth, half fiction, especially that repair the road openly, cross the pass secretly line, which he'd picked up from some storyteller. But it fit the situation perfectly. The adults paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. Good heavens, Doggy's a little rascal with a big mouth. And repair the road openly, cross the river secretly, where did he pick up such phrases? You know what? The kid actually makes it sound convincing. Ha ha ha. Li Erden couldn't help but laugh too. Though skeptical, seeing Li Dongya's earnest little face, he obliged by tossing a few more pieces of dry wood into the pot. Alright, Commander Godan has spoken. We'll guarantee the mission's success and get this precious secret ingredient roasting hot. As he spoke, he gave the fire a vigorous fan, and even the pot that had been producing the least smoke now billowed with considerable steam. Wang Jingwei watched and listened from afar. Though he couldn't make out the exact words, Li Dongya's deliberately high-pitched childish voice and the other's boisterous laughter drifted faintly to him. His brow gradually furrowed. That little brat, the pot he pointed at earlier, the one with the faintest smoke, the least conspicuous, could that be the real one? The people from Li Family Hollow are all laughing. Are they mocking us for not seeing through their scheme? Repair the road openly, cross the river secretly, that little brat is up to no good again. Wang Jingwei grew increasingly suspicious the more he thought about it. Li Dongya was a tricky little devil last time he'd played Wang Sangun and the others like fools. Was he deliberately shouting loudly to make sure certain people heard him? Chapter 62, Schemes Foiled, New Ventures Born. He glanced at the sun-dried grainyard filled with smoke-belching cauldrons and the clamor of voices. Then he looked at the pot Li Dongya had specifically pointed out earlier, relatively quiet until now, but suddenly billowing thick smoke. For a moment, Wang Jingwei was utterly bewildered. Damn it, which one is the real one? He slammed his fist hard on the ground, feeling his brain was about to short-circuit. Seeing his scheme seemingly take effect, Li Dongya smirked inwardly. This was precisely the effect he wanted to make Wang Mizi's men suspicious and unable to distinguish truth from deception. Just then, the sketchbook in his mind grew faintly warm. Insight into enemy intelligence, skillfully deceived enemy scouts, adding unpredictability to the confusion array. Reward points plus 50. Current remaining reward points, 640. Notice, items in the sketchbook shop have been refreshed. Prices for some goods may fluctuate. Ha! Another 50 points. Li Dongya's eyes lit up. The points were back. And the shop refreshed? He quickly suppressed the urge to check. Now was not the time. He shook his rattle triumphantly, then dashed to another pot bubbling with stinky fish and rotten shrimp, repeating the process. He called out loudly to the boy Li Tiniu watching the pot. Brother Tiniu. Grandpa Kong said this magic water in the pot needs constant stirring to work. You can't slack off. Li Tiniu was at a loss for words. Godan, you're trying to fool me again. This is clearly water from a stinking ditch. No way. This is the sweet water from our village's old well. It's got 18 secret ingredients mixed in. Stir it 99 times before you can use it. Li Dongya chattered away, spinning a tale with vivid details. The surrounding villagers were once again doubled over with laughter, praising Godan for his wit and storytelling skills. Wang Jingwei watched from the hillside, his eyes darting back and forth. One moment he thought this cauldron looked real, the next he suspected that one was suspicious. Li Dongya, that little troublemaker, darted around from pot to pot, shouting out secrets at each one, leaving Wang Jingwei thoroughly confused. This Li family hollow, from the old to the young, they're all a bunch of sly foxes. Wang Jingwei gritted his teeth, but in the end, he could only return home in frustration, preparing to report this headache-inducing bewitching maze to Wang Mozi. Li Jiao's bewitching maze had begun to show its formidable power. Meanwhile, Li Dongya, this little lucky charm-wielding, keen perception, had become the most unpredictable and feared variable in this covert battle. Little did he know how his minor disruption would complicate Wang Mozi's next move. Wang Jingwei returned to Wang Jiatan covered in dust and dirt as dusk fell. He scrambled into Wang Mozi's courtyard, collapsed to his knees with a thud, and began sobbing breathlessly. Captain! Trouble! Those bastards from Li Jiao are evil. Wang Mozi sat squatting on the doorstep, puffing away on his pipe. His face, as black as a pot bottom, was already clouded with anger. Today, Ma, the officer from the bamboo strip collection station, had come again to demand the goods, his tone dripping with dissatisfaction. He claimed other villages were progressing faster than Wang Jiatan, and if they couldn't deliver decent bamboo strips soon, next month's supply quota would be cut. This only added fuel to the fire of his already frayed nerves over the boiling bamboo method. The moment he heard Wang Jingwei's wailing, Wang Mizi's temper flared up like a towering flame. He kicked Wang Jingwei hard in the backside. What the hell are you wailing about? Spit it out, what the hell is going on? Staggered by the kick, Wang Jingwei ignored the pain and spilled everything he'd seen and heard at Li's hollow, embellishing every detail like beans spilling from a bamboo tube.
He especially emphasized how that little brat Lee Donya had pointed at the mountains and rivers, leaving him completely bewildered, and how he'd ended up fleeing in utter disarray.
Captain, Lee Jiao was like a bagua formation. Smoke everywhere, pots everywhere, couldn't tell which was real.
And that kid from Lee Dashan's house, Lee Godan, was downright evil. One minute he'd point to this pot and say it was the real one, the next he'd point to that pot and claim it held the secret recipe.
The crowd below just cheered him on.
I swear they were deliberately toying with us.
Lee Gooden? Wang Matzi narrowed his copper bell eyes, a flash of malice in them. That little bastard again. Last time, Wang Sandog and Lu Rat fell into his trap. You mean you haven't even found a single real pot? Wang Matzi's voice was so dark it could drip water. I couldn't find one. Wang Jingwei looked utterly miserable. The smoke was so thick I couldn't keep my eyes open, and that smell was choking me. Plus, the folks at Lee's Hollow were on high alert, I couldn't even get close. Useless. A bunch of useless fools.
Wang Mizi was so furious he slammed his tobacco pipe on the ground, sending sparks flying everywhere.
You can't even steal a method for boiling bamboo strips. What good are you to me?
The few men close to Wang Mizi fell silent, too afraid to utter a word. A sharp-featured man named Wang Erlai shifted his eyes and leaned in to whisper.
Captain, if we can't do it openly, we can do it secretly. Under the table? How exactly do you propose we do that? Wang Mazizi snapped impatiently.
Wang Erlai chuckled. With so many people in Lee's Hollow, there's bound to be a few greedy souls who'll sell out for a quick buck.
We offer them a little something, and I'm sure someone will leak the info to us. Besides, that kid Li Godan is just a little brat, what does he know?
It's definitely those old foxes like Li Laoxuan and Kong Lisan pulling the strings behind the scenes.
As long as we catch one key figure, they'll spill everything.
Wang Mizi's eyes flickered at these words, finding them somewhat reasonable.
If Li Jiao's maze is too tough to break through, then we'll dismantle it from within.
He pondered for a moment.
That's an interesting idea. Which family in Li Jiao would be easiest to target?
Wang Erlai's eyes darted around as he lowered his voice. Captain, I heard that Auntie Li from Li Jiao, that's Li Dashan's cousin's wife, loves to gossip and is especially jealous of the Li Dashan household. Recently, when the Li family got their share of meat and their child was praised, she was green with envy and couldn't stop making sour remarks behind their backs. If we approach her, offer her some benefits, we might be able to get something out of her.
Auntie Li?
Wang Mizi chewed on the name, a sinister grin curling his lips.
Perfect. We'll use that woman to break through. Wang Erlai, this task is yours. Get it done, and I'll reward you handsomely. Got it. Captain, just watch me.
Wang Erlai pounded his chest in assurance.
A new conspiracy against Li Jiao was quietly brewing in the shadows.
Meanwhile, back in Lee's Hollow, the villagers erupted in cheers as they watched Wang Jingwei flee in disarray.
Ha 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 ha. Those bastards from Wang Jiatan must be stunned now. Only our doggy had the guts. Those shouts of his were absolutely brilliant. You bet.
I saw that spy on the hillside tearing his hair out.
Chapter 63, Hua gains another talisman.
Li Dongye was surrounded by a crowd of adults. One patted his head, another pinched his cheek, all showering him with praise.
Godan is truly our village's lucky charm. This kid's got a sharp mind.
Li Dashan and Wang Shufan, his parents, beamed with pride, their faces lighting up with joy. Wang Shufan pulled Li Dongye into her arms and kissed his forehead.
My darling boy, you're truly your mother's pride.
Li Dongye blushed slightly at the praise, his cheeks turning rosy, though his heart was bursting with joy. Especially when he heard the ding reward notification from the Destiny sketchbook in his mind, he felt utterly delighted. Right now, though, his mind was on the Doodle Book's marketplace. While the adults were still excitedly discussing how to strengthen defenses against Wang Mizi's desperate counterattack, Li Dongye quietly slipped to the base of his family's courtyard wall. He pretended to play with mud while his consciousness sank into the Doodle Book in his mind.
Sketchbook Store Newbie Zone. 1. Heightened Perception Temporary, consumes 100 points. Activates for 24 hours, significantly enhancing all 5 senses. Previously purchased, now at original price. 2. Silver Tongue Level 2, consumes 20 points.
Activates for 30 minutes, temporarily boosting persuasion by 35%.
3. Stamina Candy Small, consumes 30 points. Rapidly restores partial stamina after consumption.
4. Bad Luck Sticker Single Use, consumes 150 points. Apply to a designated target, requires indirect contact. The target will experience various minor misfortunes over the next 12 hours, posing no life-threatening risks.
Note, use with caution may trigger unforeseen consequences.
First-time purchase of this new item enjoys a 20% discount.
5. Blank Doodle Page Small, consumes 500 points. Grants 1 opportunity to actively ask a question to the Doodle Book. 6. Light as a Feather Basic, consumes 20 points.
Temporarily increases agility by 10 points for 30 minutes after use.
7. Photographic Memory Basic, consumes 60 points. Significantly enhances memory for 24 hours after use.
8. Lucky Candy Beans Single Use, consumes 50 points.
After consumption, slightly boosts personal fortune for the next 24 hours. 9. Obedience Candy Basic, single use, consumes 80 points. When administered to a designated target, more effective on those with weak willpower or who are unguarded toward you, the target will develop a strong desire to comply with one simple command from you within the next 10 minutes provided it doesn't violate their core principles. First-time purchase of this new item enjoys a 20% discount. 10. Lucky Charm Small, single use, consumes 120 points. When worn, slightly increases the smoothness of encounters and boosts the chance of achieving a specific minor goal over the next 48 hours. First-time purchase of new items enjoys a 20% discount. Ha! The bad luck sticker is on sale? And it's 20% off? Lee Dongye's eyes lit up. Originally priced at 200 points, the bad luck sticker now cost 150 points, a 20% discount bringing it down to 120 points. That's a significant drop from before. He'd been eyeing this item for ages. If he could just stick it on Wong the Pockmarked. Ha. But the words unpredictable consequences still gave him pause. He spotted two brand new items. Obedience Candy Beans and Lucky Charms. Obedience Candy Beans? Make others listen to me? Lee Dongye's little brain started buzzing with ideas. If he could get Daju and the others to hand over the glass marbles they'd hidden, that would be incredibly useful. And with the 20% discount, it would only cost 64 points. Lucky Charm increases the likelihood of smooth sailing when facing challenges? This one seemed pretty good too, with broader applications. After the discount, it was 96 points. He had 640 points, now more than enough to buy these items. Dongye. What are you spacing out for? Li Nanyo's voice came from beside him. Li Dongye jumped, quickly exiting the Doodle Book interface. He looked up to see his sister approaching with a bowl of cool water. Sis, I wasn't spacing out. I was just thinking. What's on your mind? You're so young, but you're already such a little old soul. Li Nanyu handed him the bowl of water. Drink up. Look at you, all sweaty. Li Dongye took the bowl and gulped down several mouthfuls. Sweet and refreshing, it was water sweetened with saccharin. He gazed at his sister's gentle face and suddenly felt like buying those obedience candy beans. If she wouldn't let him go play by the river, he'd give her a candy bean. The thought barely formed before he shook his head. No, his sister was so good to him. He couldn't use something like that on her. What about Wang the Scarface? He pondered inwardly. The bad luck sticker would be perfect for Wang Maizi. The obedience candy probably wouldn't work. A seasoned veteran like Wang Maizi would have strong willpower. The bad luck sticker is still the most satisfying. Li Dongye made up his mind. Though it carried some risk, as long as it wasn't life-threatening, making Wang Maizi suffer for a few days would at least vent the village's pent-up anger. I'll buy the bad luck stickers. Bad luck stickers single use, 120 points after 20% off. As he confirmed the purchase, his points instantly dropped from 640 to 520. A palm-sized, dingy sticker featuring a crying little man appeared in his mind, accompanied by a small note. Can be stored in consciousness space. Retrieve when needed. Perfect. Li Dongye's heart surged with excitement, already envisioning Wang Maizi choking on his drink and stumbling while walking. Just then, Li Laojian, Sun Lianxing, Kong Lisan, and the others finished their discussion and approached. Li Laogan's face bore a serious expression. Godan has done us a great service today, but we mustn't let our guard down. Wang Motzi is the sort who won't take a loss lying down. After suffering such a major setback, he'll surely find another way to get revenge. Sun Lianxing nodded in agreement. You're right. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. Our village is full of gossip. Who knows if someone might slip up or be bought off by Wang Motzi with a few small favors. Kong Lisan stroked his beard and looked at Li Dongye with a meaningful gaze. Dongye, you're sharp. Any good ideas on how to tighten our village's lips? All eyes turned to Li Dongye. Li Dongye blinked. What could a kid like him possibly come up with? But he had just obtained the bad luck sticker. While it couldn't be used directly for this purpose, perhaps the Doodle Book held a clue. He focused his mind and silently repeated. Sketchbook. Wang the Pockmarked might send people to stir trouble in our village or buy people's loyalty. Is there any way to warn everyone not to fall for it? The graffiti book in his mind trembled slightly, revealing a line of blurred writing. Human hearts are unpredictable, greed stirs selfish desires. Warn the masses by setting examples. Small punishments serve as great warnings, revealing the lesson. Set an example? Small punishment, great deterrent? Li Dongye tilted his little head, pondering the words. Suddenly, he recalled Aunt Lier, mentioned in a previous hint. When Grandpa Kong spoke with his father, she had peered over furtively, her gaze unsettlingly off. Chapter 64, Undercurrent Stirring Auntie Li's Suspicion 1. Granduncle, Village Chief, Grandpa Kong. Li Dongye lifted his little face and said in a babyish voice. Yesterday, I think I saw Aunt Li from Ermaizi's family circling around the base of our backyard wall several times, peeking inside secretly. Li Ermaizi was Li Dashan's cousin, a lazy good-for-nothing by nature.
Auntie Maisie was an even worse gossip, always spreading rumors about this family and that, and particularly fond of taking advantage of others.
Upon hearing this, Old Lee frowned. Auntie Lee? What was she doing near your backyard wall? I don't know. Lee Donya shook his head, looking innocent. She saw me and gave me a fake smile, asking if my dad was cooking something tasty. I told her dad was helping Grandpa Kong tend the fire and boil bamboo. This was half truth, half lie. Auntie Lee had indeed asked something similar, but Lee Donya hadn't gone into such detail. He was deliberately steering Aunt Lier toward a suspicious angle based on the Doodle Book's prompt. Sun Lianqing slapped his thigh. That Aunt Lee, I've always suspected something's off about her. She's always prying into people's business, and her hands aren't clean either. She's always swiping stuff from the production team. If Wang the Scarface really sends someone like her would be the easiest to bribe. Kong Leeson pondered. We must be vigilant. If Wang the Hunchback really uses her to gather intel, all our efforts to keep things secret will be for nothing. Li Laogan's face turned ashen. That good-for-nothing woman. If she dares to betray us and ruin the village's important affairs, I'll skin her alive. He turned to Li Dongye, his tone softening slightly. Go Dan, you did well to inform us promptly. What's that saying again? Oh, right, nip it in the bud. Li Dongye chuckled inwardly. This was precisely the effect he'd aimed for. The graffiti notebook mentioned setting an example. If Aunt Lee really tried anything underhanded, she'd be the perfect scapegoat, a warning to others. Detected potential danger, cleverly alerted elders, and contributed wisdom to village safety. Reward points plus 30. Current remaining reward points, 550. Another 30 points. Li Dongye felt elated inside. Old Lee immediately decided. Alright, Dashin, your wife, and Nan, you keep an eye on Auntie Lee's movements these next few days. If you notice anything unusual or see her interacting with strangers, report it to me immediately. Li Dashin and Wang Shufan nodded in agreement. Li Nanyu also said earnestly. Granduncle, rest assured I'll keep an eye on things too. Old Lee added. Also, regarding the core steps of bamboo boiling, only Master Kong and a few trusted young men are allowed near the old house. Keep up the distractions outside, the more noise, the better. I refuse to believe Wang Mozi can turn the world upside down. The crowd roared their agreement. Li Dongye rubbed the non-existent bad luck sticker in his pocket, thinking, if Wang Mozi dares to show up, he'll get a taste of his own medicine. Suddenly, he recalled those obedience candy beans. Though he had no intention of using them on his family, employing them on bad guys or certain unruly bratty kids seemed rather amusing. He checked his points, 550. Buying an obedience candy at 20% off would cost 64 points, leaving him with 486 points, more than enough. Buy an obedience candy bean for backup. With a thought, the obedience candy basic single use entered his consciousness storage space. His points now stood at 486. Now armed with both the bad luck sticker and obedience candy, he felt like a little general wielding secret weapons, poised to deliver a fatal blow to his enemies at any moment. Night deepened, and the clamor of Li Jiao gradually subsided. Yet beneath the surface, a battle over the bamboo boiling secret formula was just beginning a new chapter. Li Dongye knew the days ahead would be anything but peaceful. And the Book of Destiny graffiti in his hands would be his greatest asset. The night was as dark as ink. The clamor of Li Jiao gradually faded, and the kerosene lamps in every household were extinguished one by one. Yet beneath the tranquil surface, an imperceptible tension simmered. Wang Mozi had been humiliated, and he wouldn't let it go. This was the consensus of nearly the entire village. Li Dongye lay on his small bed, yet sleep eluded his young mind. Moonlight seeped through the window lattice, bathing his youthful face and reflecting in his bright, sparkling eyes. In his mind, the images of the bad luck sticker and obedience candy were crystal clear, like two trump cards poised to be played. Wang the pockmarked will definitely send someone, he murmured softly, Auntie Lee. The graffiti book's warning echoed in his mind. Human hearts are unpredictable, greed stirs selfish desires. Warn the masses, set an example. Small punishments serve as great deterrents. This Auntie Lee, sharp-tongued and petty-minded, always snatching at small advantages, she was indeed a weak link. Early the next morning, the third crow of the rooster awoke Li Jiao from its slumber. Smoke rose from every household's chimney, filling the air with the faint scent of wood smoke and the aroma of cooking. As Wang Shufan stoked the fire under the pot, she reminded Li Dashin and Li Nanyu, who had just risen. Be extra alert today, especially you, Nanyu. While you're out playing, keep an eye on what's happening over at Aunt Lier's place. Your great-grandfather said, it's wise to be cautious. Got it, Mom. Li Nanyu answered crisply, her eyes gleaming with a childlike seriousness. Li Dashin gave a quiet nod, his dark face bearing a look of solemnity. He knew this matter concerned the entire village's interests. It couldn't be taken lightly. Li Dongye, as usual, sat cross-legged on the doorstep, slurping corn porridge from a small bowl. His eyes darted around, appearing innocent and carefree, yet he had absorbed every word of the adults' conversation. After breakfast, the village women came in twos and threes to the small river at the village entrance to wash clothes. Aunt Lee was among them, but today she was unusually talkative and overly concerned about others. Oh my, Dashin's family. I hear your doggy has done something remarkable again? That's remarkable. That boy's been clever since he was little, he's bound to go far in life. Aunt Lier leaned close to Wang Shufan, her face plastered with a smile that looked decidedly forced. Wang Shufan replied indifferently. Just childish nonsense. She remembered last night's warning and guarded herself against Auntie Lier a little more. Aunt Li's eyes darted about as she lowered her voice again. Shufan, I've heard the words out about our village's bamboo boiling technique. The folks in Wangjiatan are drooling over it. Your husband Dashan is quite the celebrity around here now. He must know all the secrets, right? Tell your auntie what's that precious secret that makes the bamboo work so well? As she spoke, she nudged Wang Shufan gently with her elbow, her eyes flashing with a subtle mix of probing curiosity and flattery. Wang Shufan's heart skipped a beat. This woman is definitely up to something. But outwardly, she remained composed. Second sister-in-law, how would I know? I'm just a woman. I never meddle in men's affairs. Dashan just helps out Master Kong and the others with some manual labor. Seeing she couldn't pry anything out of her, Aunt Li's face flashed a hint of disappointment, but she quickly put on a smile again and started chatting about everyday matters with the people beside her. Chapter 65, Undercurrent Stirring. Yet her eyes kept darting toward the old house, the heart of the bamboo weaving operation, now heavily guarded. Li Dongye was leading a group of village kids in a game of cops and robbers on the riverbank. He appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself, but the corner of his eye was constantly monitoring Aunt Li and the activity on the opposite bank. Suddenly, he saw a movement in the reeds on the opposite bank. A stranger wearing a tattered straw hat and patched-up clothes peered out furtively, his eyes darting suspiciously toward the riverbank. It was Wang Erlai. Li Dongye's heart sank. Though far away, that sharp-nosed, monkey-cheeked face matched the description his parents had given of Wang Maizi's henchman. Wang Erlai clearly spotted the women by the riverbank, especially Auntie Li. He seemed hesitant, but finally pulled a small, oil paper-wrapped object from his bosom. Taking advantage of no one's attention, he quietly placed it under a large rock by the riverbank before swiftly retreating back into the reeds and vanishing. As if reading his mind, Auntie Li made a hasty excuse about feeling unwell and hurried away from the laundry crowd, heading straight for the area where Wang Erlai had just hidden. The moment has come. Li Dongye's eyes lit up. He immediately stopped playing and pulled aside Huzi, the snot-nosed kid he was closest to, whispering. Huzi, look under that rock over there. Is that a cricket jar? I think I just saw a big black cricket crawl into it. At the mention of a big cricket, Huzi's eyes lit up instantly. He was the village's undefeated champion in cricket fighting. Where? Dog egg, where? Li Dongye pointed to the large rock where Wang Erlai had placed his things. Right there. Hurry up and check it out before it escapes. Huzi took off running toward it. Just then, Auntie Li had reached the large rock and was about to bend down to pick something up when Huzi suddenly came charging toward her with a loud whoa. He nearly collided head-on with her. Ouch. You little brat, rushing around like that, trying to kill someone. Auntie Li was startled and scolded him guiltily. Huzi paid no heed. His mind was entirely on the big cricket, and he immediately dropped to his hands and knees beside the rock, searching frantically. Where are the crickets? Dog Egg said there are big ones here. Aunt Li's expression darkened, fearing Huzi might uncover something. She quickly interjected. What crickets? Kids have bad eyesight, that's just a piece of rotten bark. Go home right now. Stop getting in the way. As she spoke, she swiftly snatched the small oil paper packet from beneath the rock and slipped it unnoticed into her trouser pocket, moving as fast as a mouse stealing food. Really? There isn't? Huzi sounded disappointed. No. Now go. Aunt Li waved impatiently, her eyes darting nervously as she hurried toward the other end of the village, seemingly trying to avoid the crowd. Li Dongye, standing nearby, witnessed the entire scene. He immediately ran toward his sister, Li Nanyu, who was talking to someone on a nearby field ridge. Sis. Li Dongye panted as he reached his sister's side, his little face flushed bright red. What's wrong, doggy? Why the rush? Li Nanyu crouched down and asked with concern. Li Dongye lowered his voice, leaning close to Li Nanyu's ear. His voice was soft and childlike, yet tinged with a hint of mystery as he said. Sis, I just saw Aunt Lier pick up a little purse by the riverbank. Some skinny monkey of a guy wearing a straw hat tossed it to her from the other side of the river. She even hid it in her pocket. Li Nanyu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. She knew her younger brother, though young, had always been keenly observant and never lied. Really? For real? I even had Huzi go over to look for crickets, and she got all nervous. Li Dongye nodded vigorously, his expression as serious as could be. Li Nanyu immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. She ruffled Li Dongye's hair. Good boy, doggy. Don't tell anyone else about this. I'll go tell mom and dad. With that, Li Nanyu hurried home. Watching his sister's receding figure, a faint smile touched the corners of Li Dongye's mouth. He knew the real show was about to begin. Aunt Lier, this model citizen, was about to be put on display. Ding! Sharp observation and timely delivery of crucial clues have helped eliminate potential hazards for the village's safety. Reward points, plus 50. Current remaining reward points, 536. The crisp notification in his mind lifted Lee Dongya's spirits even further. 536 points, enough to buy quite a few good things. He pondered that these obedience candy beans might soon come in handy, perhaps to get Aunt Lee to confess everything herself? But the instructions specified commands that don't violate their fundamental principles. Getting a greedy person to voluntarily give up ill-gotten gains would likely be difficult. Before long, Li Dashan and Wang Shufan arrived with several young villagers. Their expressions darkened as they confronted Aunt Lier, who was lurking suspiciously in her own courtyard, seemingly hiding something. Second sister-in-law, we hear you found something valuable by the river today? Li Dashan spoke in a deep, resonant voice, his eyes fixed on Auntie Li like knives. At the sight of this imposing group, Auntie Li's face went pale in an instant. Her hand instinctively covered her pants pocket as she forced herself to remain calm. Brother Dashan, what are you talking about? What good things could I possibly find? Just a few sticks of firewood. Is that so? Wang Shufan sneered coldly, stepping forward. I heard it was a little oil paper packet. I wonder if it's filled with gold ingots or silver bars. A young man nearby, Sun Liancheng's nephew, Sun Daban, was impatient by nature. He blurted out. Auntie Li. We all saw it. It was Wang Erlai from Wang Jiatan who gave it to you. You still want to make excuses? Hand it over now. I didn't. Stop making false accusations. Auntie Li was both frantic and terrified, her voice trembling as she clutched the bag tightly. Search her. Li Dashan couldn't be bothered with her excuses. He waved his hand. Two young, strong women immediately stepped forward, pinning Auntie Li down with all hands on deck. Auntie Li screamed and struggled, but she was no match for two women accustomed to years of farm labor. Soon, a small oil paper wrapped parcel fell from her pocket. Wang Shufan picked up the oil paper bundle and opened it in front of everyone. Inside were no gold ingots or silver coins, but several crisp 1 yuan bills and a few pieces of fruit candy wrapped in oil paper. In the 1970s countryside, these few bills and candies represented a considerable windfall for an ordinary peasant family. Oomph. Caught red-handed. Aunt Li, what else can you say now? Li Dashan roared angrily. The villagers who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion were also in an uproar. Good heavens! It really was Auntie Li. You can never truly know someone's heart. To betray the interests of our entire village for such a paltry sum? Those scoundrels from Wang Jiatan will stop at nothing. Aunt Li collapsed onto the ground, her face ashen. She knew this time she was truly finished. Chapter 66, The Curse Sticker Shows Its Power. Soon, Old Li and Kong Lisan were alerted and rushed over. When Old Li saw the few bills and fruit candies, his beard bristled with rage. Pointing at Auntie Lier, he shouted. You treacherous woman! How did our Li village produce such scum as you? For a few stinking coins, you'd ruin our village's livelihood? Kong Lisan shook his head repeatedly and sighed. How foolish! How foolish! Don't you know what kind of man Wang Mizi is? If he uses you, do you think you'll get off scot-free? Auntie Li wailed and denied it, claiming she'd found the money herself, but who would believe her? Wang Erlai's sneaky behavior had been glimpsed from afar by more than just Li Dongya in the village, though no one had caught a clear look at who it was. Now, with Li Dongya's childish candor and Auntie Lier caught red-handed, the truth was glaringly obvious. In the end, under the mediation of Old Man Li, Auntie Lier was ordered to make a public apology. The money and candy were confiscated and turned over to the village. Though no punishment was meted out, her reputation was utterly ruined. The villagers now looked at her with contempt and suspicion, a punishment far worse than any beating. The effect of making an example of her was immediate. Those villagers who harbored petty schemes in their daily lives saw Auntie Li's fate and reined in their behavior considerably. No one wanted to be the next one to be shunned. Li Dongya stood at the edge of the crowd, observing it all with a heart untroubled. He was merely thinking that Wang Mizi, having swallowed this silent humiliation, would likely be driven mad with rage. His retaliation would likely be even more vicious next time. Bad luck, sticker, it's time for you to do your job. Li Dongya narrowed his eyes, his small figure casting a long shadow in the fading sunlight. The battle to protect Li Jiao's bamboo boiling secret recipe, sparked by Auntie Lier's little incident, had instead made the villagers more united and vigilant. Meanwhile, Li Dongya's reputation as a lucky charm and clever little rascal grew ever louder. The adults' gazes toward him held not only affection but also an inexplicable mix of awe and conviction. They all said this child was the star of literature incarnate, sent specifically to bless Li Jiao. Li Dashan and Wang Shufan practically walked on air. Their son's brilliance brought them immense pride. Wang Shufan couldn't stop bragging about her clever doggy to everyone she met, making Li Dongya blush and hide away each time, though deep down, he was secretly delighted. Meanwhile, back in Wang Jiatan, Wang Mizi, after listening to Wang Erlai's terrified report, flew into a rage. He slammed the teacup he'd just lifted onto the floor with a loud crash, sending shards flying everywhere. Useless. A bunch of useless good-for-nothings. Can't even handle a woman. And you blew it all. Wang Mizi's forehead bulged with veins, his copper bell eyes bloodshot like an enraged beast. Captain, Li family hollow is too heavily guarded. The moment I set the goods down, I felt eyes on me everywhere. That Auntie Li was useless too, she blew our cover in an instant. Wang Erlai stammered in defense. Tight? I refuse to believe that nonsense. Wang Maizi gritted his teeth. If we can't beat them openly, we'll beat them covertly. I'll wear them down. I refuse to believe they can keep guarding me like this every single day. A greater storm seemed to be brewing. Li Dongye knew that the destiny sketchbook in his hands would be the most crucial shield and sword for him and Li Jiahao. And that bad luck sticker was finally about to come into play. Night deepened. In Wang Matu's courtyard in Wangjiatan, the lamps burned brightly less for illumination than to reflect the owner's raging fury. Crash! Another coarse porcelain teacup shattered into pieces beneath Wang Maizi's palm-sized hand. Li Jiahao. Old Li. And that damn Fua that popped up out of nowhere. I'm not done with you lot. Wang Maizi paced the main hall like a caged beast, each step making the floorboards creak as if they couldn't bear the weight. Wang Erlai cowered in the corner, holding his breath, cold sweat dripping from his forehead down his sharp, gaunt chin. Not only had he failed to accomplish his mission today, but he'd also lost Auntie Lier, his only inside contact. On the way back, his heart pounded in fear, convinced someone was watching his every move. In Li Jiahao, Li Dongya's small head rested on a coarse cloth pillow, yet his eyes shone bright as stars in a summer night. Bad luck sticker, a virtual sticker emitting a faint grayish-black aura, materialized clearly in his mind. Wang the pockmarked must be furious. He's the type to hold a grudge forever. Tonight or tomorrow, he'll definitely make his move. Li Dongya muttered softly, his little brow furrowing slightly, looking every bit the little adult. Bad luck sticker can be applied to a designated target, causing them to experience misfortune and a string of bad luck for 24 hours. Note: effect strength correlates with the target's personal fortune and the severity of their misdeeds. Post: silently recite the target's name and location. You're it, Wang the pockmarked. Let's see how you like tasting misfortune. Li Dongye closed his eyes, focused his mind, and silently recited. Wangmatu Village, production team leader, Wang Matu. In his mind, the bad luck sticker shot out with a faint whoosh, transforming into an imperceptible streak of light before vanishing. Ha, just you wait and see. A mischievous grin spread across Li Dongye's face, perfectly suited to his age, before he drifted into a deep sleep. In his dream, he seemed to see a dark cloud hovering over Wang Maizi's head, following him wherever he went. The next day, before dawn had fully broken and the roosters in Wangjiatan had finished crowing, Wang Maizi scrambled out of bed. His eyes were dark-circled, clearly from a sleepless night. He was seething with pent-up rage, just waiting to unleash it on Li family hollow today. Get your asses up. Now! Wang Maizi bellowed, rousing his clan brothers and local ruffians who usually freeloaded off him. Big brother, so early? What's the rush? A bleary-eyed man asked, yawning. Wang Maizi sneered. What for? Think Li's hollow is so tough? Think they're so good at making bamboo baskets? Well, today I'll make sure they can't boil a thing. Let's head to the back mountain where they cut bamboo and wreck those groves they always go to. Either chop them all down or set them on fire. Set fire? Captain, if it gets out of control, it'll be disastrous. Wang Erlai jumped at the thought. These days, setting fires on mountains was a serious crime. What the hell are we afraid of? Wang Maizi glared. We'll do it quietly. Light the fire and run. Who'll know who did it? Besides, we'll just set fire to the patches they always cut down. How could it spread anywhere else? Though the others felt it was risky, Wang Maizi commanded such respect that no one dared speak up. Wang Maizi took a couple quick bites of his flatbread and was about to lead his men out when, just as he stepped over the threshold of the main hall, a piercing cry erupted. Ouch! His foot slipped as if greased, causing him to twist his ankle violently. He crashed face first into the mud with a thud. Captain! Brother! The crowd scrambled to help him up. Chapter 67, Losing Both Wife and Army. Wang Maizi grimaced in pain, his right ankle twisted at an unnatural angle and swelling rapidly like a leaven-steamed bun. Damn it! Which bastard poured oil at the door? Wang Maizi cursed furiously, cold sweat pouring down his face. But the ground was spotless, not a trace of oil in sight. It must be that damn rat from last night, gnawing loose my doorstep. Wang Maizi found himself an excuse, growing angrier by the second. He tried to stand, but his ankle throbbed with excruciating pain, making it impossible to bear weight. Erlai, hurry up and fetch that bone-setting wine from your third uncle. And find a sturdy stick. Wang Maizi gritted his teeth as he gave the orders. After some fuss, Wang Maizi rubbed his ankle with strong liquor, roughly bandaged it with cloth strips, and leaned on a makeshift wooden stick, his face ashen. Let's go. Even if I have to crawl, I'll crawl to the bamboo grove at Li's hollow today. The group marched toward the back mountain, fierce yet somehow comical. Wang Maizi limped along painfully, his anger burning fiercer with every step. As they reached the village entrance, ready to ascend the mountain, suddenly, from a nearby pigsty, a huge black pig apparently startled by something let out a loud bellow and crashed through the rotten gate, charging out like a mad beast. The beast charged wildly, its sights set squarely on Wang Maizi and his companions. Holy cow! A mad pig! Get out of the way! chaos erupted among the group. Wang Mizi, already unsteady on his feet, saw the pig's sleek, glossy back hurtling toward him. In desperation, he swung the wooden stick he held. The stick missed the pig, but with a sharp crack, it struck Wang Laowu, one of his own clan brothers, right on the head. Wang Laowu yelped, stars flashing before his eyes, and crouched down clutching his head. The mad pig, seemingly fixated on Wang Mozi, narrowly brushed past him, jostling him so violently he nearly stumbled and fell again. The wild boar charged through the crowd and plunged headfirst into a roadside ditch, splashing muddy water everywhere and coating Wang Mizi and the others in filth. Damn it! Today's just cursed. Wang Mizi wiped the muddy water from his face, furious enough to burst. Just as they'd managed to calm old Wang and were about to continue on their way, a sudden buzz 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 sounded overhead. What the hell is that? Wang Erlai looked up and nearly lost his mind. Bees. A hornet's nest. Brother, there's a hornet's nest under the eaves. Not far away, beneath the eaves of a dilapidated temple dedicated to the earth god, a hornet's nest as big as a basket had been disturbed. A dark cloud of hornets, like an exploding black storm, swept toward them. Run for your lives! Someone shouted, and the motley crew scattered like birds and beasts. Wang Mizi, leaning on his cane, couldn't run fast. He watched helplessly as the angry swarm closed in, terrified out of his wits. Help! Help! He scrambled and crawled, ignoring the excruciating pain in his ankle, and plunged headfirst into a nearby haystack, leaving only his buttocks exposed. Even so, his exposed neck and the backs of his hands were stung several times. The swarm rampaged for a while, then, seemingly unable to find their target, buzzed back to their nest. When Wang Mizi crawled out of the haystack, he was barely recognizable as human. His hair was matted with grass clippings, and his face, neck, and hands were covered in rapidly swelling welts that burned fiercely and itched unbearably. His men weren't much better off. They scattered like rats, some with faces stung and swollen like pig heads, others so panicked they stumbled into the dung pit, utterly disheveled. Are we still going to the bamboo grove, boss? Wang Erlai clutched a huge bump on his forehead, his voice trembling with tears. Go to hell with the bamboo grove. Wang Mizi spat out the curse, his voice barely a whisper. Hurry up, and get me back. Find a doctor. This pain is killing me. And so, Wang Mizi's group, who had set out with such swagger and pride, returned to the village covered in dust and dirt, wailing like ghosts. Wang Mizi with his sprained ankle, Wang Laowu with his cracked skull, and several others whose faces were swollen beyond recognition from wasp stings, they became the biggest laughingstock in Wang Jiatan overnight. Did you hear? Wang the pockmarked got hit by a string of bad luck today. First he tripped and sprained his ankle on flat ground, then got chased by a mad pig, and finally poked a hornet's nest. Ah, that's karma for you. Just goes to show, those who do wrong will meet their own downfall. His foot's swollen like a pig's hoof, and his face looks like a dye shop exploded on it. The doctor says he won't be out of bed for 10 days to a fortnight. The news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching Li's Hollow. Upon hearing the news, the villagers of Li Jiao couldn't help but clap their hands in delight. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. That bully Wang Mizi has been running rushot over everyone, now he's gotten his just deserts. You bet. Even heaven couldn't stand it anymore. Li Dashan laughed heartily upon hearing the news, feeling exceptionally pleased. Wang Shufan, holding Li Dongya's hand, beamed with affection. Our doggy really is blessed. Ever since Go Dan warned everyone to watch out for Auntie Li, our village has been so much smoother. Even heaven is on our side. That's right. Go Dan is our village's lucky charm. The aunts and grandmothers nearby chimed in agreement. Li Dongya tilted his little face upward, flashing a shy smile, though inside he was bursting with joy. Ding! Successfully used bad luck sticker. Target Wang Mizi suffered a string of misfortunes, causing his destructive plan to fail completely. This greatly safeguarded the peace and interests of Li Jiao. Reward points plus 100. Current remaining reward points, 636. 100 points. That's quite a lot. Li Dongya felt thoroughly satisfied. This bad luck sticker was truly formidable. He glanced at the processed bamboo strips in his courtyard, then thought of Master Kong Lisan and his father working tirelessly day and night to protect the bamboo boiling technique. A new plan formed in his mind. Defense alone won't suffice. Our Li Jiao bamboo crafts must become finer and more exquisite, so flawless that no one could steal them or replicate them. Li Dongya's eyes darted as he recalled the Destiny Sketchbooks marketplace seemed to offer items related to craftsmanship. He opened the Doodle Book and scanned the shop with his mind. Soon, one item caught his attention. Crafty Hands Buff Single-Use Consumable, price 80 points. Upon use, temporarily boosts the designated person's manual dexterity by 20% for the next 12 hours. Highly effective for intricate craftsmanship, with a small chance to trigger the inspiration surge state. This is perfect. Li Dongya's eyes lit up. The flower baskets and bamboo baskets from Li Jiao village had gained some fame in nearby villages, but their designs remained relatively traditional, and their craftsmanship still had room for improvement. If Master Kong or Mother could use this, they might weave more exquisite and unique bamboo crafts, then sales wouldn't be a worry. Moreover, if they could create truly unique pieces, even if Wang Matzi learned the boiling bamboo technique, he wouldn't be able to replicate the distinctive style of Li Jiao. Li Donya's mind was racing with calculations. Chapter 68, Divine Skills Revealed. Father! Grandpa Kong! Li Donya scampered over to Li Dashan and Kong Lisan, who were sorting bamboo strips in the courtyard. Go Dan, what's up? Li Dashan beamed at his son, growing increasingly convinced that this boy was no ordinary child. Kong Lisan paused his work, smiling at the little lucky charm. The villagers all said the boy was sharp and he knew it well. Grandpa Kong, Dad. Li Donye lifted his little face and said earnestly. Last night I had a dream I saw a fairy. Oh? What did the immortal say to you? Wang Shufan had just stepped out of the house when she heard this and curiously came over. Li Donye gestured dramatically. The immortal said that if we Li family folks could weave our bamboo baskets a bit finer and make the patterns prettier, we could sell them for lots and lots of money. City folks would be scrambling to buy them. His words were half truth, half fiction. The hint in the sketchbook had indeed sparked this idea, but the pretext of a divine being appearing in a dream was undoubtedly the most convincing way to persuade people of this era. Kong Lisan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Go Dan has a point. Our bamboo weaving does have room for improvement. But these finer crafts and more unique designs aren't something you can just whip up on a whim. Li Dashan added. Yeah, this craftsmanship takes time to hone, and new designs aren't easy to figure out either. Li Donya blinked his big eyes, his small hand moving quietly behind his back. With a thought, he purchased the skilled hands buff and silently designated Kong Lisan as the target. A faint glow, perceptible only to Li Donya, flowed from his hand into Kong Lisan's body nearby. Grandpa Kong. Li Donya ran to Kong Lisan's side, tugging at the hem of his robe. Please try again. Maybe today's your lucky day, you might just come up with something new. Amused by the boy's innocence, Kong Lisan smiled and patted his head affectionately. Alright. I'll listen to our little Fuwa and give it another try. He picked up a slender bamboo strip and began weaving instinctively. But the moment he began, Kong Lisan let out a surprised ha, and his face lit up with astonishment. His fingers felt unusually nimble today. The slats that normally required careful handling were now exceptionally obedient in his hands, bending and weaving with the smoothness of flowing clouds and water. Even more astonishingly, the new patterns and weaving techniques that had been hazy in his mind suddenly became crystal clear, as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. This. Kong Lisan murmured to himself, his hands moving faster and more skillfully with each passing moment. Li Dashan and Wang Shufan also sensed something was amiss. Kong Lisan seemed completely immersed in his own world, his calloused hands now dexterous as if dancing. Blue and yellow bamboo strips fluttered at his fingertips, gradually forming an unprecedented, extraordinarily intricate and exquisite pattern in his hands. It resembled a pattern of blooming plum blossoms, layered upon layers, vividly lifelike. Compared to the simple geometric designs of the past, it was infinitely more sophisticated. Good heavens! Master Kong, have you finally found your calling? Li Dashan stared in disbelief, unable to contain his astonished exclamation. Wang Shufan covered her mouth, her face brimming with disbelief. Li Donya stood nearby, a knowing smile spreading across his small face. The effect of the skilled hands buff truly lived up to its reputation. Now it was time to see Grandpa Kong's inspiration strike. No sooner had Li Donya finished speaking than Kong Lisan entered a mystical state. His hands, once roughened by years of labor, now seemed infused with boundless vitality and energy. The bamboo strips, which normally required careful handling, seemed to come alive beneath his fingertips. At times they danced like dragons weaving through space, at others they flicked like startled swans skimming waters so swift and precise that Li Dashan and Wang Shufan could scarcely keep their eyes fixed on the scene. That speed. Li Dashan stammered. The skill Kong Lisan was displaying now was utterly unprecedented. Wang Shufan was utterly mesmerized. To her, Master Kong's hands weren't hands at all, they resembled a pair of butterflies dancing gracefully among the bamboo strips, light and elegant. Kong Lisan himself was utterly immersed in this extraordinary sensation. His mind felt clearer than ever before. Countless intricate designs and ingenious weaving techniques surged forth like a gushing spring, racing to surface from the depths of his consciousness. Bottlenecks that had once defied even the most intense contemplation now dissolved effortlessly, like a butcher dissecting an ox. Plum blossoms, yes, plum blossoms defying the snow. Kong Lisan murmured, his hands moving with unwavering speed. The bamboo strips danced swiftly in his hands layer upon layer, 1, 2, 3. The once rudimentary plum blossom pattern, under his masterful manipulation, visibly transformed into a lush, three-dimensional form. The curve of each petal, the orientation of every stamen, brimmed with natural grace. It seemed as though a branch of winter plum blossoms had silently blossomed in his hands, exuding a fragrance without sound. Holy crap! Li Dashan couldn't help but let out a curse, his eyes glued to Kong Lisan's hands, afraid to miss a single detail. Master Kong, what on earth is going on? Did you eat some kind of magical elixir? Kong Lisan seemed oblivious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his eyes grew brighter and more focused. The plum blossom pattern woven complete, he twisted his wrist and began a new creation. This time, he selected thinner green and yellow bamboo strips, his nimble fingers skillfully hooking, lifting, pressing, and threading. Before long, a vivid magpie came to life on the bamboo, perched on a plum branch, tilting its head as if ready to burst into song at any moment. Magpie perched on plum blossoms. It's a magpie perched on plum blossoms. Wang Shufeng grabbed Li Dashan's arm excitedly, her voice trembling slightly. Husband, look. It's so much like him. So much like him. Li Dongye stood nearby, his small face still wearing that innocent smile, though his heart was already bursting with joy. Ding! User Kong Leeson of the Skilled Hands buff has successfully triggered the inspiration surge state through the opportunity provided by the host and his own accumulated potential. Manual dexterity is additionally increased by 10%, with the duration extended to 24 hours. A masterpiece surpassing his previous level is expected to be created. Wow, it even levels up. Li Dongye was secretly thrilled the Skillful Hands buff proved far more powerful than he'd anticipated. At this moment, Kong Leeson had completely entered a state of self-forgetfulness. The creation in his hands had long transcended ordinary bamboo baskets or containers, resembling instead a meticulously carved work of art. After weaving the magpie perched on the plum blossom, he seamlessly added several stalks of emerald bamboo. The vibrant green bamboo leaves complemented the plum blossom's noble resilience and the magpie's lively spirit, forming a profoundly evocative Three Friends of Winter composition. Chapter 69, Bamboo Weaving Astonishes the World. The entire courtyard fell silent, broken only by the soft rustling of bamboo strips and Kong Leeson's occasional excited murmurs. Li Dashan and Wang Shufen held their breath, not daring to breathe loudly for fear of disturbing this divine creation. As the sun began to dip toward the west, Kong Leeson finally paused his hands and exhaled a long, heavy breath. Before them now stood an exquisitely crafted bamboo basket, its form elegant and adorned with intricate patterns. Slightly smaller than an ordinary vegetable basket, it was at least 10 times more exquisite. The body was woven from fine bamboo strips, smooth and polished, without a single splinter in sight. Dominating the surface was a magpies among plum blossoms motif, plum blossoms in full bloom, magpies chirping joyfully, and verdant bamboo standing tall. Every detail was so lifelike it seemed painted rather than woven. The handle and edging employed a special weaving technique, adding a touch of rustic elegance. This is what I wove? Kong Leeson stared at his creation, his eyes filled with disbelief. His slightly trembling hands gently traced the patterns on the basket, feeling the smooth, delicate texture. Tears welled up in his eyes. How many years had it been since he left the county bamboo factory? He had thought his craft would fade away with age. Yet today, it had blossomed into something astonishingly brilliant. This was no longer mere bamboo weaving, it was art. It was a masterpiece. Grandpa Kong, you're amazing. Li Dongye was the first to break the silence. He ran to Kong Leeson's side, tilting his little face up, eyes brimming with admiration. The gods said you could weave the most beautiful baskets, it's true. Li Dashan and Wang Shufen finally snapped out of their astonishment. Master Kong. Li Dashan's face flushed with excitement as he stepped forward. He carefully cradled the bamboo basket in his hands, turning it over and over, murmuring in wonder. This craftsmanship, these patterns, I've lived most of my life, but I've never seen anything so exquisite. If you took this to the county seat, no, to the provincial capital, just imagine what it would fetch. Wang Shufen nodded in agreement. She picked up the basket, finding it surprisingly light yet exceptionally sturdy. The intricate patterns captivated her. Oh my, this basket is simply gorgeous. Far prettier than those calico bundles sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. The wives of city officials would absolutely love it. Kong Leeson wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, a long-lost smile spreading across his face of satisfaction and joy born of rediscovering his lifelong pursuit. All thanks to that boy Godin for reminding me. If not for his divine revelation, I never would have had this inspiration. The more he thought about it, the more miraculous it seemed. Today's state of mind felt like divine intervention. You're absolutely right. Li Dashan slapped his thigh. I always said our Dongye was a lucky charm. The moment he spoke, Master Kong, it was like you'd unlocked your full potential. That basket was pure genius. Yes, Dongye is truly the treasure of our Li village. Wang Shufen chimed in with praise, her eyes brimming with pride and affection as she looked at her son. Villagers who'd heard the commotion and rushed over to see the spectacle now gathered around. When they saw the bamboo basket in Kong Leeson's hands, they all gasped in amazement. Good heavens! Master Kong wove this basket? It's absolutely stunning. The plum blossoms, the magpies, they look so lifelike. This craftsmanship is incredible. Master Kong, you've been hiding your skills. Why haven't we seen you weave such beautiful things before? Flattered by the praise, Kong Leeson waved his hands modestly. Not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to Doggy. I just had a good feel for it today and fiddled around with it. Li Dongye stood nearby, smiling as he listened, his mind racing with calculations. This dexterity buff combined with inspiration burst produced an absolutely incredible effect. If they could mass-produce bamboo crafts of this caliber, who'd worry about selling them?
Even if Wang Matzi and his crew mastered boiling bamboo strips, they'd never replicate this craftsmanship.
Master Kong. Li Dashan addressed Kong Lisan solemnly. Your craftsmanship is truly a treasure for our Li Jiao village. From now on, we'll focus on producing these intricate bamboo crafts. We'll still make ordinary bamboo baskets, but these ornate ones will be our signature. Kong Lisan perked up and nodded. Dashan is absolutely right.
I feel my craftsmanship will hold up for a while yet. I need to develop more patterns.
Make each one unique so others can copy them. Exactly.
Wang Shufan chimed in excitedly.
We could make some small items, like little baskets for sewing needles and thread, or tiny boxes for jewelry. They'd definitely be popular. Li Dongye listened to the adults' lively discussion, his heart brimming with anticipation.
He knew this small bamboo basket was just the beginning. With the Destiny sketchbook, he could not only improve his family's life but also bring benefits to the entire Li village.
Father, mother, grandfather Kong. Li Dongye piped up in his clear, high voice. The immortal also said that our fine goods should be sold to those who appreciate their value to fetch a good price. His words were meant to remind them not to sell this masterpiece of exquisite craftsmanship for a song. Li Dashan nodded in agreement. Doggie's right. We can't sell such fine things for peanuts in this godforsaken backwater. We need to find a way to get it to the big cities.
He turned to Kong Lisan. Master Kong, you used to work at the county bamboo factory.
Do you know any buyers from the city supply and marketing cooperative or other organizations? Kong Lisan pondered for a moment before replying.
I do know a few old colleagues, but it's been years since I last contacted them. In this day and age, who knows if they're still in their old positions? Still, we can produce a batch first. I'll put my reputation on the line and try my luck at the county level.
All right.
Li Dashan sealed the deal with a decisive nod. That's settled. Starting tomorrow, we'll pool our resources to assist Master Kong exclusively, handling only the finest bamboo strips. Let's strive to produce a batch of premium pieces as soon as possible. The night in Li Jiao buzzed with unexpected excitement. Villagers gathered around Kong Lisan and the exquisite bamboo basket, chattering excitedly, their eyes brimming with hope for the future. Meanwhile, Li Dongye quietly returned to his hut. As the reward point notification flickered once more on the Destiny sketchbook, a sly smile spread across his face.
Ding!
Due to the host's decision, successfully assisted Kong Lisan in triggering inspiration surge, creating an epic-making bamboo weaving masterpiece. This has charted a new course for Li Jiao's future development and significantly boosted the village's cohesion.
Comprehensive evaluation, reward points plus 150. Current remaining reward points, 706. 150 points. Awesome!
Li Dongye pumped his fist excitedly. It seemed that such fate-altering actions with profound impact truly yielded generous rewards.
He stroked his chin, contemplating his next move. With the bamboo weaving skills improved, sales channels must follow suit. Otherwise, having something good fall into your hands would be a waste of effort. Chapter 70, Persuading the Leader with Clever Words. As night deepened, the bustle of Li Jiao gradually subsided, and kerosene lamps flickered out one by one in every household. Li Dongye lay in his small bed, his eyes bright and alert, utterly sleepless. With a thought, the Destiny sketchbook visible only to him materialized in his mind. 706 reward points. Heh, that's a small fortune.
He felt elated inside. Previously, the bad luck sticker had tricked Wang Mizi, and the skilled hands buff had helped Grandpa Kong, both bringing rich rewards. Now that his bamboo weaving skills had improved, the next crucial step was finding a market. Shop. Quick, show me anything useful for sales or persuasion. Li Dongye's thoughts raced through the shop. The dazzling array of items left him dizzy: strength potion temporary, photographic memory trial version, and even animal affinity basic. Finally, his gaze settled on an item shimmering with a faint golden glow. Silver Tongue Basic. Item name, Silver Tongue Basic. Effect, upon use, the host or a designated target gains significantly enhanced eloquence for 1 hour. Speech becomes more persuasive and compelling, making it easier to gain others' approval. Particularly effective on those wielding authority or resources. Price, 250 reward points. Note, essential for mastering advanced persuasion techniques. Use with caution to avoid overreaching and backfiring. This is it. Li Dongye's eyes lit up. This was practically tailor-made for breaking into the market. Though a bit pricey, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. Purchase. Ding. Successfully purchased Silver Tongue Basic level, consumed 250 reward points. Current remaining reward points, 456. Li Dongye nodded with satisfaction, stowed away this precious item, and finally drifted off to sleep. He sensed this item would prove useful very soon. Sure enough, within days, the village square erupted in commotion beneath the grand locust tree. It turned out the commune had sent word that county leaders would be inspecting the area today, specifically requesting a visit to Li Jiao. Accompanying them was a young cadre recently transferred from the education bureau named Wen Yuan. What? County officials are coming? Li Dashan was so startled he nearly dropped his tobacco pipe, his face a mix of excitement and nervousness.
This is great news. When has Lee Jiao ever seen such high-ranking officials? Quick, quick, quick. Everyone get moving. Every household, clean up front and back. Kids, put on your clean clothes and stay put. Wang Shufeng joined the bustle, directing the women to water and sweep while pondering whether to slaughter a chicken for lunch. The entire Li Jiao village was abuzz with this sudden news, filled with an atmosphere of both nervousness and anticipation. Hidden among the crowd, Li Dongye wore a stone-faced expression, though inside he was overjoyed. Hey, what you wish for comes true. My silver tongue finally has a chance to shine. Around 9 in the morning, a green jeep bumped along the dirt country road, slowly pulling into the village entrance of Li Jiao under the eager gazes of the villagers. The door opened, and first to step out was a young man dressed plainly in a Zhongshan suit, glasses perched on his nose, an air of quiet refinement about him, none other than Wen Yuan. He quickly walked around to the other side and respectfully opened the door. Then, a middle-aged cadre of medium build stepped out. His face bore a hint of authority, yet his eyes remained gentle. He descended under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Director Qian, this is Li Jiao. Wen Yuan whispered the introduction from the side. Old Li Jian hurriedly led several village officials to greet them, his hands trembling with excitement. Welcome, Director Qian. Welcome, Comrade 1. Leaders, thank you for traveling so far. Director Qian scanned the village. Though the villagers wore simple clothes, they appeared energetic and spirited, and the village itself was reasonably tidy. He gave a slight nod. Comrade Li Laojian, is it? No need for formalities. We're just here for a casual look around, to understand the grassroots situation. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an inherent authority that silenced the previously boisterous villagers. They now regarded this high-ranking official with a mix of reverence and curiosity. Li Dongye pushed his way to the front of the crowd, his large, dark eyes brimming with curiosity as he studied Director Qian and Wen Yuan. He recognized Wen Yuan. It was Wen Yuan who had given him and his sister new names. As for this Director Qian, he must be today's main figure. Li Dongye whispered to his father, Li Dashan. Dad, the Divine Elder said an important person is coming today who can help our village out big time. You'd better tell this important person all about the benefits of our bamboo weaving. Li Dashan froze upon hearing this, then felt reassured. His son's words always proved so prophetic. He took a deep breath and silently resolved to seize this opportunity today. Led by Old Li, Director Qian and Wen Yuan entered the bamboo weaving courtyard of Li Jiao. Inside the courtyard, Kong Lisan was working diligently with several dexterous women. The lingering effects of his overnight burst of inspiration had sparked several new designs in Kong Lisan's mind. Each design from carp leaping through the dragon gate to pine and crane symbolizing longevity was exquisitely crafted. When those uniquely shaped, exquisitely patterned bamboo baskets, fruit trays, and small ornaments were presented before Director Qian, even this seasoned county leader's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible surprise. Did you weave all these yourselves? Director Qian picked up a small basket depicting magpies perched on plum blossoms and examined it closely. The bamboo strips were smooth and delicate, woven tightly, with patterns so lifelike that it was truly a rare feat of craftsmanship. Wen Yuan, seeing their newly woven bamboo crafts for the first time, was unexpectedly impressed by their exquisite quality and couldn't help but praise. Director Qian, look at this craftsmanship, it's every bit as good as some products from the county craft factory. Flattered yet slightly embarrassed, Kong Lisan wiped the sweat from his brow. I'm afraid I'm embarrassing myself before our leader. These are just worthless trinkets. Wen Yuan gestured toward Li Dashan and Wang Shufeng standing nearby and explained to Director Qian. Director, this is the couple I mentioned to you, the Li family from Li Jiao who just started making bamboo crafts. Master Kong has only been here less than a month, and I never imagined they'd come up with so many innovations. Director Qian turned his gaze toward the Li couple. Li Dashan understood it was his turn to speak. He recalled his son's morning instructions and thought of how this mattered to the livelihood of the entire village. He straightened his back. Just as he was about to speak, Li Dongye quietly activated his silver tongue basic ability, directing its effect toward his father. A barely perceptible energy fluctuation passed through him. Li Dashan felt his mind clear, his earlier nervousness subsiding. The words he'd rehearsed in his mind instantly became coherent and powerful. Chapter 71, A New Dawn for Bamboo Weaving. He stepped forward and declared in a resonant voice. Director Qian, Officer 1. These bamboo crafts represent the unique skills of our Li Jiao village. Especially Master Khan lately, it's as if he's been touched by divine inspiration. His creativity flows like a spring, and he's crafted these new designs. He paused, his tone sincere and resolute. We believe these aren't just household items to make ends meet, they're crafts that represent the diligence and ingenuity of our mountain people. But we're stuck without any connections. Such fine work is just rotting away in our poor mountain hollow. We villagers of Li Jiao won't wait around for handouts. We want to forge our own path to survival with these very hands. We long for a market to expand this craft and improve our fellow villagers' lives. Could you, comrade leader, perhaps point us in the right direction?
His words flowed with measured emphasis, neither humble nor arrogant, highlighting both the artistry of the bamboo weaving and the villagers' diligence, while expressing their desperate need for a market and their earnest hope for guidance from the authorities. Director Qian and Wen Yuan nodded repeatedly as they listened. Especially Wen Yuan, who glanced at Li Dashan in surprise. He thought to himself, I haven't seen him in a few days, but his eloquence has improved so much? His reasoning was clear, his emotions genuine, more eloquent than some commune cadres he'd encountered. Director Qian set down his basket, paused thoughtfully, and spoke with a hint of admiration. Comrade Li Dashan, your spirit of self-reliance, not waiting for handouts but relying on your own efforts, is commendable. This proactive approach to seeking solutions and developing the collective economy is also commendable. His gaze fell upon the bamboo crafts, his eyes sparkling. These bamboo crafts are top-notch in quality and feature novel designs, truly excellent work. Li Dashan and the surrounding villagers held their breath, their hearts pounding in anticipation as they waited for what he would say next. Li Dongye clenched his small fists, silently cheering his father on. Then Director Qian shifted his tone, speaking with greater solemnity. To be honest, I've come here with a specific task. The County Foreign Trade Company is currently organizing a batch of locally distinctive handicrafts to participate in the Autumn Canton Fair selection. The Canton Fair? Li Dashan gasped in surprise, his eyes widening. That was a national-level event he'd only heard about in newspapers and on the radio. Could their humble mountain village goods possibly be connected to the Canton Fair? The other villagers were equally stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. Director Qian smiled and raised his hand, signaling for quiet. That's right, the Canton Fair. I see great potential in your Li Jiao bamboo crafts. If selected, this wouldn't just be about domestic sales. It's about exporting for foreign exchange, contributing to the nation, and bringing glory to our county, a truly great opportunity. Boom! These words exploded like thunder in the hearts of Li Jiao's villagers. Export earnings. Bringing glory to the nation. These concepts felt utterly distant and sacred to them. For a moment, the courtyard fell deathly silent. Then, thunderous cheers erupted. Good heavens! Our baskets can be sold to foreigners? Wonderful! Wonderful! Now we have hope. Li Dashan's lips trembled with excitement. He stepped forward and gripped Director Qian's hand tightly. Director Qian, you mean it's true? We really have a chance? Director Qian squeezed his hand firmly and replied with certainty. Of course it's true. This is a great opportunity for our country and its people. Alright, Comrade Li Dashan, get another batch made as soon as possible. Pick the very best ones that truly represent your capabilities. I'll have Clerk Wen coordinate the details with you. When ready, deliver them directly to the County Foreign Trade Company for evaluation. If selected, the county will fully support your production for subsequent orders. We'll find solutions for everything from raw materials to technical training. These words undoubtedly gave Li Jiao a powerful shot in the arm. Li Dashan nodded repeatedly, his excitement making him stumble over his words. Yes. Yes. We will definitely produce the best goods. We won't let our leaders down. We won't let our country down. Calmly, tears streaming down his aged face, clasped Director Qian's hand and choked out. Leader, thank you. Thank you for showing us a way to keep this ancient craft alive. Wen Yuan added at just the right moment. Director Qian, with the determination of the comrades in Li Jiao and master craftsmen like Kong, I'm confident they'll create something truly remarkable. Director Qian nodded with satisfaction, offered a few more words of encouragement, and then, surrounded by the reluctant farewells of Li Dashan and the villagers, departed with Wen Yuan in their vehicle. As the jeep kicked up a trail of dust and faded into the distance, Li Jiao erupted in excitement. Brother Dashan, are we really going to make it big? Doggy Dad, we owe this to you. Your words really fired us up. Yeah. Usually Secretary Dashan seems like a silent blockhead, but today he was like a different person. Even Director Qian kept nodding in agreement. Li Dashan blushed under the praise. Waving his hand, he chuckled with his usual earnest smile. Not at all. This is all thanks to everyone pulling together. And we owe it to Director Qian and Officer Wen too. But deep down, he knew his extraordinary performance today was largely thanks to his own son. His gaze fell upon Li Dongye, grinning foolishly in the crowd, filled with gratitude and pride. Meanwhile, Li Dongye quietly received the prompt from the Book of Destiny. Ding! Host successfully utilized Silver Tongue Basic to indirectly facilitate Li Jiao's bamboo crafts gaining access to the County Foreign Trade Company's product selection channel. This lays a solid foundation for the industrialization of Li Jiao's bamboo crafts, significantly boosting the village's development potential and enhancing villagers' cohesion and pride. Overall assessment, reward points plus 200. Current remaining reward points, 656 points. 200 points. Another big windfall. Li Dongye was overjoyed. His silver tongue had paid off handsomely. Not only had it opened up sales channels for the village, but it had also directly linked to export earnings, a completely different level of significance. He knew this was just the beginning. The selection process for the Canton Fair would undoubtedly be fiercely competitive.
For Li Jiao's bamboo crafts to stand out, more effort and a touch of genius would be needed. And he, Li Dongye, was the one who could deliver that stroke of genius. Night fell once more, yet in many homes of Li Jiao, the lights burned brighter and longer than usual. Every face radiated boundless hope and determination for the future. These humble bamboo crafts now carried the hopes of the entire village. Chapter 72, Auspicious Totem Astonishes All. The lights in Li Jiao glowed far brighter than usual that night. In every household, the hearths seemed to burn with the same excitement that had filled the day. The news that the bamboo crafts would be selected for the Canton Fair had struck the village like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of warmth through every heart in Li Jiao. Lying in bed, Li Dongye's little mind was anything but idle. The 200 points he earned that day brought his total back up to 656, settling his nerves considerably. Getting selected for the Canton Fair isn't something to mess around with. He murmured softly. Our village's bamboo crafts are excellent, but there are countless fine products nationwide. To get selected, we need a hidden ace up our sleeve. With a thought, he entered the Destiny Sketchbooks marketplace once more. The previous silver tongue effect had been remarkably effective, fueling his anticipation for the mall's offerings. Is there anything that could make the bamboo crafts look better or more unique? He browsed the shop, glancing over practical items like restore to original condition small items and clean as new clothing, only tools that wouldn't help much with his current goal. Finally, his gaze was drawn to a scroll radiating multicolored light. Ingenuity Blueprint, Auspicious Beasts Series Fragment. Item name, Ingenious Pattern, Auspicious Beasts Series Fragment. Effect, imbued with ancient artisans' unique interpretations and weaving concepts of auspicious beast totems. Upon use, randomly grants the host or designated target one or more bamboo weaving design inspirations themed around auspicious beasts bringing blessings. Completed works carry an indescribable aura of auspicious blessings, evoking joy in observers and enhancing the piece's artistic and collectible value. Price, 300 reward points. Note, this is a fragment containing only partial auspicious beast patterns, yet it remains capable of astonishing the mundane. Collecting the complete series of diagrams may unlock more advanced effects. Auspicious beasts bringing blessings. Imbued with an aura of divine favor. Li Dongye's eyes sparkled. This was far more powerful than mere visual appeal. In this era, seeking good fortune and auspicious omens was of paramount importance. If bamboo crafts could carry such blessings, their value would be entirely different. 300 points pricey, but worth it for the Canton Fair. Purchase. Ding. Successfully purchased Ingenious Diagram, Auspicious Beasts Bringing Prosperity Series Fragment. Consume 300 reward points. Current remaining reward points, 356. A rainbow-hued stream of light shot from the scroll, merging into Li Dongye's mind and transforming into vivid patterns of auspicious beasts and exquisitely intricate weaving techniques. Dragon's sword, phoenixes danced, Shilin bestowed blessings, and cranes soared through the skies, each radiating grandeur and spiritual vitality. With a sense of confidence now settled in his heart, Li Dongye drifted off to sleep contentedly. Early the next morning, the bamboo weaving courtyard in Li Jiao was bustling with activity. Li Dashan, Lao Zhen, Kong Lisan, Wang Shufan, and several skilled women gathered to discuss products for the Canton Fair. Director Qian said we must select the finest, the ones that best represent our capabilities. Li Dashan puffed on his pipe, his brow slightly furrowed. Our current flower baskets and fruit platters are decent enough, but when it comes to offering something truly unique, they seem to fall a bit short. Kong Lisan stroked his goatee and nodded. Dashan's right. Magpies perched on plum blossoms and the three friends of winter are elegant, but they're common themes after all. To make a splash at the Canton Fair, we need something truly eye-catching and unforgettable. The group chattered away, some suggesting a large vase arrangement, others a tea set, but none felt truly impactful. Li Dongye clutched a small stool, squeezed between the adults, listening to their discussion with a secret smile. Swinging his legs, he spoke with feigned innocence. Grandpa Kong, I had a dream last night. I saw so many beautiful birds in the sky, and a giant snake with a long beard that could breathe fire. They were all flying around, it was absolutely stunning. As he spoke, he gestured with his small hands. That big snake was golden and shimmering, with claws so sharp. And that giant bird, its tail was more beautiful than a rainbow. Kong Lisan listened, initially dismissing it as childish nonsense. But seeing Li Dongye's vivid gestures and clear-eyed expression, which seemed sincere rather than fabricated, he felt a stir within. Oh. Doggy boy, tell Grandpa Kong more about what that giant serpent and bird looked like. Li Dongye tilted his little head, straining to recall the images from the Art of Ingenuity in his mind, describing them in childlike language. That big snake had something like antlers on its head, and its body was covered in tons and tons of shiny scales. It could even fly, darting in and out of the clouds. The giant bird had a red crest on its head, feathers in every color, and a beautiful song. Lots of little birds followed it as it flew. As he spoke, he picked up a small bamboo stick from the ground and began scribbling crooked lines in the mud. Though the drawing was crude, the essence captured in it made Kong Lisan's eyes narrow in focus. Dragon, phoenix? Kong Lisan murmured to himself, a sudden flash of insight lighting up his mind. Seeing this, Li Dongye knew the moment was ripe. With a flick of his wrist, he quietly activated the Ingenuity Diagram, Auspicious Beasts series fragment on Kong Leeson. An imperceptible surge of energy flooded Kong Leeson's mind. Kong Leeson felt a sudden blur before his eyes. Countless exquisitely intricate patterns of auspicious beasts and intricate weaving techniques surged forth like a tidal wave. They perfectly matched the dreamscape Lee Donya had just described, even more vivid and breathtaking. Dragon and Phoenix bringing good fortune. Yes, that's a dragon and Phoenix bringing good fortune. Kong Leeson slapped his thigh hard, his face flushing with excitement. I've got it. We'll weave a dragon and Phoenix bringing auspiciousness ornament set. The dragon represents nobility and strength, while the phoenix symbolizes auspiciousness and beauty. This meaning is absolutely perfect. His excitement grew as he spoke. Grabbing paper and pen, he sketched furiously, heedless of the calluses on his hands. Moments later, a vivid scene of a dragon and phoenix playing together sprang to life on the paper. The dragon coiled, poised to soar, its scales gleaming. The phoenix spread its wings, ready to sing, its feathers resplendent. The pair gazed at each other with grace, harmoniously coexisting, radiating an indescribable aura of prosperity and tranquility. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. Lee Dashin stared wide-eyed, slapping the table. Master Kong, this is the one. This will absolutely command the room. Old Lee's beard quivered with excitement. This is nothing short of divine inspiration. Lee Jiao is about to unveil a real treasure. Villagers gathered around, and upon seeing the blueprint, gasps of wonder filled the air. Goodness gracious, that dragon and phoenix look as if they're alive. Master Kong's craftsmanship is truly unmatched. That kid Godan is truly our village's lucky charm. Even his random dreams can inspire Master Kong. Lee Donya grinned foolishly beside them, his heart bursting with joy. Those 300 points were well spent. Over the next few days, the entirely family hamlet threw itself into prototyping the dragon and phoenix auspiciousness ornament. Kong Leeson seemed rejuvenated, working tirelessly day and night. He pored over diagrams, selected the finest bamboo, and personally split the strips, dyed them, and wove them into shape. Chapter 73, Little Lucky Boy's Ingenious Plan. Lee Donya wasn't idle either. He realized that design alone wasn't enough, production efficiency was also a major issue. With such intricate work, how long would it take Kong Leeson alone to complete it? He began browsing the Destiny Sketchbooks marketplace again. I need to find an item that boosts everyone's learning and practical skills. Soon, he found a suitable one. Dexterity Group Blessing Week. Item name, Dexterity Group Blessing Week. Effect, applies to a designated group up to 10 people, slightly increasing their crafting skill, learning speed and operational precision for 24 hours. Price, 100 reward points. Notes, practice makes perfect. If talent falls short, blessings make up for it. This one it is. 100 points isn't expensive, and it affects 10 people, great value for the cost. While everyone was busy in the bamboo weaving courtyard, Lee Donya quietly applied the dexterous hands blessing to several nimble-fingered women who enjoyed needlework and a few eager young learners. Sure enough, in the time that followed, those blessed by Lee Donya, under Kong Leeson's guidance, picked up bamboo weaving techniques remarkably quickly. Complex weaving techniques clicked instantly for them, and their finished pieces were noticeably more intricate than before. Kong Leeson marveled. How peculiar. Everyone seems to have suddenly grasped the essence today, learning so swiftly? Wang Guixiang, a young bride who had received the blessing, smiled and said, maybe it's because of Godan's good fortune. Ever since Godan dreamed of the dragon and phoenix, my mind's been sharper. Everyone chimed in, declaring Lee Donya the village's little lucky charm, bringing honor to both Lee Dashin and Wang Shufan. Wang Shufan even hugged Lee Donya close, kissing him repeatedly. My dearest boy, you truly are our family's precious treasure. As Lee Donya basked in his mother's affection, he thought to himself. Now that the manpower issue is solved, we just need to wait for the finished product. A few days later, under Kong Leeson's guidance and with everyone's hard work, the first set of dragon and phoenix auspiciousness bamboo ornaments was finally completed. It was a pair of half-human height ornaments. A golden dragon coiled around a bamboo pillar shrouded in auspicious clouds. Its body was woven from fine golden bamboo strips, scales layered upon layers, shimmering with a warm luster. Its head held high, whiskers flowing, it seemed poised to soar into the sky at any moment. On the other side, a colorful phoenix perched on a paulownia branch, its crown magnificent and wings full. Its tail feathers were woven from red, yellow, blue, green, and purple bamboo strips, creating a vibrant, lifelike display. Between the dragon and phoenix, auspicious patterns like auspicious clouds and lingji mushrooms adorned the scene. The entire display is majestic and exquisitely crafted, radiating an indescribable vitality and festive cheer. When this set was carefully carried into the center of the courtyard, everyone was stunned. Good heavens! Old Lee's voice cracked with excitement. Is this what we wove? It looks like it's alive. Lee Dashin stared in disbelief, his hand hovering hesitantly over the piece. He wanted to touch it but dared not, fearing he might damage this exquisite work of art. Master Kong, your craftsmanship is nothing short of divine, he exclaimed with genuine admiration. Kong Leeson stroked the ornament, his eyes brimming with excitement and pride. This isn't just my achievement, it's the result of everyone working together. And we owe it to Doggy that kid's dream sparked my inspiration. Just then, the sound of a car horn echoed from the village entrance. It's Comrade 1, someone called out. It turned out Wen Yuan, feeling uneasy, had made a special trip to check on Li Jiao's preparations before sending off the selected items. As Wen Yuan entered the bamboo-woven courtyard accompanied by Lao Zhenli and others, he froze in his tracks upon seeing the Dragon and Phoenix Auspiciousness ornament set. His mouth fell open, his eyes widened, and his expression shifted from astonishment to awe, then to utter disbelief. This is... Wen Yuan circled the display several times, scrutinizing every detail meticulously. The more he looked, the more his heart raced. Secretary Li, Master Kong, did Li Jiao really weave this? He had seen Li Jiao's bamboo crafts before, exquisite, yet still within the realm of crafts. But this Dragon and Phoenix auspiciousness set before him, whether in design, craftsmanship, or aura, had transcended the boundaries of ordinary crafts. It was nothing short of an artistic treasure. Mr. Wen, what do you think of this craftsmanship? Do you think it stands a chance? Li Laozhen asked nervously. Wen Yuan took a deep breath, nodded firmly, and declared with unwavering certainty. Yes. Not just yes. Secretary Li, with this Dragon and Phoenix auspiciousness set, it's not just worthy of county selection, send it straight to the provincial level or the Canton Fair, and it'll be a one-of-a-kind treasure. I have a feeling your Li Jiao is about to make a stunning debut. He grasped Kong Lisan's hand excitedly. Master Kong, your craftsmanship is truly national treasure level. I'll report back to Director Qian immediately our county's foreign trade company is securing this piece. Such high praise from Wen Yuan sent the entire Li Jiao village into an uproar. Cheers and applause echoed through the sky. Li Dongye stood amidst the crowd, watching it all unfold, a radiant smile lighting up his young face. Ding! Host has purchased and utilized the Ingenuity Atlas, Auspicious Beasts series fragment to inspire Kong Lisan's creativity. Successfully crafted the bamboo-woven Dragon and Phoenix bringing auspiciousness piece, possessing high artistic value and market potential. This significantly enhances the core competitiveness of Li Jiao bamboo crafts and establishes a trump card foundation for selecting products for the Canton Fair. Comprehensive evaluation, reward points plus 350. Current remaining reward points, 606 points. Ding! Host purchased and used Skilled Hands Group Blessing Week, effectively boosting villagers' bamboo weaving skill learning efficiency and providing manpower support for mass-producing high-quality bamboo crafts. Overall assessment, plus 50 reward points. Current remaining reward points, 656 points. Another generous reward added to the tally. Li Dongye thought to himself with satisfaction. This is solid. But the Canton Fair is just the first step. The best days for our Li Jiao are yet to come. Surveying the jubilant villagers and the exquisitely crafted Dragon and Phoenix auspiciousness set, his heart brimmed with boundless anticipation for the future. Under his masterful touch, the humble bamboo strips were weaving a legend not just for the village, but for an entire era. Meanwhile, far away in Wangjiatan, Wang Matzi sat with a dark expression. Upon hearing his subordinates report the fervent preparations in Li Jiao for the Canton Fair product selection, he was so enraged he crushed his tobacco pipe in his hand. The Canton Fair? Li's Hollow? Humph, as if they deserve it. A flash of venom crossed Wang Matzi's eyes. If I can't have it easy, neither will they. Or lazy, keep a close eye on them. I'll see what tricks they can pull. The open and covert battles over bamboo weaving were clearly far from over. But at this moment, Li Jiao was immersed in immense joy and hope, preparing to embrace their moment of glory. Chapter 74, Little Lucky Boy's Clever Use of the Marketplace. The joy in Li Jiao burned like a fire stoked with fresh wood in the stove, growing ever brighter until it seemed to set the entire valley ablaze. Officer 1, carrying the pre-order contract from the County Foreign Trade Company and Director Qian's instructions, departed contentedly by car. Before leaving, he deliberately took old Li Zhen and Li Dashan's hands and solemnly urged. Old Secretary, Brother Dashan, this Dragon and Phoenix auspiciousness is our county's treasure. Not only must we guarantee quality, but we must also keep up with demand as much as possible. The Canton Fair product selection won't wait. The county is counting on it to build our reputation and secure more foreign exchange orders for us. He deliberately lowered his voice, his tone turning serious. And keep this technology under wraps. In this day and age, there are plenty of envious eyes. Don't let all your hard work be copied in the blink of an eye. His words made Li Laozhen and Li Dashan nod repeatedly, their faces shifting from excitement to a more solemn expression. After seeing off Comrade 1, the bustle in Li Jiao gradually subsided, but a new, more challenging atmosphere began to permeate the air. That evening, at Li Dongye's home. At the dinner table, Wang Shufan piled a generous serving of golden scrambled eggs onto Li Dongye's chopsticks, her heart aching as she looked at her son's noticeably thinner face. Doggy, eat more. You've been working so hard with Grandpa Kong and the others on those bamboo projects lately, you've worn yourself thin. Li Dashan pushed his rice around with his chopsticks, his brow slightly furrowed. Wife, you heard what Comrade Wen said. This dragon and phoenix auspiciousness design is splendid, but with only Master Kong working on it, even if he toils day and night, how many pairs could he possibly weave in a month? The county's orders and the Canton Fair selections time waits for no one. Just then, old Lee entered, carrying an enamel bowl half filled with corn porridge. He too seemed troubled by the matter. Dashan's right. I just came from the bamboo weaving courtyard. Master Kong is still figuring out how to simplify the process so others in the village can lend a hand. But that work is so intricate, where would ordinary folks find the precision and dexterity for it? Kong Leeson's craftsmanship was top-notch, but he was getting old and his energy was limited. The previous Crafty Hands Group Blessing Week had boosted several villagers' learning efficiency, but its effect lasted only 24 hours. For such meticulous work requiring long-term refinement, it was clearly a drop in the bucket. Lee Donya blinked his big eyes, listening to the adults' worries, his little mouth stuffed with food, cheeks bulging. He knew another chance had arrived. Dad, Grandpa Xuan, Grandpa Kong, I've been watching them weave bamboo the whole time. He mumbled, swallowing his mouthful. Grandpa Kong said that when weaving those dragon scales, you have to layer each piece over the last one, like fish scales. But the corners of each piece need to be slightly curled up, that's what makes them look alive. As he spoke, he gestured with his rice-speckled hands, mimicking Kong Leeson's movements when weaving the dragon scales. And the phoenix's tail? You need bamboo strips in lots and lots of colors. When you weave them, you have to twist them so they fan out like a peacock spreading its feathers. Each one has to flow smoothly, none of them can clash. He spoke with such conviction that these intricate techniques seemed less mysterious when described through his childlike, innocent words. Li Dashan and Li Laojian exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. Donya, did you really understand it? Li Dashan was skeptical. This kid was always fooling around, when had he ever paid such close attention? MHM. Li Donya nodded vigorously, his little face full of earnestness. Grandpa Kong also said that when you weave, you have to picture dragons and phoenixes in your mind, that's how they come to life. Kong Leeson, who had heard the commotion, walked in. Upon hearing Li Donya's words, he burst into laughter. Doggy's got a sharp memory, he remembers everything I tell him. In some ways, he understands things better than I do. He looked at Li Dashan and old Li. This kid's got real talent. I reckon if he learns from me, he might just become a master craftsman someday. Li Donya chuckled inwardly. It wasn't his memory at all, it was all thanks to the Book of Destiny. With a flick of his thoughts, he entered the mall once more. Now holding 656 points, he felt much more confident. I need to find a treasure that can enlighten everyone. He browsed through the items, and soon, a scroll glowing with a soft white light caught his attention. Light of Enlightenment Group Basic. Item name, Light of Enlightenment Group Basic. Effect, when used on a designated group up to 20 people, it slightly enhances their comprehension, imitation, and ability to grasp concepts during skill learning or creative work, making it easier for them to grasp key techniques. Lasts 72 hours. Price, 250 reward points. Note, a spark can start a prairie fire. A single moment of inspiration may illuminate an entire path. 250 points, affects 20 people, lasts 3 days. This is great. Li Donya's eyes lit up. This had broader coverage and longer duration than dexterity, focusing precisely on understanding and insight, exactly what they needed now. Purchase. Ding. Successfully purchased Light of Inspiration Group Basic, consumed 250 reward points. Current remaining reward points, 406. The next day, in the bamboo weaving courtyard, Kong Leeson patiently guided Wang Shufan as they demonstrated some foundational yet crucial weaving techniques, from the dragon and phoenix auspiciousness pattern to a dozen or so skilled young adults and women selected for their craftsmanship. For instance, the arrangement of dragon scales, the color placement of phoenix feathers, and the curvature of auspicious clouds. Though these individuals had previously learned some techniques, they still felt daunted by such intricate patterns, stumbling through their practice. Li Donya shuffled through the crowd on his short legs, his innocent smile lighting up his young face. Quietly, he directed the Light of Enlightenment toward the villagers diligently studying. An invisible, gentle light quietly dispersed, seeping into each person's mind. Something remarkable happened. Wang Guixiang, who had been frowning and listening with confusion, suddenly let out an "eh?" She picked up the bamboo strip beside her and mimicked Kong Leeson's movements. A knot that had eluded her several times before was now successfully tied on her first try. Though still a bit clumsy, her work now possessed a certain grace. "Ha! I think I get it now," she exclaimed in delight. Beside her, Li Tinio, a man usually rather slow-witted, suddenly slapped his forehead. "Master Kong, you mean the bamboo strips here should bend inward first, then curve upward to form a natural arc, right?" As he spoke, his hands began to gesture, and surprisingly, he mimicked the motion quite convincingly. Kong Leeson watched in amazement. He had taught them just as he always did, so why did everyone seem to have collectively grasped the concept today? Each question hit the nail on the head, and their imitation of the movements was remarkably swift. Yes. Tinio, you've got it exactly right. Kong Leeson clapped his hands in praise. Guixiang, you've handled this not much better than before. For a moment, the bamboo-woven courtyard buzzed with an unprecedented fervor of learning.
Exclamations of awe, requests for guidance, and cheers of sudden enlightenment rose and fell in waves.
Chapter 75, Wang Mozi's New Scheme. Li Laojian watched from the sidelines, utterly dumbfounded. He tugged at Li Dashan's arm and whispered, "Dashan, don't you feel like these people suddenly got smarter today?" Li Dashan looked equally astonished. "Yeah, it's weird. Could it be that luck dog egg brought with him?" As he spoke, his gaze drifted involuntarily toward Li Dongye, who was chasing a butterfly nearby. Li Dongye seemed to sense his father's gaze. He turned and flashed a wide grin, revealing 2 rows of tiny teeth. The sunlight spilling over him made him look like an innocent little angel, untouched by the world. The villagers murmured among themselves, "It must be Doggy's good fortune rubbing off on us. Ever since he dreamed of the dragon and phoenix, our village has been blessed with one good thing after another." "You bet. Just look at him standing there, my mind feels sharper already." Wang Shufen proudly puffed out her chest. Her son was truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, in the gloom-shrouded village of Wangjiatan, Wang Mizi sat in his armchair in the main hall, his face ashen. Listening to Wang Erlai's exaggerated report about how bustling Li Jiao had become, how it had caught the county leader's attention, and how exquisitely crafted the dragon and phoenix auspiciousness was, he flew into a rage. With a loud smash, he hurled the purple clay teapot in his hand onto the floor, shattering it into pieces. "The Canton Fair. Orders. Li Jiao. This is outrageous." Wang Mizi gritted his teeth, the veins on his temples throbbing. "They think this will overshadow our Wangjiatan? Dream on." Wang Erlai shrank his neck, not daring to respond. "Father, Li Jiao must be heavily guarded now. Forcing our way in probably won't work." A sharp-featured young man beside him, Wang Mazui's third son, Wang Xiaochuan, rolled his eyes and offered a suggestion. "But I heard Li's Hollow is hiring tons of people to learn bamboo weaving lately, saying they need to meet orders. Couldn't we send someone to infiltrate them and learn their dragon and phoenix auspiciousness weaving technique?" Wang Mazizi narrowed his eyes, a flash of ruthlessness crossing them. "Oh? Go on." Seeing his father's interest piqued, Wang Xiaochuan hurriedly continued. "I have a distant cousin, Shen Laoshi. He's a decent craftsman, but he's a gambler with a mountain of debt. We could offer him some incentive to apply at Li's Hollow. He could say he admires Kong Lisan's craftsmanship and wants to learn real skills to support his family. He looks like an honest, simple fellow, so the people of Li's Hollow shouldn't suspect him. Once he masters the weaving techniques, our Wangjiatan can produce dragon and phoenix auspiciousness too. Then Li Jiao can just wait to cry." Wang Mizi's lips curled into a vicious grin. "Not only will we learn their techniques, but we'll make them cheaper. Let's see how arrogant they can be then." He patted Wang Xiaochuan on the shoulder. "Good lad, you've got brains. This job is yours. Remember, handle it cleanly and efficiently, leave no loose ends." "Father, you can count on me," Wang Xiaochuan replied smugly. A few days later, a middle-aged man with a simple, honest face and plain clothes appeared at the entrance of Li Jiao village. He introduced himself as Qian Laoshi, having come seeking out Kong Lisan by reputation, hoping to apprentice under him and learn a trade. After a few questions from Li Laojian and Li Dashan, they found his words sincere. Hearing he was from a neighboring village, dirt poor with elderly parents and young children to support, their hearts softened. They reasoned that an extra pair of hands would be useful and arranged for him to enter the bamboo weaving courtyard to train alongside the new apprentices. Chen Laoshi, actually Chen Laoshu, a name Wang Xiaochuan had specifically instructed him to change to something more honest, initially appeared diligent and fairly nimble-fingered. Yet Li Dongye couldn't shake the feeling that something about this man was off. Though his book of destiny scribbles offered no direct warnings, every time Li Dongye saw this Chen Laoshi, a shadowy image of a furtive rat would flicker in his mind, a rodent sniffing around the bamboo workshop, paying particular attention to the half-finished dragon and phoenix auspiciousness components. Mom, Uncle Qian's eyes keep sneaking glances at Grandpa Kong's weaving. Li Dongye whispered to Wang Shufen. He sat on a small stool, pretending to play with mud, but his peripheral vision kept track of Qian Laoshi's movements. Wang Shufen, busy sewing shoe soles, chuckled at his remark. "He's here to learn the craft, so of course he'll observe and study. Don't talk nonsense, Dongye. Master Qian is a very honest man." Li Dongye pursed his lips. Adults were so easy to fool. He knew no one would believe him if he just called Qian Laoshi a bad guy outright. His eyes darted around as a plan formed. That day, Kong Lisan was guiding several core apprentices in assembling the dragon head and phoenix feathers, the most crucial parts of the dragon and phoenix auspiciousness design. This section demanded the highest skill and was the most closely guarded secret. Chen Laoshi pretended to be splitting bamboo strips nearby, but his ears were perked up, and his eyes kept darting over this way. Li Dongye hopped over, bouncing a rubber ball in his arms, calling out, Grandpa Kong, play ball with me." Kong Lisan was in the middle of explaining a crucial step and had no time to spare. He waved his hand dismissively. "Good boy, go Dan. Grandpa's busy. Go play by yourself." No. I want Grandpa Kong to play with me." Li Dongye threw a tantrum, twisting his little body. The ball accidentally slipped from his hands and flew straight toward a bundle of thin bamboo strips Chen Laoshi had just split. Ouch! Caught off guard, Chen Laoshi watched helplessly as the ball collided with the bundle of thin bamboo strips meant for intricate weaving. They scattered with a clatter across the ground, several crushed flat. My bamboo strips! Chen Laoshi cried out in alarm, abandoning his eavesdropping as he scrambled to gather the pieces. Sorry, Uncle Chen, I didn't mean to. Li Dongye hurried over, his face wearing an innocent expression of having caused trouble. Yet as his small hands gathered the strips, the doodle notebook had secretly imbued his fingertips with a barely perceptible destruction attribute. He lightly brushed against several crucial sample strips. Kong Lisan and the others were drawn by the commotion. Seeing the bamboo strips scattered on the ground, Kong Lisan frowned. Old Qian, how careless of you. Qian Laoshi couldn't explain his predicament and could only reply sheepishly. Yes, it's my clumsy hands. Li Dongye helped gather the strips and handed them back to Qian Laoshi, but inside he was smirking. That'll teach you to try copying without permission. Sure enough, when Qian Laoshi tried to imitate the weaving technique that afternoon using the slats Li Dongye had tampered with, the slats either snapped suddenly or the resulting weave came out crooked and misshapen, completely ruined. He worked up a sweat, utterly perplexed. It had looked so simple when Master Kong demonstrated, so why was it so difficult when he tried it himself? Master Kong Li Xin came by to check on him. Seeing the pile of scraps before Qian Laoshi, he shook his head. Old Qian, your fundamentals still need work. Don't rush it, start with the basics first. Qian Laoshi blushed crimson at the rebuke and could only nod in agreement. For days afterward, whenever Qian Laoshi tried to sneak closer to the core technology area to learn by observation, Li Dongye always had some unexpected incident happen. Either his little dog Wonkai would suddenly dash over and bark furiously at Qian Laoshi, unsettling his focus. Or Li Dongye would play with a water gun and accidentally spray water all over Qian Laoshi's freshly drawn sketches, smudging them beyond recognition. Chapter 76, The Child Prodigy's Nightmare of Capturing Bandits. To adults, these little antics seem like harmless childish mistakes, worthy of nothing more than a few scoldings for Li Dongye's mischief. But Qian Laoshi was suffering in silence. He felt as if something had singled him out, constantly thwarting his efforts and making it impossible for him to learn in peace. Though Li Dashan and Li Laojian didn't dwell on it, they noticed Qian Laoshi had been distracted these past few days, making no progress in his studies. Privately, they murmured. Qian Laoshi seems so honest, but why is he so slow at learning? Meanwhile, Li Dongye, thanks to these coincidences, received another reward from the Destiny sketchbook. Ding! Host skillfully employed his child identity to repeatedly disrupt and prevent potential technical theft, safeguarding Li Jiao's core bamboo weaving techniques. Comprehensive evaluation, reward points plus 80. Current remaining reward points, 486. Li Dongye grinned. It seemed this Fuwa reputation could still come in handy. But he knew Wang Mozi wouldn't let this go easily. The real battle might just be beginning. He must swiftly bolster Li Jiao's overall strength to weather the larger storms ahead. Moonlight spilled like water over the ridges and eaves of Wang Jiatan. Only the kerosene lamp in Wang Mozi's living room cast a faint, stubborn glow. Qian Laoshi, or rather, Chen Laoshi, stood hunched in the center of the room, his face alternating between pale and flushed. Before him lay the shattered fragments of a purple clay teapot, mirroring the confidence that lay broken on the floor. Useless. Absolutely useless. Wang Mizi paced the room like a caged beast, each step making the floorboards creak. I sent you to learn the craft, not to serve as a punching bag for those mud-legged peasants in Li's Hollow. How many days has it been? You haven't even scratched the surface of dragon and phoenix auspiciousness. Qian Mouse trembled, his face a mask of despair. Brother Wang, it's not that I'm not trying. That little brat from Li's Hollow is just unnerving. He's just too damn weird. He recounted his ordeal over the past few days with exaggerated drama. From the soccer ball smashing the bamboo slats, to the vicious dog blocking his path, to the water gun ruining his drawings, each incident seemed like a child's prank, but together they formed an invisible net, trapping him at every turn. I suspect that little brat is deliberately targeting me. It's like he can read my mind. A hint of terror tinged Qian Shueishue's voice. Bull. Wang Mozi slammed his palm on the octagonal table, making the kerosene lamp's flame flicker violently. A 5-year-old toddler? What could he possibly understand? He's just a spoiled brat who's become the bane of the whole village. It's your thieving ways that can't be hidden, you've given yourself away. Wang Xiaochuan, standing nearby, rolled his eyes and spoke with a sinister edge. Father, I don't think Uncle Qian's words are necessarily lies. Ever since that Li Guden from Li Jiao stumbled into a few coincidences, people have been calling him a fortune teller. The whole village says he's the reincarnation of a lucky charm. We can't force this. We need to use underhanded tactics. Wang Mizi halted, his menacing gaze fixed on Qian Laoshi. Underhanded tactics? What exactly do you mean? Wang Xiaochuan leaned close to Wang Mizi's ear and whispered. Father, Li Jiao's people are on high alert during the day, but they always let their guard down at night. Have Uncle Qian sneak in at night. Don't be greedy, just steal. Steal one of their key components like that dragon head or the phoenix's wing. Once we have a sample, we'll find a few skilled craftsmen. We'll take it apart and study it. Can't we replicate it? The scheme was ruthless and direct. A glint of savagery finally flashed in Wang Meizi's cloudy eyes as he fixed his gaze on Qian Laoshu. Got it? Tonight's the night. If you screw this up again, you'll pay back that gambling debt with one of your hands. Qian Laoshu shuddered in terror, all color draining from his face. He could only nod frantically. Yes, yes. Big brother, rest assured I'll get the goods tonight. Meanwhile, at the Li family home in Li Jiao, little Li Dongye lay on the heated bed, feigning deep sleep, yet his consciousness had long since plunged into the ancient-looking destiny sketchbook within his mind. Tonight's sketchbook felt different from usual, carrying an added weight. As he flipped through the pages, he discovered that the previously scribbled notes about interfering with old Rat Shen had now solidified and settled, transforming into a complete, meticulously detailed painting with a faint halo of light. In the painting, a little child with a topknot used all sorts of mischievous tricks to tease a sly, thieving rat. At the top of the painting, several ancient seal script characters appeared. Volume 1 Childhood Delights, Hua plays with the mouse. Ding! The phased event Hua teases the rat has been completed. As the host perfectly utilized their child identity to avoid suspicion and skillfully defuse the crisis, this chapter is hereby solidified into the Destiny chapter. Chapter rating, excellent. Comprehensive reward, plus 150 reward points. Current remaining reward points, 636. So completing a series of minor events earns extra rewards. Li Dongye's heart leapt with delight. This unexpected windfall bolstered his confidence. Yet before he could fully savor his delight, the sketchbook automatically turned to a pristine new page. On the blank page, black ink lines materialized without warning, like an invisible hand swiftly sketching a vision of the future. The scene depicted a bamboo-woven courtyard bathed in moonlight. A shadowy figure, moving stealthily, picked the lock and slipped inside. The shadow's target was clear. It headed straight for the dragon ornament, its head just assembled but not yet fully completed. The scene froze at the moment the sinister hand reached out, poised to touch the lifelike dragon's head. Though blurred, Li Dongye instantly recognized the silhouette and build. Xian Shui. Well, failed to steal the knowledge, so now you're resorting to outright theft. Li Dongye's heart skipped a beat as a surge of anger welled up inside him. This dragon and phoenix bringing auspiciousness was the hope of the entire village, a light he had worked so hard to illuminate. He absolutely couldn't let that rat destroy it. He immediately closed the sketchbook, rolled over on the heated bed, and with a loud wah, feigned waking from a nightmare, bursting into tears. Wah! Daddy! Mommy! I'm scared! The child's wails pierced the quiet night. Li Dashan and Wang Shufeng jolted awake, quickly lighting the kerosene lamp by their bed. Dongya, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Wang Shufeng pulled her son into her arms, patting his back tenderly. Li Dashan pulled on his clothes and sat up, his rough hands gently stroking his son's forehead. It's okay. Daddy's here. Li Dongya sniffled, his little face covered in fear and tears. He clung tightly to Wang Shufen's neck, his childish voice trembling with tears. I dreamt about our family's Dalong. Big dragon? Li Dashan froze in surprise. Chapter 77, Hua's clever plan decides the outcome. The one Grandpa Kong wove that huge dragon. Li Dongye pointed his little finger toward the bamboo courtyard. I dreamt of a bad guy, all dark and shadowy, like a giant rat. He wanted to steal our big dragon. The dragon was crying, saying it was scared. His words were jumbled and incoherent, the very picture of a child terrified by a nightmare. Wang Shufen, hearing this, dismissed it as a child's daydreams manifesting in nightmares. She comforted him softly. Silly boy, it's just bamboo. How could it cry? Don't be afraid. Dreams are the opposite of reality. But Li Dashan's heart sank as he listened. He recalled his son's earlier dream of dragons and phoenixes bringing good fortune, the string of good luck the village had enjoyed these past days, and the parting words of Comrade 1, watch out for those with envious eyes. Looking into his son's clear yet terrified eyes, an inexplicable, almost superstitious sense of trust welled up within him. Wife, put Dongya to bed first. Li Dashan abruptly stood up and began dressing. I'm going to check on the bamboo weaving workshop. What are you doing in the middle of the night? Wang Shufen was puzzled. Li Dashan's expression was grave. What that kid Dongya said, it's unsettling. I'm going to take a look, just to ease my mind. Seeing this, Li Dongya immediately stoked the fire. He wriggled free from Wang Shufen's embrace and grabbed Li Dashan's pant leg. Dad, don't go. I'm scared. That bad guy will hurt you. As he spoke, he pointed his little finger toward the corner by the door piled with odds and ends. Dad, put that broken pig feed bucket behind the door, and move that broken plowshare over there too. When the bad guy pushes the door open, it'll smash his feet. The moment he called out, we all heard him. These words sent a chill down Li Dashan's spine. A 5-year-old child, after a nightmare, not only predicted the presence of thieves but also instinctively devised a crude yet effective method for warning others and hindering the intruders. This was no ordinary nightmare.
This was clearly heaven speaking through my son's mouth, warning us in Lee family hollow.
Good. We'll follow my son's plan.
Li Dashin harbored not a shred of doubt now, a fierce gleam flashing in his eyes.
He wasted no time and sprang into action.
He didn't follow Li Dongya's childish advice to the letter, but instead acted more discreetly and effectively.
He quietly approached the entrance of the bamboo-walled courtyard.
Rather than entering and alerting the enemy, he fetched several sturdy hemp ropes. One end was tied to the doorbolt, while the other looped around a large locust tree within the courtyard, connecting to several large iron pots inverted on the ground and a pile of discarded copper basins.
This was a simple interconnected alarm system. Should anyone pull the bolt from inside, the rope would snap taut, sending the pots and basins crashing to the ground with a deafening clatter enough to rouse half the village. After completing these preparations, he summoned 2 vigilant militia members sleeping near the bamboo courtyard. He whispered Li Dongya's dream to them.
The moment they heard it was Fuwa's warning, all traces of sleep vanished. Each grabbed a stick and quietly took up positions in the shadows outside the courtyard.
Everything was ready, all that remained was to lure the enemy into the trap.
Just past midnight, when all was silent and sleep was deepest, a dark figure, like a drop of ink merging into the night, crept along the wall, sneaking up to the entrance of the bamboo-woven courtyard.
It was Chen the rat.
After scanning left and right to confirm no one was around, he pulled a thin iron wire from his bosom and picked the old copper lock in a few deft motions. His heart leapt with joy. He pushed the door open a crack, slipped inside, then quietly closed it behind him, carefully securing the bolt from the inside to prevent any sudden intrusion. Little did he know that this very act of self-deception would seal his own fate. Moonlight streamed through the windows, bathing the courtyard in soft light. The dragon ornament perched on the shelf shimmered with scales in the hazy light, resembling a slumbering beast radiating silent majesty. Greed flared in Xian Shueishue's eyes. He rubbed his hands together and crept closer. The dragon's head was attached with joints and hadn't been fully secured yet. With just a little force, he could snap it right off. He took a deep breath, gripped the dragon's neck with both hands, and was just about to exert force. Woof! Woof woof woof! Out of nowhere, Wang Kai burst from behind a woodpile and lunged at his calf, sinking his teeth in. Arg! A sharp pain shot through him. Qian Laoshu let out a wail and instinctively kicked Wang Kai away. Realizing trouble, he abandoned his theft and sprinted toward the front gate, aiming to pull the latch and make a quick escape. But the moment his hand touched the latch and he yanked outward. Clang! 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 Bang! Outside the courtyard, the hemp rope instantly snapped taut. The heavy iron pots and copper basins were yanked skyward by a tremendous force, then crashed down onto the bluestone slabs with a deafening clang. In the dead of night, the sound was like thunder from a clear blue sky. Catch the thief! Thief in the bamboo courtyard! 2 militia members, lying in wait, roared in unison. Like tigers charging down a mountain, they blocked the gate from both sides. Instantly, lights flickered on one by one in every household of Lee family hollow. Barking dogs, slamming doors, and shouts erupted in a deafening cacophony. Qian Laoshu was utterly panicked. Like a rat trapped in a cage, he turned to find a hiding spot but collided head-on with Li Dashin, who had rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Towering and muscular, Li Dashin struck with fury. A vicious kick to the gut sent Qian Laoshu crashing to the ground. Like catching a chicken, he pinned him down with brutal force. The torchlight instantly illuminated the entire courtyard. Villagers armed with sticks and hoes surrounded the bamboo-walled compound, leaving no room to breathe. When they recognized the man pinned to the ground as the seemingly honest and simple-minded Qian Laoshu, everyone was stunned. But Li Dashin, having subdued the thief, didn't glance at him once. Instead, he whipped his head around, his gaze piercing through the crowd toward his own home. A tidal wave of emotion surged within him. He recalled his son's terrified little face, tear-streaked and trembling, remembered those childish words, "Dalong is crying," and the warning hidden within that innocent utterance. A chill, mingled with awe beyond compare, shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. This was no mere Fuwa. This was clearly a divine revelation, a living bodhisattva descended from heaven. At that very moment, Li Dongye, tightly embraced by Wang Shufan, heard the cold yet melodious notification tone of the Book of Destiny in his mind. Ding! Host successfully foresaw and orchestrated an apprehension operation. Completely thwarting hostile forces' technological espionage plot, safeguarding collective property security, and exerting a major positive influence on Li Jiao's destiny. Event rating, outstanding. Comprehensive reward, plus 300 reward points. Current remaining reward points, 936. Li Dongye buried his small face in his mother's warm embrace, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, unnoticed by anyone. He knew that from this night onward, his status as Li Doggy and Li Jiao would never be the same. And with that shrill gong, the feud with Wang Jiatan had been thrust into the open. Chapter 78, Iron-clad evidence traps the wicked culprit. Torches blazed like a forest. Voices rose in a deafening roar. The night sky over Li Jiao was torn open by this sudden uproar. Qian Laoshu lay like a heap of mud, bound tightly with coarse hemp rope by militia captain Li Weigua, collapsed in the center of the bamboo-walled courtyard. His trouser leg still bore the bite marks and bloodstains left by Wang Kai, his face etched with terror and despair. Villagers crowded the courtyard, their faces a mix of anger, lingering fear, and an indescribable thrill. The flickering firelight illuminated sunken, dark faces and pairs of eyes blazing with fury. Beat that chicken-stealing bastard to death. He's trying to ruin our entire village's livelihood. Thank goodness we caught him early. If that dragon and phoenix auspiciousness had been ruined, where would we go to mourn? Spittle flew as curses rose in waves. Several hot-headed youths, already grabbing their poles, lunged forward only to be halted by the sharp command of village secretary Li Laojian. Hold your horses. The culprit has been caught red-handed. Hand him over to the commune for punishment. No one is to take matters into their own hands. Li Laojian's face was as dark as a pot bottom. He walked up to Qian Laoshu, crouched down, and with eyes like knives, asked him word by word, "Speak, who sent you?" Qian Laoshu trembled, his eyes darting nervously as he tried to wriggle out of it. No one sent me. I was just passing by and wanted to take a look. Take a look? Old Li sneered coldly, pointing first at the lot-picking wire that had fallen from his chest, then at the imposing dragon ornament glowing menacingly in the firelight. You need this to look? Staying up till the wee hours just to admire someone else's dragon head? Li Dashan, standing nearby, was breathing heavily. He remained silent, but his fierce eyes fixed on Qian Laoshu as if he wanted to devour him alive. The storm raging within him was 100 times more turbulent than what showed on his face. Just moments ago, he had personally kicked this thief to the ground. In that moment, what flashed through his mind wasn't the satisfaction of catching the thief, but the tear-streaked face of his son, Li Dongye, waking up from a nightmare. It was Dongye. It was truly Dongye who saved the entire village. If not for Dongye's incoherent words, the dragon is crying. If not for that moment of inexplicable trust, the consequences tonight would have been unimaginable. This could no longer be explained as mere good fortune or coincidence. This was divine revelation. Heaven itself was using his son's voice to protect Li Jiao. Seeing Qian Laoshu still stubbornly denying, Li Laojian wasted no words. He gave a subtle nod to militia captain Li Weigua. Li Weigua understood immediately, drawing a water-soaked hemp whip from his waist and cracking it sharply through the air. Qian Laoshu, this is your final chance. Confess and receive leniency, resist and face severity. If we report you as a class enemy sabotaging collective production, you'd better prepare to spend the rest of your life digging earth on a labor reform farm. The words class enemy struck like a heavy hammer, smashing into Qian Laoshu's heart. He was always one to bully the weak and cower before the strong. Now, surrounded by the entire village, his psychological defenses had completely collapsed. The mere mention of re-education through labor camp sent shivers down his spine, leaving him trembling in fear. I'll talk. It was Wang the Hunchback. Wang the Hunchback from Wang Jiatan sent me. Tears and snot streaming down his face. He spilled everything like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. He sent me to steal the crucial component of the dragon and phoenix auspiciousness. He said that once they had the sample, they could replicate it. Wah! I was forced into it. I owe him gambling debts. Wang the Pockmarked. That damned bastard again. The crowd erupted instantly. If before it had merely been hostility toward Wang Jiatan, now this rage had a clear target. Old Li stood up, his expression grave as could be. He surveyed the crowd and declared in a booming voice, "Folks, you all heard that. This is an organized, premeditated act of sabotage by Wang Jiatan. They can't stand seeing Li Jiao prosper. This matter cannot be left unresolved." He turned to Li Dashan, his gaze complex and profound. He gave Li Dashan a firm pat on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Dashan, you've done a tremendous service this time." The eyes of the entire village instantly turned toward Li Dashan. Li Dashan, the quiet, hard-working man who usually kept his head down, had never been the center of such attention before. Flustered and flushed, he stammered in a muffled voice, "Uncle Dagon, this isn't my doing." He paused, took a deep breath, and gazed through the crowd toward the faintly lit window of his own home. His voice carried an indescribable, heartfelt mix of reverence and pride. It was my Dongye. He had a nightmare about thieves trying to steal our big dragon. He woke me up. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire crowd fell into an instant, deafening silence. You could hear a pin drop. All the villagers froze, as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. The crackling of the torches and the heavy breathing of the crowd became eerily clear in that moment. Li Godan? That 5-year-old toddler? After a brief silence, a thunderous uproar erupted. Good heavens! It's Fuoa. Fuoa has truly manifested. I always knew Godan was no ordinary child. First he predicted the rain, and now he catches thieves in his dreams. This isn't just a dream, it's clearly a heavenly deity incarnated among us in Li Family Hollow. The ancestral graves of the Dashan family must be emitting green dragon smoke. The villagers' eyes had completely changed. If before they had merely liked Li Dongye and thought he was blessed, now, that sentiment had rapidly evolved into something bordering on fanatical worship and awe. This wasn't just a child, he was the guardian deity of Li Jiao. Old Li also trembled violently. He stared blankly at Li Dashan, then glanced at the small window in the distance. His lips quivered for a long moment before he finally managed to utter, "Good, our Li Jiao is saved." Saved. Inside the house, Wang Shufen clutched Li Dongye, who had been woken up, and gently covered his ears with concern. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. They're catching bad people outside. Sleep, Dongye. Mama's holding you." Li Dongye buried his little face in his mother's warm embrace, his tiny hands clutching her shirt tightly. He looked utterly terrified, still mumbling sleepily, "Mom, did they catch the bad guys? Is Dalong okay?" This sight made Wang Shufen's heart ache even more, and she no longer harbored any doubts about her husband's previous superstitious behavior. Yet Li Dongye's consciousness was crystal clear. He could clearly hear the thunderous murmurs of discussion in the courtyard. He could feel the burning stares directed at his window, so intense they seemed capable of setting the wooden boards ablaze. He didn't realize that this time, merely helping to catch the villain who had harmed Dalong, had brought him immense personal benefit. From now on, his identity as a Fuoa would be his most solid talisman. On this land, anyone who dared to touch him would first have to weigh whether they dared to oppose the entire village's belief. Chapter 79, The Fortune Child's name echoes throughout the village. "Mom, I'm sleepy," Li Dongye yawned, his soft, childish voice perfectly capturing the exhaustion of a 5-year-old at midnight. Just then, the door swung open and Li Dashan strode in. The menacing aura had faded from his body, replaced by an unprecedented excitement and radiant glow. He approached the Kong bed, gazing at his son cradled in his wife's arms with eyes so tender they seemed to drip with affection. "Wife, is Dongye alright?" "He's fine, just scared." Wang Shufen shot him a look. "Look at you just now. You were like a beast ready to devour someone." Li Dashan chuckled softly, rubbing his hands together. He cautiously extended his rough, calloused hand and gently stroked his son's head, as if touching a priceless treasure. "My son is the lucky charm of the Li family." Just then, Aunt Zhang from the village entered cautiously, carrying a steaming earthenware bowl. "Dashan, Shufen, I heard good and oh, no." Dongye got scared. "I made some brown sugar eggs to calm the boy down." A flattering smile spread across Aunt Zhang's face, yet her eyes kept darting toward Li Dongye. That gaze resembled that of a devotee paying homage to a temple deity. This was only the beginning. Soon after, several neighbors who were usually on good terms with the family arrived, each carrying something from their own homes. Some brought a handful of red dates, others a few corn cakes they'd been saving. Without exception, they all came to visit the lucky child. The gifts themselves might not have been valuable, but the attitude behind them, that almost fawning reverence, made Li Dashan and Wang Shufen keenly aware that their family's standing had changed completely. Starting tonight, outside the courtyard, Old Li had already made his decision. He addressed all the villagers, announcing loudly, "Fellow villagers, the Wang family has gone too far. We cannot let this go unchallenged. At first light, we'll escort this thief, along with his confession, to the commune, to the county seat. I'll make sure everyone sees the deeds Wang Jiatan has done. I will seek justice for our Li Jiao." "Right, justice. Make them compensate us for our losses." The villagers were filled with righteous indignation, their spirits soaring. Old Li raised his hand to quiet the crowd, his gaze returning to Li Dashan's house. His voice carried both emotion and strength. "Our village survived this disaster because of everyone's vigilance and Dashan's decisive action. But ultimately, it was heaven's blessing that sent us a guardian angel." He raised his voice so every ear could hear clearly. "From this day forward, Li Dongye is our village's treasure. Anyone who dares to cause him the slightest injustice will be crossing swords with me, Li Laojian, and with the entire Li Jiao village." His words rang out like thunder, both a declaration and a warning. Night deepened. The once bustling Li Jiao village finally settled into quiet. Yet everyone knew that beneath this calm, a far greater storm was brewing. On the heated bed, Li Dongye seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep under his mother's gentle patting. Unseen in the darkness, his tightly closed eyes slowly opened a crack. Those clear eyes that should have belonged to a child, held not a trace of sleepiness. Instead, they flashed with a deep, sharp light utterly incongruous with his age. Ding! Major deviation detected in host's fate trajectory. Personal reputation has reached all level within specific regions. Fua destiny pattern has begun to solidify. Reward, plus 500 destiny points. Current remaining reward points, 1436 points. Warning, enemy forces plot has been exposed. The fate threat of their leader, Wang the Pockmarked, now blows crimson with rage and madness, indicating a high likelihood of reckless retaliation. A new fate graffiti is brewing. Host, prepare accordingly.
Li Dongye's lips curled slightly upward in the darkness. Wang Matzi, you think this is over? No. This is only the beginning. For tomorrow's commune trip, he had already used the points he just acquired to prepare an even bigger surprise for Wang Matzi. The first rays of dawn sliced through the eastern horizon like the sharpest blade. Li Jiao was awake. Last night's clamor had settled, fermenting into a seething, heavy anticipation. Smoke rose from every household's chimney earlier than usual, filling the air with the aroma of multi-grain porridge, mingled with the faint, acrid scent of burnt torches. The small courtyard of Li Dashan's home became the focal point of the entire village. As dawn broke, the courtyard gate rattled with a knock. Li Dashan opened the door to find Uncle Wang from the east end standing there, holding a clay pot with 5 still warm eggs inside. Dashan, these are fresh eggs from my old hen. They'll help Fuwo recover. He must have been scared last night. Uncle Wang's face wore a smile that blended reverence with flattery. Before Li Dashan could refuse, several more people gathered around. Brother Dashan, here's half a sack of dried sweet potatoes I saved up. We don't have much to offer, but take this freshly bound broom. Sweep the yard clean so Fuwa has a tidy place to play. Overnight, the name Li Dashan seemed to be gilded with a golden halo. He was no longer just a hard-working farmer, he was Fuwa's father. He stood tall, his dark face glowing with unprecedented radiance, even his voice sounding a few octaves deeper. Watching this scene from inside the house, Wang Shufan felt both proud and dazed. Cradling her son, who slept soundly in her arms, she gently patted his back, her heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. Could this child, born after 10 months of her pregnancy, truly be a reincarnated celestial being? In his mother's warm embrace, Li Dongye stirred slightly, smacking his little lips as if dreaming of something delicious. His breath was steady and deep, sleeping so soundly it seemed nothing in the world could disturb him. Yet deep within his consciousness, the illusory book of destiny silently turned its pages. Warning, the fate thread of hostile faction leader Wang Mizi has turned blood red, indicating rage and madness. He is highly likely to launch reckless retaliatory actions. Those crimson words burned like a branding iron, etched deep into his mind. He knew men like Wang Mizizi were like wild wolves cornered into a dead end. With only Qian Laoshu's testimony and no other hard evidence, Wang Mizizi had plenty of ways to wriggle free, or even turn the tables. And once free, that crimson thread of madness would pounce without hesitation on Li Jiao, on his own family. He must shatter this wild wolf's fangs completely. Chapter 80, The Commune's Cry for Justice Shocks All. Brother Dashan, I'm ready, let's go. In the courtyard, Militia Captain Li Weigwa shouted to Li Dashan, his cart already loaded with Qian Laoshu, bound like a rice dumpling. Village Chief Li Laojian approached with his hands behind his back, his expression grave. Dashan, you're coming with us. As the first witness, your testimony carries weight. Alright, Li Dashan agreed without hesitation. He turned to go inside, intending to tell his wife and son. Just as he bent down to leave, a warm little hand suddenly grabbed his pant leg. Li Dashan froze, looking down to see his son, Li Dongye, who had woken up at some point, rubbing his sleepy eyes and looking up at him with his little face turned toward him. Dongye's awake? Daddy has to run an errand. I'll be back soon. Li Dashan's voice softened unconsciously. Li Dongye didn't answer. He just clung to his pant leg, his voice still thick with sleep and a hint of babyishness, speaking in broken sentences. Dad, don't let that big bad guy get away. Don't worry, son, he won't get away. Li Dashan felt a surge of warmth in his heart, thinking his son was still scared from last night's incident. His money, Li Dongye's little mouth mumbled, as if speaking in his sleep. It's hidden. Yeah, hidden under that crooked tree by the road. A big rock's on top of it. It's Wang Mizi. Yeah, Wang Mizi gave it to his wife. The words barely left his lips before he seemed to exhaust all his strength. His little head tilted sideways, falling back into Wang Shufan's embrace as his breathing steadied once more. The entire room instantly fell into a deathly silence. Li Dashan froze in place, stiff as a board, as if struck by lightning. Crooked neck tree? Money? Given to his wife? What does this mean? Wang Shufan also gasped in shock, covering her mouth. The look in her eyes as she gazed at her son in her arms had shifted from last night's reverence to utter horror. This was no longer a dream. It was a deity possessing her son and speaking through him. Li Dashan snapped back to his senses. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and bolted out the door, grabbing Li Laojian, who was about to leave, by the arm. His voice lowered, trembling with emotion. He repeated Li Dongye's words verbatim. After listening, the shock on Li Laojian's weathered face was beyond words. He stood frozen for a full 30 seconds before suddenly slapping his thigh. Let's go! Not to the commune first, to the road. The group pushed the cart, hurrying toward the main road at the village entrance under the curious stares of the entire village. On the dirt road leading to the commune stood an ancient locust tree, its trunk crooked from a lightning strike. The villagers called it the crooked neck tree. Li Laojian and Li Dashan exchanged glances, seeing fervent conviction in each other's eyes. Dig!
Several shovelfuls later, they uncovered a small bundle tightly wrapped in oilcloth beneath a large rock.
Li Weigua trembled as he unwrapped it, and everyone gasped in shock.
Inside were over 20 crisp 100 yuan notes, along with a handwritten IOU in crooked characters that read,
I now owe brother Wang Mizi 20 yuan in gambling debts.
This amount is temporarily offset by my wife's handiwork wages.
The debt shall be settled in full upon completion of the task. Owed by Qian Gui. Qian Gui, that was none other than Qian Lashu's real name. Witness. Evidence. Both present. This wasn't just evidence, it was a miracle. It's the imperial sword bestowed by Fuwa. Let's go. To the commune. Today I'll make sure that bastard Wang Mizi rots in prison. Li Laojian clutched the IOU,
his voice trembling.
Commune compound.
When Li Laojian and the others brought Qian Lashu over and explained the situation,
Zhao, the official in charge of receiving them, wore a grave expression.
He immediately dispatched someone to Wang Jiatan to summon Wang Mizi.
Before long, Wang Mizi strode in with an air of self-importance,
his face wearing an expression of righteous indignation and anger,
as if he were the victim of a grave injustice. Comrade Zhao, you must vindicate me,
he wailed the moment he entered.
I've never had any grudges with Li Jiao, neither old nor new. What right do they have to arrest my man and then slander me? That money-grubbing rat is a notorious gambler and lazy good-for-nothing. How can anyone trust a word he says?
He was certain that as long as he refused to admit guilt,
the testimony of a gambler couldn't possibly convict him. Qian Laoshu, intimidated by his fierce stance, indeed faltered again, stammering incoherently.
Zhao's brow furrowed as the situation reached an impasse. A smug, cold smile curled at the corner of Wang Mizi's mouth.
However, before his smile could fully bloom, it froze on his face. Unfazed,
Old Li calmly pulled the oilcloth bundle from his bosom. With a sharp slap,
he dumped all the money and the IOU onto the table. Wang Mozi, take another look at this.
The moment Wang Mizi recognized the familiar promissory note, the color drained from his face like water poured out.
He felt as though he'd fallen into an ice cave, his mind going completely blank. How could this be?
He had secretly given it to old Rat's wife just yesterday afternoon to shut her up.
He had deliberately checked his surroundings, no one knew. And he'd hidden it so carefully. How did they find it? That's him stealing from me. Yes, he stole my money and forged this IOU. Wang Mizi let out a hysterical roar, making his last desperate stand.
Li Laojian sneered coldly, turning to look at Zhao the clerk. His voice was steady and resonant, tinged with the mystique of a legendary tale.
Mr. Zhao, we didn't find this. Then how did it come about? Li Laojian took a deep breath and spoke slowly.
It was our village's Fuwa who told us personally in a dream.
Fuwa? Zhao was taken aback. Yes, Li Laojian recounted the entire story, word by word, detailing how Li Dongye had warned them in his dream,
how he had pointed out the hiding place of the money, and how they had dug it up bit by bit right under everyone's noses based on his warning.
The entire office fell so silent you could hear a pin drop.
Staring at the irrefutable evidence on the desk while listening to this almost mythical tale,
Zhao's mouth gaped wider and wider.
His expression shifted from initial skepticism to shock,
and finally settled into deep apprehension and a hint of awe. His gaze fell upon Wang Mizi, who lay collapsed on the floor, utterly speechless.
The look in his eyes had turned as cold as iron. The truth was now crystal clear. A village blessed by the gods versus a thug with a long history of misdeeds. Choosing sides was not even a question.
Guards, handcuff Wang Mizi. Interrogate him thoroughly.
I suspect he's involved in other cases of sabotaging collective production.
Investigate them all. The cold handcuffs locked down Wang Mizi's final moments of madness. Even in death,
he could not fathom how his foolproof plan had been exposed.
Is this Li Jiao's lucky charm really that powerful? Chapter 81, There's a bigger tiger behind. Li Jiao. Li Dongye crouched at his family's courtyard gate,
intently scribbling in the mud with a small wooden stick.
He hummed a childish, off-key tune, his expression innocent and carefree.
No one knew that beneath his simple doodles, his consciousness was connecting with that mysterious book. A line of gleaming golden text slowly materialized,
radiating an almost judgmental authority. Ding! Critical figure Wang Mizi detected. Fate completely reversed.
The threads of madness and revenge severed. Reward granted for successfully averting major crisis and positively influencing regional destiny.
Reward, plus 800 destiny points. Current balance, 1,436 plus 800 is equal to 2,236 points. The massive influx of points washed over Li Dongye, cleansing his mind and leaving him feeling clearer than ever. He knew that the hurdle of Wang Mizi had been completely overcome. Just then,
the graffiti notebook turned to a new page.
A blurry, newly formed graffiti composed of light points slowly took shape.
The image depicted a speeding truck laden with exquisite bamboo crafts. Its destination a dazzlingly illuminated metropolis of unprecedented splendor. New destiny graffiti unlocked. Please name it. Host. Lee Dong-ye's gaze pierced through the small mud courtyard before him, as if he could see that distant, vast expanse of the future. With his small, inexperienced hands, he scribbled a word he'd learned from the village literacy teacher, the word he yearned for most, crookedly across the muddy ground. Naming successful. Destiny graffiti, leaving the mountains chapter. Officially activated. By the time Wang Motzi was dragged away by commune workers, bound with hemp rope like a dead dog, the sun had risen high in the sky. The dazzling sunlight cast golden outlines upon the triumphant figures of Li Laozhen, Li Dashan, and the others. When old Li Jian stood beneath the great locust tree at the village entrance and bellowed with full force before the entire village, young and old alike, that bastard Wang Meizi has been caught red-handed. He's been cuffed. He'll be eating prison food for the rest of his life. The whole of Li Jiao erupted in an instant. Good. Well done. That rotten bastard deserves to rot in jail. Village chief Li is wise. Big Mountain is a real hero. The cheers erupted like a mountain flood, drowning the entire village. Yet, when Old Li cleared his throat and began recounting the details of how ironclad evidence was unearthed beneath the crooked-necked tree, his voice thick with mystery and reverence, embellishing the tale with dramatic flair, all cheers abruptly froze. The villagers' gazes swept past Old Li and past Li Dashan, focusing sharply on the small courtyard gate of Li Dashan's house. There, a toddler in open-crotch pants crouched on the ground, intently drawing a crooked, indecipherable circle in the mud with a small wooden stick. Sunlight bathed his fuzzy head, making him appear to glow. The atmosphere, in that moment, became sacred and solemn. If before, the villagers' affection for Li Dongye, calling him Little Lucky Charm or Little Smarty Pants, had been tinged with a touch of superstition, then now, that sentiment had undergone a complete transformation. It was a deep, soul-stirring reverence in the face of an unknown power. Father of Fortune. Someone in the crowd shouted first. Soon, the chant of Fuwa was dead echoed in waves. The name Li Dashan seemed to have been forgotten by everyone overnight. He now had only one identity, the father of the Fuwa. His dark face flushed crimson, his hands and feet unsure where to go, leaving him only to grin awkwardly and keep chuckling ha. He knew that his life, no, the lives of his entire family, would never be the same again from this day forward. Inside the house, a crucial meeting concerning the future of Li Jiao village was taking place in secret. Only 4 people were present: Li Laozhen, the village party secretary and brigade leader, Sun Liansheng, the village chief, and the couple Li Dashan and Wang Shufan. On the heated bed table lay the official document relayed from the county. Its core message was singular: the Canton Fair. The county's message is clear: this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's the key to whether Li Jiao's bamboo crafts can soar to new heights. Li Laozhen tapped the table heavily with his fingers, each thud landing like a blow to everyone's heart. Therefore, whoever goes must be absolutely reliable. Sun Liansheng interjected. By tradition, this sort of mission must be led by you, Secretary. You're the backbone of our village, you must go and hold down the fort. Old Li nodded, then turned to Li Dashan. Dashan, you're in charge of the bamboo weaving production. You know the technical aspects best. Moreover, your son Fuwa deserves the most credit for this opportunity to attend the Canton Fair. Therefore, you must go too. Li Dashan's face flushed with excitement, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak for a long moment. The Canton Fair, that legendary event where even provincial officials fight tooth and nail for a spot. This was a moment to bring honor to the family. Wang Shufan stood beside him, sharing in his pride, tears streaming down her face as she wiped them away. But, Li Laogan's tone shifted abruptly, his expression turning grave. The county has only allocated 2 spots. 2? The air in the room instantly froze. Sun Liansheng frowned and said, Secretary, just you and Dashan going? What if something happens on the way? There'd be no one to help. Plus, those businessmen from the big cities are crafty as monkeys. I'm afraid Dashan is too honest and might get swindled. He hit the nail on the head. Li Dashan had never ventured far from home in his life. Sending him to deal with those shrewd businessmen was indeed cause for concern. Old Li sighed. That's exactly what I'm thinking. That's why I've been pondering whether I should try negotiating with the county again to swap my spot for 2 younger candidates. Take Wei Guo, the militia captain, that kid's sharp. Then add Master Kon Lisan, one handles affairs, the other handles technical matters. That would be more reliable. The suggestion made perfect sense, though Li Dashan felt a pang of disappointment. He understood it was for the collective good. He was about to nod in agreement. Just then, Li Dongye, who had been quietly drawing circles while crouched on the doorstep, suddenly burst into loud, wailing cries. The cry was loud and piercing, filled with grievance, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Dongye? What's wrong? Wang Shufan hurried over and scooped her son into her arms. but Li Dongye wouldn't let go. His small body struggled fiercely as he reached out with his little hand and clung desperately to Li Dashan's pant leg, sobbing breathlessly. Daddy, Daddy, don't go, don't abandon Dongye, silly boy. How could your father ever abandon you? Li Dashan's heart ached terribly. He quickly crouched down to comfort him. Father won't go, okay? Let Uncle Wegwa and Grandpa Kong go instead. He thought his son was reluctant to see him leave on a long journey, but to his surprise, these words only made Li Dongye cry even harder. His little face flushed bright red, and he seemed almost unable to breathe. Daddy, there's a big tiger. Chapter 82, The Omen of the Storm. The night was as dark as ink, the moonlight swallowed by thick clouds. The night in Li Jiao should have been utterly silent, yet now it was filled with undercurrents. News of Wang Mizi being taken away in handcuffs by commune officials spread like wildfire through every corner of the village. The villagers who had previously pointed fingers at the Li family and reveled in their misfortune now regarded the low, mud brick house with entirely different eyes. It was no longer the gaze reserved for ordinary folk, but one mingled with awe, fear, and a hint of feverish scrutiny. Squeak! The courtyard gate creaked open. Li Dashan and village chief Lao Zhen, one behind the other, stepped inside. Their faces bore the marks of exhaustion, yet their eyes burned with an almost frightening intensity, as if two flames were blazing within them. Father, Uncle Lao Zhen, Wang Shufan, cradling her sleeping son, sat motionless like a statue on the edge of the Kong. The sound of their arrival startled her awake, her voice trembling slightly. He confessed everything. Li Laojian lowered his voice, yet the unmistakable sense of satisfaction in his tone was impossible to conceal. He gulped down a large mouthful of cold water and wiped his mouth roughly. That bastard Wang Mizi. He went weak in the knees when he saw the ironclad evidence. Spilled everything, every last detail. Li Dashan approached the Kong, his heart filled with both dread and relief as he gazed at his wife's pallid face and the steady breaths of their son in her arms. He reached out and gently stroked Li Dongye's warm little cheek. This isn't over. Li Dashan's voice was hoarse, yet it carried an unprecedented resolve. Wang Matzi is just a flea. There are others behind him. Word about our trip to Guangdong has probably already leaked out. The air in the room instantly froze at his words. Li Laogan's weathered face darkened. He plopped down on a stool, tapping his tobacco pipe on the table. Dashan's right. Xian Laoshu is a gray rat. Wang Mizi is a spotted rat. Behind them, there's probably a man-eating big tiger. He recalled Li Dongye's words about a middle-aged man on the train, the one with the red sugar paper in his pocket. That man was the real hidden danger. Wang Shufan listened with her heart pounding. She instinctively hugged her son tighter, as if holding a priceless treasure that could shatter at any moment. She knew nothing of technology or tigers. All she understood was that her son, this chubby little bundle of joy the whole village called Fuwawa, was being swept into a vortex far beyond her comprehension. The terror in her eyes gradually gave way to a resolute maternal instinct. Whoever dared touch her child would face her fury. Just then, Li Dongye, who had been sleeping, suddenly furrowed his tiny brow, as if trapped in a nightmare. His tiny hands clawed at the air unconsciously, his mouth uttering incoherent murmurs. Tiger. Such a big tiger. Black. Stripes. No. Clothes. Black clothes with a badge. He's in the county seat, laughing on the highest floor. He's laughing. The disjointed words struck Li Dashan and Li Laojian like heavy hammers, pounding relentlessly against their chests. The two men locked eyes, each seeing uncontrollable terror in the depths of the other's pupils. The county? The tallest building? Black clothes? A badge? This was far beyond the reach of a village bully or a gambling addict. A chill shot up Li Dashan's spine from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He abruptly lowered his gaze to his son. In the dim kerosene light, he didn't see it, but at Li Dongye's brow, the invisible book of destiny graffiti was flipping frantically. A brand new doodle was rapidly taking shape. A ferocious tiger face, its forehead bearing not the character for king but a crooked yet recognizable five-pointed star emblem. The tiger's gaping maw lunged toward a tiny, steam-belching locomotive. On the locomotive, for tiny figures holding hands were clearly drawn, the very token they had agreed upon earlier. The danger had never subsided. Instead, it approached in an even more terrifying form. Old Li sprang to his feet with a sudden jerk, his tobacco pipe creaking in his grip. All traces of ease and joy vanished from his aged face, replaced by the grim resolve and killing intent of one preparing for battle. Dashan, Weigua! He barked the order toward the doorway. Saddle the horses. We ride to the county seat tonight. Not waiting for dawn? Li Weigua poked his head out from the next room. Wait? Li Laojian sneered coldly, his eyes blazing with intensity. Waiting for dawn is waiting for death. Fuwa has already shown us the way. If we keep cowering like this, we don't deserve to be called men. He turned and fixed a long, intense gaze on the small figure on the Kong. This isn't just about our family anymore. It's not just about our village either. This is about challenging heaven itself. In the darkest hour before dawn, 3 swift horses shot out of Li Jiao like arrows released from a bow, kicking up rolling dust clouds on the dirt road leading to the county seat. On horseback, the faces of Li Laojian, Li Dashan, and Li Weiguo were whipped by the biting morning wind, carved sharp as blades. They did not head to the commune, it was too small to contain that big tiger. They headed straight for the county seat, determined to tear apart that invisible web. To the villagers of Li Jiao, the county seat felt as vast as the heavens themselves. The 3-story County Revolutionary Committee office building, its rooftop flying red flags, was the tallest building Li Donya had ever dreamed of. Yet reality proved far colder than imagination. The County Revolutionary Committee office building. The air carried that distinct, icy solemnity unique to seats of power. The stifling scent of old paper, red sealing wax, and floor polish hung heavy in the air. Li Laoban's cloth shoes made no sound on the terrazzo floor, yet each step felt like treading on his own taut heartstrings. The secretary, surnamed Wang, his eyelids drooping, wore a faint, almost imperceptible sneer at the corner of his mouth, as if even one more glance at them would soil his own eyes. He took the crumpled letter of introduction, pinching it between just 2 fingers as if handling something filthy. Director Liu is in an important meeting. He's unavailable. His voice matched his appearance, dry, harsh, utterly devoid of warmth. Fury surged through Li Dashan's chest, shooting straight to his temples. His fists clenched so tightly against his trouser legs they creaked, and he was about to speak. But a gnarled, wrinkled hand clamped down on his arm like iron tongs. It was old Li. The instant Secretary Wang uttered no time. A vivid image flashed through Lao Zhen's mind like lightning. Little Fuwa from the village, sprawled on the heated bed, drawing a crooked, lame fox with a fire poker in the ashes of the stove. Beside the fox sat a fierce-looking big tiger clad in a black robe with 4 pockets. Fox, lame. Li Laoban's cloudy eyes suddenly narrowed, his gaze settling on Secretary Wang's slightly awkward left leg. So that's it. So this was where the Fuwa warning was meant to be. Chapter 83, borrow your county town for a moment, light a fire. This door wasn't a door, it was a tiger's mouth. Handing over that letter of introduction was like offering one's head to the guillotine. In a split second, over 60 years of survival wisdom gained from toiling in the luss, battling nature and men, spurred an instant decision. The tense wrinkles etched across his face miraculously smoothed out, transforming into the most genuine, earnest, and even slightly obsequious smile. Oh dear, what a pair of blind fools we are. We've delayed the leader's work, we deserve a beating. We really do. He bowed and scraped, even lightly slapping his own cheek, then proactively withdrew the letter of introduction from Secretary Wang's fingertips. It's nothing serious. Really nothing serious. Just some good-for-nothing gambler in the village. And us old folks thought we'd come ask about the policy, how to set him straight. Since the director's busy, we'll come back another day. Another day. Ignoring the furious glares from Li Dashan and Li Weiguo, he forcibly dragged the 2 men away and turned to leave, watching the 3 mud-legged peasants scurry away in haste. A sneer of undisguised contempt finally curled the corners of Secretary Wang's mouth. He gave a light snort, adjusted his collar, turned, and pushed open the door to an office at the end of the corridor bearing a sign that read Commercial Section. Inside, a middle-aged man with a square jaw, slicked back hair, and dressed in a black 4-pocket cadre suit reclined in a rattan chair, leisurely flipping through a newspaper. His presence was as solid as a mountain, merely sitting there. He made the air in the entire room feel thick and still. This was Hu Dahai, Director of the Commerce Division. Director Hu. Secretary Wang hobbled in, his voice instantly becoming exceedingly respectful. Sent them away. Just a few old farmers from Li Jiao. Wanted to see Director Liu over some trivial matter. Don't know their place. The man addressed as Director Hu didn't even lift an eyelid, merely emitting a muffled hum from his nostrils. His gaze remained fixed on the newspaper. On his desk sat a steaming cup of jasmine tea. A bright red 5-pointed star on the enamel lid glowed like congealed blood in the dim light. Had Li Donya been present, he would have been utterly horrified. This man matched the black-clad tiger with the 5-pointed star mark on its forehead drawn in his book of destiny doodles to a T. Stepping out of the oppressive 3-story building into the daylight, Li Weiguo finally broke free from Lao Zhen's grip like a bull unleashed. Uncle Lao Zhen, just let it go? Have you forgotten Fuwa's warning? That one guy is clearly a lackey. Forget it? Li Laojian whipped his head around. Against the sunlight, his wrinkled face was dark and indistinct, save for a pair of eyes that glowed like cold stars in an ice cave. He glanced at the imposing building behind him, his voice low and hushed, yet laced with a fierce resolve. Who said we're done? Shouting kill in the den of tigers and wolves, that's foolish. It's suicide. He paused, then spoke each word deliberately. The rock is hard. You can't smash it, but we can light a fire at the foot of the mountain. Once the flames rage high enough, the rock will crack open on its own. Light a fire? How? Li Dashan was sweating profusely with anxiety, completely unable to follow his uncle's train of thought. Lao Zhen didn't answer. His gaunt figure led the way through the bustling streets, straight to the county town's busiest intersection, the heart of the city. Beside the intersection stood a massive bulletin board plastered with official documents and notices. At that moment, crowds of onlookers and chatterers had gathered in layers around it. This was the county's information hub, the epicenter of public opinion. Li Laozhen took a deep breath, a flicker of resolve flashing in his cloudy eyes. He slammed his fist on his thigh and, adopting the dramatic tone of a traveling performer, bellowed a mournful cry to the crowd. Hey, where is justice in this world? Fellow villagers, neighbors near and far, come judge this injustice for yourselves. The cry erupted like thunder from a clear sky, instantly drawing every pair of eyes toward him. Seeing the moment was ripe, old Li, far from being intimidated, stepped forward, lowering his voice to the mysterious tone of a storyteller. He said, "Now, do you believe in divine guidance?" The crowd perked up, crowding closer. Everyone knows our Li village is dirt poor, but just days ago, our village produced a fuwa. A heavenly deity appeared to him in a dream, warning that thieves had entered the village. The words lucky child hooked everyone's curiosity like a magnet. Seizing the moment, Old Li recounted the entire tale with dramatic flair. How Li Dongya had received divine guidance in his dream, pinpointed the thief as the crooked neck tree, revealed the hidden loot and IOUs beneath it, and finally foretold the mole within the commune who had facilitated the theft. His embellished version was nothing short of miraculous and utterly bizarre. He alternated between sighing in regret and clapping his hands in admiration. When he reached the moment of uncovering the loot and the promissory note, he suddenly pounded his chest. Fellow villagers, those gleaming silver dollars, those black-inked promissory notes, we dug them out from beneath that crooked old locust tree, right before the eyes of every man, woman, and child in the village. The culprit and the evidence were caught red-handed. Isn't that incredible? It is. He's practically a living god. A wave of astonished murmurs and whispers rippled through the crowd. The gaze they cast upon Old Li now held a tinge of reverence. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, Li Laozhen abruptly changed his tone. His voice grew hoarse and heavy with sorrow, his face etched with profound worry and dread. But we rejoiced too soon. Last night, Fua had another nightmare. He cried his heart out. What did he dream? Someone in the crowd urgently demanded. Li Laozhen's gaze swept across the crowd as his voice seemed to be squeezed through clenched teeth. Fua cried out that there's an even bigger villain. A big tiger clad in black robes with 4 pockets, gaping its bloodthirsty maw to devour our entire county's lifeline, our grain and our very survival money. Fua also said that right by this tiger's lair, there's a limping fox lying in wait, guarding its nest. Boom! The crowd erupted instantly. A big tiger in black clothes? 4 pockets? That must be a cadre. A lame fox. Who could that be referring to? In this era of information scarcity, rumors were the fastest spreading and deadliest weapon, especially when wrapped in miraculous tales and pointing to specific targets. It spread like a plague with wings, sweeping from the crossroads to the county supply cooperative, the public bathhouse, and the state-run restaurant within a mere half hour. Finally, this roaring tide of noise coalesced into an invisible torrent, surging majestically into the imposing office building. Chapter 84, the final chapter of destiny. This is outrageous. In the third-floor conference room, Director Lu Guangping listened to the growing clamor outside the window, his brow furrowed into a knot. When his secretary, pale-faced, relayed the wildly circulating Fua legend and the metaphor of the black tiger and lame fox in full detail, the expression of this leader, renowned for his iron fist and integrity, darkened so profoundly it seemed water could drip from his face. He slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly. Dismissed. Lu Guangping strode to the window and flung it open. Below, at the crossroads, a dense sea of heads surged, the roar of discussion threatening to overturn the small building that symbolized power. Fuwa, black tiger, lame fox. These words pierced his ears like poisoned steel needles. He wasn't a superstitious man, but decades of political struggle had honed his instincts. Instantly, he knew this matter was far from simple, especially those 3 words, Li Jiao. He remembered. Yesterday, the commune police station submitted a case report on the hunchback organizing gambling and disrupting collective production. The report's origins trace back to Li's Hollow, and it vaguely mentions villagers exercising collective wisdom. Now it seems the source of this so-called collective wisdom has been found. This was no ordinary civil dispute, it was an organized, premeditated, all-or-nothing denunciation. Go, Lu Guangping ordered without turning his head, his voice as cold as ice in the dead of winter. Bring Secretary Wang here. Moments later, Secretary Wang limped into the room, his face still plastered with his usual obsequious grin. Director Lu, you summoned me? Did several farmers from Li Jiao come looking for me this morning? Lu Guangping slowly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. cutting inch by inch across Secretary Wang's face. Secretary Wang's heart skipped a beat, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat, yet he forced himself to remain composed. Yes, they wanted to report some neighborhood disputes in the village. I saw you were in a meeting, so I sent them back first, planning to report to you after the meeting. Neighborhood disputes? Lu Guangping suddenly smiled, but there was no warmth in that smile, only bone-chilling cold. He advanced step by step, his overwhelming presence nearly suffocating Secretary Wang. But I hear from the people outside that they came to report a black tiger and a lame fox? He stopped before Secretary Wang, leaning slightly forward. His voice was soft as a whisper, yet thunderous in its weight. Secretary Wang, I've always wanted to ask, how did you get that limp? Boom! Those words seemed to drain every ounce of strength and blood from Secretary Wang's body. His mind went blank, the color drained from his face, and his good leg could no longer support him. With a thud, he collapsed to the floor. He couldn't comprehend it. He simply couldn't fathom it. His cover had been flawless, how could it have been exposed so completely, so bizarrely? Lu Guangping didn't even bother to glance at him again. He turned to the guard at the door and ordered in a deep voice, "Lock him up. Without my orders, he is not to speak to anyone or utter a single word." After settling everything, he strode back to the window and addressed the seething crowd below with a voice as thunderous as a great bell, summoning every ounce of strength. "Which comrades are from Li Jiao? Please come up here. I am Lu Guangping." The roar of his voice rolled over the crowd, drowning out all other noise. Miraculously, the noisy crowd fell silent, then parted to form a path. Li Laojian, Li Dashan, and Li Weigua, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes filled with a mix of awe, curiosity, and shock, walked step by step, heads held high, through the gate that had once seemed distant and unreachable to them. Behind them lay the gaze of the entire county, and they knew the source of it all lay with that 5-year-old boy back in Li Jiao, who was probably drooling in his sleep on the Kong right now. That child was the true anchor of stability for their entire Li Jiao village. Inside Director Lu's office, no pleasantries, no small talk. Li Laojian laid out everything, from the southern expedition plan to Dongya's charcoal sketches, from Grey Rat Wang Erdu to Flower Rat Qian Gui and Wang Matzi, and finally to Fuwa's earth-shattering warning about the black tiger last night. He spilled it all, every last detail. He spoke slowly, but each word landed like a heavy stone in Director Lu's heart, sending shockwaves rippling through his mind. The air in the entire office froze when Li Dashan carefully pulled from his chest the charcoal sketches soaked through with sweat, then dried by his body heat. Those twisted lines and childish strokes depicted a tiny figure tumbling off a cliff, a bound rat, and a ferocious tiger head with a gaping, blood-red maw. This was no child's doodle. This was clearly a death notice, a warning of a vast conspiracy written in a manner incomprehensible to ordinary mortals. Director Lu stared fixedly at the paper bearing the tiger-headed doodle. The crooked 5-pointed star badge on the tiger's forehead pierced his eyes like a poisonous thorn. Hu Jianjun, head of the county's commerce division, the local power broker he'd long suspected but could never pin down with concrete evidence. Everything fell into place. The technology being sent south was precisely the county's latest bamboo weaving technique. If successful, it would generate enormous foreign exchange for the nation. And the commerce section was the key department responsible for material allocation and technology promotion. Hu Jianjun had the most convenient access and the strongest motive to steal this achievement or even sell it to outside forces. And Wang Meizi's village disturbances were designed to distract Li Dashan and his team, creating an opening for Hu Jianjun's operation. A complete, vicious, and interlocking chain of conspiracy was now torn to shreds by a 5-year-old child's few words spoken in a dream and a few scribbles. Director Lu slammed his fist on the table so hard that the enamel teacup with the 5-pointed star emblem bounced off the surface. Well done, Hu Jianjun. What a web he spun, darkening the heavens. His eyes blazed with fury, but more than that, he felt a deep sense of dread. Had this Fuwa not appeared out of nowhere, the consequences would have been unimaginable. His gaze shifted to Li Dashan and Old Li, transforming from scrutiny to profound solemnity and a hint of genuine gratitude. Comrades, brothers Dashan. His tone had changed. You two didn't just save yourselves, you've done an immense service to our county, to our country. His hand trembled slightly with emotion as he grabbed the phone on the table. Connect me to the Public Security Bureau. This is Lu Guangping. Execute Plan B2 immediately. Target, Hu Jianjun, County Commerce Division. Seal off all exits. The man must be captured alive. A thunderclap was about to crack across the county town. Yet the fuse igniting this thunderclap lay, at this very moment, 100 miles away in Li Jiao. Nestled in his mother's arms, drooling, he slept soundly. Chapter 4, The Thunderous Verdict. The final chapter of destiny. The operation unfolded with lightning speed. When the police kicked open the door to the commercial section chief's office, Hu Jianjun was leisurely sipping tea, scheming about the bright future awaiting him once he acquired the technology. He had even devised a plan. Once he obtained the technology, he would immediately report Li Jiao's team for speculation and profiteering, ensuring they would never rise again. Instead, he was met with cold handcuffs, caught red-handed. Inside his office safe, authorities discovered letters linking him to out-of-town forces, along with a detailed Thunderbolt plan outlining how to intercept, steal, and divert the southbound team's cargo. To his dying breath, Hu Jianjun could not fathom how his self-proclaimed perfect Thunderbolt plan had been shattered to smithereens by a divine revelation from the countryside. With irrefutable evidence, the big tiger was caught. The corruption network he had built up over years in the county was uprooted by Director Liu with thunderous force. The entire county was shaken to its core. Amidst this storm, the legend of the Li Jiao lucky child underwent a profound transformation, evolving from mere street gossip into a semi-official, revered tale. The story of this miraculous doll, said to foresee disasters, speak divine decrees, and protect the land, became shrouded in layer upon layer of mystique, its tales growing increasingly fantastical. When Li Dashan and Li Laojian returned to Li Jiao, they were greeted with the hero's welcome of the entire village. The commendation from the County Revolutionary Committee, printed in bold black characters on red paper, stated clearly, comrades Li Dashan, Li Laojian, and others of Li Jiao village, demonstrating both wisdom and courage, assisted relevant authorities in solving a major case and made outstanding contributions to protecting collective property. For the first time, Li Dashan's name was inscribed in the annals of merit in such glorious fashion. He was no longer just a farmer who knew only how to work tirelessly. His back was straight, his eyes filled with confidence and radiance. The journey southward now faced no further obstacles. Escorted and arranged for by the county authorities, Li Dashan led his team to Guangdong without incident. The improved techniques they brought, combined with the advanced expertise of the South, unleashed astonishing energy. They generated substantial foreign exchange for the nation and contributed to the preservation of historical and cultural heritage. A year later, they established a factory where bamboo weaving art took root and flourished on this land. They named their creations Fuwa. Subsequently, taking Fuwa as an opportunity, the spring breeze of the joint production and contracting system blew into the small mountain village enveloped in good fortune at the earliest opportunity. The Li family, among the first to embrace the changes, experienced a life-altering transformation. A brick house with a tiled roof was built. Sister Li Xiaodi was admitted to the region's top normal school, becoming the first member of the Li family to work for the government. Father Li Dashan, relying on his prestige and ability, succeeded the elderly Li Laojian as the new village chief of Li Jiao, leading the entire village to the forefront of the times. Mother Wang Shufan was no longer the perpetually worried peasant woman. She organized the village women to establish a weaving factory, whose products were exported overseas, transforming her into a renowned strong woman. Everything seemed as beautiful as a dream. Li Dongye, the architect of this dream, gradually grew up. He attended elementary school and then middle school, consistently ranking at the top of his class. He was intelligent and sensible, yet no longer spoke those astonishing dream talk or produced those extraordinary scribbles. That Fuwa possessed by the gods seemed to gradually return its divine power to heaven and earth as he grew, transforming back into an ordinary yet exceptionally outstanding teenager. Only Li Dongye himself knew that the book of destiny scribbles existing within his mind was turning blank page by page. From the moment Black Tiger Hu Jianjun was apprehended, the notebook flooded with a massive influx of reward points. These points then transformed into streams of golden light, merging into the final page of the notebook. That page bore no intricate patterns, no cryptic prophecies, only 4 profound and enduring characters, destiny forged by one's own hand. Then, the entire graffiti book dissolved into a warm stream of light, merging completely into the depths of his soul, never to be opened again. It had fulfilled its purpose. Like a dutiful guide, it had lit a lamp for the Li Dongye family during their darkest, most bewildered hour, setting the first gear of destiny in motion. And when this family, armed with their own courage, wisdom, and kindness, began rolling the wheel of destiny forward, it quietly stepped aside, concealing its deeds and fame. Chapter 85, Epilogue, Destiny's Gift, The Best of Times. 18 years later, midsummer, a gleaming black Volga sedan slipped silently into the landscape of Fuwa New Village like a drop of thick ink. 18 years were enough to transform the once barren, desolate landscape beyond recognition. Li Jiao was now a thing of the past. Today's Fuwa New Village featured smooth cement roads reflecting people's shadows, flanked by uniform 2-story Western-style houses. Every rooftop gleamed with solar water heaters. At the village entrance, the Modern Hope Primary School, fully funded by the Fuwa Group, echoes with the sound of children studying. It has become the place that children from all the surrounding villages desperately want to attend. The air no longer carries the sour stench of poverty fermenting, but instead blends the fragrance of rice blossoms, the hum of machinery, and the rich aroma of human life. Squeak! The sedan came to a smooth halt before the most imposing house at the village entrance. Distinguished by its spacious courtyard adorned with grapevines, the doors swung open, and a pair of polished black leather shoes touched the ground first. Immediately after, a young man in a crisp suit stepped out. He appeared to be around 23 or 24, with handsome features. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes were deep and gentle, radiating a wisdom and composure far beyond his years. He was none other than Li Dongye. 18 years ago, he was a 5-year-old toddler who stirred up storms with graffiti and sleep-talking while harboring a shocking secret. Now, he was the youngest doctoral advisor at the nation's top agricultural university and the irreplaceable chief technical advisor of Fuwa Group. The Fuwa series of superior seeds he single-handedly developed had long since spread across the nation's fertile fields, erasing the word hunger from the dictionaries of hundreds of millions. Oh, Dongye's back. Auntie Zhang, passing by with her vegetable basket, called out in a booming voice. Uncle Xiao, a preteen boy riding a brand new Puyang bicycle, excitedly rang his bell, its crisp chime echoing through the alley. The villagers' greetings came in waves. Their eyes held no servility toward power or wealth, but rather a heartfelt warmth and respect. It was as if they were watching their own prodigal son, the Fuwa who had left their village yet never forgot the land that nurtured him. The legend of years past had long fermented into the village's finest wine, a source of pride every Fuwa villager boasted about when tipsy. Li Dongye smiled gently in response, his expression as warm as the breeze sweeping across the rice fields. He passed through the moon gate and entered his own small courtyard. Under the green canopy of grapevines, a fierce game of Chinese chess raged at the stone table. Checkmate! A thunderous shout erupted as Li Dashan, his face flushed with excitement, unleashed a devastating opening cannon that drove his opponent's old general into a desperate corner. Dressed in a white polyester shirt, his hair now streaked with gray, he radiated an authority as village chief and patriarch that seemed even more commanding than 18 years ago. You old fox, taking back your move again. Across the board, Li Weigui, his temples equally streaked with gray, glared, his fan-like hand hovering over the pieces as he debated whether to retract his blunder. He was no longer the militia captain, now he served as the chief advisor to Fuwa Village's security team. His daily pleasure was dragging Li Dashan into a few games. Hey, what do you mean regret? This is a strategic retreat. Li Weigui stiffened his neck, his eyes darting toward the courtyard gate. Dongye's back. Can't you cut your old man some slack? Let your son see his dad's invincible glory. Li Dashan roared with laughter, a deep, satisfied laugh. He stood up and slapped Li Dongye's shoulder hard. You little brat. Finally decided to come back. Your mom and sister have been nagging about you for days. Before he could finish, the kitchen curtain lifted as two women emerged carrying dishes. Who's been talking about my precious little brother? It was Li Nanyu speaking. She wore a tasteful dress, her short hair cut just above her ears, exuding an air of efficiency tempered by gentleness. She was no longer the little girl who once longed for a red hair ribbon, but now the principal of Fuwa Ho Primary School, a renowned educator celebrated far and wide. Beside her, her mother, Wang Shufan, carried a plate of freshly braised fish, her wrinkled face beaming with joy. Now the director of Shufan Knitting Factory, her once humble craft of sewing shoe soles had grown into a business that lifted hundreds of women in the village out of poverty. Time had etched its marks on her face, yet it had also bestowed upon her a serene grace and a contented fullness. Mom, sis, Li Dongye called out, his eyes stinging slightly. Quick, wash your hands and come eat. Wang Shufan ushered him inside without waiting for a reply. We've been waiting for you. I made your favorite fish. The fading sunlight transformed into countless golden threads, weaving through the gaps in the grapevines to cast dappled light upon the stone table and the smiling faces of the family. Everything was so peaceful, so beautiful. This was the world he had guarded with his life's secret. After dinner, Li Dongye sat beside his father, gazing at the unfinished chessboard. The dividing line between the two sides was stark and clear. The black general was pinned down by the red cannon and knight, trapped in a hopeless position. Li Dongye's gaze slowly drifted away from the black general. His gaze grew distant and profound, as if piercing through 18 years of time, penetrating this mature body, and seeing the 5-year-old version of himself named Li Godan. In a daze, the surrounding cicada chirps, the laughter of family, and the woody scent of the chess pieces all faded away. Deep within his consciousness, the old, yellowed, and curl-edged book of destiny sketches silently materialized. It hovered quietly at the center of his mind's eye, like a star that had existed since time immemorial. This was his greatest secret in this life, the first fulcrum with which he leveraged his destiny. It had brought him supreme glory, yet also the dread that haunted his midnight dreams. His entire life was a game of chess against fate. His opponents were the crushing poverty that once suffocated his entire family, the treachery lurking in the shadows, and the countless hardships swept up in the torrent of that era. And this sketchbook was the invincible divine weapon that appeared out of nowhere at the start of his game. Suddenly, the sketchbook deep within his soul began to turn its pages with a rustling sound. The first page featured an old hen nicknamed Redneck with a red line drawn around its neck. Beside it was scribbled, "Thief struck at midnight. Eggs scattered. Hen fled. Mother furious. Spanking ensued." Page 2 showed a crooked red hair tie. With a tiny figure beside it, his sister Li Zhaoti, smiling sweetly. Page 3 showed the outlines of clumsy fish and shrimp beneath murky river water, the family's hope for better meals. Page after page turned, the scribbles growing from childish to intricate. On a southbound train, the snarling profiles of grey ratwang Urdu and flower rat Xian Gui appeared, marked with a giant X beside them. A net crisscrossed with black lines, with a vicious black tiger crouching in its center. Above the tiger's head hung a sharp sword. There was parched, cracked earth and a lifeline pointing toward a new water source. There was the original genetic map of Fu 1-0. 1-inch rice, though drawn haphazardly. Every critical node was circled in red. These images represent every step he has taken, every move he has made on the chessboard of his life. Each move was breathtaking, each fraught with peril. He was no deity, the sketchbook offered only a vague, perilous glimpse of the future. He must use the wisdom, courage, and kindness of a 5-year-old child to fill in the blanks of the drawing and alter that seemingly inevitable outcome. He was not a puppet of fate, but a chess player dancing with destiny. Finally, the sketchbook turned to its last page. It was a blank sheet of paper, pristine as if never touched. Li Dongye quietly gazed at it. He knew the game was over. At that moment, as if guided by an invisible hand, bold golden strokes appeared on the blank page, forming a line of text stroke by stroke. It was no longer a prophecy, nor a warning, but a comment. Destiny lies within your grasp. Beyond the chessboard lies the human world. Once the pieces are set, there is no turning back. Make the best of it. The instant the characters were completed, the entire book of Destiny Doodles shook violently. From its pages to its cover, it shattered inch by inch, dissolving into billions of dazzling golden specks. Like a grand swarm of fireflies, they bloomed brilliantly within the cosmos of his consciousness before finally dissipating completely, returning to nothingness. It arrived mysteriously and departed decisively, like a strict teacher, satisfied that the student could now solve every problem independently. It tucked away its lesson plan and slipped away. Li Dongye snapped back to reality, his heart pounding violently. He exhaled a long breath. That breath seemed to expel all the secrets, burdens, and anxieties that had accumulated in his heart over 18 years. From this day forward, the legend of Fu ceased to exist in the world. Only Li Dongye's life remained. From this day forward, he was no longer a chess player reliant on divine weapons. He himself was the one wielding the pieces. "What are you spacing out for, kid?" His father, Li Dashan, slapped him on the back with his big hand and teased him with a laugh. "What's the matter? Now that you're a big professor at the university, you look down on your old man's lousy game?" Li Dongye turned his head, gazing at his father's weathered face, etched with pride. He saw the concerned glances from his mother and sister nearby, and the warm glow of lights in the courtyard. He smiled, a smile stripped of all pretense, a smile of unprecedented ease. "No, Dad." He reached out and gently righted the black general on the chessboard, which had been checkmated, placing it face to face with the red general across the board. It was as if two kings from different eras were gazing at each other. "I was just thinking." Li Dongye paused, his voice clear and resolute. "This game, it's been played well." Within the board lay the dividing line between Chu and Han, a battle for destiny. Beyond the board lay the lights of countless homes, the world he guarded. As night deepened, the lights of Fuwa New Village dotted the valley like stars. In the distance, endless rice fields rippled with golden waves under the moonlight, the mature fragrance of Fuwa No. 1. Li Dongye had once used that invisible brush to paint the destinies of himself and his family. Now, he, his beloved family, and the very land he transformed beneath his feet have become the most vibrant and profound strokes in the grand painting of Destiny's River.